Yuejian awoke to find herself ensnared in a bizarre, abandoned city. Here, conventional exits were non-existent, replaced instead by a series of deathly challenges born from terrifying legends. A ghostly coachman seeking a substitute, a rabbit doll, whose laughter sent shivers down the spine, a graveyard overflowing with remains, and a relentless spirit of vengeance. Only by surviving in this realm, filled with monstrous tales, could one catch a glimmer of hope for escape. Yet, did the path to the real world truly exist, or was this merely an endless cycle of despair? Chapter 1. The Amusement Park. Upon awakening, Yuejian found herself in a deserted amusement park. The sky was shrouded in gray, and in the distance, a roller coaster slithered like a giant serpent, its crimson eyes fixated on her every move. She rubbed her aching head, puzzled as to how she arrived in this place, for she distinctly recalled being in a hospital not long ago. Was she dead? Was this the afterlife? In disbelief, she pinched herself. The pain was sharp and warm, a testament that she was indeed alive. Suddenly, a sound echoed from her wrist. Glancing down, she discovered a black wristwatch she had not noticed before, displaying blood-red words. One vacancy remaining. Perplexed, she tapped the screen, but it yielded no response. What was this? Lost in her thoughts, she was startled by a sweet voice behind her. Yuejian. Turning, she saw a girl in athletic wear with a high ponytail, her face alight with excitement. Wonderful! You're here too. We finally meet again. The girl bore a familiar visage. It soon dawned on her that this was her dearest friend, Long Anin, she exclaimed, both thrilled and astonished. How did you end up here? Where is this place? Long looked at her quizzically. What are you talking about? This is the new legendary world, and we've been grouped together. What legendary world? What did being grouped together mean? Before she could inquire further, Long glanced at the electronic screen. Let's hurry. We can't waste time. Yuejian was pulled along, stumbling toward the screen. Upon arrival, she noticed 5 individuals standing beneath the screen, 4 men and 1 woman. The girl approached them enthusiastically. Hello, I'm Hongzhao. I thought I would be the only girl here. I'm so glad to see you. Long smiled at her before returning her gaze to the screen. Yuejian followed suit, noticing several lines of text had appeared on the screen. Amusement park attraction schedule. 8 o'clock pirate ship, 10 o'clock rapid river, 12 o'clock roller coaster, 1400 hours, spinning chairs, 1600 hours carousel, 1800 hours drop tower. Please attend on time. Please attend on time. Please attend on time. Yuejian's eyes lingered on the final line, the crimson font sending an unbidden chill down her spine. Beside her, Hongzhao cried out in dismay. No way. So many thrilling rides? A drop tower too? I'm terrified of heights. A burly man with a beard scoffed at her, casting a disdainful glance before striding into the darkness. Hongzhao fumed but restrained her voice, muttering, What a weirdo. So unreasonable. Long pulled Yuejian aside, whispering, Let's find a place to rest. We have to get up early tomorrow. Yuejian was filled with questions, yet observing the others, she chose to remain silent as Long led her away. Seeing this, Hongzhao quickly stepped forward, linking her arm with Yuejian's. Where are you going? Can I come along? I'm very clever and won't hold you back, I promise. Yuejian remained silent, while Long pondered briefly before agreeing. All right, let's go together. It's safer in numbers. Yuejian intended to ask Long about the situation, but with Hongzhao present, she could only quietly follow. Guided by Long, the trio found a dimly lit resting room, where they could barely discern the arrangement of furniture. Yuejian surveyed the tidy room, noting that the windows facing the amusement park were broken, stuck open. Thank you for letting me join you. By the way, I don't know your names yet, Hongzhao chimed, having approached them. Yuejian was about to speak, but Long had already introduced her. This is Long Yu, she indicated, then pointed to herself, and I'm Hien. Were you 2 good friends before? After they settled, Hongzhao asked with a smile. Long glanced at Yuejian and nodded. Yes, she's my best friend. Hongzhao seemed envious. That's wonderful. I once had a very good friend too, but since coming here, I haven't seen her again. By the way, how many fragments do you have? Yuejian did not grasp her meaning, opting to remain silent and listen. From their conversation, she began to piece together her current predicament. This was a legendary world. Since a certain day, tranquil lives had been disrupted as various legendary tales morphed into distinct realms, each resembling a perilous level filled with oddities. No one knew the cause of this transformation, but through relentless struggles for survival, individuals discovered that surviving in each realm granted them a puzzle piece. Thus, hope rekindled, and the truth behind the complete puzzle became the goal for all. Perhaps one day, upon gathering all the fragments, they could return to their original world. According to the two girls, the fragments were contained within the wristwatch. Yuejian glanced at her interface, finding it utterly empty save for a dark red border. Long Un, who had casually turned her head, noticed this, and her expression shifted momentarily before she resumed speaking with Hongzhao. They had arrived at this place at 9 in the evening, and after a couple of hours, the three gradually fell silent and drifted into sleep. The room's bed was too small for three. They could only lean against the wall in a row. Yuejian leaned in the corner, her consciousness fading as she succumbed to slumber. She suddenly heard faint sounds, akin to wheels rolling over the ground, accompanied by soft weeping. Instantly awake, she turned toward the window, observing a dim red glow, likely from the unextinguished lights and the large screen. She strained her ears, realizing that the noise was emanating from outside and had intensified compared to before. Longit and Hongzhao were both deep in sleep. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly rose and crept toward the window. Outside lay a dim red expanse. Illuminated by the electronic screen's glow, she glimpsed a procession crossing the amusement park's road. Chapter 2. The Pirate Ship. Leading the procession was a black hearse, adorned with white flowers, moving forward at a leisurely pace. The windows were open, revealing a dark figure within, though the light was too dim for her to discern any features, only vaguely recognizing it as a man. Trailing behind the hearse was an endless funeral procession. The mourners donned in mourning hats, their white robes trailing on the ground as they walked silently, resembling a line of drifting spirits. Despite the absence of wind outside, the garments of the mourners hung gently at their sides, while the ethereal banners fluttered and rustled in the air. Yuejian was taken aback by the eerie scene, her spine tingling with a chill. With trembling limbs, she clutched the window frame tightly, intending to call out to Longin, only to feel an icy gaze fixated upon her. She turned abruptly, and despite the considerable distance of several dozen meters, she distinctly perceived a pair of inky black eyes. Simultaneously, a deep voice echoed ominously in her ear. "There's still one seat available. Would you like to board?" Suddenly, she was jolted awake by a vigorous shaking. As she groggily opened her eyes, she found Long's worried face before her. "Why are you sleeping here?" At this, she glanced around and realized she had unknowingly fallen asleep on the floor. Upon noticing the open window, a sudden thought struck her, and she hastily scrambled up to look outside. The dawn had broken, revealing an expansive area devoid of any anomalies, save for various amusement rides. She turned her gaze back to the bed, where Hongzhao was still asleep. "What time is it?" Longin gestured towards her watch. "It's 7 o'clock. We have an hour before we need to board the pirate ship." The moment her eyes fell upon the watch face, she recollected the words she had seen upon their arrival the previous night. Lowering her voice, she inquired of Longin. Longin regarded her curiously and elucidated, "That is the name of this legend. It serves as a clue. Each legendary microcosm possesses a name. You have any leads?" Recalling the funeral procession, Yuejian nodded and then shook her head. Just as she was about to speak, Hongzhao yawned and sat up. "What time is it? Why is everyone awake?" The two exchanged a knowing glance and refrained from continuing their conversation. At 7:30, the trio departed the lounge, heading towards the area where the pirate ship was located. Yuejian followed Long, Un, and Hongzhao, her mind preoccupied with memories of the previous night, glancing frequently at her watch. For some unknown reason, after waking up, a white bubble had appeared in the upper right corner of her screen, immovable and unremovable. She contemplated asking Long, but saw the two engaged in lively conversation and chose not to interrupt. As they proceeded, they unknowingly arrived at their destination. Shortly thereafter, the remaining 4 members of their group appeared. Upon seeing the bearded man who had ridiculed her the previous night, Hongzhao scoffed and turned her head away. The bearded man appeared oblivious or simply disinterested, standing aside with his arms crossed. Yuejian averted her gaze, captivated by the ticket booth on stage, which was dark and boxy, resembling a coffin at first glance. The pirate ship nearby also seemed peculiar. It was not only smaller in size, but also had fewer seats. Only 4 rows with 7 seats, perfectly matching their number. As she pondered this, a cheerful announcement suddenly rang out. "Good morning, children. A new day begins. It is now 8 o'clock game time. Let's play joyfully together." With a click, the ticket booth beside them opened, and a man in a black suit emerged. Wearing sunglasses, he stood tall and straight, adorned with a white flower on his chest. He extended his hand, gesturing for them to proceed. The group exchanged glances, ultimately following his directive toward the steps. The man held a stack of black cards, presenting one to them that read, "Please select your seats and take your seats." One by one, they looked at the pirate ship. The bearded man was quick to react, being the first to ascend the stairs and occupy 3 seats on the right. Seeing this, the others began to move forward as well. Yuejian carefully observed all the seats, but found nothing unusual. She looked to Longin, who was pulling her toward the back row. "Let's sit in the back." Hong Zhao had intended to tug on Longin's arm, but Longin skillfully evaded her grasp, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, she quickly regained her composure and settled into the second row. Soon, all 7 were seated, and the man presented the second card. "Please confirm your seats and fasten your seatbelts." Once everyone complied, he displayed the third card. "The pirate ship will commence in 10 seconds. Enjoy your ride." He then stepped aside, standing quietly with his hands clasped. Yuejian gazed at the man's sunglasses, and for some reason, the image of the funeral procession and the driver from the hearse resurfaced in her mind. Although she had not seen the driver's face clearly, those inky black eyes lingered in her memory. What a coincidence that this man wore sunglasses as well. While she pondered this, the pirate ship had already started moving. As her body swayed gently forward, her attention was finally drawn back to the present. The ship lacked safety bars and any emergency equipment, with aisles on either side measuring 20 to 30 centimeters wide, inducing a sense of insecurity. She clutched the edge of her seat tightly, feeling an inexplicable tension and unease rising within her. Suddenly, the cheerful announcement blared again. It was the same joyous voice, yet it spoke strange words. "The weather is not very good today. Children, please take precautions while playing to avoid getting wet." Yuejian looked up at the sky. Although it was overcast, it hardly seemed likely to rain. As she contemplated this, a sudden jolt of descent sent a chilling sensation across her face, akin to being splashed with water. Simultaneously, something struck the ground and rolled back and forth along the aisle beside her seat. Instinctively, she raised her hand to wipe her face, and when she lowered it, she was met with a vivid splash of red. The object rolled to Longin's feet, and, as Yuejian glanced down, she locked eyes with a pair of ashen gray ones. Those eyes had lost all vitality, embedded in a bloodied head that bobbed up and down with the movements of the pirate ship, leaving a gruesome trail of crimson in its wake. The ship fell into a profound silence. The only sounds were the ship's operation and the eerie, gurgling noise. After another sharp plunge, a scream erupted from the second row, belonging to Hong Zhao, and the deceased was none other than the solitary man seated before her. Yuejian recalled his appearance not long ago, tall and lanky, hunched and timid, and now, through the gap ahead, she could distinctly see the grotesque severed neck, crimson and mangled. Yeah. Longin grasped her hand, quietly asking, "Are you all right? You look pale." She turned her head, forcing a smile at Longin. "I'm fine." Longin regarded her with a complex expression, but did not speak further. Time passed, and accompanied by the cheerful announcement, the pirate ship gradually came to a halt. "Children, the 8 o'clock game time is over. Did everyone have fun? Next is free time. You may roam freely until we meet again at 10. Chapter 3. There is still 1 seat available." As Yuejian descended the stairs, her legs felt somewhat weak. She glanced towards the ticket booth nearby, where the man in the black suit still stood. After they all disembarked, he approached and presented a card. "The dining area is now open. Please proceed according to the map." Once he confirmed that everyone understood, he tucked the card away and turned back toward the pirate ship. He unfastened his seatbelt and picked up the head from the ground, shoving it haphazardly into the clothing of the corpse, then dragged the headless body towards the ticket booth. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the booth door was half ajar, yet they could not discern what lay within. The darkness loomed like a lurking beast, patiently awaiting its prey. Having witnessed such a gruesome spectacle, it was evident that none felt inclined to eat, yet the bearded man and a man with long hair still made their way toward the dining area. The state of Hong Zhao was quite poor, her mind solely occupied with the desire to return and rest. Tentatively, she inquired if Longan could escort her back. Longan appeared somewhat troubled, suggesting, "Shall we first visit the dining area? There are still numerous activities ahead. At least we should eat something." Disappointment washed over Hong Zhao, yet she was too weary to protest further and ultimately forced herself to walk back. Observing her retreating figure, he inadvertently remarked, "You seem to be quite wary of her." That Longan chuckled lightly. "It's not our first time facing challenges. Her enthusiasm is somewhat excessive, making it difficult for me not to be cautious." Yuejian remained silent, gazing at her, lost in thought. From their initial encounter, she sensed a peculiar strangeness about this person before her. She recalled saying, "We have been placed together again." Again, had they traversed other legendary worlds together in the past? Yet, why did she possess no recollection of it? In her last memory, she lay in a hospital due to food poisoning, and it had been over 6 months since her last meeting with Longan. Could it be related to events during that time? Yet, they had been engaged in sporadic conversation just the day prior. Was the Longan on the screen the same as the one standing before her? At this juncture, she found it hard to believe that Longan had not noticed her oddity, but she chose to remain silent and assist herself quietly. This manner of handling situations mirrored that of the person in her memories that in. She asked, somewhat dazed, "Do you recall the jar we buried together? If we can leave this place, let us go and dig it up." Longan paused, a flicker of light appearing in her eyes, yet she quickly responded with a smile, "Very well, let us dig together." If they truly managed to escape this place. Following the map's guidance, the two arrived at a dining hall resembling a school cafeteria, which was eerily empty, with only one window open and a sparse selection of food. Yuejian lost interest after a mere glance. It was evident that Longan also lacked appetite. Their purpose here seemed to be merely to find a space to converse. "Brother, your appetite is quite impressive. Aren't you afraid of losing your meal after such thrilling activities ahead?" A long-haired man called out to a bearded companion nearby. The bearded man snorted. "How can one muster the energy to face challenges without a full stomach? These trivial matters are nothing to be afraid of. Stop behaving like a frightened woman." Yuejian instinctively frowned while Longan diverted her gaze, calmly stating, "Ignore him. Let us discuss the matter at hand." "How did he die?" Yuejian shook her head. "I was distracted and did not pay attention to the situation in front." Longan reflected for a moment. "I saw it, but did not notice anything unusual." His head fell unexpectedly. "Did you observe the wound on his neck?" It was neither smooth nor resembling a tear. It was in essence quite peculiar. Yuejian had not dared to look closely at the time, but upon hearing Longan's words, she sighed. "It is unfortunate that the body has been removed. Otherwise, we could have examined it once more." When they departed, they noticed a man in a black suit carrying a mop and bucket, and by now, the scene had likely been thoroughly cleaned. "The body is not what matters most." Longan regarded her, tapping the screen of her watch lightly. "Do you remember the name of this world? There is an empty seat, which leads me to believe the issue lies with the seating arrangement." Yuejian quickly grasped the implication. Could this empty seat refer to his position? With the death of a person, the seat naturally became vacant. The thought sent a shiver down Yuejian's spine. There were still 5 more activities, and if each resulted in a death, leaving an empty seat, ultimately, only one among them would survive. Or not be overly concerned. Noticing her pallid complexion, Longan softly reassured, "As long as we can swiftly find a solution, there is no need for so many lives to be lost." Yuejian managed a faint smile, taking several deep breaths to calm herself as she meticulously recalled everything from before boarding. "I observed those seats. They appeared no different from one another. If the differences were visible to the naked eye, this challenge would hold no significance. Should we return for another look? That seems reasonable." Upon their return, the man had vanished, and the pirate ship appeared as it had when they first arrived, devoid of even a trace of blood. They examined the area multiple times, nearly appending the seats. Yet regrettably, they found nothing that if the mechanism of death was random, relying solely on chance, might the next victim be one of them? With this thought, Yuejian murmured, "We cannot refuse to engage in these activities, can we?" Long turned, casting her a vague glance. "We cannot." She sighed, glancing at her watch. "It is past 9. Soon. They would need to participate in the next event." "Earlier, you mentioned having some insights?" Longan suddenly inquired, realizing Yuejian recounted in detail her observations from the previous night. After listening, Longan fell into contemplation, the funeral procession. But what relevance does it hold to the amusement activities? Yuejian shook her head. "I am uncertain of their connection, yet the scene from last night reminded me of a legend." "What legend?" "The Phantom Coachman." Chapter 4: The Phantom Coachman. Dreams of warning and nightmares. Realized supernatural legends often intertwine, as evidenced by the popular tales of the 1940s and 50s, which have been depicted in various films and dramas. Among these narratives is the classic motif referred to by folklorists as the Phantom Coachman. The protagonist typically encounters a vehicle in their dreams, sometimes a hearse, at other times a crowded bus or a taxi, wherein the driver poses the question, "There is one more seat available. Would you like to board?" Occasionally, the narrative shifts, transforming into a cautionary dream, yet the presence of a ghostly coachman remains constant. In the best-selling work of Bennett Cerf, a similar extended story unfolds, recounted by a middle-aged woman who shared a true dream connected to a significant event. Here is the account she relayed to me. "One night, a friend of mine in New York experienced a horrifying dream. She envisioned herself in the bustling heart of New York City when she suddenly noticed a funeral procession passing by. It was the longest funeral procession she had ever witnessed, and she particularly noted the driver of the hearse, a tall man with distinct features, sitting upright in the driver's seat. The following morning, while preparing to shop in town, the image of the driver resurfaced vividly in her mind as she recalled the dream. Even while shopping, she found herself thinking of him. Upon entering a department store and approaching the elevator, she noticed the operator, a tall man with sharp features, strikingly resembling the man from her dream. Startled, she hastily exited the elevator just as the doors began to close. When the elevator reached the 3rd floor, a piercing sound was heard, followed by a great crash. The elevator plummeted, and there were no survivors. According to legend, the driver from the dream manifests in reality, coinciding with an unfortunate accident, often attributed to the elevator operator. Consequently, this tale is sometimes referred to as "There is still an empty seat." I cannot recall all the intricate details, but the funeral procession, the driver, and the names of the locations were all the same. This world seems to be a distorted version of the Phantom Coachman. After listening to her narrative, Longan gazed at her with a complex expression for a long moment before exclaiming, "Indeed, you have a penchant for delving into these peculiar matters, even being aware of foreign accounts." Yuejian sighed, acknowledging that even with knowledge of the legend's origins, the conditions of death remained unclear. Longan glanced at her watch. It was nearly 9:30. "Shall we first investigate the seats on a rapids ride? We might discover something." Yuejian looked toward the nearby carousel, the attraction they intended to enjoy that afternoon. Based on her assumptions, there should only be 4 seats available, yet upon observation, the number of seats appeared quite normal. "Let's proceed there," she suggested. Following her gaze, Longan also spotted the carousel. They rose to head in that direction, but before they could approach, an invisible force halted them in their tracks. It seemed that they could not get close before the opening hours. Longan patted her shoulder. "We can return in the afternoon." Reluctantly, Yuejian followed her away. Along the way, she inquired about the bubbles on her watch screen, surprising Longan, who explained, "This is akin to a game buff, obtainable under certain conditions. Your luck is quite fortunate." According to Longan, buffs function like passive skills, with hidden data that sometimes depletes without revealing their specific effects. As she concluded, she cautioned Yuejian, "Do not let anything slip when we go over. It is perilous. You might find yourself thrust into the role of a test subject at any moment." Yuejian took note, though she could not comprehend the origins of this phenomenon. She felt it better to possess it than to be without it, for it might prove invaluable at a critical juncture. They arrived at the project area at 9:40, where 3 men stood by the railing. Upon their arrival, the trio displayed varied reactions. The bearded man and the long-haired man had evidently teamed up, standing together and murmuring amongst themselves, showing little reaction to the 2 newcomers. The third man, with dry yellow hair and dark circles around his eyes, appeared more amiable, even smiling at them. A green boat sat idle on the slide, with only 3 rows of 6 seats available. Yuejian attempted to approach, but was once again obstructed by an invisible force. It seems we must wait for the staff to arrive before we can board. A voice emerged from beside them, and they turned to see the solitary man. Hello, I am Lumu. After exchanging greetings, Long and engaged him in conversation, while Yuejian scanned her surroundings and noticed a black ticket booth to the left of the exit. She recalled seeing a similar booth next to the carousel earlier. Could the death mechanism be related to these booths? She pondered, observing the green boat once more. The booth was positioned to the left front of the boat, by distance. The left seat in the first row was the closest. But could it truly be so simple? As she contemplated, time slipped away, and at 9:55, Hongzhao finally appeared. Upon seeing the group, she seemed momentarily taken aback, but quickly brightened, approaching Long and embracing her arm warmly. What are you all discussing? The pirate ship. Long replied, seamlessly transitioning to inquire about the previous incident. Her face paled visibly, yet she managed to respond, I did not notice anything unusual. It was so sudden when his head just fell off. Long offered a few words of comfort before turning back to converse with the men. Having only participated in the first attraction, everyone was still uncertain, but their goal had become clear, to uncover the death mechanism and ensure their survival as the last standing. Good morning, children. It is now 10 o'clock. Are you ready for the game? The new game is about to begin. A familiar figure emerged from the ticket booth, draped in several disposable raincoats over his arm. He approached the crowd, presenting a card and instructing everyone to orderly collect and don the raincoats. Once they complied, he stepped forward to open the railing and displayed a second card, instructing them to select their seats and take their places. The bearded man rushed to the forefront, opting for the second seat in the middle row, while the long-haired man sat beside him. Long guided Yuejian to sit in the last row, with Lumu and Hongzhao occupying the front row. Thus, their seating arrangement mirrored that of the morning. After everyone was seated, the man in the black suit presented the same cards as in the morning, then stepped aside. Yuejian tightened her grip on the raincoat, feeling a surge of unease, while Long grasped her hand in silent reassurance. In the final seconds before initiation, she instinctively gazed once more at the left seat in the front row, where Lu Mu was seated. Would it be him this time? Chapter 5, Seating. As the green boat quivered beneath them, they commenced their journey down the slide. After a suspenseful descent, the green boat was poised to plunge. She clutched the edge of her seat tightly, the overwhelming sensation of weightlessness causing her vision to blur. In that moment, it felt as though something sliced through the air, like a sword grazing her temple. She raised her hand, feeling a sharp sting at her brow, and in the next instant, a deluge of water cascaded down, leaving behind a spattering of crimson. Her pupils dilated as she beheld a slender iron rod, now deeply embedded in the back of the long-haired man's skull, its tip mere centimeters from her forehead. In that fleeting moment, she could not discern whether the substance drenching her was water or cold sweat. Had she moved forward even a fraction more, her life would have been forfeit. As the green boat came to a halt, the ground was stained crimson. The bearded man turned to witness this scene, his expression shifting dramatically. He reached out to check the breath of the long-haired man, confirming his lifeless state, and promptly rose to his feet. What is happening? He demanded, casting a stern gaze at the remaining individuals. The woman in the front row merely glanced back before huddling tightly into her seat. Lu Mu responded coldly. Are you asking us? Aren't you the one who sat closest to him? Upon hearing this, the bearded man directed his attention to Yuejian, noting that the fatal object had been driven into the back of the man's head. You were seated behind him. Did you see what transpired? Yuejian shook her head in silence, refraining from speaking. The bearded man was about to inquire further when Long had already taken her hand, urging her to stand. Rather than questioning us, it would be more prudent to examine what this object is and where it originated. Upon hearing this, the bearded man yanked the iron rod from the man's body, inspecting it closely. Blood streamed from the long-haired man's head, mingling with the water that dripped down. Everyone disembarked from the boat, and noticing the pallor on the woman's face, Long extended a helping hand. Thank you. She steadied herself, taking several deep breaths to regain her composure. I have witnessed such scenes before, yet I cannot help but feel overwhelmed with fear. Longan observed her for a moment without responding. The bearded man, after scrutinizing the iron rod for some time without any discoveries, slammed it to the ground in frustration. Where on earth did this cursed object come from? What kind of wretched world is this? We don't even know how he died. And now we're left to ponder how we will survive. The group fell into silence. Relying solely on luck, none dared to guarantee their survival. With the long-haired man's demise deemed an accident, further examination of the seat was unnecessary. Their attempts at communication led nowhere, and ultimately, they dispersed. As Yuejian turned back before exiting, she spotted the man in the black suit emerging from the opposite side, carrying a mop and bucket, evidently there to clean up the scene. It was as if he sensed her gaze. He lifted his head slightly, the dark sunglasses obscuring his eyes. Yet Yuejian felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. It was a chill that penetrated to her core. The disposable raincoats failed to shield them entirely from the splashes of water, leaving both Yuejian and Long's clothes damp. The woman in red followed closely behind, tearing at her raincoat in a fit of distress, appearing somewhat unhinged as she muttered incessantly, unknowingly creating distance between herself and the other two. I initially believed that the mechanism of death was related to the position of that man. In the midst of the silence, Longyan's voice broke through softly, but it seems that is not the case. Yuejian sighed. I thought it might be connected to the ticket booth. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the bitterness etched on each other's faces. However, their hypothesis regarding the seating arrangement appeared to hold merit. There were only 6 seats this time. Longyan took a deep breath, rallying her spirits. We have just over an hour. Let us contemplate any clues we may have overlooked. Yet, despite their efforts, even after spending over an hour lurking near the roller coaster starting point, they yielded no results, watching helplessly as time slipped away. At midnight, the group reconvened. On the roller coaster, there were 5 seats, matching the number of individuals present, and by now, even the slowest among them could discern the underlying pattern. The bearded man stood closest, casting a brooding gaze upon the others, clearly intent on being the first to choose a seat. The man in the black suit emerged from the ticket booth, methodically presenting them with cards. As the selection process began, the bearded man hesitated. He had previously occupied a central position, but the long-haired man's death had made him wary of the middle seat's safety. Seeing him stalled in indecision, Lumu suddenly mused aloud. Do you think that seats where someone has already died might be safer? Upon hearing this, their gazes gravitated toward the solitary seat in the front row. The bearded man's expression hardened. He was about to step forward when the woman in red trembled and questioned, but that seat is so conspicuous. Could it be inherently problematic? The bearded man halted, casting a dark look at Lumu. If you believe it to be safe, why don't you take the front row? Lumu stared silently at the seat, and after a moment, he chuckled. If that's the case, then I shall sit there. As he moved to advance, the bearded man abruptly shoved him aside and took the seat for himself, smirking at Lumu. You figured something out, Haven to you? This seat must be safe. I'm claiming it. Lumu shrugged nonchalantly, making his way to the second row. Suit yourself. The bearded man's uncertainty flickered, but as the other 3 had already taken their seats, he resigned himself to the situation and began fastening his safety belt. As Yuejian secured her own belt, she stole glances at the man in black. His attire remained unchanged, the blood-stained garments and gloves as pristine as before. He wore a watch. Unlike theirs, a mechanical timepiece rather than a digital one. Once all the safety belts were fastened, the man in black presented the final card. Just as he was about to withdraw, Yuejian suddenly called out, Wait a moment. Chapter 6. When the man in black paused, turning to face her. She offered a slight smile and inquired, Are you unable to speak? Or do you simply choose not to? The man tilted his head, offering no response. She refrained from pressing further, redirecting her gaze and settling into her seat in preparation for departure. The man stepped back 2 paces, standing quietly beside them, his hands once again crossed before him, the stark white of his shirt glaring against the darkness. As the roller coaster began its ascent, Longyan grasped Yuejian's hand, silently inquiring with her eyes. Yuejian shook her head, gesturing toward her wrist. Longyan appeared puzzled, but the roller coaster had already commenced. the rushing wind swiftly engulfing them, leaving no room for further contemplation as their hearts raced with the motion of the ride. Who would it be this time? 5 minutes later, at the end of the track, the woman in red was the first to leap up and rush out, collapsing on the roadside and retching in agony. The sound jolted Yuejian, causing her stomach to churn in sympathy. Long and reached out, gently patting her back while feeling perplexed by the unusual stillness throughout the ride. What happened? There was no movement at all this time? As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Lu Mu ahead. Are you all right? Lu Mu and the bearded man remained stiffly seated, resembling lifeless statues. Long and paused, her arm slowly lowering as she exchanged a glance with Yuejian, then cautiously extended her hand forward. Suddenly, the person in front of them sprang to life, causing the seats to creak loudly and startling both women. Long reacted swiftly, pulling Yuejian away as they fled the roller coaster, standing side by side, breathless as they stared at the figure. Lu Mu turned, his face ashen, eyes wide and vacant, resembling a zombie. After staring at them for what felt like an eternity, he managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. Damn it, this wretched ride made me sick. As he hurried to the side to vomit, Yuejian's attention shifted to the last man. The bearded man remained quietly seated, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. Had he perished? Yuejian tentatively inquired. Is he dead? Long patted her hand, taking a few steps closer. With a gentle push, the man shattered completely, as if cleaved into countless fragments by a sharp blade. That once towering form swiftly disintegrated into a heap of flesh. Even the bones shattered in perfect alignment. Long staggered back several paces, her face betraying an unusual fear. After finally regaining her composure, Hong Zhao, upon witnessing this scene, was again struck by terror, her legs giving way beneath her as she collapsed to the ground. Having seemingly reached the brink of despair, she could no longer contain her sobs, exclaiming, I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to die so miserably. Yuejian, coming back to her senses, turned to Long In, only to find her staring at something behind her with an indescribable gaze. A sudden chill gripped her heart as she slowly turned around, meeting the gaze of a shadowy figure. The man in black stood just a few paces away, dragging a large black garbage bin behind him. He tilted his head slightly, seemingly observing the deceased bearded man, yet for some inexplicable reason, Yuejian felt as though those eyes behind the sunglasses were secretly scrutinizing her. Ding dong! The sudden broadcast startled them all, and the ensuing message left them exchanging anxious glances. Children, the morning game time has come to an end. Did you all have fun? Please take a good rest, as we will introduce an entirely new gameplay in the afternoon. Stay tuned. Hearing this, Lu Mu, momentarily forgetting his nausea, stepped forward to say something, but upon seeing the man in black, he swallowed his words. The man appeared oblivious to Lu Mu, proceeding to unbuckle the bearded man's safety harness and began to clear the scene. Well, had he arrived? Yuejian approached Long, and her voice a low whisper laced with barely perceptible tremors. Long shook her head, uncertain. He was just there when I looked up. Lu Mu, having just caught this exchange, wore an expression more sorrowful than tears. We are about to begin the 4th round, yet we haven't even grasped the death mechanism. This level is far too cruel. Yuejian's gaze fell on the man in black, who was now tossing a severed hand into the garbage bin. Sensing her stare, he paused momentarily, slowly turning his head. Beneath the sunglasses, the corners of his mouth curled into a taunting smile directed at her. Yuejian felt a sudden weight in her heart. The man seemed to be conveying that even if they unraveled the mystery, it would change nothing. With the game rules altered, they would still face a deadlock. At 12:30, the 4 of them sat in a circle in the dining hall. After an indeterminate silence, Lu Mu finally broke the stillness. We all understand the current situation. If anyone has thoughts to share, please do. Although Hong Zhao had ceased crying, her condition remained poor. It was evident her physical and mental endurance had reached its limits, leaving her in a daze, completely disengaged from their conversation. What do you think caused his death? Lu Mu inquired again, noticing the silence. Long glanced at him, about to respond, when Yuejian interjected, it was the wind. Lu Mu paused, bewildered. What do you mean? The wind killed them. The unexpected beheadings, the shattered bodies, and the strange iron rod along the path hinted at a mysterious force lurking nearby, waiting to strike. In that instant, she recalled the haunting sound of the spirit banner from the previous night. It was not merely her imagination. There truly was an invisible creature present. Lu Mu regarded her, hesitating to speak. Long tugged at her. He wasn't asking about that. He wanted to know about the death mechanism. Yuejian shook her head. The broadcast mentioned a new gameplay. Discussing this now would be futile. Lu Mu, growing increasingly agitated, ran his fingers through his hair. Are we just going to wait to die? Yuejian's gaze fell on his wrist. That bracelet of yours is quite lovely. What material is it made of? Lu Mu blinked in surprise, glancing at the string of black beads. Oh, this is obsidian, very inexpensive. I bought it to wear for fun, but after the world changed, it has become a keepsake. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Yuejian nodded, falling silent once more. After another half-hour of silence, as time ticked past the hour, Lu Mu could no longer sit still. He rose first, suggesting they find a place to rest. If we keep this tension, I might go mad before I even die. Shortly after he left, Hong Zhao finally regained her composure, struggling to stand. I wanted to lie down for a bit. I'm leaving. Once Hong Zhao exited, only the two of them remained in the dining hall. Long questioned, have you discovered something? Chapter 7. New gameplay. Yuejian nodded. Let's discuss the mechanisms first. Did you notice the watch that man was wearing? Long pondered for a moment. It seemed like a mechanical watch. Is there an issue with it? Yuejian replied solemnly. The second hand on that watch is peculiar. She had inadvertently noticed it when the man presented the last card. She saw that the second hand was rotating counterclockwise. To confirm her observation, she had deliberately stopped the man to speak. Consider this. From the first project until now, whenever he stands, aren't his hands always overlapping? I suspect the direction indicated by the second hand corresponds to the seat where the incident occurred. Long nodded thoughtfully. I hadn't noticed that. However, I did observe something else. One of the cards he held seems to have never been shown to us. What do you mean? I believe that card contains some hidden rules or taboos. But how do we obtain that card? It seems unrealistic to just grab it. Yuejian recalled the man's provoking smile. Continuing, I have a feeling that the new gameplay this afternoon will be even more perilous. Long wholeheartedly agreed. The creatures in this little world seem intent on exterminating us all. Acquiring that card is indeed a challenge. And we remain unaware of the exact nature of the new gameplay. Yuejian nodded in agreement. The two exchanged a glance, both sighing in unison. Now, let us discuss another matter. She surveyed the surroundings. Though no one was present, she instinctively lowered her voice. Lu Mu and Hong Zhao might know each other. At this revelation, Long En's expression shifted to one of intrigue as she stared at Yuejian for a long moment before breaking into a laugh. You just realized this? Yuejian, astonished, replied, You knew all along? Long nodded nonchalantly. Did you think I engaged in so much conversation with them for no reason? Their glances and tone of voice when speaking behind others' backs were quite telling. Yuejian was taken aback. Then why didn't you tell me? Long shrugged. I want to see just how oblivious you could be. Don't be disheartened. At least you finally noticed that his bracelet is unusual. Yuejian sighed. I merely happened to see that Hong Zhao concealed a similar bracelet. Luck is a form of strength. Long consoled her. But I wonder what they are scheming by pretending not to know one another. The two deliberated on this topic for quite some time. Yet their conversation gradually veered off course, ultimately circling back to the game. Long rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Yuejian with a look of sorrow. I never expected that after our rare reunion, we would encounter such a troublesome map. Yuejian, curious, asked, What were the other maps you encountered like? Long's spirits lifted instantly. Oh, there were many. Let me tell you. Yuejian listened quietly as she vividly described her experiences, her expression softening unconsciously. Though she was uncertain of the circumstances surrounding them and the essence of Long, and she was assured that this was indeed Long, and the one who had grown alongside her for over a decade. Even in their current peculiar predicament, shrouded in mysteries, she would continue to trust her, just as she trusted herself. At 1:50 p.m., the group gathered in the swivel chair area, only to find that the previously normal number of seats had dwindled to just 2. They exchanged glances at the scattered chairs, each displaying a different expression. What is going on? Lu Mu asked hesitantly. Why are there only 2 seats? Longin's face grew somber. It must be related to the new gameplay. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Yuejian suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The game in the afternoon was likely not as straightforward as it seemed. And with only 2 seats available, she could only conceive of a choice between 2 options. For a full 10 minutes, the atmosphere was steeped in silence, as everyone was rendered dazed by this unexpected turn of events. It was not until the announcement echoed once more that they were jolted back to reality. Good afternoon, children. We meet again. It is now 2 o'clock, game time. Are you all prepared? In this new project, we will conduct the games in a more equitable and liberated manner, granting the children greater opportunities for choice. Without further ado, let us commence. The man in black opened the booth door and approached them, holding a stack of tricolor cards. White, red, and black. The white card served as a guide, which he presented to the crowd, instructing them to determine the order of drawing cards for themselves. The group exchanged glances, unsure of how long they remained silent, until Lu Mu tentatively suggested, "Shall we decide by palm up or down?" The others readily agreed, and soon they established the order. Hongzhao first, Longin second, Lu Mu third, and Yuejian last. Observing this, the man in black revealed the second card, requesting them to draw black cards in the established order. Once he confirmed that they had all seen clearly, he distributed the black cards before them. Quickly, all 4 drew their cards, and Yuejian discovered the number inscribed on hers. She had drawn a 4, while Long had drawn a 3. Before they could fully react, the man in black flipped over the third card, which bore small print stating, "Black card, order of participation in the game." Note: the first guest must adhere to the schedule. Other guests must take their positions within 5 minutes after the previous game concludes, or they will be deemed absent. What does this mean? Hongzhao finally regained some semblance of logic and hesitantly inquired, glancing at her card. Lu Mu let out a bitter laugh. What else could it mean? We must participate in the games in order. One finishes before the next begins. While this sounded promising, granting them the autonomy of choice and even a chance at survival, the probability of all 3 of them selecting safe seats consecutively, assuming each game had only 2 seats, was a mere 18. The more likely scenario was that they, who could have survived one, would all perish here. Contemplating this, their expressions grew grim. The man in black, seemingly unfazed, continued to present the next card. Red card, order of game projects. Before each game round begins, guests must draw project cards according to the black card order and participate in the corresponding game. The first guest, please step forward to draw a red card and select a seat within 3 minutes. The facility will commence operation 10 seconds after seating. Please pay attention to safety. Lu Mu, having drawn the number 1, sighed heavily, his face etched with bitterness as he stepped forward, forcing a smile at the others. I'll set an example for you all. Let us hope for the best. With slight hesitation, he drew the second red card, which read, Carousel. Chapter 8, the tricolor cards. He exhaled in relief and cautiously asked the man in black, "Shall we proceed now?" The man tilted his head, and in an instant, the surroundings transformed rapidly, until they found themselves in the carousel area. Lu Mu was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, turning to observe the 2 available seats, one on a horse and the other on a pig. As Lu Mu hesitated, Yuejian covertly glanced at the man's wrist, only to be astonished to find that the second hand of the clock was moving normally. Before she could ponder this further, the man suddenly turned his head, directing his sunglasses towards her. Her heart raced, yet she did not shy away, maintaining her gaze on the reflective surface. Just as Lu Mu resolved to approach, the man casually turned back. Moments later, the carousel began to operate slowly, and this time, the second hand did not reverse. Filled with confusion and anxiety, she fixated on the carousel, closely monitoring Lu Mu's every move. Due to her heightened tension, she failed to notice Long and subtly edging closer to the man in black. Yet he was aware. He tilted his head, his sunglasses aimed at Longan, but made no move. Longan approached him nonchalantly, glancing at the stack of cards in his hand, and after a brief moment, she asked, "Could you show me the hint card from earlier? I forgot what time it indicated." Yuejian was startled by her boldness and instinctively shifted her focus. After a moment of silence, the man in black surprisingly handed a few white cards to her, though he still clutched the final card. Long examined all the cards with a serious demeanor, flipping through them several times before returning them with a smile. However, just as he reached out to take them, she curiously inquired, "What about this card? May I see it?" The man abruptly snatched the card away, his shoulders trembling slightly, seemingly infuriated. Witnessing this, Yuejian felt astonished. It was the first time they had seen him exhibit such a strong reaction. Long had stepped back, smiling mildly. "I was merely asking, if not, then so be it." With that, she disregarded the man in black and walked a few steps to stand beside Yuejian. Red Dates appeared dazed, lost in thought, standing in place with dull eyes, as if on the verge of fainting. Yuejian grasped Long An's arm, whispering, "Why did you approach him so directly?" Long shrugged, "Just trying it out. What if he's simply obliged?" Yuejian, feeling helpless, recounted the earlier events, and Long pondered thoughtfully, "Let us wait and see. If it's not directional guidance, perhaps it holds another meaning." As they conversed, the carousel had already come to a halt, and when Lu Mu stepped down, his face was pale and his legs trembled. He had made the correct choice, successfully avoiding the death seat. The man in black expressionlessly turned and continued the process, inviting the second guest to draw a red card. Red Dates were less fortunate, drawing one of the thrilling projects she feared, the spinning chair. Reluctantly, she gritted her teeth and approached to select a seat. Fortunately, she also guessed correctly, stumbling away from her seat minutes later, disoriented and dashing towards the side. The third to draw was Long An, and she too selected the spinning chair. Observing this, Lu Mu leaned in and whispered, "Earlier she chose the left seat. Could it be that the right one is safe this time?" They all understood that safety seats were not fixed, otherwise in the same project. They could simply follow the previous person's choice to evade risk and survive, which was far too simplistic. Long glanced at the man in black. Given the short time frame, she had no way to obtain the card, so she merely squeezed Yuejian's hand reassuringly before approaching the two seats. After some hesitation, she ultimately chose the right seat. At the moment she settled in, Yuejian noticed the second hand on the man's watch tick once, then begin to rotate counterclockwise. In a flash, a terrifying thought struck her mind, prompting her to disregard everything else as she nearly screamed at Long and "Quick! Switch seats!" Long and reacted swiftly. The moment her words left her lips, she leapt from her seat and dashed across to the opposite side. Yuejian anxiously watched her figure, silently counting down the seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The instant Long occupied that seat, the facility commenced operation, and simultaneously, the second hand returned to its normal trajectory. Yuejian exhaled deeply, drenched in cold sweat. She had miscalculated. The second hand's anomaly was unrelated to the accident seat, but was a countdown to death. She was uncertain of the consequences if the game had started and Long had not seated in time, but she knew it would spell disaster. Thankfully, Long had made it just in time. Unbeknownst to her, the man in black had turned around, facing Yuejian, who stood quietly, her lips pressed downwards, clearly in a wretched mood. Yuejian was too preoccupied to pay him any mind, her gaze fixated on Long and suspended in midair, oblivious to Lu Mu's words beside her. She had never felt 5 minutes drag on as interminably as they did now, so long that even breathing began to feel arduous. At last, the machine gradually decelerated and began its descent. She dashed forward, and upon seeing Long rise with the support of the rope, her legs weakened, almost collapsing to the ground. Long shook his head, approached her, and helped her up, his face a portrait of lingering dread. "Yuejian, it was so close. I could have died." At the sound of these words, Yuejian nearly burst into tears, taking several deep breaths before managing a forced smile, her eyes reddening. "Thankfully, you survived. You're alive." She quickly recounted the earlier events, and Long nodded earnestly, assuring her, "Rest easy. I will be vigilant." As they returned to the open area, Lu Mu approached, concern etched across his face. "I saw you nearly fall earlier. Are you all right?" Yuejian shook her head, remaining silent. "It's a relief you're both fine, but how did you think to have her switch seats at the last moment?" That was remarkably timely. Chapter 9. Interference under his eager gaze. Yuejian forced herself to respond, "I'm not entirely certain. Let us wait until I finish the game, and if I survive, I'll elaborate." This statement was not a lie. Indeed, she was uncertain, yet it was clear Lu Mu had a different impression. However, he refrained from pressing further, merely offering her a few encouraging words before discreetly stepping aside. Yuejian turned her attention back to the man in black, inhaling deeply before drawing a card. Her fortune was ambiguous. She drew the free-fall ride immediately. After the scene transitioned, 2 seats appeared ahead, complete with safety gear. If fully secured, 10 seconds would undoubtedly be insufficient for a seat change. Left or right? This posed a life-or-death dilemma. She hesitated for a moment before finally walking to the left. As she seated herself, she glanced up at Long, who shook his head in disapproval. Just as she began to feel relieved, she noticed a faint, peculiar smile tugging at the corners of the man in black's mouth. Simultaneously, a sudden chill swept across her neck, akin to a blade slicing through skin, causing her to shiver involuntarily. A wave of cold washed over her. She should have trusted Long, but for reasons unknown. A powerful instinct surged within her. This seat was dangerous. She could not sit here, absolutely not. In the final 3 seconds, she instinctively acted on that thought, switching seats. And as the machine ascended, she swiftly pulled down the armrest and secured her seatbelt. Only after completing these actions did she realize her heart was racing terrifyingly fast. Below, Long's alarmed expression faded into the distance, her mind muddled, rendering her unable to think clearly. She gripped the armrest tightly, her breathing becoming increasingly frantic. What had just transpired? What was that behind her neck? Was it that invisible wind? But why had it appeared? It seemed to deliberately reveal its presence, indicating that seat was perilous. When the machine finally halted, she found herself being supported down by Long and held her arm tightly. His expression a complex blend of worry, fear, shock, confusion, and guilt. "Are you all right?" he asked cautiously, as Yuejian's eyes slowly focused. She could no longer contain her tears, exclaiming, "I'm so sorry, Yuejian. I really didn't see the second-hand reverse. I don't understand why the seat behind you was the safe one." Upon hearing this, Yuejian suddenly recalled something and glanced at her smartwatch, her body trembling uncontrollably. Taking several deep breaths, she barely managed to calm herself, whispering with a cold laugh, "I know why." Just as Long was about to inquire further, Lu Mu and Hong Zhao approached, and she fell silent, diverting her attention to their concern. Understanding her reluctance to speak, Long quickly took over the conversation, engaging in small talk with them. When she found a moment of respite, she turned back to the man in black, only to see him shake off his earlier displeasure. Appearing significantly more relaxed, meeting Yuejian's gaze, he offered a slight, smug smile. The first round of the game concluded shortly after 2:40, and after informing the group of the next gathering point, the man in black leisurely returned to the ticket booth. When Lu Mu inquired again about their seat switch, they no longer withheld the truth, sharing their speculations about the second hand. Long, still shaken, remarked how fortunate it was that Yuejian had switched seats. Otherwise, they would likely be in dire straits now. She paused, then added earnestly, "Initially, we believed our theory to be correct, but given Yuejian's near mishap, it's best you all exercise caution." After this, she cited the need for rest and helped Yuejian away. They opted for a nearby restaurant, and as soon as Yuejian sat down, she firmly grasped Long's arm, her voice cold. "The buff has disappeared." Long quickly grasped the implication, her face a mask of surprise. "The buff is gone?" "Yes," Yuejian replied, suppressing her anger. "In those final seconds, he intentionally misled me into switching seats, leaving me no time to think. Now, in retrospect, that seat I was in before was likely the safe one. This meant that the buff's purpose was to negate one danger, and he had deliberately tricked her into wasting it." Yuejian nodded, replaying the earlier sensations in her mind. Even now, she was uncertain whether that instinct was her own reflex or the result of some external interference. "Don't let your anger consume you. Don't let him disrupt your emotions," Long gently advised, soothing her back. "Since it has already been used, don't dwell on it too much. At least in the next round, we can base our decisions on the second hand." "But what if the second hand isn't in his possession during the next round?" Long paused, momentarily at a loss for words. If he can interfere with our choices every time, we may not survive the remaining 2 rounds. Yuejian endeavored to maintain her composure and rationality, meticulously reviewing all the details. The more optimistic scenario was that he could only disrupt those who had obtained the buff. If that were the case, there was still hope. Longan seemed to ponder something, her expression growing serious. Monsters in every small world will find ways to eliminate everyone. Following that logic, he must know EVE uncovered the secret of the watch. In the next round, he will likely take action. Then let us prepare for the worst. What should we do if the second hand is absent in the next round? Longan answered almost without hesitation, we'll obtain the card. How do we do that? Longan's tone was enigmatic. We haven't fully explored those ticket booths yet. I suspect the spaces within the booths are interconnected. As long as we can get inside, there must be an opportunity. Yuejian steadied herself, rising to her feet, smiling. Great minds think alike. They had not yet approached the game areas outside the designated time frames, so they had assumed all game zones were inaccessible. Reflecting on it now, they had not yet attempted to explore. They should not have judged so hastily. Longan looked at her with concern. Are you all right? Can you manage? She withdrew her hand, stretching her limbs. I'm fine. Even if I can't hold on, I must. There's less than an hour until the next round, and we need to act swiftly. As they made their way towards the ticket booth, Yuejian voiced her doubts. If we follow the previous game flow, we want to be able to determine seat safety based on the second hand until at least the final round. His alteration, while likely blocking the last survivor's escape, has also provided us the chance to switch seats. I feel something is off about this. Chapter 10. Eavesdropping Long and cast a glance in her direction. Her tone somewhat somber. To be frank, legends where only one can survive are not uncommon, leading to a scarcity of mutual trust among the challengers. Even if they were the best of friends before the world's upheaval, it is not unusual for them to turn against one another here. In circumstances like this, entrusting one's life and death to another is no small feat. Thus, this alteration is indeed quite reasonable. With a sigh, she chuckled. If we were to adhere to the previous method, and, by a stroke of both fortune and misfortune, only the 2 of us remained, what would you intend to do? Yuejian halted, gazing earnestly at her. I believe we would discover clues beforehand and identify safe seats. Should it come to that, I hope you will be alive. Longan was taken aback for a moment, her eyes shimmering with light. After a brief pause, she raised her hand and playfully gave Yuejian a light smack on the head, exclaiming, You might as well be foolish. Yuejian rubbed her forehead, slightly annoyed. I was just joking. If it truly comes to that, I will certainly compete with you for survival, all right? Longan scoffed. You? With your weekend step count barely reaching 20, who could you possibly outpace? Before Yuejian could retort, Longan suddenly grew serious on that note. I must advise you, in this world, there are far too many who will stop at nothing to survive, so you must not trust anyone, including me. Do you understand? Yuejian shook her head. I will trust no one but you. Longan snorted. That just proves how foolish you are. Now let us move. Time is of the essence. With the clock ticking, they circled the vicinity, but after half an hour, they had barely traversed a few areas and found nothing. Yuejian, breathless, stood by the roadside and gestured towards Long, and I sensed something is amiss. Longan, equally fatigued, surveyed their surroundings and plopped down. What seems off? Yuejian pointed towards the distant Ferris wheel. In the worlds you've experienced, would clues be placed in locations utterly inaccessible to us? Longan pondered. Not really. This amusement park is vast, and we've only taken a break for over an hour. Most of the rides are thrilling, and after a few rounds, it's exhausting. If the clues were truly hidden so far away, who could retrieve them? I believe we've miscalculated our direction. Longan appeared troubled. Should we focus on that man, then? However, launching a direct attack on a monster carries significant risks in some worlds. Even this alone could lead to a monster's retaliation. Yuejian waved her hand, and after a moment of contemplation said, What I mean is, could there be other clues closer to us that we have overlooked? Longan seemed contemplative. Aside from the inaccessible ticket booth, there doesn't seem to be much else. The hearse, Yuejian exclaimed excitedly. The vehicle we saw last night. Let's search for it. Perhaps it holds a clue. Longan sighed, tapping her watch to indicate the time. It's nearly 50 past the hour. We're running out of time. Yuejian straightened her posture. You are the third one. We still have over 20 minutes. Longman realized, right, for safety's sake, let's search for another 15 minutes before moving on. The amusement park was eerily empty. Scanning the horizon revealed no vehicles, and the map lacked any indication of parking areas. Thus, they resolved to split up. After Yuejian meticulously described the details of the vehicle she had seen the previous night, she departed. However, as time trickled away, she found nothing. Had she gone in the wrong direction again? Just as she was lost in thought, two figures approached from afar. Upon closer inspection, it was Lu Mu and Hong Zhao. With time nearing 4 o'clock, they were likely headed towards the gaming area. Yuejian was reluctant to meet them alone, so she sought a concealed spot to hide, intending to continue her search after they passed. Are you really thinking about what to do next? She overheard Hong Zhao's voice, surprised. Earlier, she had appeared half alive and dazed. Yet now her voice resonated with clarity and composure. Lu Mu's voice followed, laden with resignation. What else can we do? We have no other leads. For now, we can only try the second hand they mentioned. Hong Zhao seemed defeated. I can't seem to fit in. I've tried to act warm and harmless. Yet they remain guarded around me. Lu Mu sighed. Then perhaps it's best to let it go. In a game reliant on luck, having multiple backers is futile. You might as well think of alternative solutions. What alternative solutions could there be? Hong Zhao retorted, a hint of anger in her tone. They must know something, yet, no matter how I try to extract information, that he always manages to evade my inquiries. And that Long Yu hardly acknowledges my presence, treating me like air. It's infuriating. Lu Mu paused. Perhaps she's simply isn't talkative? You've already noted their acquaintance. It's only natural for them to be less welcoming towards you. Unexpectedly, Lu Mu's words ignited a fire within Hong Zhao. What do you mean by that? Are you implying I deserve this? Oh, I see. You're just offending her because she's pretty. Do you think she cares about you? Her voice escalated, revealing her growing agitation. You can't change your nature. It's always been like this. If I hadn't run fast enough, you would have driven me to madness long ago. If you're so capable, come up with your own ideas instead of secretly asking me for clues. Lu Mu quickly attempted to soothe her. All right, I misspoke. Please don't be angry. Keep your voice down lest they hear us. Regardless, let us cooperate to get through this round first, shall we? Hong Zhao remained upset. You think I'm foolish enough to place my life in the hands of my ex? Lu Mu appeared increasingly impatient, but managed to suppress her anger. At this point, does it even matter if they're an ex? Fine, if you're unwilling, I'll just choose blindly. I refuse to believe you can guarantee your safety twice. Hong Zhao fell silent, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. Lu Mu softened her tone. Even if we're going to argue, we must survive this round first, right? Now, let us not dawdle. We're going to be late. Chapter 11. A moment's thought. Yuejian glanced at her watch. 3:56. After a moment's hesitation, she chose not to follow. Although her curiosity about their gaming situation was piqued, the pressing matter was to locate that vehicle swiftly. The previous night, the group had traversed the commercial street, and according to her earlier deductions, if there were indeed clues, the vehicle would not have ventured to a place entirely inaccessible to visitors. However, when they had gone to the ticket booth earlier, they had already scoured the nearby area without spotting any sign of the vehicle. If this route proved unfruitful as well, suddenly, an idea sparked, sending a jolt through her. She quickly glanced at her watch. 4:03. According to her agreement with Longin, she should head to the meeting point, yet a splendid opportunity lay before her. It was game time, meaning the area was now open. Although the new rules were more perilous, they created a time discrepancy, which could very well be her only chance. Resolute in her decision, she checked the screen again. Estimating 5 minutes for each ride, she could afford to arrive up to 10 minutes late. Now it was 4:04. Excluding 3 minutes to reach the meeting point, she needed to locate a nearby ticket booth and slip inside within 3 minutes. With this thought in mind, she hesitated no longer, honing in on her goal and moving swiftly. 2 minutes later, she successfully arrived at the nearest ticket booth, staring at the black door handle. Feeling a surge of nervousness, a trembling hand reached for the handle, and she steadied herself before tentatively twisting it. Click! The door was unlocked. Momentarily stunned, she cautiously pushed the door open. Despite the proximity, The interior was engulfed in darkness. Should she enter? If she fails to succeed this time, there may never be another opportunity. Resolutely, she stepped forward, only to suddenly plummet downward. The pavilion had no floor. It was empty. In that fleeting moment, a single thought consumed her mind. It was over. Before the drop tower, Lu Mu stood rigidly, his gaze fixated on the two seats before him, unable to make a decision. Behind him, the equally pale-faced Hong Zhao urged him on. 3 minutes remaining. Make your choice. As time slipped away, Hong Zhao could no longer contain her anxiety. Lu Mu snapped back to reality, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He turned to the man in black, hoping to glean some insight from his expression, but the man's face remained as tranquil as still water, revealing no hints. Time was running out. Gritting his teeth, he decisively walked to the right and sat down. As he reached for the safety belt, he hesitated, glancing at the seat beside him. What if that position was the safe one? Not far away, the man in black smirked slightly, revealing his empty wrist. Just as Yuejian and Long and had speculated. This time his watch was missing. 10 seconds later, the machine began to rise slowly. Lu Mu, resigned to his fate, quickly pulled down the armrest and fastened the safety belt, ultimately not changing his seat. Below the high rise, Hong Zhao anxiously clutched her clothes, her eyes fixated on the small black dot above. Almost at the top, 3, 2, 1. A dark shadow swiftly flashed by her eyes, followed by a piercing wail. Ah! The shadow crashed heavily to the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Terrified, she hurriedly shut her eyes. When she opened them again, what greeted her was a splatter of crimson. Blood splattered onto her pant legs as she stumbled back in horror, not noticing her legs giving way beneath her, causing her to collapse to the ground. Long had just arrived and was met with this horrifying scene. She cast a glance at the grotesque, bloodied figure before swiftly averting her gaze to search around. Realizing Yuejian had not yet arrived, she stepped forward to help Hong Zhao up. Are you all right? Do you need to rest for a moment? Hong Zhao's lips trembled, and she was unable to articulate a response for a long while. Long and gently reassured her, the rules state that you must take your position within 5 minutes. You are in no condition to proceed. It is wise to rest for a few minutes. Hong Zhao nodded, but ultimately could not maintain her balance and found a clean spot to sit down. Long and stood beside her, glancing around occasionally and occasionally stealing glances at the man in black, who remained still, indifferent to Lu Mu's corpse lying on the ground. Long and pondered for a moment before quietly asking Hong Zhao, how many cards did he draw earlier? After a lengthy pause, Hong Zhao hesitantly replied, I think it was 2 cards? Yes, 2. Long and nodded, contemplating internally. It seemed that the items already drawn would not be repeated. Thus, she and Hong Zhao were left with either the carousel or the drop tower in this round. With this thought in mind, she raised her hand to check the time. For 08, there was still time. As the fleeting 5 minutes dwindled, Hong Zhao had no choice but to step forward to draw a card. Fortunately, she drew a relatively benign carousel card. Upon seeing the content of the card, she exhaled in relief. The man in black soon led them to the carousel, where the seats consisted of a horse and a giraffe. Which one should I choose? Hong Zhao, in a moment of uncertainty, grasped Long and sleeve, her voice trembling. Long and sighed, this is a matter of life and death. I cannot advise you. At this point, are you still going to hide the truth? Hong Zhao suddenly shouted in anger. You must know how to make the right choice, right? Why won't you tell me? Are you going to just watch me die? Long was taken aback, and after a moment of silence, slowly retracted her hand. I'm sorry. I know this is hard for you to accept, but I truly do not know. Hong Zhao appeared despondent as she wiped her face, avoiding Long's gaze, and silently approached the carousel. She chose the left giraffe seat, and shortly after sitting down, the carousel began to spin slowly. Long watched her figure, her hands instinctively clenching. 1 circle, 2 circles. As the 3rd circle commenced, the giraffe's neck suddenly moved. It slowly turned its head, fixing its pitch-black eyes on Hong Zhao, its mouth stretching into an exaggerated grin, revealing a sinister smile. Clearly startled by the sudden turn of events, Hong Zhao instinctively attempted to leap off the carousel, but its speed increased rapidly, spinning faster and faster. She could no longer jump off and could only cling desperately to the pole in front of her to avoid being thrown off. Long's expression changed. and she instinctively stepped forward but soon halted in place. In mere seconds, the carousel spun at an unbelievable speed, rendering everything a blur. It was evident that Hong Zhao had made the wrong choice. Bang! A figure was flung from the rapidly spinning carousel, crashing into a distant building and leaving a long trail of blood as it slid down the wall. Long closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. Next, it was her turn to draw a card. Chapter 12. Work Rules. Akin. The 5-minute countdown was nearing its end. Long took a deep breath, preparing to step forward to draw a card when she heard a familiar voice. Her face lit up with joy as she quickly turned to see Yuejian finally arriving. Breathless as she approached Long, "I made it. Did you finish drawing your card?" Long suddenly remembered. "I'll draw my card first. Let us talk later." She stepped forward and drew a red card from the man in black, which read, Carousel. She paused, turning her head to look. At that moment, the machine had come to a stop, and the giraffe's seat had returned to normal, appearing utterly ordinary. It was hard to believe that only moments ago, this very contraption had claimed a vibrant life. "Where have you been?" Long did not rush to choose a seat, returning to Yuejian's side to ask quietly. Yuejian glanced at the man in black. "Time is of the essence. I want to waste words. Listen to me. You need to get on first." She leaned in to whisper a few words to Long and nodded and stepped forward to ask the man in black. "Could you please show me the white flower on your chest?" The man wore a white flower pinned to his black suit. Upon hearing Long's request, his expression darkened, and though they could not see his eyes through the sunglasses, it was clear that his demeanor had soured. When he remained motionless, Long repeated her request, this time stating, "Please show me the white flower on your chest." The man appeared reluctant, but eventually removed the flower and handed it to her. The flower seemed rather ordinary. Long examined it thoroughly, but found nothing unusual. She looked quizzically at Yuejian, who took the flower and, after inspecting it briefly, suddenly directed her gaze to the man's hands. "It must be on the card," she murmured softly, and to Long's astonishment, she directly asked the man for the card. Even more surprising was that this time, the man handed the card to her. How could this be? Long was perplexed. "Last round, when I asked him, he didn't give it to me." Yuejian snorted. "In the last round. His choice was not on the card. It was on the flower." With that, she presented the card to Long, which bore the 4 numbers, 2122. "What does this mean?" Long queried. Yuejian glanced at the carousel and asked, "Which seat did Hong Zhao choose earlier?" "The giraffe." "Then you should also choose the giraffe." Long nodded without asking further questions. She successfully took her seat before the 3-minute countdown ended and turned to Yuejian with a smile. Yuejian returned his smile. Yet a sense of unease lingered within her. Throughout the entire 5 minutes of the facility's operation, her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Long, only exhaling a sigh of relief when she safely disembarked from the wooden horse. The numbers on the card, were they the death seats? Standing a few meters away from the man in black, Long absent-mindedly kicked at the pebbles at her feet. Although phrased as a question, her tone was resolute. Yuejian responded with a hum, indicating that she had discovered something peculiar, urging Long to examine it first while suggesting they discuss the details after this round concluded. With that, she pressed a folded black sheet into Long's hands, stating she would draw cards first and see her shortly. Once Yuejian departed, Long unfolded the paper, revealing it to be densely filled with crimson text. Looking up, she discerned 7 prominent characters, Yuejian Gongzhou Shao's, or amusement park work regulations. Was this a detailed account of the world's intricate rules? With that thought, she hurriedly scanned the rest. Upon the arrival of guests on the first night, the operator must lead a funeral procession after midnight, following a designated route. When only one guest observes the procession, the operator is obliged to extend an invitation to board. The invited guest can then negate one death attack, effective upon selecting a seat. The operator may deceive guests to exchange seats, consuming immunity instances, yet must not interfere with ordinary guest choices. Upon reading this, Long finally comprehended how Yuejian had gained her buff and how it could be lost. The subsequent section detailed the hidden rules of the game. Each round contains but a single death seat. Should a guest and operator select the same seat, the operator can terminate the guest. The operator must record their chosen seat in advance and carry this record throughout the game, ensuring it remains within the guest line of sight. The operator may disguise the record to achieve deceitful ends, yet must not refuse when a guest requests to view it. Reflecting on recent events, Long suddenly grasped why Yuejian had instructed her to retrieve flowers and card from the man in black. Evidently, once they made the request, he was compelled to comply. During the intermission, the operator possesses one opportunity to reasonably alter the game mechanics, but may not increase the danger level beyond double. Upon successfully modifying the gameplay, the operator can obtain a chance to forcibly conceal clues they carry. This does not apply to the record. It became clear to Long and why the man had lost his watch in this round. As she reached the conclusion of her reading, she finally understood why Yuejian had sensed something amiss. Although the edges of the paper were neatly trimmed, its smooth, taut surface indicated that a portion had been cut away. In other words, there were additional rules yet to be discovered. At 4:38, Yuejian safely descended from the spinning chair, marking the conclusion of the second round. The two sat by the roadside, watching the man in black enter the ticket booth when Yuejian suddenly spoke, affirming that Long's guess was correct. The space within the booth was indeed interconnected. "You entered?" Long inquired, somewhat unsurprised. Was this work regulation retrieved from within? Yuejian nodded, recounting her experience within the booth. After a descent lasting several seconds, she felt a sudden lightness beneath her feet, leaving her suspended in midair. Surrounded by darkness, she initially saw nothing, merely drifting aimlessly. After an indeterminate duration, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, prompting her to hasten toward it. Amidst the blinding white, she beheld a breathtaking scene. Vehicles of various sizes formed an endless ocean beneath her, encompassing an array of models ranging from ancient carriages to modern automobiles, representing a tapestry of time and culture. For a moment, Yuejian's expression became peculiar. Thus, the man in black had been serving as this ghostly coachman for quite some time. She wished to descend for a closer look, but despite numerous attempts, she could not approach. With time slipping away, she had no choice but to ascend desperately. The air surrounding her felt strange, akin to viscous water, yet breathing remained effortless. Her condition was equally odd, as though she were ensnared in a dream, imbued with a veil of oppressive ambiguity. It seemed an eternity had passed, yet in an instant, the darkness receded, revealing her within an ordinary room, likely the interior of a ticket booth. Scattered papers littered the floor, while a corner overflowed with a colorful array of cards. As she cautiously navigated around the obstacles, she discovered a fragmented work regulation. She contemplated searching for the missing part, but upon glancing at the time, realized she had to leave hastily as Long and was soon to arrive. Chapter 13. Misunderstanding this indicated that the remaining rules resided within the booth. Long pondered, but in the next round, it will only be the two of us. Once the area opens, you will have around 10 minutes. Can we manage? Yuejian shook her head, asserting that theoretically, regardless of the record or countdown in the next round, they could survive. However, what if both were absent by then? Long scrutinized the paper in hand, considering what they would do if the cut portion contained further rules that could conceal clues. Yuejian regarded her with disapproval, stating that if the record were hidden, they would need to cooperate, as she could not leave. Long aimed to persuade her further, but she resolutely replied, "Let us take one final gamble. If all clues vanish, we can merely select blindly." Long sighed deeply, feeling helpless. "Sometimes, I truly wonder if you were a bamboo plant in your past life." Yuejian looked puzzled. "What do you mean? You're foolish." Long scolded gently, tapping her with the regulation, expressing a mix of disappointment and exasperation. Yuejian remained silent, recalling the saying that like attracts like. "Yuejian, you must be somewhat dim-witted, right?" She clapped her hands, rising to change the subject. "Let's depart. While there is still time, we must search for that vehicle." An hour swiftly passed, yet ultimately, they could not locate the car. By 6 in the evening, it was time for the final round of the game, and they arrived at the designated assembly point. Surprisingly, there were no unexpected occurrences. The man in black not only had not concealed any cards, but had even retrieved his watch. 15 minutes later, they successfully completed the last round, standing before the drop tower, exchanging glances devoid of joy. Both understood that unusual circumstances often heralded trouble, and this round seemed overly fortuitous. The man in black approached, leisurely applauding. Under their watchful gaze, he removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of pitch-black eyes. "Congratulations, you have completed all conventional tasks." The sudden proclamation left both women astonished, their eyes widening in surprise. So he was capable of speech? Furthermore, what did he mean by having concluded the conventional tasks? Before they could react, an announcement blared once more. "Dear children, today's game time has concluded. Did you enjoy yourselves? Now, please rest well. At 8 o'clock sharp, we shall enter the carnival hour." "What carnival hour?" Yuejian unconsciously inquired. Long shook her head, her gaze fixed intently on the man in black. He smiled faintly at them, casually tossing aside his sunglasses before turning back toward the ticket booth. "Akin." Yuejian cast her eyes toward Long, and her expression flickering. "Do you think the game area will close immediately after he enters, or will it be delayed for a while?" Almost instantaneously, Long comprehended her implication. "Let us go now." They sought the nearest ticket booth, practically sprinting toward it. Upon arrival, they discovered only 5 minutes had elapsed, and fortuitously, the area remained open. "Are you ready?" Yuejian placed her hand on the doorknob, and upon seeing Long and nod, she slowly twisted it open. Inside lay an expanse of darkness, obscuring all visibility. Tentatively, Yuejian took a step forward, realizing her feet were on solid ground. Just as she hesitated, intending to step inside, Long abruptly pulled her back. Together, after a brief spell of darkness, the two individuals found themselves in a familiar room, the one that Yuejian had visited earlier. Scattered papers and heaps of cards rendered the space chaotic and cramped. He was absent. Yuejian sighed in relief and directed her gaze toward the floor. "One half each." Long casually picked up a piece of paper from the ground and gestured an okay sign to her. The room was not large, and they quickly rummaged through all the papers, yet they found no trace of the incomplete rules. It was 7 o'clock. Long glanced at the time, her expression grave. "I can't shake the feeling that the so-called moment of revelry is not a good thing." The man had indicated that their conclusion was merely a routine task, which raises the question, are there unconventional tasks as well? Is a revelry at 8 o'clock merely a prelude to a more horrifying game of death? Yuejian recalled the man's tone and demeanor from earlier. His smile had been peculiar, tinged with pride and disdain, reminiscent of a criminal reveling in the success of his schemes while surveying his prey. In a flash of insight, a terrifying thought surged within Yuejian, causing her voice to tremble as she called out to Long. "Akin, do you think these rules are genuine?" Long paused for a moment, confused. "What do you mean?" Yuejian suppressed her rising panic, striving to maintain composure. Could it be that from the very beginning, his intention was to create a labyrinthine deception to buy time? All along, they had focused on survival within the game, yet having completed all the tasks, they still found themselves trapped in this confined world. In other words, they had yet to discover the path to escape, judging by the man's earlier demeanor. The revelry at 8 o'clock was likely a feast of death. The alteration of the game rules seemed designed to drain their energy, blinding them to more critical matters, which also explained why the revised rules contained even more loopholes than before, creating such a conspicuous time disparity. Upon hearing Yuejian's conjecture, Long's expression grew increasingly serious. If this were the case, then their initial direction had indeed been misguided. The rules may very well be a mix of truth and falsehood. Yuejian wholeheartedly agreed. She had indeed gained a buff, indicating that at least the earlier portion of the rules was authentic. As for the latter part, if survival was not the ultimate goal, how were they to escape this small world? Long stared at her smartwatch, lost in thought, remaining silent for a long while. And then Yuejian suddenly recalled something and asked, "You mentioned this legend's name serves as a hint?" "Yes, what about it?" Long responded, somewhat puzzled. Yuejian pondered for a moment. "Do you think we might have been led into a cognitive trap?" Long was about to inquire further, but quickly grasped her meaning. "Are you suggesting?" Yuejian nodded. The so-called vacant position likely did not refer to the spot left by the deceased. The rule stating that one person would die each round naturally led them to believe the empty position indicated the spot of the fallen. But what if they had been mistaken from the outset? Chapter 14. The final choice if it does not refer to that. What else could it signify? Yuejian recalled the words she had heard the previous night. There is still one empty seat. Will you board? Thus, could the name imply that beyond the game-as tasks, there exists another independent vacancy, one that they had failed to recognize all along? And this position might hold the key to escaping the small world. The hearse. In an instant, Long An's eyes lit up with realization. After all the twists and turns, the final clue had circled back to the hearse. However, we have searched for so long without discovering its trace. As she spoke, her voice trailed off, meeting her gaze. Yuejian nodded. I saw the floating sea of cars in that space. But how do we get there? Long An surveyed the room, which was quite unremarkable. Yuejian recalled the situation and quickly focused on the floor. It should be beneath us. Should we break the floor? Long An asked. How we break it? Long An smiled faintly at her, and, raising her fist, struck down. Bang! The floor shattered into pieces. Suddenly, the ground beneath them gave way, and they began to plummet. Yuejian looked up at the quickly retreating shadows above, astonished and bewildered. How could you secretly evolve without me? You are so untrustworthy. The darkness felt endless, and they floated for what seemed like an eternity before finally catching a glimpse of light. Yuejian's heart leaped with joy as she pulled Long An toward it. They had found it, although it felt like a long time. In reality, only a fleeting moment passed. As they drew closer to the light, they soon discerned the sea of cars and the figure of the man in black above. He held a sack in one hand and a buzzing chainsaw in the other. Finally, he had arrived. In the face of their terrified gazes, his dark eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, akin to a hunter who had awaited the arrival of his prey. Now, allow me to announce the final rule. In my world, I can do as I please. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from sight. Long An's expression changed, and she pushed Yuejian away. Run. In the next moment, the chainsaw came crashing down, its buzzing sound echoing perilously close to Yuejian, who instinctively touched her arm, drenched in cold sweat. With no time to ponder, she swiftly turned to swim toward the sea of cars, the chainsaw's buzz pursuing her like a venomous snake, never more than a meter away. Long An seemed anxious, continuously shouting from behind in an attempt to draw the attention of the man in black. Yet, inexplicably, he focused solely on Yuejian. The viscous air, though resembling water, was manageable in terms of direction, but prolonged swimming was still exhausting. Thankfully, apart from the initial encounter, the man in black did not reappear suddenly. What felt like an eternity passed, though it was merely a few minutes, and Yuejian was on the verge of giving up her struggle. She attempted to approach the sea of cars, but they remained as unreachable as before. If the hearse was indeed the key, there must be a way for her to reach it. Why did the man in black persistently pursue her? It was as if her death would secure his safety. In a flash, a thought crossed her mind. Without a moment to lose, she gritted her teeth, halted in place, and faced the man in black. Just before the chainsaw descended upon her head, she gathered her breath and shouted, almost as a roar, I want to get on the car. The chainsaw came to an abrupt halt mere 5 centimeters from her forehead. Her brow furrowed, and her body trembled uncontrollably in response to the deafening buzz. Just a fraction more. Seeing the man's grim countenance, she understood she had made the right gamble. If there were to be any distinction between herself and Long An, it was that she had seen the convoy the previous night and received his invitation. Why was he so eager to kill her? What benefit would he gain from her death? Considering the earlier minutiae, his recent words, and the announcement of the 8 o'clock revelry, could she boldly speculate that 8 o'clock marked their deadline, and that the time leading up to it was their final opportunity? Upon returning to the ticket booth, the man would have discovered the rules missing, making it evident they had been taken by her. The incompleteness of the rules and the sudden broadcast disruption would inevitably compel them to return to the ticket booth in search of the missing pieces. His role was simply to wait here. Should they fail to deduce this clue, he merely needed to wait until 8 o'clock for the game to conclude. If they did decipher it, he could directly eliminate them. His relentless pursuit could only be explained by one thing. The final hope lay solely within her. As long as she perished, Long An would never survive, for she had never received the invitation to board. I want to get on the car. As the man continued to cast a cold, piercing gaze upon her, Yuejian found herself unconsciously repeating the same phrase. The man's eyes flickered, and after a brief moment of contemplation, a chilling smile crept across his lips. Abruptly, he turned and, wielding a chainsaw, dashed towards Long and quick to react. Long and swiftly created distance, nearly evading him in the very next instant. A wave of unease washed over Yuejian, and she raised her voice, commanding, "Let me get in the car right now." The man shot her a menacing glare, but reluctantly halted, shutting off the chainsaw in his grip. With a snap of his fingers, the surroundings transformed in an instant, and soon they found themselves on a street where a hearse stood ominously in the middle of the road. Encircling the hearse was a transparent dome approximately 4 meters in diameter, beyond which lay a distorted yet eerily familiar amusement park. On the carousel, monstrous boars, deer, and goats lurked with bared fangs. On the pirate ship, a monstrous crocodile lay in silent ambush. The elongated roller coaster resembled a terrifying serpent, while the distant Ferris wheel appeared as a vibrant, venomous creature. These horrifying beings roamed the various game zones, their glowing eyes fixated on the two women. Yuejian exchanged a glance with Long, and from the expression on her face, they both recognized the profound fear they shared. So, this is what they call the carnival? Not their carnival, but a celebration for all the monsters. The exit lay before them, and now they faced one final choice. Chapter 15. Who are you? The burlap sack and chainsaw had mysteriously vanished from the man's hands, replaced by a white guidance card. He flipped the card over, revealing a single sentence. Please choose the fate of the surviving tourists within 5 minutes. He gazed intently at Yuejian and asked, "Will you enter the car yourself, or will you take her with you?" Yuejian's eyes fell upon Long and, momentarily at a loss for words. The man's lips curled into a cold smile as he uttered, "Make your decision swiftly. I'll be waiting in the car." Yuejian pulled Long into the edge of the dome, positioning themselves at the farthest point from the hearse. They stood facing each other, yet silence enveloped them. After a few tense seconds, Long and broke the stillness, her expression a tumult of emotions as she posed a question that had long been buried in her heart. "You're not Yuejian, are you? From the moment we first met, something felt amiss. Though you share her appearance and mannerisms, you evoke a completely different sensation in me. We were both drawn into this legendary world together, overcoming numerous challenges, yet you possess not a single fragment of those memories. I considered the possibility that you encountered danger in another world or some extraordinary circumstance caused you to forget your past experiences, but while memories may fade, records cannot be altered." Yuejian silently regarded her, and upon hearing those words, she instinctively questioned, "Are you truly going to deny me based on mere cold records?" Long and shook her head, asserting that it was not just about the records, it was about the feelings. "I've known her for over a decade. I'm intimately familiar with her. Even the slightest deviation is detectable to me." She hesitated before continuing, "Though I am certain you are not her. You bear a striking resemblance to her, and you even share some memories with me and her. Sometimes I find myself lost, wondering if I am being overly suspicious." But she paused, fixing her gaze into Yuejian's eyes, and asked earnestly, "Can you tell me, who exactly are you?" Faced with Long An's inquiry, Yuejian found herself at a loss for words. She vividly recalled her past, from childhood to the present, including her acquaintance with Long An, how they became best friends, and all the memories that remained clear in her mind. Yet, it seemed that the Long and she knew existed in a different realm entirely. If she had truly perished, and this was indeed the afterlife, then why did Long and speak of another version of her? However, if this was not the afterworld, then what was this place? "I'm sorry, I don't know," Yuejian finally replied after a long silence, forcing a bitter smile. "I cannot resolve your doubts. In my memories, you have always been you. You are my closest friend throughout my life." Long and gazed at her, a complex expression etched upon her face. "I didn't answer him immediately because I had some questions for you, including this matter." Yuejian pressed her lips together, feeling like a wayward child. "But since you brought it up, it saves me the trouble." She cautiously looked at Long and asked, "May I still inquire about something?" Long sighed in resignation. "I know what you wish to ask. Every legendary world has an exit. Once you leave, You will be randomly transported to another location, where you will be entirely alone. Your task will be to take care of yourself, maintaining your best state while awaiting entry into the next legendary world. Each time you successfully clear a minor world, you will earn a day of rest. You will exit at midnight, and the following midnight, you will fall asleep, only to awaken in the next minor world. Everyone is drawn into the legendary world at different times, so you may encounter seasoned players who have been navigating for a while, or newcomers who have just arrived. I don't have much to say about the legendary world. Mainly, you will receive a name upon entry, along with some additional hints. However, names and hints can often be abstract, requiring you to seek their meanings. You are quite intelligent and more knowledgeable about various legends than I am. I trust you to survive well. In these minor worlds, it's best not to reveal your true name, as in some challenges, names are taboo. Once someone learns it, you may be the first to perish. Above all, remember my words. Never trust anyone. The person who was warm and friendly to you just a moment ago may turn against you in an instant. Participants are randomly assigned. I do not know when we will meet again, so you must protect yourself and live well. Understand? A wave of sorrow inexplicably surged within Yuejian, and she hastily lowered her head, taking several deep breaths before softly responding, I understand, and I will remember. Long nodded, a mixture of reassurance and melancholy crossing her face. I hope that when we meet again, we will both still be alive. Yuejian sniffled and questioned, Are you so certain I will take you with me? Long chuckled lightly, I never considered that question. Yet, her casual response dispelled the gloom that had settled in Yuejian's heart. She understood Long N's thoughts mirrored her own. They would never abandon one another, regardless of time, place, or circumstances. All right, time is running out. Let us prepare to leave. Long patted her shoulder and took the lead. After a couple of steps, she turned back, offering a faint smile. I feel like I didn't express myself clearly earlier. You remind me of another version of her. Though I am uncertain of the specifics, I believe that one day we will both uncover the answers we seek. Yuejian composed herself and caught up to ask, what kind of person was she? Long pondered before the car, then replied with a smile. Before entering, she was very cheerful, confident, beautiful, and had a wonderful personality. She was outstanding in every regard, yet often made foolish mistakes. Sometimes, I genuinely wished to crack open her head to see what was inside. As she spoke, her tone gradually grew somber. After entering, she became much more withdrawn, less talkative, and lost her confidence, which was truly heart-wrenching. After a moment's thought, she added, You resemble her quite a bit. Yuejian nodded, her heart a tumult of emotions. She conveyed her choice to the man in black, who appeared somewhat taken aback, but said little, coldly instructing her to get into the car. Once inside, he drove the vehicle towards the amusement park's exit. Chapter 16, Another Self. During the final leg of their journey, silence enveloped them. Yuejian gazed at the figure ahead, unable to articulate her feelings. Who could have anticipated that the conditions to traverse this miniature world would be so deceptively simple yet profoundly challenging? The eerie funeral procession and the bizarre inquiries posed therein surely would elicit no affirmative responses from any rational individual. Yet, curiously, that very answer was the key to their departure. Perhaps she should have realized sooner that if the funeral procession and that invitation indeed signified death, why would she, having received the invitation, be granted a buff that immunized her against death? Suddenly, as if compelled by an unseen force, Yuejian inquired, Could you enlighten me on the true rules? The man paused momentarily before handing her a black piece of paper, and they leaned in together to examine it. It was indeed different from the one they had received at the ticket booth, more detailed and comprehensive, encompassing all processes from beginning to end. The rules concluded with a clear statement regarding the conditions for passage. When a visitor discovers and requests the last available seat, they may directly proceed to the exit and possess the authority to determine the fate of other visitors. Should no one identify the last seat, the regular events will cease, transitioning into a carnival mode, wherein survival in this mode would also allow for passage. It dawned on Yuejian that the opportunity to board was not exclusive to invited guests. However, those who did not witness the procession or receive the invitation would naturally be unable to mention it. The difficulty of surviving in carnival mode was undoubtedly immense. With her final doubts resolved, Yuejian exhaled a sigh of relief. As the exit loomed ahead, she turned to Long and with earnestness, saying, "Anin, you must survive. We all must live well." Long and smiled in return, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I am quite fortunate and always manage to escape peril, so we shall meet again." Yuejian, I eagerly anticipate that day. A blinding white light engulfed all sights, and in an instant, Yuejian felt a surge of emotion, tears welling up in her eyes. Was Long and looking forward to seeing herself, or the other Yuejian she spoke of? Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Then, as if in a fleeting moment, the white light dissipated. When Yuejian regained her senses, she found herself amidst a desolate ruin. Piles of broken walls surrounded her, and in the distance shattered skyscrapers loomed. Their steel frames rusted and the streets barren. As she wandered, she carelessly kicked a stone, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the dim night, an indescribable sense of loss and solitude surged within her. Was this the random teleportation location Long and referred to? So vast, yet so dilapidated. Remnants of former grandeur peeked through the debris of brick and stone. Where exactly was this? What had transpired here? How immense was this seemingly boundless city? The night loomed like a terrifying beast. She dared not venture far, and thus sought refuge in a relatively intact building, planning to endure the night. Gathering some wood and stones, she constructed a rudimentary barrier in the corner before collapsing in exhaustion. In a fleeting moment, as her gaze fell upon the gleaming watch on her wrist, she recalled that she had forgotten to inquire about it with Long, and it was evident that every challenger possessed one. It seemed not to require charging, though this was scientifically implausible, yet given her current existence in a legendary world, discussing science felt absurd. She pondered whether it had any additional functions beyond the known ones. After studying the watch for a while, her mind heavy with thoughts, she gradually succumbed to slumber. In a realm of illusions, she drifted aimlessly like a lost soul, unaware of her origins or destination. It felt as though she had wandered for an eternity, enveloped in solitude and confusion, the endless silence pressing upon her like a mountain. Yuejian, in her daze, a familiar yet foreign voice resonated beside her, gentle as a warm breeze beneath the setting sun, caressing her heart. Drawn inextricably, she instinctively followed the sound. Time lost its meaning as she floated in the void, and eventually, a figure emerged before her. Surrounding darkness contrasted sharply with the clarity of that figure. As she approached, she discerned a face strikingly familiar, one she beheld every morning in the mirror. In that instant, her heart surged with disbelief. It turned out that Long and had not lied. Indeed, there existed another version of her in this world. "Who are you?" After a prolonged silence, she finally ventured to ask. The figure smiled softly, speaking in a gentle tone. "Have you not already perceived it? I am you, another version of yourself that exists in this world." Yuejian fell silent, her thoughts spiraling. "You have Medinin, have you not?" The figure broke the silence, stating it as a matter of fact rather than a question. Yuejian nodded, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her. "I had hoped it was a misunderstanding. It seems all of this is indeed real." It dawned on her that in Long's world, there truly existed another, more significant version of herself. "Hasn't noticed your differences?" The figure inquired with a light laugh. "You need not feel sorrowful. From a certain perspective, we are the same person." Yuejian stared blankly, a sense of confusion enveloping her. "What do you mean?" The figure gazed kindly at her. "This question I cannot yet answer. Perhaps you can view this as a parallel universe, and I am the you of this dimension." "View it as?" Yuejian was somewhat perplexed. But the figure said no more, merely opening her arms as if to embrace her. Yet those hands passed through her body, leaving no trace of contact. With a sigh, the figure quickly resumed her smile, saying, "Continue onward, strive to survive here, and one day you shall obtain the answers you seek." "When will that day come?" Yuejian inquired urgently as the figure began to turn away. "You have been lost for far too long. Both I and an wish for you to reach your destination soon." The figure responded gently. "I must depart, Yuejian, and I eagerly await the day we reunite." As the figure diminished in the distance and the voice drifted away like a soft breeze, Yuejian felt a surge of urgency, instinctively wanting to pursue her. Yet no matter how hard she tried, the distance only grew, and she could only watch helplessly as darkness engulfed her once more. That night, a nebulous dreamscape and tumultuous emotions encased Yuejian. It seemed she had poured out her heart in a fit of hysteria, revealing the buried secrets hidden deep within her soul. However, upon waking, the dream faded and emotions receded, leaving only a lingering sorrow and an unshakable sense of melancholy. When she opened her eyes again, daylight had broken, and she stared blankly into the void as memories gradually returned. Revisiting the gods, the lost figure's words echoed in her mind. What did it truly mean? After much contemplation yielded no answers, she realized time was of the essence. She patted her cheeks to gather her emotions and emerged from behind the makeshift wooden wall, determined to explore this city. It appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, bearing the scars of time everywhere. She randomly chose a direction and walked until exhaustion set in, yet found no trace of food. With no sustenance in sight, would she truly have to endure a day of hunger? As she wore a frown, a sudden glimmer caught her eye. There, amidst the grass, she spotted several familiar plants. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were hashuko, or fish mint. A wave of delight washed over her as she hurried forward, picking up a fragment of stone to unearth the roots. After a mere 10 minutes, she held a handful of hashuko. She brushed off the soil and rose to seek a nearby water source. Yet, despite her efforts, all she found were parched riverbeds and rusted faucets, no water in sight. Eventually, fatigue set in, and she settled by the roadside, staring blankly at the hashuko in her hands. Would she consume it raw? But it had neither been washed nor seasoned. The thought of chewing it raw was unappealing. Sighing, she resolved to endure her hunger a little longer. Throughout the day, Yuejian had been exploring the city, discovering 5 or 6 varieties of wild vegetables. Yet she had not located any water source. As evening approached, hunger became unbearable. She selected a few relatively clean wild greens and stuffed them into her mouth. Gradually, the food alleviated her discomfort, and with her spirits lifted, she rummaged through the debris to find a piece of relatively clean fabric. She began to recall the route she had traversed that day. Before nightfall, she meticulously sketched a map of her route and set out to find a place to spend the night. The nearest option was a partially collapsed inn, where the furniture remained intact. However, a mere glance was enough to dissuade her from staying. The atmosphere was too terrifying. The dim lighting, filthy surroundings, scattered clothes and shoes on the floor, the shattered mirror in the bathroom, and the eerie sounds with no discernible source made her prefer to sleep in the ruins rather than enter. Ultimately, she found an empty room without a door, constructed walls with wood and stones, and passed the night in peace. At the stroke of midnight, drowsiness enveloped her. Adjusting her sleeping position nervously, she soon fell into a deep slumber. A new chapter in the legendary world had begun. Chapter 17, New Quest. The sky was overcast, ominous clouds threatening rain, and in front of her lay a country road, bordered by lush vegetation. When Yuejian opened her eyes, she found herself standing in the middle of the road. A familiar sound echoed from her wrist, and looking down, she saw 5 white characters, Tuzi Chue Fengji, or rabbit hairdryer. How peculiar. The previous quest bore a crimson name, yet this one had changed. Just as confusion settled in, a joyful male voice called from behind her, Yuejian. Startled, she turned. Just moments ago, Longan had warned her not to reveal her true name here, and yet, in this second quest, someone had called her by it? Suddenly, a realization struck her. If this world was akin to a parallel universe, and she could encounter Longan, then it was possible she might also run into acquaintances. There you are, the man approached her, his eyes sparkling with an indescribable excitement. He appeared to be in his 20s, with a chiseled face, expressive features, and an aura of undeniable vitality. Yuejian stared at him, marveling at his vibrancy, a presence that instilled hope merely by being seen. But do we know each other? She asked cautiously, despite the awkwardness of the inquiry. The man momentarily froze, taken aback. What? You don't recognize me? He asked incredulously, pointing to himself. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Yuejian felt a pang of guilt. "Should I know you?" she ventured tentatively. He slapped his forehead in despair, a look of frustration washing over him. "Wait, think again. I'm Xuanyang. Do you really not recall?" Yuejian quickly rifled through her memories, but ultimately shook her head in response to his eager gaze. "I'm sorry, but I truly do not remember us." Xuanyang's expression fell, and after a long sigh, he hesitated before asking, "What about Long On? Do you remember her?" Yuejian was taken aback. "You know On? Xuanyang's demeanor shifted subtly as he paused, choosing his words carefully. "Do you recall the last time you contacted her?" Yuejian hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge the truth, and remained silent. Seeing this, Xuanyang quickly clarified, "I'm not prying into your privacy. I just want to confirm some things because it seems to me that he trailed off," but Yuejian grasped the implication. Clearly, if they had known each other before, she must be missing a fragment of her memory. Given that he knew her name and mentioned Long On, he likely spoke the truth. Perhaps he knew not her, but another Yuejian? With that thought in mind, she casually recounted some unimportant details of her life before arriving here. Xuanyang listened intently, his expression growing increasingly complex as he regarded her. A swirl of emotions, sadness, bitterness, and perhaps relief, flashed across his face. May I ask?" Yuejian interrupted his thoughts. "Did we have any romantic entanglement? Did I hurt you? Or did we have a tumultuous relationship, ultimately parting ways with regret?" Xuanyang snapped back to reality, his face darkening. "What are you talking about? Watch less of those melodramatic shows and novels." It appeared she had misjudged the situation. Yuejian exhaled in relief and retorted, "But some of those shows and novels are genuinely quite good." Xuanyang sighed. "We can be considered friends, though regarding what you mentioned," he paused. "I'm afraid I don't know when those events occurred." Yuejian nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further questions. Observing the darkening sky, she turned to move forward. "It's getting late. We should leave. By the way, did you just arrive?" Xuanyang caught up to her and shook his head. "I'm familiar with the situation here. I've passed several levels already. However, the name of this quest is quite strange, Rabbit and Hairdryer. What connection could those two have?" "This is a legend that originated in the 20th century in America," Yuejian replied casually. "The essence of the tale is quite straightforward, revolving around deceased animals and the peculiarities of resurrection. One version goes like this. A woman owned a dog, and one day, her dog returned with a rabbit, which she realized belonged to her neighbor and was already dead, covered in dirt. To conceal her dog's misdeed, she cleaned the rabbit and used a hairdryer to fluff its fur before secretly returning it to the neighbor's cage. A few hours later, she heard her neighbor scream. Pretending to be concerned, she rushed over to inquire, only to be told, 'This morning, the rabbit died, and we buried it. Now it's back in the cage.' In addition to resurrection, there are versions where deceased animals appear to be alive or are treated to resemble their living selves. Among these, rabbits are the most common, which is why this legend is also referred to as the dried rabbit, the resurrected rabbit, or the rabbit returns. There is even a classic version called Annie's Rabbit, which details how to deal with a rabbit that has been bitten by a dog. The specifics escape me, but involves cleaning and then drying it. Since this quest is titled Rabbit Hairdryer, it likely pertains to rabbits and resurrection." Xuanyang regarded her with admiration. "You really know a lot. You're quite impressive." Under his eager gaze, Yuejian felt a wave of discomfort and turned her head away. She was unaccustomed to such direct praise, feeling a strange tightness within her. "Oh, it seems there's a village ahead." After turning another corner, she spotted an entrance shrouded by the jungle, and in the distance, she could faintly see a cluster of scattered houses. She sighed in relief and said to Xuanyang, "It's getting dark. We should hurry." Xuanyang nodded, and as they approached, they noticed a stone tablet partially obscured by branches, engraved with 3 large red characters, Li Jia Si Yuan. Chapter 18. The village. Not far along the narrow path lay the village, which appeared somewhat backward. The houses were all dilapidated brick structures, and the roads remained muddy, with lush greenery flourishing alongside. The grass was not only vibrant in color, but also grew to a height of nearly a person. As they walked, they observed their surroundings. and after navigating around a house, a number of figures appeared ahead. It was a group of adventurers dressed in varied attire. Yuejian counted 11 individuals, who were gathered in small clusters, engaged in conversation. Upon noticing the two newcomers, there was a brief moment of silence before the chatter resumed. As Yuejian discreetly scrutinized the group, she was suddenly tugged by Xianyang at her sleeve, directing her gaze to a nearby, weathered wooden bulletin board, on which some notices seemed to be posted. However, they were too far away to discern the details. Shall we take a closer look? Yuejian nodded in response to Xianyang's inquiry, indicating her agreement. As they approached, 3 or 4 individuals stood nearby, one of whom was a short-haired girl who smiled warmly at them. Yuejian returned the smile and focused her attention on the bulletin board. What preparations are needed for raising rabbits? How should rabbits be fed? What should be done if a rabbit has diarrhea? What is the purchasing price for rabbits? It turned out these were the notices. No wonder they appeared uninterested. Excuse me. A sudden voice interrupted Yuejian's thoughts. She turned to find an elderly man with gray hair and a beard, his long, smooth hair cascading down to his ankles. He was clad in a white robe, leaning on a cane that thudded against the ground as he walked. There aren't too many vacant houses in the village. You'll need to share a room with 3 or 4 people. Once you decide, I'll take you there. Xianyang looked at Yuejian and asked, "Who should we stay with?" Yuejian surveyed the area and shook her head. "I don't know. I'm not accustomed to living with strangers, including him." This last thought lingered unspoken for a moment, but it was evident that Xianyang understood. His expression fell, and he spoke with a hint of grievance. "I see. You don't want to stay with me, and perhaps you don't even want to be with me at all. You're only putting up with me out of necessity. I must look like a villain, right? But the fortune teller said I have a good face, I have features, and at first glance, I seem like a decent person. That's not what I meant." Yuejian sighed inwardly and interrupted. "You look quite handsome and don't resemble a villain. I believe you're a good person." Instantly, Xianyang's demeanor transformed. He beamed with joy. "Thank you for calling me handsome. You are particularly beautiful as well. We are both wonderful people." "Wonderful people, indeed." A voice suddenly interjected, disrupting their conversation. Yuejian turned to see the short-haired girl from before. He said 3 to 4 people per room. "May I stay with you?" The two exchanged glances, and before they could respond, another person chimed in. "Can I join as well? I haven't found a team yet." It was a man adorned with skull earrings, his hair obscuring his eyes, giving off a youthful vibe. Yuejian glanced at the others. They had already formed 3 groups of 3. It was evident they were the only ones left alone. Seeing that Xianyang didn't seem to oppose the idea, she nodded and smiled. "Welcome to join us." Once they organized their group, the elderly man said no more and leisurely led the way. The sky had darkened, and lights began to flicker on in the village, casting a dim, warm glow that made the entire area appear desolate and eerie. Occasionally, the figures of villagers emerged along the roadside, all dressed similarly in white. When caught in the light and shadows, they resembled drifting specters, quite unsettling. Perhaps the atmosphere was too oppressive, as silence enveloped them for the remainder of the journey. They quietly followed the village chief until they arrived at an open space surrounded by 4 houses, where he finally paused and turned to face the group. Each of these 4 households has an empty room. You may choose where to stay. Once settled in, you will share meals with the host family. I am old, and my health is not great. I cannot tolerate noise, so unless there is something urgent, please refrain from disturbing me. Every household raises rabbits, which are vital to our livelihood, so it would be best to keep your distance from them. If anything were to happen, you would need to compensate. Well, it's getting late. I must return to feed the rabbits. Make yourselves at home." After delivering this message, the elderly man paid them no further heed and slowly departed. Once he was gone, the group began to disperse. Some explored the surroundings, others examined the houses, and a few had already approached the homeowners for conversation. "Where should we stay?" the short-haired girl asked, standing beside Yuejian, glancing around. The spirited young man tossed his hair back, gesturing towards a direction with his chin. "That house, I think." Following his gaze, they saw a young girl sitting outside under the light, shelling beans. She appeared to be around 20, dressed in a white long dress, her long hair casually tied at the top of her head, exuding a pure and charming aura. reminiscent of a college student returning home for a break. It was evident that the spirited young man was quite taken with her, his eyes sparkling as he rubbed his hands together, eager to approach. However, before he could make a move, someone else stepped in to greet the girl. After exchanging a few words, he waved to his companions, and the three of them made their way into the girl's home. The spirited young man returned to the group, dejected, his face reflecting his disappointment. "I can stay anywhere. It's up to you," he Yuejian sighed. It was no longer a matter of where they wanted to stay, but rather where they could stay. Hearing this, the others realized that during this short time, the other three groups had already secured their accommodations. Unanimously, their gazes fell upon the last remaining house. Though all four houses appeared similar, the other three had visible occupants. While this particular one had a tightly shut door, and the interior was shrouded in darkness, as if it were entirely uninhabited. "Should we knock?" the short-haired girl inquired, looking at them with hesitation. "Of course we have to knock. If we don't, where will we sleep tonight?" The spirited young man responded, regaining his enthusiasm. "So, who will knock?" As soon as the question was posed, silence enveloped the group. In a world filled with danger, no one could guarantee that being the first to knock would not lead to trouble. Chapter 19. The host, after another moment of silence. Yuejian looked up at the sky, sensing that rain was imminent. "We need to get inside quickly," whether it was a stroke of bad luck or mere coincidence. As soon as he spoke, Yuejian felt a chill on her face. Raising her hand, she found her fingertips dampened by a few droplets. The sudden rain forced them to seek shelter beneath the eaves. The spirited young man peered through the crack of the door, revealing a look of uncertainty. It truly seemed as though no one resided within. A sudden, piercing scream shattered the stillness, startling everyone. The spirited young man flinched, pressing his hand against the door. And in the next moment, with a creak, the door swung open, leaving him dumbfounded. What if something happens to me? Oh no! Who the hell is crying like a banshee at this hour? The short-haired girl gazed towards the source of the sound, her expression mixed with doubt. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, as if it belonged to one of the adventurers. Having arrived earlier, she was more acquainted with the others, and upon hearing the words, the group couldn't help but grow serious. Has something happened so soon? The spirited young man was exceedingly anxious, having inadvertently pushed the door. He wondered if it meant his imminent demise. Yuejian shook his head, suggesting that it was unlikely they were in peril, but rather startled by something. Yuejian turned to glance into the room, pondering that such a place could hardly concern itself with outsiders. They ought to venture inside, for it was unthinkable to spend the night at the threshold. The rain intensified, and the wind whipped it under the eaves. If they lingered much longer, they would soon be drenched. "Let us proceed," Yuejian declared, turning first to enter, with Yuejian closely following, pushing the door ajar. The feeble light from outside allowed them to make out the interior, a central hall with doors on either side and a passageway at the back. As they cautiously surveyed their surroundings, a thunderous roar erupted. In the fleeting light of a lightning flash, a pale figure appeared outside the left door, its sunken eyes and wrinkled visage exuding an eerie presence, gaunt and ghostly, fixedly staring at them. The spirited young man was thoroughly terrified, shrieking and clinging to Yuejian, exclaiming about a ghost. "If there is a ghost, why are you clinging to me? Run!" Yuejian retorted, pulling his hand down with vexation. Ignoring him, the young man continued to scream and cling, causing Yuejian to roll his eyes in exasperation. The short-haired girl was frightened as well, but managed to maintain her composure, instinctively grasping Yuejian's arm. "Outsiders?" A hoarse voice suddenly interrupted, halting their movements. A flicker illuminated the room as Yuejian closed his eyes momentarily. Upon reopening them, he realized that the dim tungsten lamp had been switched on, casting an uncertain glow. With the light, they could better observe their surroundings. A shrine adorned with offerings to the deities, a black wooden table against the wall, and several rickety stools. The most striking feature was a statue of a humanoid figure with a rabbit's head, its eyes filled with apparent fear, the rabbit's grin grotesque and sinister. A stitched scar marred its forehead, and its oversized incisors added to its unnerving visage. The figure was contorted, wielding a bloodied axe, inspiring an unsettling chill. "Elder, We just arrived in the village today. The village chief suggested we stay here and may intrude upon your peace for a while, Yuejian said, diverting his gaze from the statue to the elder, who was intently observing them. The elder, with faltering steps, approached the table, retrieving 4 incense sticks and offering them to the group. Light these first. The group exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before accepting the incense. The elder handed them a box of matches and watched as they lit the incense, then spoke, "You shall stay in the adjacent room. There is but one bed, so you'll have to squeeze together. Do not disturb anything inside. Do not venture out at night. Ensure the doors and windows are secured, and lights must be extinguished after midnight. I will fetch a bucket. If you need to relieve yourselves, do so in the room." With that, he ambled into the passageway, soon returning with a battered wooden bucket, placing on the floor. "I dine early, only 2 meals a day, at 10 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. You arrive too late for supper. Be sure to rise early tomorrow." As he prepared to leave, he suddenly turned back, adding, "There may be some noises tonight. It's merely the rabbits moving about. Pay them no mind, and do not venture outside to investigate. If startled, the rabbits may require compensation." "Elder," Yuejian called as he attempted to depart, "may I inquire what deity is honored at this table?" The elder paused, glancing back. "That is the rabbit god. The village raises rabbits, and each household pays homage to one, asking for the health and safety of their little ones." Yuejian nodded thoughtfully, expressing his gratitude. Once the elder departed, the short-haired girl began to nervously rub her arms, her voice trembling. "That thing looks so sinister. How could it possibly be a god?" "Whether it is a god or not," the spirited young man interjected disdainfully, "that old man has lost his mind. He expects us to use the same room as a toilet? How foul! Why are you all silent? Am I wrong?" The spirited young man pressed. "Let us check the room." Xinyang finally shook off his grip and strode towards the right door. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, revealing a dark gap. Just as he was about to step inside, he halted, inexplicably frozen in place. "What's wrong?" Yuejian inquired, stepping forward in confusion and following his gaze, only to be met by a pair of glowing red eyes. Her heart raced, and she instinctively held her breath. Xinyang snapped back to reality, feeling along the wall until he switched on the room's light. In the next moment, a startled exclamation erupted. "What on earth is this?" Chapter 20. Midnight. It was no wonder the spirited young man was so astonished. Under the illumination, the sight before them was one of chilling white. Countless deceased rabbits hung from the beams, densely packed, with an estimated 50 or so. They appeared meticulously cleaned, resembling the living at first glance. With the nearest one just behind the doorframe, its red eyes staring directly at them, a mere step away. The short-haired girl's face turned pale. "Why are there so many dead rabbits?" The spirited young man began to cling to Xinyang again, fearfully exclaiming, "Didn't that old man say not to touch anything in the room? Does that mean we'll have to sleep with these dead rabbits tonight?" Recalling the piercing screams heard before entering, Yuejian suddenly understood why. The rabbits hung low enough that Xinyang had to stoop to avoid them as he walked further inside, casually remarking, "Isn't this just a matter of rabbits blowing the wind? It's perfectly normal to have rabbits. Let us go in and see. Perhaps we can uncover some clues." Though reluctant, the spirited young man knew he could not remain alone in the main hall and slowly trailed behind. Inside, just as the elder had described, there was only a wooden bed about 1.5 meters wide, the bedding white and seemingly clean, yet speckled with numerous hairs, perhaps from the deceased rabbits above. Besides the bed, the room contained an old wooden cabinet for small stools, a large basket filled with miscellaneous items, and several rabbit cages stacked against the wall. The 2 windows were slightly ajar, barely reaching chest height, and were tightly shut when they entered. The spirited young man surveyed the surroundings, looking somewhat defeated. "How are we going to sleep tonight?" Xinyang shot him a glance. "Sleep? Are you here for slumber? What if we fall asleep and die?" The spirited young man paused. "You make a fair point. Perhaps I shall forego sleep tonight and wait until dawn. Surely nothing will happen then." Xinyang nodded approvingly. "Excellent. That means you will keep watch tonight, allowing us to rest peacefully." The spirited young man, taken aback, heard Xinyang add, "And remember to call us if something arises. Otherwise, You'll be at a disadvantage as the only one awake while other teams have multiple members. Hey, the spirited young man finally grasped his intent, his finger trembling with indignation. Enough with the bickering, the short-haired girl interjected to ease the tension. Since we're all teammates now, why not introduce ourselves? I'm Xin. And you are? Yuejian responded smoothly, Jiangyu. Wang Taizhu. All eyes turned to Yuejian, who smiled slightly, his demeanor composed as he regarded the spirited young man. Your turn. The spirited young man lifted his chin defiantly, snorting, What a ridiculous name. So outdated. I am Liu Xin, Xin as in credibility. After introducing themselves by name, Xin curiously inquired of the two, I see you've been walking together. Did you know each other before? No, Yuejian swiftly denied, while Yuejian cast a sorrowful glance at her, yet echoed, Indeed, we are just coincidentally meeting outside the village. Xin appeared somewhat skeptical, but refrained from probing further, shifting the conversation to other matters. More than an hour later, the group found themselves devoid of topics to discuss, prompting them to decide to retire early and restore their energy for the following day's search for clues. Liu Xin rummaged through a large basket and retrieved a plastic sheet used for drying rice. He laid on the ground, intending to make do with a night's sleep, and Yuejian naturally joined him. Xin, noticing this, felt a bit embarrassed and discussed with Yuejian the idea of offering them a blanket. Yuejian had no objections, and thus, the group extinguished the lights and settled down before midnight. The room was enveloped in darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's own hand. Yuejian, sleeping outside, could distinctly hear the breaths of the two on the ground. In no time, Liu Xin seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber, emitting faint snores. As she silently counted, her consciousness gradually blurred. Suddenly, a soft cracking noise pierced the stillness, resembling something gnawing on hard material. Yuejian's heart raced. She instantly awakened and opened her eyes to the encompassing darkness, unable to discern anything. She strained her ears to listen intently. The sound appeared to emanate from outside the window, accompanied by rustling noises. No, there was also something on the ground. She held her breath, listening as the sound grew closer, a series of soft thumping, as if something was burrowing into the earth. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, and, disregarding everything else, she reached out and grabbed the nearest Yuejian, whispering urgently, Wake up! To avoid alarming whatever was outside and underground, she kept her voice very low. Fortunately, Yuejian was not in a deep sleep, and soon responded groggily, What's wrong? She had no time for explanations, only urging him softly to wake Liu Xin. Yuejian asked no further questions, covering Liu Xin's mouth and pinching the soft flesh at his waist, startling him into an immediate sitting position. Liu Xin struggled to speak, but Yuejian warned in a hushed tone, Stay still if you don't want to die. His body stiffened, and he froze. Yuejian moved to the foot of the bed, gesturing for them to all get on the bed. Just as their feet left the ground, a violent rustling noise erupted within the room. Something was tearing and chewing on the plastic sheet on the floor. Initially faint, the sound grew increasingly loud. Thunder suddenly rumbled, momentarily pausing the noise, yet it resumed with renewed vigor. Behind them, Xin seemed disturbed by the commotion, tossing and turning in a daze, startling the other three, though she soon settled back into silence. The group sat in a line on half the bed, paralyzed, as the air filled with the relentless rustling and the unsettling crackling from outside, each sound sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the room, followed by another thunderclap. Yuejian tightened her grip around her legs, her body trembling involuntarily. Chapter 21. A glimpse the window had swung wide open at some point, revealing a colossal shadow outside. However, due to the window's small size, its full form remained obscured. She could only see a rabbit's mouth opening and closing, gnawing on something. Its lips were fringed with fur stained in blood, droplets trickling from the tips. The ground inside was strewn with the gruesome remnants of skinned rabbits, their large, sharp teeth and grotesque eyes emerging from the earth like famished specters. The plastic sheet and blanket had been torn to shreds, mingling with blood and debris. creating a nightmarish scene illuminated by flashes of lightning. In a fleeting glance, their eyes aligned with the figures on the bed, yet inexplicably, they refrained from attacking. The terrifying rustling and chewing sounds faded after an undetermined duration, leaving the three still too frightened to move. As silence enveloped the room, Yuejian, unable to contain himself, whispered, "Did they leave?" Yuejian illuminated his watch and directed the light toward the ground. Although the glow was dim, it vaguely revealed an empty space. He exhaled in relief. "It seems they have gone." Yuejian slumped down, extending his hand towards Yuejian, exclaiming in a voice trembling with fear. "That was terrifying. I almost peed my pants. Speaking of which, I really need to go, but I'm too scared to get up. What should I do?" Yuejian gritted his teeth and pushed his hand down. "Then hold it." Yuejian, sitting beside him, could hear the violent tugging and the rustling of clothes, which made her inadvertently smile. Yet her expression soon turned somber. What were those skinless rabbits? Was it due to some form of abuse? Or was there a more dreadful reason? And what of that enormous creature outside? This was merely the first night. What lay beyond this world? As dawn approached, the two individuals beside her, finally exhausted from their tussling, nestled close together and drifted into sleep. A sudden cry jolted Yuejian awake. Blinking her eyes open, she realized the dawn had only just broken, and Yuejian was leaning against the wall, her face etched with terror as she gazed at the two men. "Jiangyu, what happened?" "I awoke to find two dark shadows before me. I thought I was seeing ghosts." Upon seeing her awakened, Yuejian hurriedly inquired. Yuejian's mind gradually cleared, and recalling last night's ordeal, she was momentarily too shocked to respond, quickly turning to look. The ground was littered with scraps of plastic and blanket, but there were no traces of blood or any signs of struggle. The window was firmly shut, the latch secure, as if it had never been opened. How had it come to this? Why is it in such disarray? Seeing her fixated on the ground, Yuejian leaned closer, and in the next moment, she gasped in shock. The noise startled the two still sleeping men. Yuejian was the first to awaken. Tossing Yuejian's hand aside as he leapt from the bed, casually explaining, "We had a bit of an incident last night. That's why we ended up sleeping here." "What incident?" Yuejian asked, her curiosity piqued. Yuejian paused, glancing at the lifeless rabbit above, mumbling perhaps the rabbits came back to life. Yuejian was increasingly astonished, ready to inquire further when Yuejian, rubbing his arms, groggily sat up. "Is it morning?" "Ugh, I feel so sore." Observing him move like a zombie, Yuejian instinctively inched away toward the foot of the bed, unable to suppress her curiosity. "What exactly happened last night? Did you all see it? Why didn't anyone wake me?" Yuejian also descended from the bed, inspecting the debris on the ground while providing her a brief account of the events. Upon hearing, Yuejian's face paled. "Thank goodness I didn't wake up, but I did hear the rustling. I thought it was just rain." Yuejian opened the window and scrutinized the latch again, then shook his head at Yuejian, who was watching. Clearing away the scraps revealed a firmly packed earthen floor, seemingly unchanged from before. Yuejian rummaged through the basket, finding a screwdriver. She pried open the soil beneath and examined it closely, speaking gravely to the others. "The earth beneath has been disturbed." Upon hearing this, the two jumped down from the bed, and moments later, they exclaimed in unison, "It's true. I said I distinctly saw them emerge from the ground last night. How can there be no holes today?" Yuejian had exited unnoticed, now standing outside with his arms crossed, surveying the surroundings. Yuejian noticed this scene and walked outside, with the other two quickly following suit. Due to the rain last night, the ground outside remained damp, yet only Yuejian's footprints were visible and the windows were impeccably clean, devoid of any bloodstains or suspicious marks. The fate of the other teams remained unknown. As Yuejian and her companions approached, Yuejian suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Yuejian quickly turned to look at the other three households, which were all tightly shut, with no signs of anyone stirring at dawn. "What shall we do now?" Yuejian inquired, still stretching his limbs. Yuejian glanced around and suggested, "I'd like to wander around the village." "I will accompany you," Yuejian quickly replied. Just as Yuejian was about to chime in, he continued, "To enhance our efficiency, Why don't we split into two groups? Let this place be our midpoint. We shall go left while you two head right, and we'll regroup before breakfast. Does that sound agreeable? Sin kasta galang at lusin at pering somewhat veluten. But seeing the other two had no objections, she followed suit, silently trailing behind Lu Xin. What do you think was outside the window yesterday? Yuejian suddenly asked after they departed. Yuejian looked at her. I believe we share the same thoughts. Given its size, it's hard not to associate it with the rabbit deity enshrined in the hall. Shall we investigate further? Yuejian nodded. Let us go. They returned to the main hall, where the statue remained silently positioned, showing no signs of life. Yuejian stepped closer, scrutinizing the statue for a moment before reaching out to wipe the corner of its mouth. When she withdrew her hand, a faint red mark adorned her fingertip. Is that blood? Yuejian asked in a hushed tone. Yuejian shook her head, pinching the mark lightly until it vanished. It was too faint to discern. Her gaze fell upon the statue as she pondered. Do you not think this rabbit deity looks somewhat familiar? The rabbit killer, Yuejian blurted out almost immediately. Chapter 22. Li Shui in comparison to the legend of the rabbit hairdryer. The rabbit killer is far more recognizable due to its portrayal in films and television. Known also as the Rabbit Man, its origins trace back to Virginia, USA. The most widespread version tells of a patient who escaped from a mental asylum and hid in railway tunnels, targeting solitary women. Locals refer to the site of his crimes as Rabbit Man Bridge. Additionally, some versions depict the Rabbit Man as a creature with a rabbit-esque head and a human body, yet whether a deranged individual or a supernatural being, they share a common trait, a propensity for murder. Is this mere coincidence? Yuejian shook her head, reflecting on how every household in the village keeps rabbits. Yet they venerate a murderer as their rabbit deity. The events of last night, involving the skinless rabbits, seem too peculiar, hinting at an unspeakable strangeness. What secrets does this village harbor? Let us step outside and see. The villagers should be waking up by now, Yuejian remarked, glancing at the sky. Yuejian had no objections, and as they exited the hall, a sudden series of agonizing screams pierced the air, prompting them to turn back towards the source, which was the neighboring households. Something has happened. They exchanged glances and hurried towards the nearest house. Meanwhile, two doors swung open forcefully, and three terrified individuals rushed out. Among them, the solitary girl bolted towards Yuejian, grasping his sleeve in distress. They're dead. They're dead. Yuejian pulled his sleeve free and looked at Yuejian. Shall we take a look? Let's check it out. In a short span, the last group also emerged, consisting of three girls who appeared bewildered. What is going on? Who is screaming? Upon learning of the incident, they too grew anxious. Observing Yuejian and Yuejian moving towards one of the houses, they hesitated for a moment before trailing behind. Arriving at the door, Yuejian paused, addressing the group. It may be too cramped if everyone goes in at once, and it could disturb a scene. She and I will enter first. If you're afraid, you can wait outside and look in through the window. He pointed to Yuejian, catching her off guard, though she refrained from commenting. The others sighed in relief, having no objections, and thus the two entered the house. The layout resembled that of their own dwelling. Upon entering, they found the main room, with a left turn leading to the room occupied by the solitary girl and her companion. The absence of open windows rendered the room dim, yet they could discern the surroundings. Numerous familiar dead rabbits hung from the beams, while a bed, cabinet, and a haphazard pile of gardening tools cluttered the space. The floor was a dark crimson, strewn with damp flesh and fur, and two unevenly shaped heads were placed neatly in the center, their pale pupils fixed on the bed. A potent metallic scent flooded Yuejian's nostrils, causing her stomach to churn. She swiftly turned away, inhaling several breaths of fresh air to quell the nausea. It was unfathomable to think how devastated that girl must have felt upon awakening to such a scene. Are you all right? Yuejian asked worriedly from behind. She shook her head, covering her nose with her hand as she glanced back inside. Cautiously avoiding the blood on the floor, Yuejian approached the window and opened it. Noticing the others outside, he hesitated before advising, "You all should mentally prepare yourselves. The sight of the body is quite shocking." With that, he stepped aside. Clearly, the impact of the scene was overwhelming. Several had already retched upon a mere glance. Yuejian quickly exited the room, exhaling deeply. Do you want to check another house? He asked Yuejian. She nodded affirmatively. Without further discussion, they swiftly made their way to another house, where they encountered the girl in the white dress who had been picking beans yesterday. She appeared to have just awakened, emerging from another room. Surprised to see them, she asked, "What are you doing here?" Upon hearing their explanation, her expression shifted to one of understanding. That person must have offended the rabbit deity, which is why they were taken. The two exchanged glances, and Yuejian tentatively inquired, "Are you suggesting that the rabbit deity was responsible for the killing?" The girl nodded. Yes, outsiders often disregard the customs and easily offend the rabbit deity. What customs? Yuejian pressed. The girl looked at him quizzically. Didn't anyone tell you? You must not disturb the rabbits hanging in the house, and you cannot go outside at night. Her words echoed the warnings given by the elderly man the previous night. Yet she failed to mention the most crucial point. As expected, the deceased had all slept on the ground last night. The two corpses they had seen were devoured so completely that it was easy to link them to the skinless rabbits from the night before. Had Yuejian not roused them in time, they would likely have discovered 5 bodies that morning, not merely 5 heads. Noticing their silence, the girl disregarded them, cheerfully exiting to wash her face with a basin. The two looked into the room, and, as anticipated, the scene was equally harrowing. They did not linger and soon stepped outside. As they emerged, others quickly gathered around, clamoring with questions. Yuejian, lost in her thoughts, barely registered what was being said. She glanced at the girl by the faucet, contemplating before stepping forward to greet her. The girl introduced herself as Li Shui, clarifying that she was not a university student returning home for the holidays, but rather had lived in the village her entire life and had never ventured far. Yuejian inquired about the rabbits hanging in the house, to which she replied, while wringing out a washcloth, that is a village custom. If a family's rabbit dies, they must clean it and prepare it as if it were alive, or else the rabbit will come back for revenge. Upon hearing these words, Yuejian immediately felt a surge of spirit. Indeed, as the legend suggests, there exists a connection between the deceased rabbit and resurrection. Have you ever encountered a resurrected rabbit? Li Shui pondered for a moment and replied, I have never seen one with my own eyes, but everyone speaks of it, so it must be true, right? Before long, other challengers gathered around, including Yuejian and Lu Xen, who had originally departed. Yuejian paid them no heed, her attention entirely focused on Li Shui. When did this legend originate? Chapter 23. Nursery rhyme. Li Shui poured out the water from the basin and casually remarked, I do not know. It has existed since before my birth. Everyone holds this custom in great reverence, and nothing untoward has occurred over the years. Upon hearing this, Yuejian felt something amiss. Are you implying that nothing has ever happened in your village? Li Shui filled another basin with water and replied, Yes, what of it? She shook her head and inquired further, So do these rabbits remain hanging indefinitely? Li Shui draped a washcloth over her arm and tossed a dirty cloth from the faucet into the basin. Not at all. Once they have hung for a while and dried out, they can be taken down. And what happens after they are removed? Li Shui carried the basin into the house, rummaged through a cloth bag hanging on the wall, and produced a plastic bag, her tone turning displeased. Just dispose of them, will you? Enough, do not delay me. I still need to tidy up the house. Before Yuejian could react, she saw Li Shui stride directly into the room containing the corpse. She set down the basin, unfurled the plastic bag, and began to gather the remains from the ground with her bare hands. Her expression was calm, showing no signs of fear, and she even hummed a cheerful tune, as if the contents of the bag were merely ordinary refuse. The sight was so stomach-churning that Yuejian could not bear to stay any longer. She quickly turned and exited the room, her complexion somewhat pale. Yuejian approached her with concern, but she waved him off, glancing at the other challengers. The two who resided with Li Shui were faring well. At least they had each other for company. The solitary girl appeared rather pitiful, standing alone and weeping, looking utterly helpless. Yuejian and Lu Xen approached the two, recounting how they had returned upon hearing the screams. Yuejian shifted her gaze from the girl to engage in conversation with them, only to be surprised when the girl suddenly approached them. Excuse me, my name is Su Xiaoro. Both of them are dead. May I accompany you? Xin found it strange. We already have 4 people. Why not seek out the others? Su Xiaoro sniffled. The 2 are both male, and I feel uncomfortable. Though the others are female, they seem to dislike me. Yuejian observed the 3 girls, each possessing a distinct character, either spirited, composed, or reserved. Indeed, they did not appear to be compatible with Su Xiaoro. Upon hearing this, Xin could no longer contain himself, and remarked, "Then you should just go on your own." Xianyang swiftly covered his mouth and interjected. Su Xiaoro's face turned pale, tears clinging to her cheeks, on the verge of falling. She looked at Xianyang with a pitiful gaze, about to say something more, but Xianyang had already dragged Xin away, with Yuejian closely following. After hesitating, Xin apologized to Su Xiaoro before hastily pursuing the others. Meanwhile, Xin finally broke free from Xianyang's grip, somewhat irate. What was that about? That girl is so pitiful. What harm would it do to bring her along? Xianyang asked. Is this your first challenge? Xin brushed his bangs aside. How could be? I have already faced 2 challenges. Xianyang nodded. Well, that makes sense. I do not blame you. Go on and play. What do you mean? Xin interrupted. Are you calling me foolish? I caught that. You indeed are foolish. Xianyang replied bluntly. Judging by appearances here, do you wish for your demise to come more swiftly? Xin was momentarily taken aback, somewhat defiant. We have only just interacted with her. How could you deduce she is malevolent from such a brief encounter? Were you there when Taishang Lao Jun was refining elixirs? Weren't you in the cauldron at the time? Did you not see? You were the one who was cauldron ash. Enough, do not quarrel. Xin intervened. I believe Wang Taizhu is correct. One cannot easily trust others here. Xin remained upset, but unexpectedly, his ire took a different turn. If you do not want to take her, why cover my mouth and block my nose too? I nearly suffocated, you scoundrel. Xianyang chuckled. I noticed your eyes were darting around. I thought you were breathing through them. Xin retorted, do not be angry, do not be angry. Xin again attempted to mediate. We are teammates. Let's not create discord. However, she did appear quite pitiful, so it is understandable that Xin felt compassion. Pitiful? Yuejian chuckled lightly. She is not pitiful at all. Do you remember her 2 teammates? Xin thought for a moment. I have some recollection. Yesterday I overheard them speaking, and they seemed rather unseemly. Do you believe that such individuals would graciously offer their bed to Su Xiaoro? Xin paused, deep in thought. Xin did not comprehend. What do you mean? What bed would they offer to Su Xiaoro? Did they not sleep in the bed yesterday? Oh wait, how do you know? Yuejian patiently explained the prior conjectures and continued. Everyone was randomly assigned. They do not know each other. The likelihood of them voluntarily offering their bed is quite low, especially considering what Xin just mentioned. Do you think Su Xiaoro would still be in their team, capable of sleeping alone? Is she truly that fragile and pitiable? Xin fell silent, irritably tugging at his hair in frustration. Xianyang donned a beaming smile, admiringly exclaiming, Yeah is exceptionally astute. You effortlessly saw through her disguise. Yeah is simply marvelous. Are you unwell? Yuejian restrained herself from voicing her thoughts. Xin glanced back and forth between the 2, then smiled sympathetically as she patted Xianyang's shoulder, urging Xin to set off in search of clues once more. Xianyang, looking perplexed, brushed off her clothes and wondered aloud. What was that about? Why look at me with that expression? Is there a red dragonfly on my shoulder? Yuejian replied with utmost seriousness. No, there is a pig. What spider? Do not scare me. She laughed silently and turned to leave. When she noticed Xianyang following her with questions, she cheerfully responded, That pig has departed. Xianyang paused, blurting out a completely unrelated comment. When you smile, you seem much more alive. In an instant, Yuejian's expression darkened. Haha. I meant to say, you look beautiful when you smile like flowers in spring. Enough. Cease your singing. Oh, could not resist, were you? You're quite fierce. The 2 walked along a narrow path through the village, the sun now fully risen, and the villagers gradually began to stir and engage in their daily activities. As they made their way, they encountered numerous villagers bearing baskets and sickles, hurrying to cut grass. A group of children blocked the path, playing games, clapping their hands, and hopping in circles, singing a nursery rhyme with an odd cadence. Little rabbit, hide and seek. Where is it? Ding dong. Little red flower, climbing the wall. Where is it? Eating rice. Little rabbit, wash your face, cover yourself with a quilt, and change your clothes. Turn off the lights and sleep until dawn. The two stood aside, listening, growing increasingly uncomfortable. Yuejian quietly asked her, "Do you not find this nursery rhyme to have a chilling tune? It sounds reminiscent of ghost music." Yuejian wholeheartedly agreed. The juxtaposition of such innocent lyrics with the eerie melody indeed created a profound sense of dissonance. I did not quite grasp the lyrics either. What does ding dong signify? And what is eating rice? Those are dialect terms. Ding dong refers to a percussion instrument, while mang mang means rice, signifying striking the cymbals and eating rice. Wow, you are quite knowledgeable. How do you know all this? Because this is our local dialect. Upon meeting Yuejian's complex and unspoken gaze, he chuckled lightly, exhibiting no signs of embarrassment, which was quite impressive indeed. Many individuals are unable to even converse in their local dialects. Yuejian fell into silence for a moment, ultimately surrendering to the circumstances, and weakly remarked, "Thank you. You are quite remarkable as well." After listening to the nursery rhyme a few times and somewhat memorizing the lyrics, the two approached the children, only to have them scatter like startled birds upon their approach. They stood there, bewildered and at a loss. "Outsiders?" A voice called from nearby. Turning, they saw a middle-aged man carrying a basket and a sickle, his face glowing with vitality. In Chapter 24, A Diamond on Your Tombstone, Yuejian nodded with a smile. "Yes, uncle, we merely wish to greet the children, with no ulterior motives." The man chuckled, I understand. The children are timid and do not readily approach strangers. After a few days, they'll become accustomed to you." Yuejian stepped aside, following him while engaging in friendly conversation. "Where are you headed, uncle? Do you need any assistance?" The man pointed with his sickle into the distance. "I'm off to cut some fresh grass to feed the rabbits." "No need for help. We've been doing this for decades, and too many people would only complicate things." Yuejian inquired further about the village, and they conversed amiably until they found themselves along the ridge of a field. "Rabbit collectors?" "Oh yes, indeed. Raising rabbits is for profit, so there will be collectors, but you're only here for 3 days, right? You likely won't see them. As for watching the rabbits, mine are rather skittish, so it may not be convenient. Perhaps you could ask someone else." "Oh dear, I've already wasted too much time. I must hurry to cut the grass." As the man hurried away along the ridge, as if fleeing, the two exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of doubt. "We are only here for 3 days?" It seemed that if they could not find an exit after 3 days, their fate would be sealed. Much like the festive moments of the previous small world, perhaps they would be granted a sliver of hope, though the likelihood of survival was nearly non-existent. "Let us explore other places." After a brief silence, Yuejian broke the stillness and turned to leave, prompting Yuejian to hastily follow. They wandered through the village several times, but regrettably found little of interest. At 9:50, they returned to the clearing to rendezvous with Xin and Lu Xin. The main gate was surprisingly ajar, and within the main room, a square table was set with 3 plates of food, though the dishes were not clearly visible. The elder was still busy in the kitchen, and shortly thereafter, he emerged carrying a plate and a bowl of rice. Upon seeing them, he appeared somewhat displeased, stating, "Since you're back, you can serve yourselves." The group hurried into the kitchen. The large pot and spatula had been thoroughly cleaned, and the fire in the stove was extinguished. On the counter sat a bucket of steaming rice, with 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks beside it. As they served themselves and returned to the main room, the elder had already taken his seat at the head of the table. Hearing the commotion, he glanced up and beckoned them to sit, saying, "Go ahead. I'm old and prefer a lighter taste, so you'll have to make do." Yuejian looked at the table, noticing a plate of radishes, a plate of cabbage, a plate of green leaves resembling chives, and a plate of red meat slices. She picked up a piece of radish and found it bland, as if boiled in plain water. She then tried a leaf of cabbage, which was equally devoid of oil and salt. Yuejian had not touched his chopsticks, his gaze lingering on the plate of meat, and he curiously inquired, "Elder, what kind of meat is this?" Without raising his head, the elder replied, "Rabbit meat." It's the only meat available in the village. My teeth aren't strong enough for such fare, but since you're here, I cooked a piece." Upon hearing this, Yuejian observed the meat more closely. It was firm and dark in color, resembling dried meat rather than fresh. The group exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. Clearly, they all recalled the dead rabbits hanging from the rafters. Li Shui had mentioned that once rabbit meat is dried, it can be taken down for processing. Consuming it is certainly one method. Although dried rabbit meat is quite common, the sight of rabbit meat with skin and fur was unsettling. For some reason, Yuejian could not shake the image of the skinless rabbits from the previous night, and her appetite vanished in an instant, leaving her to poke at her bowl of rice aimlessly. After enduring a rather unappetizing meal, they prepared to leave when the elder called out to them, "This afternoon, the village will host a feast, so I want tea prepared dinner for you. When the time comes, you can join us for the celebration." The group quickly inquired further and learned that, according to village customs, 3 days hence was the birthday of the rabbits. For the next few afternoons, the village would hold grand feasts in honor of the rabbits. After noon, every household became busy, with the venue chosen in the yard of the village head, and as they wandered, they could see villagers transporting various items to the location. By 3:30 in the afternoon, when they arrived, several rabbit cages taller than a person had already been set up in the yard. These cages were constructed from wooden boards brought by each household, and the clatter of hammering had been incessant for hours. Yuejian stopped a villager to ask why such large cages were being prepared, to which the villager replied, "All the rabbits in the village will be put inside, so the cages must be large enough to accommodate them." Yuejian wished to ask more, but the villager had already moved on with his hammer. The village head's yard was quite spacious. One half was designated for the rabbit cages, while the other half was set with tables, each covered with red plastic cloth and adorned with fruits and beverages. Aside from the decorations, it appeared no different from a typical rural feast. Suddenly, Yuejian whispered, "Have you noticed how many small children are in the village?" Yuejian, momentarily lost in thought, only then realized, "Is it because they worship the rabbit god?" Yuejian pondered, "Are you suggesting that their devotion to the rabbit god is also due to the rabbit's breeding abilities?" Yuejian shook his head. "It still doesn't quite fit. That sounds too much like a rabbit-slaying demon." "Ah, what a coincidence!" A voice interrupted their conversation. They turned to see one of the 3 girls from the morning smiling at them. "I'm Ding Ning. It's a pleasure to meet you." After their introductions, Yuejian asked, "Why are you here alone?" Ding Ning's expression faltered slightly, and she forced a smile, saying, "I accidentally got separated from them." "Separated?" The two exchanged glances, both expressing skepticism. The village was not large, and the visibility was relatively clear. It would take considerable carelessness to become lost. "It's like this," Ding Ning continued when they remained silent. "We discovered an abandoned house at the village's edge and wanted to take a look inside, but unexpectedly. According to Ding Ning, she had been the first to enter, and once inside, the light was dim, taking her quite some time to adjust her vision. It was only then that she realized she was alone in the house. Terrified, she rushed back outside, only to find the area equally deserted, with no sign of the other two. Believing they had deliberately abandoned her, she had come here in frustration. I feared there might be a misunderstanding, so I thought I would find them here amidst the festivities. They should come here, right?" Ding Ning concluded. Yuejian regarded her thoughtfully. "So, what are you hoping to convey by telling us this?" Ding Ning appeared somewhat embarrassed. "I just saw you both here and wanted to say hello. I didn't realize I'd spoken too much. I apologize." Yuejian seized the opportunity to inquire further, "Since you've already said so much, why not share a bit more? Where exactly is that abandoned house?" Ding Ning pointed in a direction. "If you go to the end of this path, you'll find it. There are stones and trees blocking the view, so you have to go around to see it." Yuejian nodded in gratitude and excused himself, taking Yuejian's hand as they departed. As they walked further away, Yuejian could not help but ask, "Where are we going now?" Yuejian gazed ahead and casually remarked, "Since she has kindly informed us, shouldn't we go take a look?" Yuejian paused in silence, responding, "Of course, I don't truly believe her words." With a smile, Yuejian replied, "I simply wish to understand what she intends by deliberately revealing this information to us." "No," Yuejian sighed, "what I meant was, could you possibly refrain from walking so swiftly? My legs are short, and I cannot keep up. Oh, Yuejian, your legs are not short. They are quite long, akin to phospholipid molecules. Shut up. Following Ding Ning's indicated direction, the two successfully located the dilapidated house. Years of weathering had taken their toll. Half of the roof had collapsed, precariously supported by the beams, with shattered tiles scattered across the floor, intermixed with an abundance of refuse and hair. Yuejian reached out to touch the wall, her brow furrowing at the sight of deep gouges. These must have been made by sharp instruments, right? Xianyang confirmed, indeed. But it's peculiar. Look at these marks, they extend from top to bottom. As he bent down to indicate, he noted that the lowest mark reached only to his calf. What kind of situation could have caused these marks below? Yuejian shook her head, tentatively pushing the dilapidated door, which creaked open silently, revealing a stark array of mottled marks. The ground, walls, and ceiling were all stained dark brown, and a musty odor assaulted her senses, covering her mouth and nose. She stepped back, only to hear a crunch beneath her foot, having stepped on something unknown. Looking down, she found a piece of yellowed bone, riddled with holes that sent a shiver of disgust through her. Now I understand why Ding Ning chose to inform us, Xianyang said, observing the interior with an impassive expression. There are no footprints on the ground, nor any signs of being trodden upon. I surmise she never dared to enter. Yuejian carefully avoided the broken bones as she inquired, "What do you propose? Should we enter now, or prepare ourselves mentally first?" Xianyang hesitated. "Have you never considered not going in?" Yuejian raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose, advancing into the house as she spoke. "Then you can stay outside. If the house collapses while I'm inside, remember to dig me out." Xianyang muttered something under his breath, but when he looked up, he resigned himself to follow. "I can't dig. Let us just be buried together. During our last moments, we can chat and exchange our final words." Yuejian stumbled slightly. "What final words do you have?" "Oh, I wish to have my ashes made into a diamond and set atop your tombstone." Chapter 25. A feast due to the overwhelming disorder within the house. The two searched with extreme caution. After a thorough inspection, Yuejian emerged with several tattered pages, while Xianyang held a broken knife. They stepped outside into the light to examine their findings. The tattered pages resembled someone's notes, due to their damage and filth. The content was largely obscured, revealing only fragmented phrases that pieced together some perplexing statements. They engaged in deciphering the text, reflecting on the insanity that may ensue if the situation continued unchecked. The bodies kept increasing. How long would this last? Something was amiss in the village. What should be done? What were they truly doing? Why was there something wrong with their meals? It wasn't tea, right? The rainfall tonight was heavy. Yet I still heard those sounds so distinctly. I had no choice. It was them. They are coming. No, please don't come looking for me. Why must you seek me? I am finished. We are all finished. We are all doomed. They're just outside. The final statement read, "The truth of this village lies within. If anyone sees this, leave here quickly." After some time deciphering, they exchanged troubled glances. "Did you understand?" Xianyang pondered. "I discerned that they committed some grave misdeeds, after which the village began to behave strangely. They too became erratic, and ultimately, he was hunted down by them, leaving behind the truth before meeting his end." Yuejian sighed. "Yet knowing this is of little consequence. Indeed, crucial clues are seldom easily obtained." As she held the tattered paper up to the light, she mused, "But where exactly lies the truth? It seems to resemble a character with a radical of wood." Xianyang examined it closely. It must be the character for village, right? There is a small horizontal line next to it. Yuejian fell silent. "So the truth resides in the village, does it?" "I have come to know." Noticing her speechlessness, Xianyang chuckled. "Shall we keep this for now and revisit it later? It's getting late. Shall we head to the feast?" Yuejian folded the papers neatly and tucked them in her pocket. "Are you brave enough to eat here?" Xianyang twirled the broken knife in his hand. "Let us just have some vegetables. Surely, they can't be toxic." Yuejian sighed again, her gaze lingering on the broken knife. "This item looks rather familiar." Xianyang reminded her. "It's a sickle, like the ones those villagers carried this morning. Don't you think it resembles a half-blade?" Yuejian nodded thoughtfully, and they retraced their steps. At 4:30 in the afternoon, they returned to the village chief's courtyard, where villagers busily prepared the feast, some chopping vegetables, others frying dishes, and still others washing dishes, creating a lively atmosphere. Most of the challengers were present, mingling with the villagers to gather information. Xian and Lu Xian were engaged in conversation with a few elderly women, waving excitedly upon seeing them. Over here. As they approached, Yuejian attentively listened to the women's chatter, soon realizing they were discussing their children. Distracted, she turned to see a group of children playing a hopping game, and, after some consideration, asked if she could join. The children initially regarded her with trepidation, but were quickly won over by her impressive skills, gathering around her with excited chatter. While engaging with them, Yuejian subtly inquired about nursery rhymes and the village. Compared to adults, the children were less guarded and readily shared everything they knew. This song was taught to me by my grandmother. Miju, Miju. Grandma says we should grow up happily with the little rabbits. Exactly. Little red flowers? We haven't seen those yet. Yuejian was taken aback. Don't you attend school? The children exchanged glances, then in unison asked her, what is school? Yuejian paused. School is where you learn knowledge from a teacher. If you do well, the teacher will reward you with little red flowers. The children shook their heads vigorously. We don't have those little red flowers, but Grandma says if we behave, we will all have them soon. Yuejian felt a twinge of doubt and was about to inquire further when someone shouted, dinner time. The children dashed away to their seats, and Yuejian sighed, discarding the pebble she held, just as she noticed Xie Xianyang approaching her. Did you learn anything? He asked, extending his hand. She hesitated briefly, but then grasped his wrist for support as she stood. They said they don't attend school and haven't seen little red flowers. But they will have them soon. Could it be? Xie Xianyang pointed at the veins on his hand, his expression a mix of suspicion and concern. Yuejian nodded and shook her head. It's hard to say. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Xianyang suggested, let us not dwell on it. Let us go sit down and share our findings. Following his gaze, Yuejian spotted the other challengers, who were now seated at the same table, with 2 seats conveniently available next to Xian. They approached and took their seats, the first to speak being a middle-aged man with a crew cut. Hello. I'm sure do, and this is Hu Chun. Let us cut to the chase. We've discovered some clues. According to their account, they had found numerous rabbit holes throughout the village, all located in fields and hills. Yet after an entire day of exploration, they had not seen a single live rabbit. Upon hearing this, Yuejian could not help but ponder deeply. Indeed, yesterday the village chief mentioned that every household in the village raises rabbits. Yet until now, they had never laid eyes on a living rabbit. Coupled with the middle-aged man's startled expression upon hearing their intention to view the rabbits that morning, doubts began to stir within her. As the two conversed, she noticed an odd tension between Ding Ning and her 2 other companions, who seemed to be at odds, while the other 2 appeared to be drawing closer. As for Su Xiaoro, she sat alone with her head bowed, her expression obscured. After their discussion, the 2 girls provided another clue. They had visited some elderly villagers and discovered that all of them lived alone. They remarked that their children had all left home, but it seemed peculiar to them. 1 or 2 households might be understandable, but so many were in the same situation. As they spoke, a voice suddenly interrupted from the side. Make way, make way. Time to serve the dishes. They turned to see a slender, middle-aged man approaching with a large platter of food. Upon reaching the table, he leaned the edge of the platter against it and called out loudly, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and serve the dishes. We have another table to attend to. Chapter 26. The second night, the group had no choice but to take a break, scrambling to serve the dishes from the platter onto the table. Once the man left, Yuejian's attention turned to the array of dishes before them, which could be roughly categorized into 3 sections: red meat, white radish and tofu, and green leafy vegetables. A girl named Yun sighed as she gazed at the food, recalling what the villagers had said earlier, that this feast was to celebrate the rabbits' birthdays, and thus most of the dishes consisted of their favorite foods. Nutritious and healthy. Everyone dig in, Xie Xianyang announced, picking up an empty bowl and scanning the surroundings. Hey, more rice over here. An ant carrying a large bowl approached, scooping 2 hearty servings into his bowl and pressing them down firmly. She then looked at the others. Aren't you all having any? Grab a bowl. Are you waiting for me to feed you? Yuejian quietly hid her bowl beneath the table, fortunate that after serving the others, the aunt forgot about her and hurried away with the bowl. She looked up at Synopsis, who had just tugged at her sleeve, and he grinned, pushing some rice into her bowl. "It's too bland. I have no appetite. Let's just share one bowl." While the two were dividing their food, Ding Ning had already recounted the situation regarding the abandoned house once more, adding at the end, "I mentioned this to them earlier, and it seemed they were headed in that direction. I don't know if they found any clues." With this statement, the attention of the others shifted toward the two. Xie placed his bowl on the table and picked up a half-broken knife on the ground, tossing it in front of Ding Ning. "Look what I found." Ding Ning flinched and retreated a couple of steps, casting an angry glare at him. He chuckled as he picked up a piece of cabbage. "Sorry, I couldn't control my strength." The group fell into silence, and after a moment, Du turned to Xian and Lu Xian. "What about you two?" Xian shook her head, while Lu Xian scoffed. "You've said it all. The village is so small. What other clues could there be?" His tone was far from pleasant, prompting Du to frown involuntarily. However, he refrained from saying more and shifted his gaze to Su Xiaoro. "What about you?" Su Xiaoro lifted her head, her pale face still glistening with tears. Yet, her question was seemingly unrelated. "It's getting dark. Can I share a room with you tonight?" Du was taken aback, then heard her weep. "I really can't go back to sleep. Just thinking about how those two died so tragically frightens me. I'm truly scared alone." Du hesitated, but Hu Chun beside him responded, "All right then, sister, you can stay with us tonight. However, our room also had a death in it, so you—" "That's fine," Su Xiaoro exclaimed with joy, quickly wiping her tears. "As long as I'm not alone, having you all here will ease my fear." Once this arrangement was settled, no one mentioned the clues again, and the table fell silent as everyone ate quietly, instinctively avoiding the meat dishes, consuming the vegetarian options instead. As darkness began to envelop the sky, everyone gradually left the table. Yuejian and a few others lingered, falling to the back. The villagers, who had been waiting patiently, rushed forward, asking in unison, "Have you finished eating? You're not eating anymore, right?" The group exchanged glances, hesitantly nodding. The villagers cheered, each producing a red plastic bag and eagerly rushing to fill them with the leftover meat. One aunt, realizing she might not get any, swiftly snatched a bag from the hands of those who were pushing in and ran away, leaving the others still trying to squeeze in for more. Seeing this, Xie smirked and patted the shoulder of the person who had been robbed, pointing towards the fleeing aunt. The person immediately grew furious, grabbing a nearby stool and chasing after her, shouting, "You heartless thief, don't run. Give me back my food." From a distance, the aunt yelled a few curses at Xie, who merely smiled slightly and turned away, retreating into the shadows. "Let us go back." As they walked away, Xian suddenly remarked to Yuejian, "I really don't know whether to envy you or pity you." Yuejian looked confused. "What are you talking about?" With a sigh, Xian shook her head as she departed. "Never mind, let us just wash up and sleep." When they returned, the room was still engulfed in darkness. It seemed the elderly had gone to bed early, and by now, the hour was barely past 7 with no signs of activity. They turned on the lights and gathered together to discuss the clues. Aside from what had been previously mentioned, Xian and Lu Xian brought up another matter. "Those two men are truly despicable," Lu Xian exclaimed indignantly. "Today we accidentally overheard them talking. Their companion who died last night was taken by them to the ground in the middle of the night." Xian nodded in agreement. They had all three slept in the same bed initially, but later they found it cramped and decided to move him down, intending to claim in the morning that he had accidentally rolled off. However, when they woke up today, they found he had died. Yuejian recalled the earlier incident at the dining table and interjected, "So tonight." Xie shook his head. "Now everyone knows that sleeping on the ground is dangerous. Tonight, they will surely be more alert." Lu Xian, looking discontent, rested his chin on his hand. "How are we all supposed to sleep on one bed? What else can we do?" Xian suggested. Gesturing, "We'll just have to lean against the wall and make do." Lu Xian let out a woeful cry, but realized he had no other option and begrudgingly climbed onto the bed, sulking in silence. Time passed slowly, and midnight arrived quietly. They turned off the lights, and each began to drift into slumber. In a hazy state, Yuejian heard a faint melody, the tune oddly familiar, reminiscent of the nursery rhyme from earlier that day. A chill ran down her spine, and she attempted to open her eyes, but for some reason, her eyelids felt unusually heavy that night. The familiar sense of helplessness and fear triggered memories of past experiences of sleep paralysis. In her blurred vision, it appeared as though a colossal dark shadow stood at the foot of her bed, staring at her motionlessly. Anxiously, she tried to bend her fingers, but time seemed to stretch infinitely. Just as the shadow slowly raised an axe, she finally jolted awake, eyes wide open. The room was empty, save for the indistinct, white shadows swaying gently above her. Swaying? She stiffly turned her head towards the window. Perhaps due to the village hosting an event and the lights being on at night, the room was not as dark as usual in the dim light. She could vaguely see that the window was securely locked. Since the doors and windows were shut, where was the wind coming from? She held her breath, cautiously surveying her surroundings. The floor was bare, and the rabbit cages, baskets, and cabinets all lay in silence. Suddenly, it dawned on her, causing her to freeze in place, and she slowly lifted her gaze. A row of roof tiles had been lifted, and a pair of dark red eyes were embedded there, silently watching the several individuals on the bed. Chapter 27. Dream at some unknown point. The singing grew increasingly clearer, as if it were coming from just outside the window. A sudden burst of laughter rang in her ears, and Yuejian spun around to see a rabbit suddenly moving in midair. It perked up its ears, its eyes fixated on her, the corners of its mouth curving into a sinister arc. Suddenly, two, then three rabbits sprang to life. They struggled and contorted in midair, extending claws as sharp as needles towards it. The rope around its neck began to fray, and the closest rabbit emitted a chilling wail as it lunged at her. Paralyzed with fear, she felt a wave of numbness wash over her. When she opened her eyes again, the scene had vanished. The room was enveloped in silence, devoid of eyes above or resurrected rabbits. Everything had felt like a fleeting dream. She exhaled in relief and turned to the others beside her, only to be met with the gruesome sight of several bloodied rabbit corpses. The rabbits were as large as humans, their skins sliced open from head to toe, forming three long gashes that resembled gaping mouths, poised to devour their surroundings. As if sensing her gaze, one of the rabbits slowly turned its head towards her, displaying a bizarre grin. It opened its mouth, and the voice of Xianyang emerged. Yuejian, we have all transformed into rabbits. Why haven't you? Yuejian instinctively shrank towards the foot of the bed, drenched in cold sweat. Why haven't you changed? Why haven't you changed? The giant rabbit incessantly questioned her, extending its bloodied claws. The taut string within her snapped suddenly. She swung her leg over the edge of the bed, preparing to flee. Yet, halfway down, she abruptly froze. Fleeing was not the answer. It was deceiving herself into getting off the bed. Realizing this, she glanced down at the floor, and indeed, the previously vacant ground now bore countless rabbit mouths, adorned with enormous incisors. They awaited her descent, eager to tear her apart, just as the others had done last night. Yuejian. A hand suddenly clapped her shoulder, sending her heart racing. She slowly turned her head to see that the rabbit corpse had vanished, and Xianyang was awake. Worry etched across his face. Are you all right? She did not respond, but immediately glanced down at the ground, finding it empty. Those rabbit mouths had all disappeared. She raised her wrist to check the time. 4 o'clock in the morning. When did you wake up? Xianyang replied, just now. I noticed something was off with you. Did something happen? Hesitating, she shook her head. Just a nightmare. What kind of nightmare? Xianyang seemed genuinely curious. She looked up at the ceiling. I saw eyes up there, watching us. Xianyang exclaimed, his gaze shifting to the window, his tones suddenly foreboding. Are you referring to those eyes? A faint sound echoed from nearby as the previously shut window swung open with an unseen force. Dark red eyes crowded into the narrow space, accompanied by a rhythmic knocking sound. Yuejian heard the nursery rhyme once more, this time emanating from Xianyang. In her horrified gaze, he sang while reaching to remove his clothing. No, it was not clothing. It was an entire rabbit skin. He peeled it off like a garment, revealing a mass of flesh and bone beneath. He grinned, draping the rabbit skin over her, whispering, "Cover up, turn off the lights, and sleep until dawn." Sleep until dawn. Unsure if she was still dreaming, Yuejian found herself transformed into a rabbit, confined within a large cage in the village chief's yard, surrounded by villagers wielding knives. They frantically hacked at the wooden cage, their figures varying in size, all wearing similar sinister grins. "Kill her! Kill her! Kill her!" Yuejian. A violent shaking jolted Yuejian awake. Blinking in confusion, she was met with an enlarged face. Startled, she recoiled, only to find the wall behind her, leaving her no retreat. She pressed her hands against the wall, warily staring at the person before her. "What's wrong?" Xianyang frowned. Flanked by the equally concerned Xin and the perplexed Lu Xin, Yuejian collected herself, glancing towards the window, where light streamed through the gaps. The day had brightened. She raised her hand to check her screen. 8:50 in the morning. "It's nothing, just a nightmare." As the familiar words escaped her lips, she paused, relieved that the people before her had not transformed. Xianyang regarded her thoughtfully, but quickly broke into a smile. "As long as you're okay. Get up. We haven't heard anything from the others and don't know if anything happened last night. Let's go check." Yuejian nodded and promptly got out of bed. While washing up at the outdoor tap, she spotted two familiar figures emerging from the opposite house. Upon closer inspection, they were Yuejian and Chun Miao, who shared a room with Ding Ning. Greeting them with smiles, Xin curiously inquired about Ding Ning's whereabouts. Yuejian shook her head, stating she hadn't seen her since waking up that morning. Yuejian observed their expressions closely. They appeared natural, likely not lying. Shortly after they left, the elder exited towards the kitchen. The group decided to have breakfast before moving about and followed him inside. 10 minutes later, the elder forcefully ushered them all out, locking the door with a loud snap, his furious silhouette visible through the window. In unison, 3 pairs of eyes fell on Lu Xin, who awkwardly chuckled. Turning his head away, "I didn't expect the cutting board to be that fragile. I barely chopped it and..." "That's right." Lu Xin had hastily volunteered to help the elder with the chopping, only to cleave the board in 2 with 1 stroke. The 3 sighed in resignation. With the situation as it was, they had no choice but to obediently wait outside until 10 o'clock. At the dining table that day, the elder wore a perpetual scowl, coughing heavily after every couple of bites, eventually contaminating the food with his saliva. Unable to eat any longer, they discarded their bowls and fled. They split into 2 groups, continuing to wander the village. Armed with clues from the previous day, they focused on locating rabbits and gathering information about the villagers. Yuejian did not leave immediately. She stood outside, furrowing her brow in contemplation. So engrossed was she that she hardly heard Xianyang speak until a hand landed on her shoulder. Chapter 28. Disappearance. She jolted, instinctively retreating until she saw Xianyang, hand raised in confusion, asking, "What is wrong with you?" After a moment's hesitation, she lowered her voice and recounted the events of the previous night. Upon finishing, Xianyang appeared enlightened. "No wonder you've been acting strange today. Why did I mutate in your dream? I would never harm you." Yuejian turned to see the elder had finished tidying up and returned inside. "Who knows?" Xianyang frowned. "What do you mean? You trust me, right? I would never hurt you. We're good friends. Very good friends. Well, if we're fortunate enough to get out of here, you'll be the first person I turn to when I need to recruit someone." Yuejian, "Look here." Xianyang's voice trailed off as he followed her gaze, noticing her hands peeling back the fur of the dead rabbits on the ceiling. Beneath the fur, he saw a gash running from head to toe on the rabbit skin, tightly sewn together with needle and thread, resembling a white woolen garment. "What is this?" He leaned in for a closer look, inspecting the other carcasses, only to find that every single rabbit's skin bore the same seam. "What is going on? Are these rabbits skinned?" Yuejian shook her head. "They may not even be rabbits." Hearing this, Xianyang's expression turned serious as he realized, "Are you suggesting? I suspect there are no rabbits in this village at all. These so-called rabbits are all challengers. That would explain why we Haven Tea encountered a single living rabbit. Are you suggesting that all of these are individuals wrapped in rabbit skins?" Xianyang's gaze fell upon the 4 or 5 dozen lifeless rabbits. "If that is the case, then the so-called rabbit birthday and those large cages must have been prepared for us." Yuejian responded in a solemn tone. This revelation could elucidate many peculiarities: the aged and yellowed papers on the bulletin board, the ambiguous middle-aged man from yesterday, the children who were to receive little red flowers, and the village legends of resurrected rabbits. Wally Schweck claimed that nothing had ever occurred. If these so-called rabbits do not exist, then resurrection is naturally impossible, and the deceased challengers could not possibly return to life. The room fell into silence, and for a moment, neither spoke. Should we inform them? After an indeterminate time, Yuejian inquired. Yuejian shook her head. It was still merely conjecture, and moreover, there were certain matters that she had yet to clarify, particularly the truths mentioned on those papers. She paused, pondering, why did I have such a dream? Perhaps it was not a dream at all. Yuejian studied her intently, wondering if it were conceivable that your dream stemmed from those papers. Yuejian retrieved the papers from her pocket and unfolded them, only to be taken aback by the presence of a strand of rabbit fur in the previously unblemished fold. She pinched the fur between her fingers, scrutinizing it as her brows knitted tighter. Did it accidentally get brushed in? Yuejian surveyed the rabbit fur with curiosity. She shook her head. She had not opened it since returning yesterday, and this was the inner fold, so it could not have come from outside. Since they could not comprehend it for the time being, they ceased their contemplation. Before leaving, they examined the statue of the rabbit deity once more, but this time, they discovered no new traces. Time slipped away quietly, and in the afternoon, the challengers gathered around a table once more. Xian looked around with confusion. Where Ding Ning and Hu Chun? Today, there were 2 empty seats at the table, and the 2 were nowhere to be seen. The others who resided with them shook their heads, unsure. It has been a whole day without sight of them. Could something have happened? As soon as these words were uttered, everyone grew tense. Yuejian casually turned her head and noticed that under the table, Su Xiaorou's hand was intertwined with Shidu's. She paused momentarily, then nonchalantly shifted her gaze, her mind racing with thoughts. In just one night, how had their relationship progressed so rapidly? Moreover, it was in the presence of Hu Chun. If Hu Chun and Ding Ning had truly encountered trouble and gone missing, what commonality could there be between them? Was it due to exclusion? At this thought, she instinctively glanced at the others. Hiyun and Chun Miao were whispering to one another, their expressions displaying curiosity but devoid of concern. Shidu and Su Xiaorou exchanged no words, yet when their eyes met, there was an unspoken intimacy. For some reason, she suddenly felt a weight upon her. If that were the case, then why would there be such a hidden condition? The meal concluded in silence, and as everyone dispersed, Yuejian chose to remain, her gaze sweeping around the surrounding villagers. What is it? Yuejian asked quietly beside her. She countered with a question. Have you seen the village chief? The 3 shook their heads in unison. No, we haven't seen him yesterday or today. The villagers mentioned that celebrating the rabbits' birthdays was a significant affair, and the feast was to be held in the village chief's courtyard. Yet he had not shown himself at all. Do you not find that strange? Lu Xian slapped his thigh. I felt that way yesterday. Seeing the surrounding villagers glance their way, Xian quickly tugged at him and asked in a hushed voice, should we sneak in and take a look? The village chief's door had been ajar for the past 2 days, but only the main room was accessible. Unlike the other houses in the village, the village chief's abode was newer and larger, with 2 stories. Yuejian glanced upward. Night was approaching, and we may be pressed for time. Yuejian suddenly interjected. They only said not to go out at night, but they did not specify which door not to use, right? At this statement, the others instantly grasped the implication. Lu Xian could not help but exclaim, you don't mean to... Yuejian pinched him, successfully silencing his words. Xian lowered her voice. But we are unfamiliar with the circumstances inside. We might be discovered by the villagers. Let us just go in and have a look, Yuejian stated, leading the way inside, prompting the others to follow suit. Their actions drew the attention of some villagers, yet no one came to stop them. Upon entering, they pretended to offer incense to the rabbit deity, while Yuejian observed the surroundings. Both side doors were locked, and the staircase to the 2nd floor was retracted. However, the corridor behind the main room lacked a door, but judging by what the villagers carried in and out, it seemed to be filled with miscellaneous items. It appears there is nowhere for us to hide. After lighting the incense and rising, Xn whispered, although the corridor could provide concealment. The villagers were continuously moving in and out, making it a poor hiding place. Chapter 29. The Hidden Space Above. Yuejian discreetly pointed to the second floor. Although the staircase was retracted, the second floor was not particularly high. He and Liu Xian could easily reach it. Their task now was to devise a means to lure the villagers outside. Yuejian smiled slightly. That is easily accomplished. Shortly after he stepped outside, a commotion erupted. Fire! Fire! Quick, extinguish it! The group peered outside to see thick smoke billowing from the nearby latrine, causing the villagers to panic and rush out to fetch water to douse the flames. Seizing the chaos, Yuejian squeezed back in and urged, "Hurry, let's go up." Liu Xian silently gave him a thumbs up before turning and climbing upward with determination. Minutes later, they successfully ascended to the second floor. The area was divided into two sides, with the main room at the center connected by a corridor. They found themselves on the right side, which consisted of two vacant rooms. The front room was bare, with only a corner piled high with dried corn and potatoes. The rear room was similarly empty, containing only a bed devoid of bedding. The group then crossed the corridor to examine the opposite side, revealing an entire space cluttered with various items, thick with dust, indicating it had not been disturbed in quite some time. It appears there is nothing particularly noteworthy. Sin Mumu. Yuejian's gaze fell upon the entrance of the corridor. Was there another room behind it? Since it was now late, the corridor was dimly lit, and they had not paid much attention as they passed earlier. But from the outside, it appeared there was a space about a meter wide. "Let us take a look," Yuejian stated, being the first to crawl into the corridor, with the other three hastily following. With the aid of a watch's light, they indeed discovered a locked door in the middle, secured with an old-fashioned padlock that appeared flimsy. Yet opening it without making a sound proved somewhat troublesome. In the ensuing silence, Liu Xian confidently chuckled, squeezing to the front. "Let me handle this." He produced a thin piece of wire and began to fiddle with the lock, and before long, it clicked open. As the others praised him, he tossed his hair back, boasting, "No joke, I'm a professional." The group pushed the door open, revealing a pitch-black interior. Yuejian adjusted her screen to a white background and illuminated the space ahead, only to hear Liu Xian exclaim, "What is that?" Yuejian swiftly covered his mouth, his own expression mirroring suspicion. In the glow, they were met with a room filled with white human silhouettes. Yuejian stifled her fear and approached for a closer inspection. They were human skins hanging on wooden frames, draped in white robes, looking exceedingly eerie in the dim light. "What are these?" Xian's voice trembled, seemingly overwhelmed with fear, as she clutched Yuejian's arm and instinctively recoiled behind her. Yuejian felt a sense of discomfort at the physical contact, yet noting Xian's evident fright, she ultimately refrained from voicing her discontent. As a few individuals fell into silence, confronted by the grim reality of human skin, voices echoed from downstairs. The villagers who had extinguished the fire were returning. They dared not speak, crouching quietly in a corner, intending to wait until nightfall when the villagers would disperse before making their move. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, obscuring the scene below, leaving them reliant on sound for discernment. After a prolonged period of tension, as the noise subsided, they exhaled softly, only to be startled by the sound of something being dragged, followed by the rhythmic thumping of footsteps approaching, the unmistakable sign of someone ascending the stairs. Alarmed, they tiptoed to the door to secure the lock and hastily sought refuge in an adjacent room. Thankfully, the person ascending was not moving swiftly. They managed to conceal themselves just before he appeared in the corridor. Seemingly oblivious to any peculiarities, he unlocked the door and entered the space, remaining silent for a considerable duration. Crouched in the corner, their legs numb, they finally heard the sound of the door closing and locking, succeeded by the fading footsteps. The individual had departed. They waited for a while longer, ensuring he had truly left, before cautiously returning to unlock the door and investigate. Inside lay an additional piece of human skin. After counting twice to verify, they exchanged apprehensive glances. Now that night had fallen, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. They dare not speak, opting for hushed whispers. Was it the same person from before? Sin in foot. Yuejian appeared visibly shaken. The arrival of this skin implied a dire implication. This piece of skin had evidently just been shed. Though he did not voice his thoughts directly, the meaning was clear to all. The skin bore no face, rendering identification impossible. Yet this latest addition was distinct. Its wrinkles indicated an older individual. And given their current location, the answer was glaringly obvious. So, does this mean the village chief is not human? Xin whispered. Yuejian, on the verge of tears, recognized the grim reality. Could he not change skins daily? The moment this thought crossed their minds, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. No wonder the village chief had insisted on not being disturbed. He had been absent during the recent gatherings. If he could assume a new identity daily, he was not merely absent, but rather concealed among the villagers, secretly observing them. Do you think the villagers are aware of this? Upon hearing Xion's question, the group fell into deep contemplation. Theoretically, the villagers should be aware. The village was small, and the absence or presence of individuals was conspicuous. However, with the chief's infrequent appearances and the villagers' solitary lifestyles, it would not be difficult for him to remain unnoticed. What should we do now? Xion's question snapped Yuejian back to reality. Let us just get through tonight, she replied. Beyond the corridor where the skin had been left, the other rooms upstairs lacked doors, and they dared not venture to the first floor. Thus, they remained in the inner room, which had a bed. Although it was on the second floor, the specter of the skinless rabbits loomed large, prompting them to huddle on the bed to endure the night. Perhaps due to the unsettling change of environment, none could find rest that night. They engaged in light conversation until the hour struck 2. Suddenly, a rustling sound pierced the stillness, jolting the drowsy Yuejian awake. Is it raining? He whispered. No one responded in the darkness. The courtyard still flickered with candlelight. If it were indeed raining, the flames would have extinguished, yet the glow persisted, suggesting something was amiss. Yuejian held her breath, straining to listen to the sounds outside, which resembled the scuttling of countless rodents. Could it be those skinless rabbits? The thought sent a chill down her spine. Time slipped away, and the rustling gradually diminished, replaced by a haunting melody and the distant thudding of footsteps. Chapter 30. A night of terror. The sound ebbed and flowed, rendering its source indiscernible. Yuejian, driven by an impulse she could not articulate, silently slipped out of bed and toward the outer room. The others were startled, but quickly followed her lead. The outer wall was riddled with cracks, allowing them to glimpse the unsettling scene outside. Pressing against the wall, Yuejian peered out, illuminated by the flickering candlelight in the courtyard, and beheld a horrifying sight. A towering rabbit clutched a human head in its left hand and a bloodied axe in its right, ambling through the village. The rabbit bore a striking resemblance to the statue. Though the features of the head were obscured, the long hair evoked memories of Su Xiaorou. Behind it trailed a horde of skinless rabbits, their mouths singing a chilling nursery rhyme. They seemed to be searching for something, creeping up to windows and burrowing into the ground, and were nearing the village chief's home. The group dared not watch any longer, retreating stealthily back into the inner room. The bed no longer felt safe. Yuejian scanned her surroundings, lowering her voice to a whisper. The wooden house had numerous gaps, and given the rabbits' towering stature, it could easily spot them through any crevice. Should we hide under the bed? Sin suget, Yuejian quickly added. We could block the view with some items from the opposite side. That should conceal us. Xiaxian Yang shook his head, pointing at the ground. We don't know if there are rabbits beneath us. If they look up from below, they could still find us. Let us go to the corridor. Yuejian decided decisively. It was originally a storage area, offering better security and concealment, and with the human skins for cover, it seemed the safest option. Resolute, they crept into the corridor, and Yuejian swiftly unlocked the door. Once inside, they secured it tightly and leaned against the door. The rustling grew increasingly closer, crawling up the walls and burrowing into the earth surrounding the entire house. The rhythmic thumping of footsteps circled the building, each step weighing heavily upon their chests, suffocating them with dread. Time slipped by, and the sounds outside gradually receded. The space was engulfed in darkness. They could not discern one another's expressions. Only the faint sound of breathing echoed in the silence. Xin, sitting to Yuejian's left, nervously asked, "Are we safe?" From the right. Xian Yang's voice replied, "It's quiet now. We should be safe." Lu Xin sighed in relief and quickly asked, "Can we go out now? This place is terrifying. Just thinking about those human skins gives me the creeps." Clearly, he was not alone in his sentiments, but out of caution. They remained for over an hour longer, ensuring the outside was truly silent before cautiously opening the door. In the dim light, a shadow suddenly loomed before them. By the faint glow of her watch, Yuejian locked eyes with a pair of ashen, lifeless eyes, which belonged to a familiar face. Just hours earlier, he had moved, smiled, and exchanged glances with Su Xiaoro. It was sure due reflexively. She covered her mouth to stifle a scream and quickly prevented those behind her from stepping forward. Adjusting her watch to a white background, she illuminated the corridor, revealing a row of 4 severed heads. Hiyun, Chun Miao, Sure Do, and Su Xiaoro. It was then that she noticed dark brown stains on the ground, likely old blood concealed in the shadows. They had unknowingly tread over this gruesome evidence multiple times, obscured by the dim light. "They are all dead?" Xian Yang's head peeked out, and upon seeing the scene below, his voice was laden with despair. Yuejian turned away, momentarily at a loss for words. If the pattern of deaths over the previous 2 nights had been traceable, what could explain tonight's events? Rapidly scanning her mind for clues from the past 2 days yielded no answers, and during this contemplation, Xin and Lu Xin also comprehended the grim reality outside. They silently withdrew, leaving the space steeped in a deathly silence. What had these heads been placed outside? After what felt like an eternity, Xin cautiously inquired. Yuejian leaned against the wall, likely just moments ago. The outside door was left unlocked, and they had not been detected. It seemed the head had been abandoned. "Should we go out?" "Why not wait here until dawn?" Xian Yang shook his head. "No, I must don the human skin during the day, and we never know when it might come up. If we are caught, it would spell our doom. But the ground is soaked in blood. We will certainly leave footprints." He argued, "When he disposes of the heads, he will notice," Lu Xin added. "There are so many bloodstains here. They likely haven't been cleaned much before. Let us do our best to avoid them. We should be fine," Xian Yang declared as he was the first to step outside. They cautiously returned to the neighboring room and meticulously cleared away the more obvious traces. By now, it was already late at night, and none of them dared to sleep. They huddled in the corner near the hallway, bracing themselves until dawn. Just past 6 in the morning, the sky began to brighten, and footsteps were heard from downstairs. The group held their breath, listening as the sound moved out of the room, dragging a ladder and placing it against the opposite wall, slowly beginning to ascend. By the time he finished dealing with the heads in the hallway and donned the human skin to descend, nearly 2 hours had elapsed. He emerged holding a basin, presumably to wash up. The group stealthily edged to the outer door, peering through the gap at the figure. After he returned from washing up, placed the basin down, hung a cloth, and entered the kitchen to start his work, they seized the opportunity and quietly slipped out the door. Upon returning to the elder's house, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The elder, seeing them, showed no surprise and simply gestured for them to serve themselves. "You didn't come back to sleep last night?" he suddenly asked as they were finishing their meal. Yuejian paused with the bowl in hand, speechless. Xian Yang maintained a composed smile. "Yes, we went digging a pit last night." The elder looked somewhat surprised. "Digging what pit?" Xian Yang replied. "I calculated that there will soon be a funeral in the village, so we preemptively dug a few pits to facilitate the burial later." The elder fixed a steady gaze on him for a few moments, then abruptly stood up, silently clearing the table before taking the dishes away with an expressionless face. Under the scrutiny of the three, Xian Yang shrugged. "Today is the last day. We must hasten to find an exit. If we do not, we may well meet our end here." They first checked the residences of the others. Everything appeared normal inside, with no suspicious traces left behind. "What did you find?" Li Shui, sitting outside and picking vegetables, asked cheerfully upon seeing them. Xian Yang casually dismissed her, but suddenly his gaze fell upon her head. Moments later, he nonchalantly inquired, "By the way, what shampoo do you usually use? Your hair looks quite good." Li Shui touched her hair and smiled. "Really? I use soapberry. Everyone in the village uses it. Xiaxianyang nodded and turned to leave. The other two caught up with him, curious. Why did you suddenly ask her that? Xiaxianyang glanced back, noting her lack of dandruff. Just a casual question. Xin was left speechless. At noon, in the courtyard of the village chief's home, Yuejian and the others sat aside, watching Lu Xin perform magic tricks for the elders. According to Xin, Lu Xin, who appeared to be a spirited young man, was, in fact, a magician. He hardly looks like a magician, Xiaxianyang thought as he watched Lu Xin conjure a bouquet of wildflowers from beneath a cloth, the crowd erupting in applause. He still found it hard to believe. Xin chuckled. Though he may not seem reliable, he is surprisingly dependable. Hearing this, Yuejian glanced up at her. Xiaxianyang raised a question. What is his intention in performing magic for these villagers? To gather information, Xin replied, standing up. While they are distracted, I will go ask. After she left, Yuejian brought up the earlier matter. Xiaxianyang lowered his voice to explain. There is likely a slit hidden in her hairline. Yuejian looked surprised. Does that mean? Xiaxianyang nodded, his gaze shifting to the nearby villagers. They exchanged a knowing look and quickly blended into the crowd. 10 minutes later, Xiaxianyang inquired, What did you discover? Yuejian nodded solemnly, clearly indicating they had arrived at the same conclusion. All the villagers here had a hidden seam in their hair. In other words, not only the village chief, but all the villagers were monsters wearing human skin. Yuejian's gaze fell upon the group surrounding Lu Xin. They seemed perfectly normal, even competing to take home leftovers during the meal. But the truth now laid bare left her momentarily disoriented. However, she soon regained her composure, as some of her doubts began to clarify. The so-called rabbit god. The numerous children in the village, most of whom were solitary villagers, the slits on the dead rabbits, the human skins hidden behind the corridors, and the countless skinned rabbits. Tomorrow is the birthday, Xiaxianyang stated gravely. We still do not know what we will face tonight. Just as Yuejian was about to speak, her gaze suddenly fixed on a point, and shock and confusion washed over her face. Xiaxianyang turned to follow her gaze and saw a familiar face. Hu Chun, who had disappeared yesterday, reappeared. He stood outside the crowd, staring intently at Lu Xin performing magic, his expression bizarre, like a hunter fixated on its prey. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the same truth. It was not Hu Chun, but the rabbit man wearing his skin. But why was he fixated on Lu Xin? As if sensing her gaze, Hu Chun suddenly turned his head. She could not evade it. Her eyes collided with his. A chilling smile slowly crept across his lips as he raised his arm, his fist gliding slowly across his neck. After a brief moment of confusion, a shiver ran down her spine as she recalled having seen this familiar gesture frequently over the past 2 days, the villagers gripping their sickles. A figure suddenly blocked her view. She looked up to find Xiaxianyang staring intently at her. Yuejian, would you dare to embark on a grand venture with me? What? She was taken aback. Xiaxianyang smiled slightly, his gaze drifting to the houses behind them. The proposal he made was so outrageous that even Yuejian, who often prided herself on her madness, found it insane. Let us set the village ablaze. Yuejian opened her mouth several times, hesitating to respond. So are we doing it? After a moment's reflection, she asked, When shall we strike? Xiaxianyang raised his hand to check the time. No rush. Let us prepare first. By the time they were ready, it was already 4 in the afternoon. When they returned to the village chief's courtyard, Xin and Lu Xin had already disappeared. They searched nearby, but found no sign of the two, only to be blocked by a group of children. The children insisted on playing 5 in a row with Yuejian, and after some thought, she agreed. During the hour-long play, Xiaxianyang left for considerable time, the purpose of which remained unknown. The children admired Yuejian's skill in 5 in a row. A cute little girl with pigtails rested her chin on her hands and suddenly said, Sister, don't turn into a rabbit. Stay and play with us. Yuejian paused, her 2 stones resting firmly in her palm. Softening her voice, she asked, Who told Qiao Qiao that I would turn into a rabbit? Qiao Qiao was the name of the little girl. Qiao Qiao blinked her big eyes and tilted her head. Qiao Qiao like sister. Grandpa said sister will turn into a little rabbit to play with Qiao Qiao. But if sister becomes a rabbit, she can't teach Qiao Qiao to play 5 in a row. A jolt of anxiety surged through Yuejian, but she suppressed it and smiled. Did Grandpa tell Chow Chow how sister can turn into a little rabbit? Chow Chow had not yet spoken when a little boy beside her eagerly interjected. I know. Grandpa said that the little rabbits are gifts from the rabbit god. It must be the rabbit god that can turn my sister into a little rabbit. Chow Chow nodded incessantly, exclaiming, yes, the rabbit god is truly powerful, more formidable than all the adults. So, how can we meet the rabbit god? Yuejian gently prompted. Upon hearing this, the children began to chatter excitedly. Some claimed that the rabbit god appears when children misbehave. Others said the rabbit god visits every night to accompany everyone to sleep. And yet others asserted that if one's heart is sincere enough and one offers incense to the rabbit god, it will manifest. Chow Chow squeezed through the crowd and whispered into her sister's ear, Sister, let me tell you a secret. I have seen the rabbit god at Grandpa Village Chief's house. Yuejian's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly inquired further. Chow Chow fiddled with her little braid, recounting, one night I went to play at Grandpa Village Chief's, and I saw the rabbit god standing over there. But when I blinked, it disappeared. Following her pointed finger, Yuejian looked towards a courtyard. Could it be that the village chief is the rabbit god? No, something felt amiss. Chapter 32. Li Shan as she pondered. A shadow loomed overhead. She looked up to find Yuejian. Just then, the villagers began calling for their guests to eat. After bidding farewell to the children, Yuejian stood and asked Yuejian, where have you been? Yuejian replied with a mysterious smile, I took care of an important matter. Seeing he was unwilling to elaborate, Yuejian chose not to press further. The two returned to the same table they had occupied 2 days prior, but today, aside from themselves, all other seats were vacant. Haven't they come back yet? Yuejian inquired. Yuejian poured hot tea into her bowl and casually remarked, they're probably off attending to something significant as well. Let's eat on our own. We have more to accomplish afterward. Although their table was occupied by only the two of them, no villagers joined them. The dishes were served as if meant for 10 people, and aside from the rather insipid fare, it was undeniably a comfortable experience. After finishing their meal, it was already past 6 and dusk was settling in. Yuejian rose and headed to the kitchen, returning shortly with his hands in his pockets, his expression as casual as if he had merely strolled through his backyard. As the villagers had not yet dispersed, the two decided to start from the outermost house. Yuejian tossed her 2 boxes of matches and a handful of oilwood, and they set off in different directions. Before long, a ring of flames enveloped the perimeter of the village. By the time the villagers noticed, the fire had already begun to spread inward. They rushed to the scene with various containers, creating a scene of chaos. Taking advantage of the confusion, the two slipped back into the courtyard, where nearly all the villagers had departed. They entered the main room, only to discover that the village chief's door was not locked. Is he still inside? Yuejian mouthed. Yuejian frowned and tentatively pushed the door, which creaked open. The room was dimly lit, revealing 2 adjoining rooms that were quiet and vacant, seemingly devoid of any presence. He exchanged a glance with Yuejian before stepping inside. The front room was likely where the village chief usually slept. They carefully searched through it, but found nothing of value. In unison, their gazes fell upon the door in the center. It was unlocked, and just as Yuejian reached out, Yuejian swiftly pushed it open. A flood of dark crimson surged forth, engulfing them instantly. In a split second, Yuejian deftly grasped Yuejian's arm, and as they were overwhelmed by the crimson tide, they stumbled backward. The ground beneath their feet vanished, replaced by an unfathomable abyss, and they were swept into a continuous fall, surrounded by many indistinct white figures, their forms forever elusive. Time passed, and as the blood-red hue faded and darkness receded, they found themselves in a surprisingly familiar location. Is this the village entrance? Yuejian hesitated, gazing at the stone marker ahead, which bore the 3 characters for Li Jiaxiyuan. However, the vegetation at the village entrance was not as lush as it had appeared upon their first arrival, and the marker was unobscured by branches. It must be an illusion, Yuejian remarked, stepping towards the village. He turned back to beckon her. Let us go in and take a look. I have a feeling we will uncover the truth we seek. Yuejian steadied herself and followed in his footsteps. The surroundings were shrouded in dimness. reminiscent of early morning light or dusk just before nightfall, the hazy illumination casting a gray veil over the entire village. Yuejian raised her wrist to glance at her watch, only to find that it displayed no time. Looking around, she noted that while the roadside vegetation remained relatively lush, it had not grown to half the height of a person. Not far ahead, villagers were passing by, their faint silhouettes gradually solidifying into lively figures. Soon, their voices reached the ears of the two. "Uncle Chang, shall we go cut grass together?" "Sure, wait for me to grab my basket." As the two walked out, they engaged in casual conversation, seemingly oblivious to Yuejian and Yuejian standing at the roadside, brushing past them. "In my opinion, that boy Xiaoshan is quite remarkable. He graduated from university and didn't stay in the city, but returned to help the whole village prosper. If Uncle Wang knew how successful he has become, he would surely rest easy in the afterlife. Indeed, I've always thought that boy was something special. When Uncle Wang passed away, he couldn't afford schooling, and I even gave him 10 yuan. I never asked him to repay it, believing his success would be worth more than anything. But I heard that he begged you on his knees for that money and that you often pressed him to pay it back. That's absolute nonsense. He was so young back then. How could I do something so heartless? In my view, they are merely jealous. Xiaoshan trusted me to help manage the factory, and those people are green with envy, spreading rumors. Yes, it must be their baseless gossip. Uncle Chang, you mustn't be upset. You are now a person of status. So don't stoop to their level." "Haha, true enough. Enough of this. Let us hurry and cut the grass." From their conversation, they gleaned some crucial information. Xiaoshan had returned home after graduating from university and was leading the entire village to prosperity. Uncle Wang appeared to be his father, who had passed away long ago. Uncle Chang had previously given him 10 yuan to support his education, though the circumstances surrounding this gesture remained unclear. The village seemed to be situated in a much earlier historical context, making 10 yuan a significant sum. "Shall we look for the Xiaoshan?" Yuejian nodded. "Let us go." Yet, as soon as they took a step forward, the scenery around them began to shift rapidly, and soon they found themselves in front of a large shed. A young man in his 20s stood outside, sorting through fodder. Although his appearance was unremarkable, he exuded a gentle demeanor. Dressed in a black apron, he conversed with someone nearby while working. From the exchanges around them, it became evident that this was Xiaoshan, whose full name was Lishan. After graduating, he returned to his hometown to raise rabbits and had achieved modest success over the years. Consequently, he began to offer benefits to the villagers, helping them all earn money together. The village was currently thriving. Every household with at least one able-bodied person was raising rabbits under his guidance, while he managed the operations and primary sales channels. To assist everyone in learning breeding techniques and to facilitate monitoring of details for calculating profits, he had erected a bulletin board in the village, frequently posting relevant information. For those villagers who were illiterate, he took the time to gather them together to provide oral instruction. Hence, he enjoyed an excellent reputation in the village, revered by all the villagers as a deity of wealth, even garnering more respect than the village chief at that time. When evening came, Lishan returned home, and villagers came knocking one after another, bearing various gifts, seeking his assistance or hoping to secure a position in his factory. Chapter 33, Illusion. He meticulously recorded everything, and as the crowd began to disperse, the night had deepened. He hastily finished his meal, seated beneath the lamp, and withdrew a notebook to write. Yuejian recognized the paper, reaching into her pocket for a few tattered pages, only to find it empty, which left her momentarily stunned. "What is wrong?" Noticing her distraction, Yuejian inquired, tilting his head. She pressed her lips together and quietly recounted the situation. Upon hearing this, Yuejian furrowed his brow, asking when they had gone missing. She shook her head, uncertain whether the pages had been left behind or lost while outside. As the two pondered, the scene shifted once more, this time to the open space before the bulletin board. Lishan stood in a well-tailored suit, his expression weary and resigned. Before him loomed a throng of villagers, their faces contorted in anger as they shouted furiously, their demeanor a stark contrast to the warmth they once exuded. Fellow villagers, Lishan summoned his strength. Raising his voice, "Please listen to me. The situation is not as you perceive. I understand your desire to earn money, but the market demand is limited. Currently, there are too many rabbits multiplying, and I genuinely cannot find sufficient sales channels for you all. I urge you to control the quantity, not to hinder your profits, but to prevent your rabbits from going unsold. Yet, his conciliatory words did not win the villagers' understanding. Instead, they incited even greater fury. Spare us your deceptive words. Are you not merely concerned that our surplus rabbits will affect your own business? Precisely. With your large factory, how could you not sell this many rabbits? We thought you genuinely wanted to help us profit, but now that we are earning more, your true nature is revealed. Is it not? Indeed, we entrusted you with selling our rabbits, so you dictate the terms. Who knows how many kickbacks you've pocketed over the years? I knew my rabbits were thriving. How could they sell for so little? You took your cut, and now you wish to sever our source of income. Your heart is truly black. I warned that you could not be so benevolent in helping us profit. My family was deceived by you, and now your true face has emerged. We will not believe your lies. At the very least, we can manage on our own. Yes, on our own. On our own. Li Shan's figure gradually faded amidst the cacophony of insults, a heavy sigh echoing in the air. Moments later, the scene shifted again, showing Li Shan's breeding farm and factory besieged and vandalized by the villagers. He helplessly called the police, but many in the local station were related to the villagers. In light of his isolation after the loss of his family, the officers naturally sided with their kin, dismissing the incident with a few light remarks. Li Shan's enterprise, already deeply intertwined with the village, suffered greatly from the turmoil and soon fell into disarray. He himself was injured in a conflict, and due to the delay in receiving medical treatment, he was left with a lifelong disability. Without his management, the villagers soon realized they could not shoulder such a heavy burden. They knew how to raise rabbits, but had no idea how to conduct business or seek sales channels. They were ignorant of legal terms, incapable of reading contracts, and lacked commercial acumen, unable to foresee or mitigate risks. Thus, within a mere 6 months, the once vibrant illusions shattered into mere bubbles, leaving them with an overabundance of rabbits and a state of utter disarray after having lived comfortably, now fallen from grace. The stark contrast birthed endless rage, and they blamed Li Shan for their misfortunes, hurling insults and ostracizing him, driving him to the corner of the village to fend for himself. In an abandoned house that remained intact, Li Shan bore witness to a gruesome slaughter. The villagers wielded knives against the now worthless rabbits, employing various cruel methods to vent their pent-up malice. During that time, the village echoed with the cries of rabbits and the sounds of villagers sharpening their blades. Blood-red flowers bloomed on the ground and walls, corpses piled high, and he could only hide within the house, furiously writing, "They will face retribution for their actions one day. They have gone mad. No, this is not right. They have transformed into monsters. What should I do? Is it my fault for being unable to act? From the very beginning, I should not have led them to raise rabbits. These flowers, watered with blood and death, can only bear bitter fruit. Yet they have lost their sanity and will not heed my warnings. The bodies continue to accumulate. I have not dared to look outside for a long time, fearing to see those rabbits still twitching with their skins torn, terrified of their bloodied ears, eyes, and lips. Their disfigured forms make me feel that one day the knives will turn against me, and I too will meet the same tragic fate as they. When will this inhumane slaughter come to an end? Finally, one day, the sounds in the village began to fade, but at the same time, strange occurrences began to unfold. At some unknown point, the villagers became exceedingly peculiar. They began to emerge at night, their hearing and smell sharpened, their behaviors increasingly resembling those of rabbits. They crouched by the roadside, grazing, constructing more homes to live in solitude. They dug holes and marked their territory with urine. They even began to reproduce like rabbits. He sealed the doors and windows. Witnessing this transformation through the cracks, his heart filled with boundless fear and panic. Something was amiss in the village. What should I do? I cannot escape. They have infiltrated every corner, and even the slightest noise I make inside the house draws their attention. I have stuffed every available space with furniture and clutter to prevent them from burrowing in, yet every night I still hear the relentless knocking from below, right beneath my feet. It is over for me. We are all doomed. We are all doomed. Sooner or later, they will break in. They will surely break in. They will kill me, and I will become like them. What are they doing? Why are they consuming their own flesh? No, that is not them. Those rabbits are the villagers. Now, those rabbits are the villagers. It is only me left. I am all alone. What should I do? What should I do? Chapter 34. They have arrived in the torrential rain. Countless shadows converge upon that house. Distinctly human in shape, yet resembling rabbits as they crouched and leaped upon the ground. The rain washed away the blood from their skin and lips. It could not cleanse the bloodlust and excitement gleaming in their eyes. Tonight's rain is heavy, but I still hear those sounds, so clear that I cannot ignore them. I know they are outside, perhaps peering through the cracks to relish my current state of fear and helplessness. I cannot endure this any longer. Truly, how long must this torment continue? At last, on a night so dark that one could not see one's hand before one's face, countless hairless rabbits brandish knives, advancing toward the house. This time, they were not merely surrounding and observing. They launched a fierce assault. It is them. They have come. No, do not seek me out. Why must you come for me? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of blades striking wood was like a death knell, shattering all remnants of his reason. He gripped the notebook tightly, gasping for breath, sweat mingling with tears pouring down. His eyes widened in terror and despair. He could not discern how much time had passed when the entire house began to tremble. His gaze regained some focus, as if he had made a resolute decision. Gritting his teeth, he reopened the notebook and hurriedly inscribed a series of words. They're just outside. This is the final sentence. The village has undergone a transformation. All the villagers have been replaced by monsters, and those monsters are the rabbits that were tortured and killed by them. I have witnessed them transporting the corpses. The truth lies in the cave beneath the large pine tree at the back of the village. I hope this journal survives. If anyone sees it, please leave this place quickly. Leave this place at once. In the final scene, the houses collapsed under a fierce assault, and the skinless rabbits surged in, overwhelming him. Soon, all that remained was a sea of crimson. Suddenly sensing something amiss, Yuejian turned her head, her pupils constricting in an instant. Behind them, a towering rabbit human stood, clutching a blood-dripping axe, its lips twisted into a grotesque and chilling grin, yet its eyes were filled with fear. A massive, skinless rabbit claw suddenly emerged from the fissure on its forehead, followed by the gash being torn open to reveal rabbit ears, a rabbit head, and a rabbit body. Soon, it was entirely perched atop the rabbit human's head, its gaze fixated on them. Compared to other skinless rabbits, its size was notably larger, rendering it even more terrifying. Yuejian dared not move, and only then realized that Yuejian, who had been by her side, had vanished without a trace. Why are you here? As if a long time had passed, or perhaps just a fleeting moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her ear, aged and chilling. She did not answer, but instead asked, "Where's my companion?" The voice suddenly let out a cold laugh. Companion? In this world, you dare to believe in companions? Yuejian was momentarily taken aback, sensing an indescribable peculiarity in its words, yet she could not pinpoint what was strange about it. Noticing her silence, the voice ceased to elaborate, retreating back into the rabbit human's body, and the massive axe swung down towards her head. Yuejian's breath halted. Instinctively, she turned to flee. But as she took a step, she stumbled into the abyss of darkness. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in the village. Yet it had already transformed beyond recognition. She stood amidst the ruins, surveying a charred landscape. More than half of the village had been incinerated, with only a few large cages in front of her barely retaining their shape, allowing her to discern her surroundings. Suddenly, a red shadow flashed by, and she quickly dodged. Upon focusing, she realized it was a skinless rabbit, gripping a sharp scythe, its gaze fixated on her. Yuejian broke into a cold sweat, her peripheral vision catching sight of the debris at her feet. She inhaled deeply, and, as the rabbit lunged at her, she swiftly picked up a stone and hurled it at it. One of the stones struck the rabbit's head, causing it to screech and fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yuejian turned and fled towards the back mountain without hesitation. The rabbit did not run particularly fast, but unfortunately, she was not one for exercise. And with the constant uphill struggle, she could barely maintain her pace, relying solely on her willpower and innate resilience. As she climbed halfway up the slope, her surroundings began to open up, but it was already night, and the darkness obscured her vision. She could only faintly discern the rabbit wielding a knife behind her and a figure sprinting not far away. Before long, that figure also spotted her and began to consciously approach. When she finally recognized the person's face, she subtly exhaled in relief. Yuejian, why did you suddenly disappear? Before she could respond, the person panted out the question. I don't know. It might be an issue with the illusion, Yuejian replied, glancing back. Don't say anything. Just run. Behind her was only one rabbit, but Xiaoxianyang was pursued by 3 or 4. In that moment, she regretted not distancing herself from him sooner. What are you thinking? Are you cursing me in your heart? Xiaoxianyang, perceptive as ever, instantly saw through her thoughts and defensively said, I didn't mean to. If they catch up, I'll distract them. When they go for me, you just need to run. Yuejian couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Speak less and conserve your energy. Xiaoxianyang, touched, exclaimed, Yuejian, you really care about me. You are so kind. Yuejian took a deep breath, casually tore a leaf from a nearby tree, and handed it to him, saying earnestly, Yes, you are a good person too. Keep your good person card. Their destination was the cave beneath the large pine tree mentioned in the journal, but due to the poor lighting at night, they had been running for quite some time without finding the tree. Just as they were about to succumb to exhaustion, they suddenly spotted 2 flickering lights on the opposite slope. They exchanged glances and changed direction to rush towards it. Before they could approach, they came to an abrupt halt, quickly changing course again. The reason was simple. Behind those 2 lights trailed an overwhelming number of rabbits, at least 20 or 30. Maintaining their distance, they followed the flickering lights upward. As they ran, Xiaoxianyang suddenly gasped, Stop running, look behind you. Yuejian turned to see that the few rabbits that had been following them had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 35. What kind of existence is this? She glanced at the 2 flickering lights still ascending and then at the group of rabbits behind them, which dared not come too close. It dawned on her. They were afraid of fire. The village had been burned down, yet they remained. She had thought these monsters were now invulnerable to fire. But why did they abandon the chase? We aren't carrying fire, which would make it easier for them to kill us. In response to Yuejian's question, Xiaoxianyang nearly choked on his breath. Don't say such terrifying things. Compared to us, they're more attracted to the fire. Yuejian's gaze shifted slightly at his words. After several deep breaths to regain her composure, she continued to climb upward. Hey, Yuejian, wait for me. Xiaoxianyang called softly, following behind her while mumbling. Why didn't I notice how strong you were before? What did you say? Yuejian asked, having not heard him clearly. He quickly flashed a smile. I said, You have great stamina. You are truly a smart and healthy, perfect girl. I admire you more and more. Yuejian, you must be great at playing gold miner, right? Yuejian asked flatly. You seem puzzled. What do you mean? Oh, I thought you were so energetic. I figured you were good at mining for gold. That's a new one. Your internet speed is impressive. They continued following the direction of the lights, unaware of how long they had been climbing. Eventually, they came to a stop. They cautiously concealed themselves behind a thicket of lush bushes, secretly observing everything not far away. Unsurprisingly, the 2 figures were Xian and Lu Xen, standing beneath the large pine tree with a cave blocked by a massive rock behind them. Clearly, this was the location of the truth mentioned in the journal and likely the exit they sought. It seems we can't get in, Xiaoxianyang remarked, scrutinizing the boulder at the cave's entrance, his brow furrowed. Yuejian whispered, Aren't you surprised they found this place? Hearing this, Xiaoxianyang turned to her. Do you still have the journal pages on you? Seeing her shake her head, he continued, Then it's not surprising they appeared here. Since leaving the illusion and still not having found the journal pages, Yuejian had come to understand many things. The rabbit fur that had inexplicably appeared in the crevice. Lu Xan being a magician, Xian's subtle change in attitude towards him, the skin-clad rabbit's unusual attention towards him, and the current disappearance of the journal pages. all suggested that just as they had not revealed all the clues, Liu Xin and Xin also had secrets they were concealing from them. Previously, she had thought the death condition of the second night was exclusion, but now it seemed it might be related to these two. Remembering Long N's words before parting, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. While they did not trust others, how could others genuinely trust them? In this world, it is challenging to find true companions. Unconsciously, her gaze fell upon Yuejian. What kind of existence did he represent in her past, or more accurately, in the memories of another Yuejian? Could he truly be trusted? Perhaps after leaving this place, she would find the answer in her dreams. The rabbits began to stir restlessly. The sudden utterance pulled Yuejian's thoughts back. She looked ahead, and indeed, the rabbits were writhing, their sickles clanging together, producing a cacophony of sounds. Liu Xin and Xin seemed to be a loss for a way inside, only able to hold their torches defensively in front of themselves. Yuejian raised his hand to check the time. They were running out of it. Yuejian understood his implication. The villagers had said that the rabbit's birthday was in 3 days, and it was already nearing 11 o'clock. If they surpassed midnight, it would mark the 4th day. This meant they had to devise a plan to move the boulder and enter the cave to seek an exit without delay. What about the rabbit god? Yuejian suddenly inquired as if struck by a thought. Yuejian shook her head. She hadn't seen the rabbit god since leaving the illusion. Are you suggesting we use that axe to cleave the stone? Yuejian nodded. Otherwise, given their current strength, there was no way for them to enter. Yuejian pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "What do you think the rabbit god is like?" Yuejian was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "I was just contemplating, since the rabbit god is their guardian, why does it appear in human form?" Yuejian fell into thought. Perhaps it was simply because the rabbit blow dryer and the rabbit killer shared commonalities, leading to the fusion of these two legends? This was indeed one possibility. But do you recall what I told you about the children? They said that as long as one is sincere enough to offer incense to the rabbit god, it would reveal itself. Yuejian suddenly remembered. That's right. On the day we arrived, we also offered incense to the rabbit god. Yuejian replied softly. The villagers, having undergone prolonged identity exchanges, have adopted many human traits. They're using human methods to worship the rabbit god. The expression in that statue's eyes has always struck me as peculiar. It appears fearful. But what is it afraid of? Later, I saw it in the illusion and recounted the situation at that time. If I'm not mistaken, that large rabbit is the village chief, but the corporeal form of the rabbit god is not it. Yuejian quickly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting Li Shan? Yes. Yuejian's expression grew serious. They may have left behind Li Shan's body and, through an unknown method, transformed him into a creature with a rabbit's head and a human's body. However, I have yet to comprehend why they would do such a thing. Yuejian hesitated. Perhaps they believe Li Shan is the true culprit behind this tragedy, and out of a desire for retribution, they deliberately affixed a rabbit's head to his body. If that were the case, they wouldn't be venerating his statue as the rabbit god. As they spoke, Yuejian's voice abruptly halted, and the two exchanged glances, almost simultaneously uttering a realization. The illusion is flawed. The illusion is incomplete. Yuejian cautiously observed the rabbit group, ensuring they had not detected their movements before releasing a sigh of relief. She lowered her voice, almost to a whisper, suggesting that there must be a segment between the villagers' brutal slaughter of the rabbits and their subsequent resurrection. Yuejian lowered his voice as well. The crux lies in the resurrection. How they come back to life. It must be related to Li Shan. In an illusion, he endured the destruction of his hard-earned endeavors by the villagers, suffering a lifelong disability. Yet he bore no resentment or discontent, silently enduring the ostracization and humiliation, retreating to a corner of the village to diligently pen notes. This behavior seems rather illogical. Previously, Yuejian had thought him genuinely kind and easy to bully, but upon reflecting upon the rabbit god, she reconsidered. A poor college student who emerged from a humble village to establish such a significant enterprise could not possibly be an ordinary individual. If those experiences were indeed genuine, then it was far more likely that he would seek revenge for such a fate. As for how he would enact that revenge, as Yuejian had stated, the key would be resurrection. Legend. Yuejian suddenly recalled what Li Shui had said. If a rabbit died in a household, it must be cleaned and treated as if it were alive, or else the rabbit would return to exact vengeance. However, if that were the case, he would need do nothing, for the rabbits would resurrect on their own. Do not forget, this legend originates from the mouths of the current villagers. Xie Xianyang pondered, indeed. It is the humans who do not wish for the rabbits to rise again, and not the rabbits themselves, implying that the content of the legend is inverted. Yuejian solemnly stated, to clean the rabbits and hang them up would facilitate their resurrection. What should we do next? Yuejian glanced at him. Are you asking me? I would like to ask you, how do you plan to summon the rabbit god? Xie Xianyang shrugged. I believe the best course of action is to start another fire, burning this place down as well. It surely cannot bear witness to the death of these rabbits without intervening. That makes sense. Surprisingly, Yuejian agreed. Let us proceed then. Noticing her stealthily moving aside, Xie Xianyang hurriedly followed. What are we starting? We need to gather some flammable dry grass and twigs to surround this place and prepare to ignite it. You mean actually burn it? Naturally. Who will do the burning? Me, of course. I think you should be the one to ignite it. Why do I get the feeling there's something more to your words? There's nothing. You're overthinking it. The two split up, each gathering flammable materials. As Yuejian piled her collection, she suddenly sensed a gaze upon her. She paused, slowly raising her head to find a skinless rabbit standing before her. The rabbit was small in stature, clutching a fruit knife in its paws. Its terrifying eyes fixed on Yuejian without any movement. After a sharp intake of breath, Yuejian swiftly forced herself to calm down. She scanned the surroundings, confirming that only the small rabbit remained, and then she quietly exhaled. She looked back at the rabbit, maintaining eye contact for a while before cautiously calling out, "Chow chow?" The small rabbit tilted its head, its mouth curling into what appeared to be a smile. She thought quickly, softening her tone, "You're Chow chow, right? Do you want to play with your sister?" The small rabbit suddenly leapt forward, startling her into taking a step back, her palm hitting the ground painfully against the stones. Fortunately, the small rabbit merely approached without attacking. It placed a knife on the ground and sat obediently, seemingly urging her silently. Yuejian steadied her nerves, picking up 5 appropriately sized stones from the ground, jumping while subtly observing its reaction. It appeared quite pleased, even attempting to grab a few stones to join in the play, but its paws were ill-suited for the task, causing it to discard them unhappily while continuing to watch Yuejian. Unbeknownst to her, other small rabbits began to appear behind it. 1, 2, 3, until soon, a group of small rabbits was drawn in, holding small knives, looking both fearsome and pitiable. Strangely, Yuejian felt a pang of sorrow. Li Shan's notes mentioned that they could reproduce, but it was evident that such beings could never produce normal offspring, much like the small rabbits before her. They perhaps were born in this state, only able to transform into regular children once clad in human skin. Lost in thought, she inadvertently dropped the stone she was holding, which clattered to the ground. She blinked, looking up at the small rabbits. They were all staring at her in unison, their terrifying rabbit faces revealing no discernible emotion. Taking a deep breath, she began to gather the stones again, stealing glances at them. The once sitting Chow Chow now held the small knife tightly in its paws, but had yet to rise. She feigned ignorance, continuing to jump the stones nonchalantly. The attention of the little rabbits was once again captured, and they quickly forgot about the earlier events. She let out a quiet sigh of relief, seizing the opportunity during the stone exchange to stealthily move backward, silently praying that Xie Xianyang would act a bit faster, as she felt she could barely hold on. Gradually, the little rabbits distanced themselves from the rabbit group, and, after glancing up for what felt like the umpteenth time, she finally spotted Xie Xianyang discreetly, giving her an okay gesture from his concealed position. Her heart lightened, and after stalling for a while longer, she finally caught the last stone, telling the little rabbits, "Hurry and look back, the adults have gone far away." Upon hearing this, the little rabbits turned to look back and became somewhat restless. Seeing this, she continued to coax. "How about we move a bit closer? You go ahead first. If I get discovered while walking in front, I might not be able to play with you anymore." The little rabbits, without suspicion, eagerly grasped their small knives and hopped forward. Yuejian, not having taken many steps, secretly struck a match behind them. As the match fell to the ground, it sparked faintly, gradually growing into a flame. Before long, the closest rabbit, Xiao Xiao, suddenly stopped, turning its head to look at Yuejian, its nose twitching slightly. At this sight, Yuejian's heart sank. Rabbits have keen hearing and smell. While she could mask the sound of the match with the noise of their footsteps, she couldn't prevent the scent from spreading. At such a close distance, if they all charged over, escape would be quite difficult. Just as anxiety crept in, a sudden burst of fire appeared in the distance, followed by a second, then a third. The little rabbits that had noticed first were instantly thrown into a panic, disregarding Yuejian as they hurried back towards the rabbit group. The scene quickly descended into chaos, allowing Xie Xianyang to slip back beside Yuejian, urging her to move towards the cave. Xian and Lu Xen, who had been in a standoff with the rabbit group, were taken aback by the sudden turmoil. Xen cautiously asked, "What caused this fire to erupt so suddenly?" Lu Xen replied somberly, "Have you forgotten? There are still two people. Are you saying it was them who started the fire?" Lu Xen nodded. "It seems they have also entered the illusion. What should we do now?" After a moment's thought, Lu Xen smiled. "This might actually work in our favor. Since they have disrupted the situation, they may have found a way to open the cave. Let's observe for now. And if necessary..." He paused, choosing not to elaborate further. The two carefully concealed themselves to the side, quietly waiting for their opportunity. Chapter 37. At worst. We die together meanwhile. Xie Xianyang and Yuejian crouched behind the bushes, observing the situation. "What is happening? Why hasn't it appeared yet?" Yuejian whispered. "You should be thinking about how to lure it over to smash the stones once it does appear." "That's easy," Xie Xianyang chuckled. "I'll serve as bait. If luck is on our side, we might find the exit together. If not, I'll just ensure you get away while I meet my end." "And then what?" "What do you mean, and then what?" Yuejian replied with a flat expression. "I thought you wanted me to help you resurrect after you die. That is not impossible. Are you upset? What do you think? I never imagined you cared so much about my well-being. It seems my relentless efforts over these past few days have finally captivated you with my noble character, and you are willing to remain friends with me." "I am truly touched." Yuejian scoffed. "What efforts have you made?" Xie Xianyang was momentarily taken aback, asking in confusion, "Why is your focus off? Shouldn't you be rebutting me, calling me shameless?" "Oh, shameless." The corners of his mouth twitched, but he quickly smiled again. "It's fine. One day you'll see just how hard I've worked." This statement carried a hint of melancholy, almost a sigh, and for a moment, Yuejian's anger dissipated, replaced by profound confusion and uncertainty. What kind of relationship did he have with that Yuejian? Were they truly just friends? Yet, why did it always feel like his attitude was so complex and peculiar? Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet trembled slightly, snapping the two lost in thought back to reality. They turned to look towards the sound and saw a massive silhouette gradually emerging from the darkness, coming into clearer focus. Both felt a surge of energy. "It's here." The familiar rabbit swung a giant axe, extinguishing flames one after another. As it drew closer, the previously panicked rabbit group found their confidence, following closely behind as they steadily approached the cave. "What on earth are they doing?" Lu Xen exclaimed, unable to contain himself. A bunch of little monsters wasn't enough. Why did they summon a big one too? "What do we do now?" Sin hasket ansioli. Lu Xen gritted his teeth. "Just wait a bit longer." I refuse to believe they want to take action. However, as they waited and the rabbit group stood outside the cave, Xie Xianyang and Yuejian were still nowhere to be seen. What was worse, the rabbit group soon turned their direction towards their position, rushing toward them. "It's over." Lu Xen's expression changed, and he turned to flee, muttering angrily, "What a nightmare. Why do these monsters seem to have a GPS tracking us?" Xen followed closely behind, panting heavily. "Could it be that notebook? We have nothing else. Should we toss it?" Lu Xen resolutely refused. "No way. This is a vital clue. We absolutely cannot discard it." "I really can't run anymore." Xen gasped, leaning against a nearby tree. Behind her, the nearest rabbit was less than 2 meters away. Lu Xen turned to see this and hesitated for a moment, but then grasped her wrist and pulled her forward. "Just hold on a bit longer. I'll think of a way to shake them off. As he ran, he scanned the surrounding terrain, and before long, his eyes lit up as he darted into a dense thicket. Outside the cave, once they confirmed the rabbit group had left, Yuejian and Xianyang cautiously emerged. Xianyang asked in confusion, "Why did you pull me just now?" He had initially planned to follow the original plan and act as bait himself. But at the critical moment, Yuejian had held him back. "I suddenly thought of something." "What is it?" Yuejian's gaze fell on the cave. This stone couldn't have been moved by Lishan alone. It must have taken the strength of the entire village. But how did he manage to get him back then? Xianyang suddenly realized, there should be a passage nearby. He glanced at his watch. "We don't have much time left. We need to hurry." Yuejian studied him for a moment, then asked, "This is just my speculation. Perhaps it wasn't as complicated as we think, and there might not even be a passage nearby. How can you believe it so readily?" Xianyang casually replied while rummaging around, "It doesn't matter. You're willing to help me set fires, so why shouldn't I trust you? If we truly can't find it, at worst, we die together." He paused, muttering under his breath, "It's been 5 years. What is there to fear?" "What did you say?" Yuejian asked, having not heard clearly. "I said, being able to die with you is my honor. There is no need for such honor." 10 minutes later. "Found it." Xianyang emerged from the top of the cave, excitedly beckoning Yuejian. Once she climbed up, she discovered a small cavity covered by bushes, just large enough for an adult to crawl through. Xianyang illuminated the interior with his watch. The dark entrance was unclear in depth, but the walls had many stones to step on, suggesting a safe descent to the bottom. To be cautious, he first lit a bundle of dry grass and threw it down, using the light to roughly assess the terrain before looking up at Yuejian. "I'll go down first, you follow after." He fashioned 2 makeshift torches, leaving one for her and taking the other himself as he descended. Before long, both landed on the ground. The cave was not large, empty, and filled with a strange odor that was quite unpleasant. The 2 searched around the cave walls, finding little beyond some traces on the ground. Could it be that we guessed wrong? Perhaps the exit isn't here at all? Yuejian fell into self-doubt. Xianyang picked up a stone and began to scrape the ground. If the corpses had indeed been piled up here years ago, then they would have surely dug their way out upon reviving. How many years have passed? Even if there were holes, they must have long been filled. Indeed, he mused to himself, yet his hands continued their work. Soon, Yuejian felt a slight tremor and could not help but exclaim, "Are you the reincarnation of a drill bit? Is your digging causing such a commotion?" Xianyang tossed the stone aside and stood up quickly. "Why was digging? It's a noise from outside. Those rabbits might have returned." Chapter 38. The exit. The 2 quickly pressed against the mountain wall, motionless, their eyes fixed on a massive stone at the entrance. It couldn't possibly split now, could it? Just as Xianyang muttered this to himself, the stone erupted with a thunderous crash. Yuejian shot him a glare, anxiously watching the axe at the cave's mouth. A shadow flickered, and soon a rabbit's head emerged, its large eyes locking onto them, causing their hair to stand on end. A sudden, eerie giggle made Yuejian shiver involuntarily, and out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a dark figure writhing. She focused her gaze and saw a crack slowly extending across the rabbit's head. A massive, skinless rabbit tore the gap open and leaped down, advancing towards him step by step. "I'm quite surprised that you found the entrance in such a short time." Just as the 2 were filled with uncertainty, the rabbit spoke. Xianyang, gripping the torch nervously, replied, "It's so obvious, it's hard not to notice." The rabbit settled down a meter away from them, the very spot he had secretly carved out years ago. "Lishan," Yuejian ventured. The rabbit did not respond but seemed lost in thought. Continuing, "He resurrected us, allowing us to seek vengeance. We should be grateful to him, shouldn't we? Yet, he regretted it." At this, both were taken aback. He regretted bringing us back to life. Upon realizing something was amiss with the villagers, he once considered burning us alive. Initially, we had no intention of killing him, but he feared us and wished for our second demise. Everyone was furious, so that night, we armed ourselves with knives and went to his residence. "You killed him?" Xianyang could not help but ask. The rabbit let out a cold laugh. "No, we merely ensured he lived in a different manner." Unconsciously, Yuejian glanced at the shadow at the entrance. Why are you telling us this? Xianyang asked, eyeing it warily. The rabbit's lips curled into a sinister smile. Because you will soon meet your demise. It has been ages since anyone capable of finding this place has ventured here. As a reward, I must ensure you understand death. How do you know we're doomed? Yuejian interjected. Is it because you're certain we can't find the exit? Upon hearing this, the rabbit appeared slightly anxious, but quickly regained its composure, laughing. You have no way out now, do you? Yuejian smirked. Not necessarily. What if we've already discovered where the exit lies? The rabbit visibly seethed with anger, but remained still, coldly demanding. Then tell me, where is the exit? Yuejian turned to Xianyang. Of course, it's within this cave. Upon hearing this, the rabbit chuckled again, squatting down and regarding them with the gaze of a cat toying with its prey. Then search away. With less than 10 minutes until the birthday, what harm is there in waiting a little longer? Yuejian nodded. Since you insist, we shall show you. With that, she raised the torch and began to meticulously search along the cave wall. As Xianyang followed suit, he whispered in confusion, What are you doing? Yuejian glanced back. Stalling for time, of course. We're bound to die soon. Every moment we can prolong our lives is precious. Xianyang suddenly understood. So that's it. You're quite punctual about time, even when facing death. Yuejian grew irritated, turning to shove the torch in his face. Stop being sarcastic. Xianyang dodged while explaining his sincerity. I'm genuinely complimenting you. Compliment my foot. Yuejian shouted, chasing after him. You're truly sick. As they bickered, they began to circle the rabbit, playfully chasing one another. Before long, the rabbit grew annoyed. It lowered its ears to block out most of the noise and internally counted down to midnight. As it counted, something fell off. The noise seemed to have vanished. It turned abruptly, only to find the two had quietly approached its head and were now squeezing through the crack above. Enraged, it lunged forward to drag them back. But Xianyang retaliated with a torch strike. It fell to the ground, unable to suppress a furious roar. You dare to toy with me? Yuejian pried open the crack, and, indeed, glimpsed a familiar white light within. Just as the rabbit had emerged moments ago, she suddenly realized a crucial piece of information regarding the world's key figure, Lishan. The events stemmed from Lishan, and the legends were born of him. Thus, the exit must surely relate to him. Besides the notes they had already discovered, the only thing left was this corpse. Since nothing suspicious had been found in the cave thus far, could she boldly speculate that the exit was actually located on Lishan's corpse? Of course, there might also be clues they had yet to uncover, but time was pressing and there was no room for thorough searching. She could only take a daring gamble. Fortunately, she was right. As the rabbit lunged at them once more, Yuejian grasped Xianyang and leapt into the white light. In the final moments before being engulfed by the light, she heard Xianyang say, Yuejian, see you in the next world. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an abandoned city, which took her by surprise. Long had mentioned that after exiting, one would be randomly transported to a location. She had thought she would encounter a new scene this time. Was it only the first time that was random? Then she recalled Xianyang's words and felt a flicker of doubt. Long had also stated that challengers in the legendary world were matched at random. How could he be so certain they would meet again in the next world? Unfazed by these thoughts, she noticed she was still at the spot where she had entered. She decided to change to a comfortable position and drifted off to sleep. That night, she dreamt of another version of herself. The same gentle voice, the same familiar face became her sole guide in the boundless darkness. When she inquired about Xianyang, the figure opposite her shook their head in surprise. I do not recognize this person. What? Yuejian was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the Yuejian known to Xianyang was truly another person? Or had he given her a false name? With this thought, she meticulously described Xianyang's appearance and traits, but the figure continued to shake their head. I am quite certain. I truly do not know this person. As they spoke, the figure cast a knowing glance at Yuejian. I believe he should be an acquaintance of yours. However, Yuejian found herself unable to refute this claim, and in that moment, she experienced a wave of self-doubt. Was her memory truly intact? Why did she find herself here without explanation? And what of Longin and the person before her? Yuejian continued moving forward. Anin and I will always accompany you, waiting for the day you find your answers. After awakening from the dream, Yuejian let out a long sigh, but quickly shook her head and patted her cheeks, encouraging herself to be spirited. Since the figure had said there would be answers at the end, all she needed to do was forge ahead. No matter how long the journey, there would eventually be a day when it would conclude. Wouldn't he there? Chapter 39, New Instance. 2. Once again, she found herself in a village, greeted by the familiar yet strange sight of brick and tile houses. For a fleeting moment, Yuejian thought she had returned to Li Jia village. Standing on the hillside, with the village nestled at the foot, she glanced at the time. It was just past 5 in the morning, and dawn was barely breaking. She picked up a wooden stick to probe her path and slowly descended the hill. The name of this small world appeared in white font, known as GC Ku. GC Ku, also referred to as GC Yao or Laoren Dong, is akin to the Wangguan tomb, a practice that was once widely prevalent in certain Asian countries, involving the abandonment of the elderly. In some regions, people would excavate small caves, just large enough to accommodate one person, within cliffs or thickets, placing the elderly, who had lost their ability to work, inside, leaving a portion of food behind, and thereafter neglecting them. Once the elderly consumed the food, they were left to fend for themselves, inevitably succumbing to despair and death within the cave. Given that this world bore the name GC Ku, it was reasonable to assume that the village would uphold such customs. Yet as she traversed the path, she had not encountered any trace of the so-called GC Ku. After half an hour, she followed the narrow path into the village. In the center of the village stood a well, beside which several challengers had gathered. Upon her arrival, they merely cast a cursory glance before returning to observe their surroundings. The village was structured around the well, with houses radiating outward, exhibiting an air of age and a lack of prosperity. Yuejian was scrutinizing her surroundings when she suddenly heard a familiar voice beside her. "Hey, beautiful. Shall we get acquainted?" Startled, she turned to see a bright smile on the face of Xinyan. "You? I am called Xinyuan Gooden. A pleasure to meet you." Without waiting for a response, he grasped her hand vigorously, shaking her from her astonishment. "Fenging," Xinyan exclaimed with realization. "Oh, it's Ying, right? What a lovely name. It carries a certain charm that makes one want to punch you out of admiration." Yuejian maintained a stoic expression, replying, "Thank you. Your name is equally imposing," reminiscent of a toilet in the east end of the village running out of paper. A laugh erupted from nearby, and both turned to find a girl with a delicate appearance and a bun hairstyle, who was watching them with keen interest. "You two must be acquainted already?" they asked simultaneously, shaking their heads in unison. "We don't know each other. We've never met." The girl appeared skeptical, but gracefully shifted the conversation. "I am Yin Shu, from the Frasian Wan Yin Shu. Delighted to meet you both." After exchanging pleasantries, they conversed no further. Once the girl departed, Yuejian quickly asked in a hushed tone, "How did you end up here?" Xinyan looked puzzled. "Why can't I be here?" Yuejian scrutinized him closely, recalling that challengers in each legendary world were typically matched at random. "How would you have known we would meet again here?" Xinyan hesitated, his gaze evasive. "Is that so? I was just making an offhand comment. It just so happened we were matched. Merely a coincidence. Ah ha ha." Yuejian remained unconvinced but chose not to press further as he refused to elaborate. After another 10 minutes, the sky finally brightened and the villagers began to rise. The households nearest to the well were the first to notice them, yet everyone appeared unperturbed. They approached the well to draw water and freshen up, and after tidying themselves, they returned home, bringing a few hose and tossing them before the challengers. "You could divide these among yourselves. Take your tools and prepare to work." One of the challengers cautiously inquired, "What work are we doing?" A villager shot him a sidelong glance. "Do you not recognize a hoe? What do you think we are doing? Aren't we having breakfast? We're just going to work like this?" Another challenger queried. The villager scoffed. "You're already thinking about food before the work is done. Were you reincarnated as a pig? Hurry up and take them. Don't waste time here." After speaking, the villager turned and walked away with a cold demeanor. Although the challengers were incensed, they still approached to pick up the hose one by one. There were 7 challengers in total, and they followed the villagers up the hill until they reached a barren plot of land, where the villagers halted. One turned to address them. "This is the spot. Begin digging." The group exchanged bewildered glances, 7 faces filled with confusion. Dig what? The villager pointed upward. You are to clear this entire area today. Lunch will be brought to you, and dinner will be back in the village. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, their gazes fell upon the uncultivated land, filled with weeds and rubble. It appeared their first challenge was a test of physical endurance. Yuejian mused this as she looked up to see the villagers already departing, letting out a quiet sigh as she took the hoe and moved forward. Where shall we start digging? Asked Yuejian, catching up to her. She was taken aback. Aren't you going to resist at all? She noticed that 2 of the other challengers had already sat down, intending to strike. Yuejian sighed. It's the first day. Better to be cautious. What if this is another trap? Yuejian nodded and pointed to the highest point. I will go there. Together. Throughout the morning, 1 challenger slacked off. 2 others were half-hearted, while the remaining 4 formed 3 teams, diligently digging in the upper, middle, and lower sections. At noon, a middle-aged woman arrived at the hillside to bring them lunch. The meal was simple, consisting only of greens and scrambled eggs, yet after a morning's labor, Yuejian found it quite delicious. Most importantly, it had been a long time since she had enjoyed such ordinary fare. After another afternoon of toil, Yuejian, Yuejian, and Yunshu had each cleared a section of land, while a muscular man at the bottom had managed to clear 2. The 2 who had been lackadaisical had each dug about half a section, while the last individual barely lifted the hoe all day. As dusk fell, the villagers appeared once more, inquiring about the progress of their work without further comments, leading them back to the village. Dinner was served separately, divided into 4 groups based on their work results, each following a villager home. At the table of Yuejian and her companions, in addition to the simple boiled greens and scrambled eggs, there was an extra bowl of pickled fish and a plate of salted vegetables. After finishing the meal, the hosts indicated that they would be spending the night there. The hosts arranged 2 rooms for them. Ideally, they should have been separated by gender. But Yuejian cheekily pushed Yunshu aside, shamelessly declaring, I feel an instant connection with Ying. We plan to engage in a deep conversation about the formation of the universe and the evolution of the world tonight. It's a rather dull topic. You surely wouldn't be interested, so it's better for you to have a room to yourself. Chapter 40. Quan Yunshu smiled knowingly, bid them good night, and retreated to the adjacent room. Upon turning back, Yuejian found Yuejian staring at him with an impassive expression, causing his demeanor to stiffen as he sheepishly said, I was merely thinking it would be convenient for mutual care if we stayed together. I am a law-abiding citizen, so why the suspicious look? Yuejian dismissed him and turned to enter her room. It was an utterly ordinary space, containing only a bed, but it appeared considerably cleaner and tidier than the previous world, which slightly eased her mind. After a day of labor, both were quite fatigued. Once inside, they had little inclination for conversation. Yuejian took the initiative to lay out a blanket on the floor, and soon the room was filled with the sound of even breathing. The night passed peacefully. The following morning, they were awakened by a knock on the door. Yuejian glanced at the time and saw it was only 6 o'clock. The sun is up. Hurry up and prepare to work, came the voice of the male host from outside. They exchanged looks of resignation before rising. Did you hear anything unusual last night? Yuejian asked quietly while washing up. Yuejian shook her head no. She had slept soundly and had not even dreamt, let alone experienced anything else. How strange, Yuejian mused. Is this challenge only about making us work? Yuejian harbored the same doubts in her heart, but soon they discovered what had transpired the previous night. The slacker who had neglected his duties was missing. The others noticed this as well, but when they inquired, the villagers merely replied indifferently. This village does not accommodate useless individuals. He has gone where he ought to be. Focus on your work and prepare to depart. At that moment, they realized the implication of the name of this small world, Jisai Ku, or the abandonment cave. Those who had been forsaken were the elderly incapable of labor, and their first trial yesterday had been labor itself. If their assumptions held true, the non-participating challenger had been sent to the Jisai Ku, and even now, they had yet to discover the whereabouts of this so-called cave. It appeared they would have to toil for another day. Yuejian leaned close to Yuejian and whispered, but if we work continuously, we cannot seek the Jisai Ku. Yuejian suddenly understood. So this was the challenge they faced. If they continued to labor, they could not search for the Jisai coup. Yet if they refrained from working, none could guarantee they would not meet a tragic fate. Let us observe the situation for now, she concluded. That morning, they were taken to another desolate area, and this time no one dared to slack off. Everyone worked diligently. At noon, the women brought them lunch. Originally, after eating, Yuejian and Xianyang intended to rest, but seeing the others resume their work after setting down their bowls, they reluctantly joined in. Xianyang, while digging, lamented, "I never imagined we would have to compete here as well. This life is unbearable." Curious, Yuejian asked, "What did you do before?" He paused. "I did everything. I was in dire need of money, so I held multiple jobs. By day, I developed equipment, and by night, I took on side gigs. My life is truly hard, so hard." Yuejian thought she should not have pried further. In the evening, the villagers came to assess their progress. This time, apart from the remarkably fit man, everyone's progress was rather similar. Upon returning to the village, the 6 of them were regrouped, and this time, Yuejian's partner was a stranger. Xianyang was displeased, but under Yuejian's persuasion, he refrained from causing a scene, albeit with a disgruntled expression as he watched them depart. The man was named Quan, possessing a reasonably handsome appearance, but lacking decorum in his speech. Once they entered the guest room, he smiled at Yuejian and said, "Beautiful lady, there's only one bed here. Why don't we share it tonight? Rest assured, I'm a decent man and will not take advantage of you." Yuejian replied coolly, "No need," and proceeded to drag a few stools to the wall to create a makeshift sleeping arrangement for the night. Quan, seeing this, smirked and stepped closer. "What are you doing? How can I let a beauty suffer such discomfort? Since you refuse to share the bed, I will take the stool instead." Yuejian straightened up, clapped her hands, and said, "That's fine." Quan was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her blunt acceptance. He stammered, but after a prolonged silence, he could not articulate a complete thought. Yuejian adjusted her expression and frowned at him. "Are you having second thoughts? If so, you may take the bed. I am fine with it. Just a little compromise is all. However, you must be sincere in your offer, right? You're not just toying with me." Quan, unwilling to lose face, mustered, "Of course, I am serious." "That's wonderful." Yuejian quickly interrupted him, smiling slightly. "Thank you. You're truly a good person. I will remember your kindness in offering me the bed." Quan's expression soured for a moment, but quickly returned to a smile. Yuejian chose to ignore his discomfort and cheerfully prepared her bedding for sleep. As night descended, Yuejian found herself restless. Quan's peculiar demeanor made her wary, and she felt he might rise in the middle of the night to do something. Thus, she exerted effort to remain vigilant. After midnight, the village fell into silence, the only sound being the soft breaths of Quan, who was sleeping against the wall. Yuejian knew he was not asleep yet. As the screen of his watch continued to emit a faint glow, whenever it dimmed, he would press it again to illuminate the display. As time passed, her eyelids grew heavier. To keep herself awake, she sought something to occupy her mind and began to count the instances his screen went dark. Once, twice, thrice. Upon reaching the 19th time, the screen finally extinguished for good and did not light up again. A sudden jolt of awareness surged through her as she opened her eyes wide, peering into the darkness. Had he fallen asleep? No, something was amiss. The breathing in the room had ceased with the screen's final dimming. Realizing this, her heart raced. After a moment's hesitation, she illuminated her own screen and directed it towards the corner. The room was small, and in the dim light, she could barely make out the situation. No one was there. Quan had vanished. She froze for 2 seconds. Just as she attempted to rise, she caught sight of a dark shadow standing at the foot of her bed. In the next instant, the screen went dark, plunging the room back into blackness. A chill crawled up her spine as she swiftly sat up and turned her screen back on, but in that fleeting moment, the shadow had disappeared without a trace. She dashed to turn on the room's light, and the warm glow instantly dispelled her fear. She scanned the room, which was utterly empty. In less than 2 minutes, Quan had vanished, and she had heard no noise whatsoever. How had he disappeared? That night, Yuejian slept poorly. At 6 the next morning, the host family promptly summoned them to rise. When they arrived at the well, Several carrying poles and about 10 black buckets were already piled in the clearing. The villagers pointed in a direction. Today, you are responsible for carrying manure up the mountain to water the vegetables. Do you see the plot of land? Return here for lunch, and in the afternoon, wait for us on the mountain. Do you understand? The group followed the direction of his finger, shifting their gazes from the hillside to a nearby house, their expressions filled with unspoken sentiment. The villagers, indifferent to their thoughts, left after giving their instructions. They exchanged glances, and after a long moment, Yin Shu tentatively asked, "Isn't there one fewer person?" Upon hearing this, the other three turned their gazes toward Yuejian, recalling that she had been paired with Hu Quan the previous night. Yuejian sighed and recounted the events of last night. After listening, the expressions of her companions varied, and a heavy silence enveloped the scene. After a prolonged pause, one finally spoke. "I remember he was not very diligent yesterday. He didn't even clear the stones from the field. So, is that why he went missing? Perhaps we should just focus on our work for now," Yin Shu suggested, breaking the stillness. Only then did they seem to awaken from their stupor, hastily fetching the carrying poles and buckets. The manure collection site was the villagers' latrine, and Xianyang followed closely behind Yuejian, his face resembling a bitter melon. "I never imagined I would have to do this kind of work one day." Yuejian remained silent. "Why are you not speaking? Have you been rendered speechless by the stench? Or should we hurry to collect the manure? Help!" After another exhausting day, they were utterly drained. Compared to digging in one spot, running back and forth was evidently more grueling. Yuejian lay on the hillside, feeling as though her bones were dislocated. While waiting for the villagers, Xianyang quietly inquired, "Who do you think it will be tonight?" Yuejian glanced at the others. "It might either be Yin Shu or me." This was already the third day. The tests had nearly all been administered. No one dared to slack off today, and at this moment, the disparity in their strengths became evident. Xianyang's expression shifted, but he quickly smiled. "Rest assured, if it's you tonight, then it will surely be me tomorrow. I will come to find you." He glanced at him with a complex expression, unable to resist asking, "What exactly is our relationship?" Xianyang replied with a grin. "What else could it be? As I mentioned, we are friends." He smiled faintly and then suddenly asked, "Do you secretly have a crush on me? Are you so deeply infatuated that you cannot extricate yourself?" Caught off guard, Xianyang coughed violently, his expression contorting as he pounded his chest. "You feigned innocence. Am I wrong? If you weren't so in love with me, would you think of dying together?" Xianyang stared at her for a while, then suddenly laughed. "You are truly clever. Since you figured it out, how about this? Let's not delay any longer. Let's get married tonight. Otherwise, if something happens to you, it will be too late tomorrow." He paused. "Should we do it now?" Xianyang was overjoyed. "Really? That sounds great." After returning that day, they were divided into 4 groups, with the only duo being Yu and Xianyang. In response to Yu's puzzled gaze, Xianyang smiled slightly, his face filled with pride. Yin Shu unexpectedly approached and whispered, "I saw it. He has been secretly glancing at you. When you water one plant, he waters another, and the number of plants you both watered is the same." Yu suddenly understood, thanking her with a smile, her emotions quite complicated. That night, she thought she would be unable to sleep, but in reality, she fell asleep shortly after lying down. In her hazy dreams, she suddenly felt her body sink heavily, as if falling from a cliff, and soon she landed on the ground. The pain jolted her back to reality, and she sat up abruptly, gasping for air. The surroundings were eerily quiet and somewhat oppressive. It took her a moment to regain her senses as she fumbled to turn on her watch. She was not in a room, but in a small, unfamiliar space, barely large enough for her to lie down or sit up. Was this the so-called death trap? So, it was truly her tonight? But why was this place so completely enclosed? She felt around, and indeed, the walls were sealed. But there were tiny gaps between the bricks serving as ventilation. Thus, although it was stuffy inside, she could still breathe for the time being. Gazing through the gaps, she saw nothing but darkness, unable to discern her location. Where was Xianyang? Since they were a team, had he also been captured here? Yet her current space was too small to do anything. Perhaps she should wait until dawn. That way, she would at least have a greater chance of seeing the situation outside. With this thought, She lay back down and repeatedly told herself to adjust her breathing, unknowingly drifting back to sleep. When she awoke again, the surroundings were still dim, but light was faintly seeping through the gaps. She checked the time. It was 8 in the morning, and daylight had arrived. In the cramped space, there were no tools. She searched her body and eventually found a long, thin stone in her pocket. It dawned on her that she had picked it up on the mountain during the day because of its good shape and sharp edges, resembling a small knife. She had casually put it in her pocket, not expecting it to be useful so soon. Following the gaps, she began trying to dig her way out, but the walls were made of bricks, making it difficult to excavate. After much effort, she managed to carve out a shallow nook. Outside, the view was expansive, and she could vaguely see the surface of the water in the distance. It seemed they were on a high mountain or the edge of a cliff. She sighed, staring at the stone wall ahead, feeling troubled. Even if she was not in immediate danger, being trapped here without food or water would eventually lead to starvation. What about the others? Were they nearby? With this thought, she attempted to call out loudly, and to her surprise, a familiar voice responded nearby. "You, what a coincidence you are here too." It was Yuejian. Chapter 42. Deadlocked, she felt a surge of joy, then queried, "If you are here, why haven't you said anything?" Yuejian's voice was languid. As if he had just woken, I arrived in the middle of the night, in complete darkness, and I was very sleepy. I had no energy to shout. I just fell asleep, and you just woke me up. You paused. You were quite carefree. Yuejian chuckled. Likewise, you were sleeping too. How do you know? Because you didn't call out last night. Regardless of the circumstances, being trapped together was always more reassuring than being alone, and so they began to chat casually. When discussing the previous two individuals, Yuejian speculated, they must be locked up elsewhere, or perhaps they are already dead. Given the perilous nature of the legendary world, their likelihood of death was even greater. He pondered, in such a short time, it shouldn't be enough to die of thirst or hunger. So how did they lose their lives? I don't know, but I suspect we will find out soon. He felt a heaviness in her heart, knowing he was speaking the truth. If the first day as challengers were hard to assess, then Hu Quan, who had been imprisoned the night before, was a clear case. His death must have occurred during this day and night, most likely within a single day. In other words, even in the most optimistic scenario, they would not survive until tonight. This place was completely sealed, and it felt utterly impossible to escape. Upon hearing her words, Yuejian lamented, "What should we do? Are we really going to die here together? That wouldn't be considered a noble sacrifice. It would merely be two simultaneous homicides." He silently rolled her eyes, choosing not to respond, and continued digging at the spot she had previously excavated. She spent the entire morning merely widening the gap, yet thankfully, through this crevice, she could see more of the outside world. It was a vast expanse of water, with green mountains and clear waters in view, picturesque and enchanting. If she were not trapped here, she would surely marvel at the beauty of the scenery. Have you managed to dig your way out? Yuejian's inquiry broke through her reverie. She sighed heavily. What do you think? It's getting late. How about we take a nap first? I'm feeling sleepy after talking all morning. As he spoke, Yuejian could not help but yawn. He hesitated. You seem quite carefree. Why are you praising me again? It's quite embarrassing. At noon, the two settled into a quiet nap. He thought she would be unable to sleep, but to her surprise, as she lay there, her consciousness began to fade, and in a drowsy state, she seemed to dream. In the dream, there was an endless sea. She floated on a wooden raft, surrounded by nothingness, the water swaying and frightening her. At some point, dark clouds veiled the sky, followed by flashes of lightning and booming thunder as a fierce wind arose. The previously calm sea suddenly surged with a massive wave, sweeping her and the raft into its depths. With a startled cry, she jolted awake, gasping for air. After regaining some calm, she realized she was still in that dim, cramped space, but her hands, resting on the ground, felt icy cold. And beneath her was a damp surface. Looking down, she was astonished to find a thin layer of water had accumulated on the ground at some point. Hastily, she peered through the gap, only to discover that the once distant surface of the water had now drawn alarmingly close. At that moment, the area beyond the brick gaps was a tranquil expanse. The water was rising so rapidly. In an instant, a wave of fear and cold washed over her. If this continued, within half a day, the entire space would be filled with water, leading to their suffocation. Realizing this, she felt a dawning horror. No wonder the previous two individuals had been silent. They must have already drowned. With this thought, she called out Xie Xuanyang's name loudly. After being roused, he groggily responded, "What is it? What happened?" Clearly, he had also realized their dire predicament. He took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm, and once again directed her gaze at the walls. She anxiously pondered how to escape from this place, but with merely a small stone. The task of creating an opening large enough for her to pass through seemed insurmountable. "Do you really have no tools over there?" she persistently inquired of Xie Xianyang. With a weary tone, Xie Xianyang replied, "Indeed, I possess a stalk of dogtail grass, which I could weave into a ring to amuse myself. Oh, and there's also a straight stick. When the water rises to my neck, I could use it to knock myself out. Perhaps dying that way would be less painful." Yuejian, at a loss for words, gazed at the ceiling and then noticed faint inscriptions in a corner above her head. Suddenly invigorated, she hurriedly leaned in to examine them closely. The scratches appeared to have been carved with a sharp object, likely subjected to repeated soaking, rendering their edges indistinct. After much effort, using the illumination from her watch, she finally discerned several characters. Huabuli. Huabuli? What does it mean? She pondered for quite some time, without resolution. Thus, she turned to Xie Xianyang for clarification. After listening to her, Xie Xianyang did not respond immediately. He seemed to be assessing the cave's surroundings, muttering to himself, "Nothing, still nothing. Why is it that I have nothing here?" Although she knew he could not see, Yuejian smiled and replied, "That is undoubtedly because I am the chosen one, embodying both strength and luck. It is only natural that you, a mere supporting character, would find nothing." After being held in a bemused silence for 5 seconds, Xie Xianyang wearily shouted, "I told you to read fewer low-quality novels." "Oh, how do you know I love reading? How could I not know? I have seen it with my own eyes." After exclaiming this, Xie Xianyang seemed to regain his composure. He paused and swiftly shifted the topic. "Ah, you mentioned the inscriptions are faint, which suggests they are merely remnants. Why don't we think about which characters might contain these 3 words?" Yuejian suppressed her confusion, acquiescing to his suggestion. That could be quite a few, as there are dozens of commonly used characters that include fire. How long would it take to arrange them? "All right, you think about it while I examine closely for any other markings," Xie Xianyang proposed. Yuejian nodded, recalling that he could not see, and agreed. She brightened her screen, feeling grateful that this world had provided her with a smartwatch. Utilizing its light, she meticulously inspected the walls of the entire space, confirming that apart from those few inscriptions, there were no others. Thus, she redirected her focus back to the scratches. The first stroke of the character for fire appeared somewhat rigid, leaving her uncertain whether it was due to hurried writing or its radical. The middle portion of the character for Bu had become blurred, compounded by the chaotic markings around it, making it even more challenging to discern. She contemplated while observing, losing track of time, until she realized the water had risen to her waist. Sitting in the water, she felt an icy chill seep into her bones. Meanwhile, Xie Xianyang had considered many possibilities, but none were conclusive. Finally, he sighed in resignation and suddenly asked, "Yuejian, if 2 doors appeared before you now, one leading to death and the other to life, which would you choose?" Yuejian was somewhat bewildered by the question. Is that a normal question? It is indeed. Many people, when confronted with despair, choose to give up and await death. Would you give up? Yuejian firmly replied, "I would not." "Why not?" "Because it told me to strive to live." For some reason, Xie Xianyang fell silent, remaining quiet for a long time. Yuejian did not dwell on it, continuing to contemplate the faint inscriptions. The first character for fire likely served as a radical. The second character for Bu was positioned lower than typical writing conventions. The third character for Li was oddly positioned higher, similar to Bu. If she reconsidered everything based on her assumptions, it could be interpreted as fire radical, with Bu at the bottom and Li at the top. She scrutinized the character for Li for a while, feeling that the horizontal stroke inside appeared somewhat curved. Could it be Li? If not, then it should be He. Indeed, if the mark below was not an extraneous scratch, but an integral part, then the third character would be He, leading to a combination of the previous two characters, Deng Xia He. These three characters, when pieced together, formed Deng Xia He. Realizing this, she eagerly relayed her deduction to Xie Xinyang. He let out a startled cry, praising her awkwardly before returning to the matter at hand. What does Deng Xia He mean? Could it be a means of escape? Yuejian fell deep into thought. If these characters were indeed a clue, then within this confined space, what could be described as Deng Xia He? A thought rapidly crossed her mind. She struggled to turn around, extending her hand into the water to explore the very spot where she had been sitting. No anomalies were found. If only she had discovered these characters earlier, before the water had risen, she could have examined them then. Now, submerged, her movements became increasingly cumbersome. With a quiet sigh, she glanced at the stone in her hand, which had worn down to a blunt edge, and began to dig. Nearly an hour passed. The water now reached her chest, and her efforts yielded no significant results, leading to a sense of despair. She quickly forced herself to regain composure and reevaluate the situation. The hint provided by these three characters must have been left by previous challengers, and under these circumstances, she could only assume it was genuine. Initially, she thought that being submerged had loosened the structure at the bottom, making it easier for her to break through. However, upon reflection, whether on a mountain or a cliff, the cave could only be excavated inward, implying that the ground beneath her was solid. If her previous reasoning was flawed, then what could Deng Xia He possibly signify? While she was deep in contemplation, Xie Xinyang suddenly queried, Yuejian, what do you think the light in Deng Xia He refers to? Yuejian paused. Are you suggesting? Xie Xinyang spoke slowly. If we don't think too complicatedly and take it literally, then the light must refer to the watch we have. Yuejian fell into thought. Indeed, in this place, only her watch emitted light, and compared to the tools needed for digging, this was the only item all challengers would possess. What then of Deng Xia He? After awakening, she had illuminated all areas and found no anomalies apart from the inscriptions. Xie Xinyang pondered for a moment before hesitantly asking, have we truly illuminated every location? Not yet. Yuejian surveyed the surroundings again until, as if struck by inspiration, she brightened the screen and illuminated the entire space once more. This time, she noticed something different. Beneath the water lay a dark shadow. She fumbled a few times but found nothing tangible, yet the shadow swayed back and forth, resembling a spectral figure, silently mocking her. Xie Xinyang, do you see that shadow in the water? His voice quickly responded, yes, but I cannot discern what it is. Then, as if realizing something, he exclaimed, wait. Yuejian waited for what felt like an eternity, but no further sounds came from him. Just as she began to wonder, a tremendous crashing noise reverberated, as if something had violently struck the mountainside. She lost her balance and fell into the water, splashing everywhere. Instinctively, she closed her eyes and covered her mouth and nose with her hand. The next moment, her body suddenly plummeted downward. The icy water enveloped her, and after a brief 2 seconds of coldness, a sharp, explosive sound rang out in her mind. What was happening? What had Xie Xinyang done? They had escaped. That much was certain, but she could not swim. A figure swam towards her like a fish, wrapping its arms around her waist and pulling her toward the nearest cave. Yuejian sputtered a few mouthfuls of water, her head spinning. Finally, feeling her feet touch solid ground, she opened her eyes groggily to see a concerned face looming less than 10 centimeters away from her. She was startled, abruptly sitting up and colliding with Xie Xinyang, who exclaimed in pain, clutching his forehead and glaring at her. Yuejian, how can you repay kindness with enmity? I am sorry, Yuejian replied, holding her chest and coughing repeatedly. I didn't mean to. He pouted, intending to say more, but upon turning his head, his expression changed swiftly as he dragged Yuejian up, exclaiming, run? Yuejian hadn't fully grasped the situation yet, and it was only after they had fled a considerable distance that she turned back to glance. That single glance left her aghast. Floating in the nearest body of water was a colossal beast. The creature, immense as a mountain, resembled a mutated octopus, its large head emerging from the water. covered in wrinkles, with tightly shut eyes lined with fine creases reminiscent of an aged elder. What made Yuejian turn pale were its tentacles. Unlike those of a typical octopus, which sprawled densely across the water's surface, writhing like a serpent, sending chills down her spine. Each tentacle was adorned with human faces, some sorrowful, others filled with despair, some expressionless, and others serene, evoking both horror and compassion. Chapter 44. Direction. They found themselves against a steep cliff, dotted with numerous caves constructed from piled stones, some entrances sealed, others ajar. After Yuejian rescued her, they landed outside a cave, not far from the water's edge. At that moment, several tentacles had already pursued them. Had they not run swiftly, they would likely have been devoured by those ghastly faces. Yuejian, possessing remarkable stamina, half dragged and half pulled her up the mountainside. The creature did not pursue further. It merely floated quietly near the shore, as if in slumber. An uneasy feeling crept into Yuejian's heart, and she gasped, "Why has it suddenly stopped moving?" Yuejian glanced back and replied, "I don't know. Let us keep running." Yuejian suppressed her unease and continued to follow him up the mountain. However, halfway up, a sharp whistling sound suddenly erupted behind them, and their expressions changed drastically. They turned back to see the creature's eyes slowly opening. Those eyes, bloodshot and grayish, were horrifyingly red, even from a distance. They could perceive the coldness and ferocity within. As the whistling intensified, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and they struggled to maintain their footing, nearly tumbling down the slope. Quick-thinking Yuejian grasped a nearby tree while yanking Yuejian back, who clutched the trunk tightly, his face filled with fear. "Yuejian, you saved my life. I vow to repay you." "There is no need," she replied while glancing at the creature. As it thrashed violently, the mountain shook more violently. Its eyes remained fixed on them, its tentacles writhing madly. Soon, the faces on the tentacles transformed into a thick, flowing slime, rushing towards them like a torrent. Yuejian's complexion paled. Without a moment's thought, she grabbed Yuejian and continued to ascend. Once the faces of the beast landed, the tremors diminished significantly. In this life-and-death moment, their will to survive surged, but they could not outrun the horde of monsters behind them. Seeing them drawing ever closer, they had no choice but to sprint desperately, hoping that by scaling the mountain, they might find a way out. Yuejian focused intently on the mountain's peak, urging herself onward, so close, just 50 meters away, then 40, 30, 20, 10 meters. Suddenly, a force yanked at her, followed by a release. She turned to see Yuejian ensnared by the first monster that had charged ahead, and soon, like wolves descending upon prey, the other creatures lunged at him, wrapping him in layers of cocoon-like membranes. He looked at Yuejian, his expression calm, mouthing two silent words, "Run." In the next instant, he was completely engulfed, and the pursuing faces surged past the cocoon towards her. Gritting her teeth, she turned and fled forward. In the final meter, she successfully crossed the mountain's summit, facing an expanse of dark, silent water that resembled an abyss. Should she jump? She contemplated for less than a second before plunging down, preferring to drown rather than be devoured by the monsters. After such a height, it was likely she wouldn't even have to drown to meet her end. After what felt like an extended fall, she found herself enveloped in a cold, viscous substance. Soon, that sensation disappeared, and the surface beneath her solidified. Tentatively, she opened her eyes to see a familiar village. She lingered in shock before struggling to rise, her entire body aching as if it were falling apart. As she attempted to move her limbs, memories gradually returned. Yuejian had been captured by the monster, and most likely he was dead. Upon realizing this, her heart inexplicably ached. They had known each other for less than 7 days, yet perhaps due to their shared brush with death, their bond felt different. Now, that person was simply gone. She felt an emptiness within her, a mix of confusion and numbness. There was an absence of sorrow, yet a hint of sadness lingered. After finally having someone accompany her for a while, would she now have to walk alone again? The picturesque mountains concealed monstrous horrors, filled with cold, brutal caves. And the dark, stagnant water was the path back to the village. After some time, the pain in her body subsided significantly. The night had already descended, and since she hadn't worked that day, even if she returned to the village, she would likely find no food or shelter. Thus, she resolved to make do outside for the night. The mountainside was deserted. After searching for a while, she finally found a secluded and relatively safe spot, a large stone surrounded by dense bushes, where one could squat and remain undetected. Leaning against the stone, she began to sort through her chaotic thoughts. In retrospect, the dark mass in the water was likely the shadow of the creature cast through a gap. Without Yuejian, she could not fathom how he had managed to shatter the stones, sealing the two caves, but it must have been related to that monster. The creature's appearance and the myriad human faces on its tentacles were undoubtedly connected to the GC cave, and she wondered how long such a tradition had persisted, resulting in so many innocents being victimized. As she pondered this, she unconsciously looked up. The mountain was not high. From her vantage point, the distant black peaks were nearly level with her, yet none of these summits were the one. It was no wonder they hadn't seen the GC cave upon their arrival. Now, it seemed that peculiar mountain might not even be within the village. If that were true, how had they transported people there? And what of the shadow she had seen by her bed that night? Was it the vanished Huquan or someone else? Having narrowly escaped, she spent the entire day without work, unsure if she would be captured again that night. If it happened again, she would undoubtedly perish. Having witnessed the GC cave and the monsters, she still had not discovered an exit. Where, then, was the exit from this world? She replayed all her experiences and questions in her mind, instinctively avoiding recalling the scene of Xie Xuanyang's capture. As the night deepened, she resolved to sleep for a while, hoping that upon awakening, things might gradually improve. With this thought, her consciousness began to blur, and before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. In the stillness of the night, a chilly breeze stirred, and amidst the silence, she heard faint rustling sounds. Something was crawling across the ground. Startled awake, she turned on her watch to illuminate the area, only to see a black shadow slithering through the thicket. Sensing the light, it halted, hissing and flicking its tongue, its head slowly turning from side to side. It was a snake. Yuejian broke into a cold sweat, frozen in place, afraid to move. Chapter 45, Waiting for Death. Fortunately, the snake did not notice her and soon slithered away with a rustling sound. She breathed a sigh of relief, the drowsiness dissipating. After sitting for too long, her body ached, prompting her to stand and stretch. The night was not particularly dark, and from her vantage point on the hillside, she could see the well in the center of the village from afar. Just as she began to perform a couple of chest-expanding exercises, her peripheral vision caught sight of a large shadow. Her heart quickened, and she focused her gaze. Due to the distance and dim light, she could not discern what it was, but she vaguely saw a blurred outline emerging in the village's center. The figure writhed continuously, and when it shifted to a certain angle, a flicker of familiarity washed over her. It resembled that monstrous being. It had appeared. Hiu's heart raced, and she dared not make a sound, silently observing the shadow until it gradually vanished from view. The night breeze was chilling, and she stood there for a long time before regaining her senses, slowly moving her numb legs and feet as countless thoughts flooded her mind. Was it there to take away tonight's eliminated contestant? Judging by its disappearance point, it must be the well in the village center, which means it likely connects to the lake of the dead. Should she follow it? But she couldn't swim. She would surely drown. She could first scout the path. With this thought, a surge of courage welled up within her, and she made her way down the mountain along a small path. The village lay silent in the deep of night, and she cautiously approached the well, stealthily lowering the bucket, the wooden axle creaking softly, which only slowed her movements further. Thankfully, it was late at night, and everyone was deep in slumber, oblivious to her actions. Once she reached a sufficient height, she secured the rope tightly with a long wooden pole before descending into the well. The walls were covered in moss, appearing no different from an ordinary well. As she observed her surroundings while descending, she lost track of time before finally reaching the bottom. Clutching the bucket, she was about to exhale in relief when she suddenly lifted her head, only to find a face peering down from the well's opening, gazing at her with inscrutable eyes. She gasped, nearly losing her breath. The dim light and distance obscured the person's features, but she could vaguely make out a shadowy outline and a pair of eyes. Submerged in the well water, she locked eyes with that gaze, feeling an icy chill seep into her bones. Who was that? A monster or a challenger? She glanced at the water's surface, remained silent, and when she looked up again, a dark shadow fell upon her, striking her face and body. It was the well rope. Someone above had severed it. A chill ran down her spine, yet she did not react strongly. The figure seemed to let out a cold laugh before swiftly turning away. She steadied the wooden bucket and began to mentally prepare herself. She had to enter the water. There was no possibility of staying here for a night. And in the entire village, this well was the most likely exit. She resolved to explore the path ahead, contemplating the risks involved, but with the other route cut off. This was her only option. She hoped she wouldn't suffocate before finding an exit. Taking a deep breath, she plunged into the well water without hesitation. Before her lay a hazy darkness. She attempted to open her eyes, experiencing a brief sting, but soon adapted. As she descended deeper, the oxygen began to dwindle. Yet the darkness persisted, leaving her blind to any light. Had she made a wrong bet? Just as she struggled for breath, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. And then suddenly, clarity emerged. After swallowing a mouthful of well water, a faint path appeared below her. Elated, she swiftly paddled toward it and soon broke through the water's surface, landing in a dry passageway. It was a dim, shadowy corridor, and as she stood within, uncertainty clouded her direction. A glance downward revealed 2 long drag marks on the floor. Confidently, she followed the trail forward for about half an hour until the surroundings opened up, revealing a cavern with white walls, which appeared somewhat uneven. Upon closer inspection, she gasped in horror. Those were not mere walls, but a mass of eerie white bones reaching up to the cave's ceiling. The cave was not small. Rather, it was filled with a heap of bones, leaving only a narrow passage slightly wider than her path. Cautiously, she pressed against the opposite wall and scanned the space thoroughly. At the end, to her surprise, she found a pile of fresh hair, a few strands of which were blonde and somewhat familiar. She recalled the first night when someone with dyed blonde hair had been taken away. Was this the monster's lair? Yet it did not appear to be a terrestrial creature. After another thorough examination and finding no further clues, she proceeded along the passage. Is anyone there? Help! Is anyone there? After some distance, a faint cry for help suddenly reached her ears, invigorating her spirit as she quickened her pace toward the sound. Exiting the passage, she found herself by a familiar lake. Her heart heavy as she glanced up at the path on the hillside, filled with sorrow. Why had Yuejian managed to drag her away, but then followed her for the latter part of the journey? She dared not dwell on it. Her attention quickly drawn back to the cries for help, directing her gaze to a sealed cave below. It was a voice she recognized, clearly Yin Shu. That spot did not seem too far from the water's surface, and by dawn, the water would rise and submerge her, just as it had done to them the previous night. The surroundings were steep and treacherous, making it impossible to approach. Standing on the hillside, she felt the cold wind whip around her, her mind burdened with doubts. The well led to this place, which harbored the monster. The monster was a manifestation of the deceased elders, yet it ventured into the village to claim the eliminated contestants. It seemed to form a complete circle, and she had even ventured into the cave without ever discovering an exit. Where then lay the exit of this world? In the latter half of the night, Yu found an open cavern at a higher elevation to spend the night. Perhaps due to her anxious thoughts, she did not sleep soundly and awoke early the next day. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the swaying green and shimmering light, and it took her a moment to realize her current location. Emerging from the cave, she found that Yin Shu's cries had ceased, likely having given up. The water's surface was calm, completely concealing the giant monster lurking beneath. Shaking her slightly dazed head, she forced herself to wake up and reassess the situation. The more she pondered, the stranger this little world seemed. But what exactly was peculiar? The GC Ku and ZC Yao. Yes, ZC Yao. According to custom, the elderly who could no longer work were sent into the caves, their families leaving behind a certain amount of food. Once the food was consumed, they could only wait for death. The crux of the matter was waiting for death. Chapter 46. The child. If the essence of the custom had not changed, then the direct cause of their deaths was not external harm, but rather the lack of food and water. Could she boldly speculate that as long as she remained within the cave, the monster would not be able to harm her? The thought sent her heart racing. To gamble or not? Why not gamble? She had already wagered so much. What was one more time? Resolute, she approached the spot closest to where Yuejian was confined, picking up nearby stones and hurling them one after another into the water. Plop, plop. The sound of stones hitting the water seemed to stir Yuejian, eliciting a small gasp before falling silent again, likely observing the situation through a crack. You continued to throw stones for over half an hour before finally hearing a commotion in the water. The monster, disturbed by her actions, extended a long tentacle, with pairs of eyes fixed on her, filled with wrath and murderous intent. She smiled faintly, throwing the stone she held once more with great force towards one of the faces. The face winced in pain, and the creature became enraged. Countless tentacles surged from the water's surface, shattering the cave where Yuejian was located. She fell into the water, but quickly swam towards the shore. Yuejian merely cast a glance, noting her swimming ability, and refrained from intervening further. The faces regarded her as prey, and the tentacles, like a dark cloud, reached out toward her. As she dodged, she continued to hurl stones. Witnessing the creature's fury escalating, she seized Yuejian, who had already crawled ashore, and darted into one of the open caves just as the tentacles were about to ensnare her. Leaning against the stone wall, her eyes were fixed intently on the faces. Her heart filled with unease. She had observed carefully while avoiding the tentacles. They had not crossed the boundaries of the cave, reinforcing her suspicion, though she knew that anything could happen. Fortunately, the tentacles indeed halted before the cave, the faces mere inches away, yet separated by an invisible barrier, writhing in fury outside. She had made the right bet. As she exhaled in relief, concern crept into her heart. Although she was temporarily safe from the creature's assault, the exit of this world remained elusive. She could not hide here for eternity. It's you. Upon regaining her composure, Yuejian exclaimed joyfully, "You're unharmed. I feared we would never see you again. How did you escape? And where is he? I don't see him." Yuejian fell silent for a few moments. He was taken by the creature. Yuejian paused. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Yuejian shook his head, choosing not to speak further. "What should we do now? Hiding here will lead us to starvation." Yuejian gazed at the tentacles obscuring the cave entrance, worry etched across her face. Yuejian sighed. "I don't know. Do you have any clues about an exit?" After a moment of contemplation, Yuejian hesitantly replied, "I'm not sure if it counts as a clue, but I did discover some things." Yuejian perked up, eagerly prompting her for details. "It's like this," Yuejian recounted from the beginning. After they had been captured, the atmosphere among the remaining three grew increasingly tense. They worked harder during the day, fearing they would be next to be taken. The other two were both men, naturally stronger, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not compete. Ultimately, she decided to abandon her efforts and thought she might as well take the opportunity to return to the village, hoping to uncover some clues. During the day, the villagers were all working in the fields, leaving the village deserted. She stealthily pried open the locks of several houses and searched inside, but found nothing amiss. Just as she was feeling despondent, she suddenly spotted a familiar woman, the one who brought them food. She had not gone to work, but was preparing lunch at home. Yuejian quietly followed her, watching as she entered one of the houses. Through a crack in the window, she saw a small boy of 3 or 4 years sitting on the bed. The boy looked peculiar, his face wrinkled like tree bark, his eyes drooping. Yet his limbs bore the tender skin of a child. Startled, she clenched her fists to suppress a scream. It was then she realized that in all her time in the village, she had not seen any other children. With this thought, she began searching outward from the house. The area near the well was eerily quiet, and when she reached the center, she finally caught sight of some small figures. Not daring to disturb them, she hid in the shadows to observe, and to her astonishment, she discovered that the children bore the same elderly faces as the boy she had seen earlier. She was taken aback, unable to contain a sound, which drew the attention of the children, who all turned to look at her. Faced with those eyes that belied their youthful appearance, and the deeply unsettling gazes, she felt a chill run through her, trembling involuntarily. To her surprise, the children paid her no mind, returning to their play after a cursory glance. Relieved yet bewildered, she focused on them. The children were engaged in games. Yet unlike ordinary children, their play was quiet and orderly. Though they were merely jumping rope or tossing a handkerchief, it felt as if they were performing some sacred ritual. Feeling uneasy, she took a long moment to muster her courage before stepping forward to engage them. After asking a dozen children without receiving any responses, she felt disheartened. As midday approached, fearing the woman delivering lunch might discover her, she decided to sneak back to the mountain. On her way back, she passed the woman's house again, and the boy unexpectedly appeared outside, right her path. Caught off guard, she collided with him, expecting him to behave like the other children and ignore her. She was surprised when he spoke, his voice curiously aged for his appearance. An outsider? She nodded nervously, quickly scanning the surroundings. The woman was in the kitchen, and the boy must have climbed out through the window, now on the opposite side of the house, speaking softly enough that she should not hear. Come play with me. Hearing this, she hesitated as she glanced at the sky. Seeing her uncertainty, the boy smirked slightly. No one cares whether you're here or not. Even if you're gone, they won't do anything to you. Chapter 47. The boy. She pondered this, realizing that her absence might align with the villagers and the other two challengers' intentions. If she were to be taken away tonight, it would surely be her. Thus, she felt at ease and began to play with the young boy. He gathered the marbles from the ground, dividing them with her, and they lay on the ground. Starting to play. Coming from a well-off family, she had spent her childhood in various training classes and indulged in electronic entertainment, never having played such a nostalgic game before. At first, she continuously lost, causing the boy to yawn, but her quick learning ability allowed her to grasp the techniques before long, reigniting the boy's interest as they played earnestly together. They became so engrossed in the game that they lost track of time, and when she joyfully picked up another marble, she suddenly noticed a figure standing beside her. It was the woman. Unaware of how long she had been watching, perhaps Yuejian's sudden glance caught her off guard. As she had not yet concealed her emotions, sadness, anger, helplessness, despair, and silence merged into a turbulent wave of negativity. Stunned, Yuejian had no time to react before the woman composed herself, her expression cold, and turned to leave. The boyish voice broke the silence beside her, casually stating, "See? She doesn't care at all." She turned to the boy, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Is she not your mother?" "Yes." "And you?" The boy paused, abruptly losing control of a marble, sending it crashing forward, leaving a distinct mark. "Since you played with me, I will tell you a story." The boy began, and she, surprised but silent, listened intently to the long-buried past that flowed from his lips. The woman had grown up in this village and later married into a family from the same community. However, within a few years, that family passed away one after another. And, at that time, she was already pregnant. Her father, defying the odds, brought her back home, and she safely gave birth to the child. Although their lives were modest, the three of them were relatively happy. Yet, not long after, her father fell ill from overwork and could no longer provide for the family. With the only male in the household gone, it was a calamity, and to make matters worse, the villagers intended to follow custom and send the incapacitated father to the death pit, leaving him to perish. The woman, though unwilling in her heart, ultimately succumbed to the pressure of the entire village. She grit her teeth and agreed, yet secretly took measures to prevent the cave from being completely sealed. She often avoided the villagers to deliver meals to her father. Initially, her efforts went smoothly. However, as the saying goes, the truth cannot be hidden indefinitely, and one day, her actions were discovered. The enraged villagers, disregarding her desperate pleas, resealed the cave and dragged her back to the village, confining her until half a month later when she was released. By that time, her immobile father had long since perished. Consumed by bitterness, she expended considerable effort to secretly find an unorthodox method to bring her father back to life. Whether due to her improper handling or the inherently sinister nature of the method, her father did indeed return, but his body underwent a grotesque transformation. His head grew disproportionately large, until it seemed to dominate his form. Perhaps due to years of illness, his limbs became limp and dragged along the ground like tentacles. The resurrected father exhibited bizarre behavior. He dug a hole from within the cave, and periodically, a mound of earth would appear outside. The woman, out of love for her father and hatred for the villagers, feigned ignorance, meticulously clearing away the soil and concealing the entrance. Time passed, and at last, her father unearthed a pathway leading to the village as well. From that day forth, villagers began to vanish, most notably strong, able-bodied men, living in fear. The villagers eventually reached a breaking point. They sought the help of an adept from outside the village, who, upon investigation, discerned the underlying issues and prepared to eliminate the transformed father. The woman, of course, would not allow this. She secretly warned her father, resulting in the deaths of over 10 villagers, including the adept, with others sustaining injuries of varying severity. In turn, her father suffered grievous wounds and fled into the water, remaining silent for an extended period. The villagers believed the ordeal had subsided and returned to their normal lives, unaware that the woman had been the catalyst for her father's transformation. Out of misplaced anger and fear, they gradually distanced themselves from her. She, undeterred, often visited the water's edge to feed, hoping her father could sense her lingering connection from beneath the surface. However, fate seems to target the unfortunate before long. Her son fell gravely ill. She exhausted all her family's resources, yet her son's condition showed no signs of improvement. As he grew weaker, desperation consumed her. She begged for money from every household in the village, kneeling and pleading, but no one offered assistance. Ultimately, despair enveloped her, and abandoning all hope, she took her ailing child to the water's edge, intending to end her own life. Yet that day, she did not perish. After darkness fell, she silently returned to the village with her child, unnoticed by anyone. The following day, she announced her child's death, and due to her lack of funds for a coffin, she hastily buried him beneath a thin mat. Years swiftly passed, and the villagers had long since lowered their guard, resuming the grim tradition of sending the elderly into the cave, where they met their end in suffering and despair. Amidst what appeared to be tranquil days, a new calamity began to unfold. The first anomaly occurred with a pregnant woman, who, after 10 months of gestation, gave birth to a child whose face was unsettlingly wrinkled, resembling that of an old man. Despite her anguished pleas for understanding, her family deemed the child an ill omen and soon suffocated the infant in its swaddling. Overcome with grief, the mother succumbed to madness, often wandering into the mountains in search of her lost child, until one day, she never returned. Her family remained oblivious, continuing their lives as usual until a fire consumed their home, leaving no trace of either the house or its inhabitants. Though the villagers speculated, they did not take the incident to heart, dismissing it as mere misfortune. Little did they know, this marked the beginning of an eerie descent into chaos. The newborns thereafter never appeared normal. They all bore similar, wrinkled faces, reminiscent of the elderly. Initially, some villagers attempted to emulate the tragic family, contemplating the murder or abandonment of these children, but after several incidents, they realized that harming these infants exacted a deadly toll. With no other option, they reluctantly raised the children. Unlike typical infants, these peculiar children were remarkably quiet, never crying or fussing. Whenever someone passed by, they would regard that person with an unsettling and profound gaze, including their own family. As time progressed, the children grew, their behaviors becoming increasingly disturbing. Beyond the ordinary acts of eating and sleeping, they would gather deliberately to play, devoid of the vivacity and laughter of typical children. Their demeanor was orderly, solemn, and grave, instilling fear in those who beheld them. The villagers, treating them as sacred ancestors, yet living in dread, chose to confine all children to the outskirts of the village while they resided near the well, fearful that these strange children might poison their water supply. During those years, an alarming number of women in the village became pregnant, giving birth to one peculiar child after another, and simultaneously, these women began to exhibit strange behaviors. They no longer feared the pain of childbirth, nor did they dread their offspring. Instead, they would display expressions of excitement during labor, seemingly becoming increasingly aligned with these children, eagerly anticipating their arrivals. Years later, history repeated itself as villagers began to disappear once more, this time involving both men and women. After enduring prolonged torment, the villagers had grown desperate and numb, relinquishing hope in the so-called adept. Through extensive observation and exploration, they discerned that the missing individuals were those who contributed the least labor each day. This revelation rekindled their hope. If they could control the productivity of one person daily, identifying a suitable sacrifice, perhaps they could avert disaster. Thus, a cruel regime was initiated. Knowing that children were safe, they targeted the adults. Initially, they selected the weak women and elderly, then the vulnerable men, until eventually when all remaining villagers were related and could no longer decide on a sacrificial candidate. They turned their gaze to outsiders. Compared to the long-suffering villagers, outsiders were inherently at a disadvantage, and the sacrificial rules seemed to disproportionately affect them, instilling further confidence among the villagers. From that point forward, the village became a hell for intruders, with villagers exploiting them to accomplish as much labor as possible within a limited time, subsequently sacrificing their lives to preserve the village's tranquility. The woman had once been a sacrificial candidate, yet each time, another was the one to vanish. As this occurred repeatedly, the villagers began to perceive that the woman seemed immune to the effects. Living in constant fear, they dared not provoke further complications, and gradually, the woman became a peculiar presence. Whenever an outsider arrived, the villagers appointed her to deliver meals. Most outsiders were rather naive, eagerly competing to complete more tasks to avoid being the unfortunate one to disappear. They directed all their attention towards the dead-end cave and their labor. Scarcely anyone paying heed to the condition of the village itself, and few noticed the peculiar children. Even if they did, time did not permit further inquiry. After listening to the boy's account, Yinshu felt a chill run down her spine. She instinctively inquired, "And you? Who are you?" The boy gazed at her silently, offering no response. Suddenly, she realized something, exclaiming in astonishment, "You are her deceased son. You never truly died, did you? After jumping into the river, you transformed into this current form. She publicly claimed you were dead, but in truth, she has been hiding you away. Over the years, she has secretly cared for you, allowing you to emerge only when everyone else is busy working, correct?" The boy calmly picked up the last marble, remarking, "You are quite astute, but your time is running short." Glancing at her watch, she realized it was already afternoon. The woman had returned from delivering food and was bustling about in the kitchen. Suppressing her anxiety and unease, Yinshu questioned, "Why are you telling me this?" The boy glanced up at her, handing her one of the marbles. "Few have seen me over the years, even fewer have played with me, and as for those who have bested me, you are the only one thus far. You have won, and as a reward, I will share this story with you." With that, he collected the remaining marbles, stood, brushed off the dust, and turned towards the house, stating, "They will return soon. I must take my leave. Farewell." Watching his retreating figure, Yunshu fell into deep contemplation. She absent-mindedly returned to the village center, awaiting the arrival of the villagers and the other two challengers. She had intended to discuss her discoveries with them, hoping that together they might uncover clues related to the exit. However, upon their return, she saw their faces beaming with uncontainable joy, evidently pleased to have survived the night. Frustrated, Yunshu chose to withhold her findings, preferring to bear her doubts in silence rather than share them with such individuals. After awakening from a restless slumber, she found herself no longer in the village, but confined within a cramped space. Initially, she attempted to call for help, but upon reflection, it became clear that seeking rescue was futile, so she resolved to conserve her energy and fell asleep once more. During the day, she endured hunger and melancholy while waiting for death, when suddenly, she heard a splashing sound from outside. Just as she was pondering the source, the cave was shattered. She plunged into the water, not taking in her surroundings, her sole focus on reaching the shore. Subsequently, she was dragged into the cave by Yuejian. After hearing her tale, Yuejian fell into thought, while Yunshu observed the writhing tentacles nearby, unable to suppress her disgust. What on earth is that? These must be the deceased elders, right? As she spoke, a realization struck her, and she gasped, "Wait, if they have all transformed into monsters here, then what about the children in the village?" Chapter 49. Inshanhi Yuejian shook her head in silence, contemplating the same matter. Silence enveloped the cave as they remained quietly hidden. The tentacles obscured the entrance entirely, preventing them from seeing the outside world, leaving them to stare at their watch screens. Time passed slowly, yet the tentacles showed no signs of retreat, leaving both women feeling utterly powerless. Leaning against the stone wall, Yunshu voiced her exhaustion. When will it leave? Even if it poses no threat to us, the sight is utterly repulsive. If I survive this, I shall never eat octopus again. Yuejian glanced at her watch and replied, "Soon. Tonight, it must take another challenger." As she spoke, she suddenly appeared deep in thought. "You mentioned that the initial monster was her father, who only captured men. After the village encountered further troubles, it began to capture both men and women, but not children." Yunshu looked at her quizzically. "What do you mean?" She furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. "If, as you say, she jumped into the river with the child, then her father must have transformed into that child and followed her home, bringing the other elders back to the village. Therefore, the monsters here cannot be the transformed deceased elders. What then are they?" Yunshu pondered. Could it be that there were too many deceased elders for the village to contain, and the others transformed into monsters here? Yuejian considered this possibility. That could be the case. Yunshu asked, "What should we do now? Should we just wait for it to leave?" Yuejian nodded. "Once it departs, we must return to the village. If I am correct, the exit should be there." Yunshu felt a surge of excitement. "Have you already deduced its location?" Yet, as she spoke, a shadow of worry crossed her face. Yuejian, noticing her expression, smiled slightly. "Are you afraid I won't take you with me?" Yunshu quickly shook her head. "I believe you are not a bad person. I only fear being a burden." Yuejian sighed, speaking earnestly. "The clues were provided by you. How could you be a burden? Besides," she paused, "I am not particularly formidable myself. My survival has relied on luck. If we were to compare, you may well be stronger than I." She was a bold adventurer, willing to take risks based on her hypotheses, even if it meant wagering her own life. In the past, long and often suspected she suffered from depression, questioning how she could be so indifferent to her own mortality. She had never dared to reveal to Long and that she found the world rather meaningless, an existence likewise unfulfilling. Had it not been for Long In, perhaps she would have given up hope long ago. Yet, a lack of hope did not equate to a desire for death. Sometimes, adopting a broader perspective could ease one's burdens. To live if possible, and to depart if not, could be a form of optimism. Fortunately, throughout their journey, her intuition had proven correct at critical moments. Perhaps it was Long An's encouragement upon their arrival that had fortified her resolve. Or perhaps, as Xie had praised, she truly was a relatively exceptional and intelligent individual. Reflecting on Xie brought an unavoidable pang of sorrow. Noticing her silence, Yunshu feigned nonchalance and shifted the topic. "By the way, I didn't get a clear look at its full form earlier. Do you know what it looks like? It must be an octopus, right?" Yuejian nodded and then shook her head. "It does resemble an octopus. Initially, I was puzzled as to why it could be amphibious. After hearing your story, it all became clear. In the tale, it was transformed from that father, its head becoming oversized while its limbs morphed into tentacle-like appendages. It likely started with 4 tentacles. And now, who knows how many souls it has absorbed?" Yunshu inquired curiously, "What do you mean by amphibious?" Yuejian recounted the tale of the underground passage. Yunshu understood. "That must be the path mentioned in the story. You are quite daring to have jumped into the well like that. But who was it that cut your rope?" "Probably someone from the village," Yuejian replied casually. Yunshu fell into contemplation, and for a time, both women remained silent. Time slipped away quietly, and soon, it was deep into the night. Both were lost in thought and did not notice when the monster vanished. When Yunshu looked up, she was met with the empty cave entrance. Stunned, she quickly shook Yuejian's arm. "It's gone. It's gone." Yuejian regained her focus, glanced outside, and bent down to crawl out, saying, "Let us hurry and leave before it returns." The two began their ascent to the mountain peak, feeling relatively unburdened now that the relentless monster was no longer pursuing them. Upon reaching the summit, Yunshu gazed upon the dark and foreboding surface of the water, feeling a twinge of trepidation. However, upon witnessing Yuejian leap without hesitation, she steeled herself and followed suit. When the two finally opened their eyes, they found themselves on a familiar hillside. The night had deepened, and the village lay in a profound silence. Yunshu softly inquired of Yuejian whether they should enter the village now. Yuejian shook her head, indicating that the stillness was too pronounced. Making any noise could easily attract the villagers. Thus, they decided to find a place to rest for the night and venture into the village the following day. They settled down at the large stone where Yuejian had previously stayed, managing to sleep soundly until dawn. The next day, only one challenger remained in the village, and unsurprisingly, it was the muscular man. However, he appeared far from elated. It was evident that this little world did not allow one to simply survive to the end in order to escape. If he could not find an exit soon, he would meet his demise there that night. In the morning, the two stood atop the mountain, gazing at the well in the village from a distance, where they could see small moving figures, clearly the early rising villagers. "Are you familiar with that person?" Yuejian suddenly asked after a long observation. Yunshu pondered for a moment and replied that she was not particularly acquainted, having only exchanged a few words, but he seemed amiable, diligently working without hindering others. Yuejian expressed her surprise, asking if Yunshu had ever been hindered by anyone. Yunshu scoffed, recalling that the person taken away the previous night had secretly tossed stones into the ground she had meticulously prepared. Yuejian contemplated and suggested that they consider collaborating with him. Yunshu hesitated, expressing concern that her limited interactions with him might lead to a misjudgment, potentially placing them in danger. Yuejian fell into thought. Indeed, the decision to take such a risk was a challenging one, but if her speculation held any truth, they might require someone strong to unlock the exit. First, let us locate that young boy and decide after we discover the exit, Yuejian ultimately concluded. Shortly thereafter, the villagers began ascending the mountain, and the two concealed themselves amidst the foliage, spotting the last challenger, whom Yunshu identified as Yinshan. After the villagers departed, he did not immediately begin working, but instead sat on the hillside, lost in thought. His presence posed their first dilemma, as his location was directly in their path into the village, given that he was seated at a lower spot with sparse grass and minimal cover. Avoiding detection while descending the mountain proved to be a formidable challenge. "What should we do?" Yunshu softly queried. Yuejian shook her head, and after observing him for a while, Yunshu, glancing at her watch, expressed her urgency. "It's nearly 9 o'clock. Having sat idle for over an hour, it appeared he had no intention of working today. Resolute, Yuejian declared they could no longer afford to waste time and proposed they seek his cooperation. As she prepared to rise, Yunshu restrained her, suggesting she would go first. "If the situation seems unfavorable, you should hide and wait for an opportunity to enter the village," she advised. Yuejian firmly grasped her arm, insisting that he would not act recklessly until they had located the exit. They should approach together. After some contemplation, Yunshu relented, and the two stealthily approached, intentionally creating noise to alert the man. He appeared visibly shocked, his gaze darting between the two before settling on Yunshu. "It's you. Did you not disappear the night before last? How did you return?" Yunshu turned to Yuejian, who quickly stated, "Time is of the essence. We must enter the village without delay. We can discuss everything as we walk." The man's survival signified hope for him, and he offered no objections. On their way back, they recounted the sequence of events and proposed the idea of collaboration. The man's expression was a blend of complexity, shock, confusion, and wariness. "How do you intend to collaborate? What do you require from me?" It was clear he did not entirely trust them. Yuejian remained unfazed and reiterated her conjecture. This time, the man did not hesitate long. He understood that in the absence of leads, he had no choice but to place his trust in them, at least temporarily. "I understand. As long as there is a chance to escape, I will not shy away from any task you require of me." Upon returning to the village, under Yunshu's guidance, They revisited the young boy's home. The woman was still preparing lunch and showed little reaction upon their arrival, continuing to slice the radishes with a detached demeanor. The young boy, still playing indoors, was taken aback by their presence, especially Yunshu's. "You're not dead. You actually escaped." Yunshu felt displeased, retorting, "After spending so much time playing marbles with you, why are you so eager for my demise?" The boy replied calmly, "It's not that I want you dead. Very few of those taken away ever return. Do you know what that creature is?" Yunshu continued her inquiry. He paused, emerging from the house with a stack of paper cards, distributing 3 piles to each of them. "Play a game with me. If you win, I will tell you." Yuejian recognized the cards adorned with various designs, understanding they were about to engage in a card-flicking game. The boys' rules were quite simple. Each player would throw a card onto the ground, and they would decide the order of flicking through rock, paper, scissors. If a card was flipped, the player would claim it and continue flicking. If all cards were won, they would proceed to the next round. The game would continue until all cards were cleared, and the winner could retrieve their cards while the losers left theirs on the ground, repeating this cycle until one player emerged victorious. "If any one of you can defeat me, I will answer your questions," the boy concluded. Seeing no one had any objections, the boy extended his hand, suggesting they begin with rock, paper, scissors. In the first round, the flicking order was determined as follows: the boy, Yinshan, Yuejian, and finally, Yunshu. The boy, skilled in the game, quickly flipped all 4 cards over, revealing a calm demeanor, though his eyes betrayed a hint of delight. In the second round, luck favored Yuejian as she went first. Taking a deep breath, she focused on the cards on the ground. Although she had played this game in her childhood, her skills were mediocre at best. Despite the unusual circumstances, she could not summon her potential, and thus failed to flip the second card. Following her was the boy, who, as expected, claimed all 4 cards once more. Yuejian sighed internally, preparing for the third round. This time, Yinshan was first. He was exuberant, eagerly proclaiming, "Finally, it's my turn. Watch me demonstrate the prowess of a car master." To the surprise of both women, Yinshan showcased remarkable skill, swiftly claiming all cards, prompting a moment of astonishment from the boy. Yet he remained composed, simply stating, "Continue." Yunshu instinctively glanced at Yuejian, exchanging a knowing look. As the game progressed, Yinshan began to take the lead, turning it into a contest between him and the young boy. Despite their impressive skills, the boy maintained an advantage, leaving their situation precarious. After some time, Yuejian was the first to deplete her cards. Though Yunshu learned quickly, after Yuejian's exit, her luck turned sour in the flicking game, often finding herself last in order and without opportunities to showcase her skills. It was not long before she, too, dejectedly lost her final card. 2 individuals stood by, observing the competition, yet Yuejian's attention was predominantly fixed upon the boy. For reasons unknown, she found the boy's demeanor somewhat peculiar, though she could not pinpoint what exactly seemed amiss. Yunshu suggested that the boy was recounting that tale because he had lost to her in a game of marbles, and now he sought to respond to questions through the medium of play. The children lingering on the periphery engaged in their strange games daily. Was it merely to frighten the villagers and these outsiders? If not, what were they attempting to convey? As she pondered, the match between the boy and Yinshu reached a critical juncture. Yuejian closely observed the boy's face, her gaze flickering. Perhaps her thoughts lacked comprehensiveness. Something vital had eluded her regarding this village, the customs surrounding the Jisai coup, the sacrifices, those bizarre children, and the little boy who appeared to be the source. Instead of fixating on finding an escape, perhaps she ought to follow the vine before her to uncover the final fruit. Suddenly, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. She approached the boy, who was busy shuffling cards, and whispered a few words to Yinshu. Yinshu looked at her in surprise, but hesitated before nodding. When his gaze returned to the boy, a complex expression had settled upon his face. Observing this exchange, Yunshu inquired curiously, to which Yuejian softly replied, "I merely wish to explore the possibility of an alternative." Evidently, Yunshu did not grasp the significance of her words, as her attention was swiftly drawn back to the 2 engaged in the game. In the final decisive round, Yinshu, for reasons unknown, deliberately misplayed a card. Exclaiming in feigned surprise, Oh dear, what a blunder. Blame my clumsy hands. Your turn now. The boy looked up, puzzled, yet said little, swiftly overturning all the cards and resuming their game. However, from this round onwards, Inshu's skill noticeably declined, although there remained victories and defeats. The cards in Inshu's hand dwindled while the boy's victories multiplied. Ultimately, the last card was claimed by the boy, prompting Inshu to ruefully run a hand through his hair, lamenting his own clumsiness while stealing glances at him. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke, "Do you all think I'm a fool? Can't you see the obvious favoritism?" The others exchanged glances, feigning indifference. The boy's lips curled into a faint smile, the first semblance of smile he had managed since their meeting. He tucked the cards into his pocket, stood, brushed off the dust, and announced, "I'm tired. I'm going back to take a nap. You all can find someone else to play with." Inshu stood dumbfounded until the doors closed before him, then turned to Yuejian, asking, "What just happened? Why did he leave like that?" Yuejian smiled. "Did he not just instruct us on what to do next?" Inshu, puzzled, replied, "When did he say that?" "Oh, I see. He wants us to find someone else to play with." Inshu nodded in agreement. Indeed, there are many other children outside. As midday approached, the only challengers in the vicinity remained. The woman had not ascended the mountain to deliver meals. She silently set the food before them, watching them finish before quietly reclaiming the bowls and leaving. On their way out, Inshu expressed his discontent. "I'm still hungry." Yuejian and Inshu shared a tacit understanding, choosing not to respond. They had likely become akin to the deceased, and thus the woman would not prepare meals for them. They could only share their food with Yunshan. "Ah, we're almost there," Inshu said, gazing ahead and swiftly diverting the topic. As they drew nearer, Yuejian began to discern the peculiar appearances and odd behaviors of the children, confirming Yunshu's assertions. They quickly formulated a plan, blending into different groups of children to engage in their games. Initially reluctant to converse, the children gradually began to share snippets related to the village as the trio persisted in their efforts. Yuejian became increasingly convinced of her suspicions. As the daylight waned and the villagers were soon to return, she signaled to Yunshu to prepare for their retreat and find a place to hide. Inshu, somewhat unwilling, asked, "Aren't you taking me with you?" Before the two could respond, he sighed, "Well, it seems I'm the only challenger left now. But could you at least tell me the next steps? Most importantly, when will you rescue me?" Yuejian contemplated briefly before replying, "The plan is simple. The villagers retire by 11 at the latest. Once they are asleep, you can sneak out, and we will gather over there to discuss further matters." As she spoke, she gestured toward a nearby hillside, close to the village. He nodded, "All right, I will meet you at 11. After he departed, Yuejian and Yunshu whispered for a moment before stealthily heading in one direction. That night, amidst the profound silence, shadows flitted through the village, depositing mysterious items into each household's kitchen and well. Near midnight, the three reconvened on the hillside. Inshu, visibly anxious, questioned, "Is this truly going to work? And won't we have to wait until tomorrow to see results? What should I do now?" According to previous patterns, it would not be long before he was seized by the monster. Yuejian looked at him, acknowledging the risk of trusting her, yet asserted, "You genuinely need to be captured once." Yunshu added, "But fret not, I can swim. I will undoubtedly rescue you." Without lingering on the matter, Inshu resolutely replied, "Fine, I will trust you both this once, but you must come to save me." Yuejian handed him a fruit knife she had discovered in a villager's home, saying, "Take this for now. If no one comes to rescue you, at least you'll have a useful tool." She paused, "Though I cannot guarantee it will be left for you." Taking the knife, Inshu visibly relaxed, "Thank you." The trio remained on the hillside until midnight, watching the minutes tick by, yet the monster failed to appear. In his confusion, Inshu wondered aloud, "Could it be that as long as I stay outside the village, it cannot take me?" Yuejian, intrigued, contemplated this possibility, pondering whether the rules of the legendary world could indeed be so simple, as unexpected as the ghostly coachman's tale. Perhaps it really is as simple as leaving the village. Yunshu chimed in, "That would be splendid. We wouldn't need to trouble ourselves with rescuing you. We could just wait here." She turned her head, her words trailing off abruptly. The Inshu who had stood beside them moments ago had vanished. Following her gaze, Yuejian noticed the absence her brow furrowing as she quickly glanced toward the well. A shadow was retreating into it at an alarming speed, leaving her only with a fleeting glimpse of its form. He was indeed captured. Yunshu's smile faded, replaced by frustration and anger. Yuejian sighed inwardly, resolving to rescue him later. Hearing this, Yunshu insisted, "Let me go alone. I can swim and have trained to hold my breath. You should stay here to keep an eye on the village." After contemplating, Yuejian nodded in agreement. Very well. In the latter part of the night, while the villagers slept soundly, Yunshu stealthily descended into the well, while Yuejian stood atop the hillside, gazing into the dark abyss above. "I hope everything proceeds smoothly," she silently wished. The following morning, the villagers awoke in succession. However, they did not immediately ascend the mountain. Instead, they congregated in the open space by the well, engaged in animated discussions that occasionally escalated into heated arguments. Yuejian, intrigued, edged closer under the cover of the grass, finally positioning herself in a spot where she could discern the gist of their quarrel. "Why are there no outsiders today?" one questioned. "How should I know? By all accounts, they should have all perished. There ought to be new arrivals. Is it possible that the method for inviting people has ceased to work? Impossible. That was specifically sought guidance on from the master back then. It has proven effective for quite some time. Then tell me, why is there no one today? Are you deaf? I have already said I do not know. All right. Cease your quarrels and consider how to proceed this evening. What else can we do? We shall leave it to fate." A cacophony of voices erupted, yet eventually, one by one, they dispersed, indicating a decision to rely on their own strength. Yuejian appeared contemplative, realizing that as long as there were outsiders, the villagers would remain unharmed, and they had been summoning these outsiders through the so-called master's methods. They had not worked yesterday, yet the creature only took away Yinshan, which indicated that those who had already been captured were deemed dead in its eyes. In other words, tonight it would certainly take away another villager, yet that would not suffice. Yuejian's expression turned frosty as she noticed the villagers beginning to ascend the slope and hurriedly concealed herself. She could not reveal herself today. They at least had to wait until tomorrow. Hidden upon the mountain, Yuejian awaited Yunshu and the others, fretting about their potential misfortunes while also worrying that they might return just as the villagers appeared, rendering her anxious and speechless. Fortunately, that night, the two returned, unexpectedly revealing that Yinshan was injured, his foot wrapped in blood-soaked cloth, and his complexion far from healthy. "I was ensnared when I exited the cave and nearly lost my life. Thankfully, I had the fruit knife you provided," he expressed, unable to suppress his gratitude towards Yuejian. She shook her head as they adhered to their original plan, retreating to a concealed spot, retrieving previously hidden provisions, and sharing a meager meal before finally succumbing to slumber. At dawn the following day, they awoke, fixated on the happenings within the village. 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. The villagers had yet to appear, prompting the two to look at Yuejian with reverence. Is the medicine truly that potent? Yuejian remained silent, her own heart filled with doubt. Logically, the dosage of herbs they had administered yesterday should have merely caused discomfort, rendering the villagers unable to labor on the mountain. Yet now it appeared as though they were in a death-like slumber. Considering this, she finally spoke. "Should we go take a look?" The two had no objections, and they cautiously approached the village, only to discover that indeed something was amiss. The villagers lay quietly in their homes, as if still asleep. The group wandered in confusion until they finally spotted a cluster of children led by a young boy at the periphery. Upon seeing them, he did not express surprise, but rather displayed a rare smile. "You have come," he said. "What's going on here?" Yinshan could not help but inquire. The young boy, however, did not respond. He glanced at the sky, stating, "Tonight there will be a grand feast. Let us await its arrival together." Yuejian furrowed her brow, instinctively sensing foreboding at the mention of a feast, yet with no other options available. They followed the group of children in anticipation of nightfall. As the sky gradually darkened, the village began to glimmer with light. The group found this peculiar. The children remained present, yet the villagers were still asleep. Who then was lighting the lamps? Perhaps it was that woman? Yuejian noticed that their attention was diverted, allowing her to stealthily approach the nearest light. Upon closer inspection, She gasped in horror. It was not a lamp at all, but rather a pair of ancient, wrinkled eyes. At some unknown time, countless faces emerged quietly within the village, their tendrils unfurling from the darkness, slithering toward the villagers' homes. The group exchanged glances, their scalps prickling with fear. As night deepened, the tendrils began to extract the slumbering villagers one by one, their faces contorting wildly as they emitted silent screams. They seemed exceedingly agitated. It did not inflict harm upon the villagers. Clearly, they were awaiting something. An hour passed, then two. The creature remained still, the children unperturbed, while the three dared not make a move. As the darkness thickened, the young boy suddenly perked up. Following his gaze, the three spotted a figure in the distance. It was a woman carrying a candle. Illuminated by the light, her face appeared disturbingly eerie. "I have found it," she proclaimed, turning to lead them onward. The young boy regarded the three, coldly stating, "Follow me. I require you to perform a task for me. Once it is completed, I will ensure your safe passage out." The three remained silent, trailing behind him. As they ventured forth, they gradually began to discern the secrets hidden within the darkness. At some unknown point, the tendrils had spread throughout the village, silently entwining around the houses, extending across the pathways, parting only to allow their passage. They followed the children towards the well. Indeed, it was not long before they encountered the familiar well, yet behind it loomed a large, rounded head, its eyes tightly shut, unresponsive to their presence. The young boy halted, addressing the anxious expressions on their faces. "There's an altar at the bottom of this well. I need you to descend and destroy what lies within." "What altar?" Yuejian asked with suspicion. "You have likely already deduced it. There is no need for further questions." The boy replied, giving him a fleeting glance. "Fear not. I am a person of my word. As long as one of you accomplishes this, I will ensure all three of you are safely escorted out." Just as Yuejian opened her mouth to respond, Yuejian interrupted, asserting, "In that case, take all three of us down." Upon hearing this, Yuejian gazed at her in surprise, while Yuejian hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. The young boy appeared taken aback. "Are you certain all three of you wish to descend? Remaining here is far safer." Seeing Yuejian nod once more, he offered no further persuasion, gesturing for the tendrils to envelop all three as they were lowered into the well. Unlike their previous leap into the well, this time enveloped by tendrils, they did not need to hold their breath. They were whisked beneath the water, navigating several twists and turns before being released. Yuejian shook her head to clear the dizziness and focused her gaze, only to find themselves before a heavy stone door. The door was adorned with peculiar runes and stood ajar, faint light seeping through from within. The group exchanged cautious glances before stepping inside. The tendrils did not depart, remaining watchful outside, yet for some unknown reason, they did not cross the threshold of the stone door. Behind the door, just as the boy had claimed, lay an altar, at the center of which rested a wooden coffin, surrounded by dimly flickering lights. The group surveyed their surroundings, ultimately directing their attention to the coffin. They attempted to push open the lid, but it was futile. The cover seemed as if it had been nailed shut, utterly impervious to their efforts. "Perhaps we must first destroy these items to open it?" Yuejian speculated. Yuejian pondered briefly before secretly confiding in the two. Their expressions shifted. Uncertainty etched upon their faces as they questioned. "Is that true?" Yuejian nodded, indicating that they must prepare thoroughly. The two solemnly acquiesced, then busied themselves. Due to the half-open door, the eyes outside could not discern the entirety of the scene. They flickered uncertainly in the dark, attempting several times to enter, yet were consistently thwarted. Just as they hesitated, several figures appeared before the coffin, and in the next moment, the coffin was effortlessly lifted. The tendrils paused for an instant before surging forward. Yuejian glanced back, abruptly smashing a lamp against the doorframe. Flames erupted, forcing the tendrils to retreat a considerable distance. From within the coffin emanated a bright white light. Yuejian exclaimed with delight, "It is an exit. I never anticipated the exit would be here." Yuejian too expressed his joy. Yet Yuejian remained troubled, feeling an unsettling dissonance in the air. If those children truly desired acknowledgement of their worth, as she believed, then releasing them after taking revenge on the villagers would, albeit reluctantly, make sense. Furthermore, the exit was indeed within the well, aligning with her previous conjectures. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if she had overlooked something critical. She grasped Yuejian, who was eager to leap into the well, and turned her gaze towards the monstrous entity outside the door. Who was the one that severed the well's rope that fateful night? The challenger had no reason to bring about her demise. Having another person alive would merely reduce the danger. The villagers, however, could have been responsible. Yet who among them could it have been? She strained to recall the vague silhouette she had seen and that chilling pair of eyes. It felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of a woman she had encountered not long ago. The more she pondered, the stronger the resemblance grew, and she paid little heed to the anxious inquiries from the two beside her, becoming completely absorbed in her thoughts. If it truly was her, then her actions seemed aimed at compelling her to delve into the depths of the well to uncover that passage. What could her objective be? Was she guiding her judgment regarding the exit's location? If that were the case, then the one before her could not possibly be the genuine exit. If she was not mistaken, the true exit must lie within the passage. As this realization dawned upon her, she glanced back towards the doorway. The tendrils, fearing the flames, had not crossed the threshold, yet the fire was waning and would extinguish before long. She turned to the two companions, declaring that this was not the genuine exit, and they needed to leave. They exchanged uncertain glances, and Yuejian observed the white light emanating from the coffin, looking at her with evident skepticism. In response, Yuejian tossed a candle into the coffin. Illuminated by its glow, they beheld the endless abyss beneath the white light, its walls teeming with grotesque, writhing forms. Although their hasty glimpse did not reveal the exact nature of those entities, the sight was sufficiently disconcerting. The two companions, now resolute, hastily sought a way to escape. Clearly, the tendrils outside feared fire. They gathered all remaining sources of light within the cave, preparing to fashion torches. However, midway through their endeavor, the tendrils abruptly retreated as if obeying a command. What was happening? The trio was bewildered, and when Yuejian glanced at her watch, she realized it was already past midnight. It seemed that the tendrils were escorting the villagers back to the realm of the dead. The three proceeded cautiously along the passage, halting at a cavern filled with bones. "It should be here," she stated, carefully lifting the candle to search. The previous victims had perished in the jaws of the monster, and the sparse bloodstains indicated that the creature likely discarded the bodies here after feasting. The young boy had mentioned that the father, after his transformation, had excavated a secret passage leading to the village, and it was apparent that he had also dug this cave. What could his motives have been? The likelihood of him collecting bones as a memorial seemed slim. Thus, he must have intended to hide something. Considering that they had not discovered any exits in so many other locations, she speculated that it might be concealed here. Her earlier proposal to collaborate with Yuejian was likely an attempt to move obstructions with an ally. The bones varied in age. Some appeared freshly stacked, exuding an unpleasant odor. The trio covered their noses and searched diligently until, upon uncovering the innermost corner, they found a heavy stone slab. After Yuejian removed it, a familiar white light emanated from within. They collectively exhaled in relief, with Yuejian gazing longingly at the two, hoping they would meet again in the future. Yuejian chuckled heartily, assuring them, "If we do meet again, I will protect you." Yuejian said little, simply replying, "If fate allows, we shall meet again." She stepped aside, allowing the two to enter first. Reluctantly, they accepted and stepped into the white light one after the other. Just as she was about to follow, an impulse compelled her to glance back. In a moment of clarity, a familiar figure seemed to approach from a distance, adorned with a radiant smile, calling out to her, "Wait for me. I have escaped. Let us depart together." Yet, in the blink of an eye, the figure vanished, leaving only the tendrils that had inexplicably reappeared, grotesque and menacing as they advanced toward her. She hurled the torch away and swiftly plunged into the white light. Regardless of what it desired, once she departed, everything would cease to exist. The future of this village would be irrelevant to her. Time seemed to stretch, and yet, in an instant, She found herself once again in the abandoned city. To her astonishment, a small stream had mysteriously appeared amidst the ruins. Although the water was not pristine and the flow was modest, it was her first encounter with a water source. The stream seemed to have materialized from thin air, leaving her puzzled but unwilling to dwell on it. She selected a portion of the wider stream and, nearby, discovered a derelict house which she tidied up slightly, intending to make it her base of operations. After resting for a day, she adjusted her mindset and prepared to delve into the next small world. In many subsequent realms, she encountered neither Yuejian nor Long, and even the other self from her dreams had vanished, as if she were the sole inhabitant of this world. Conversely, the fragments accumulated increasingly, soon forming several small patterns, albeit merely the tip of the iceberg of a complete puzzle. The abstract nature of these patterns rendered them unrecognizable to her, yet she believed that as long as she continued to collect them, one day, they would provide her with further clues. Chapter 54, New Subquest. At 8 o'clock in the morning, 7 individuals appeared in succession at the bridgehead, immediately lowering their heads to check their watches. Blood red, emblazoned in 3 stark letters, sent a chill through Yuejian. Once again, the ominous crimson font loomed before her. After traversing numerous small worlds, she had discerned a pattern. Whenever the font was white, the world would possess a background narrative, and their task was usually to uncover the truth and find an exit. In contrast, worlds characterized by red text were typically rife with bloodshed and horror, where survival became a formidable challenge while they sought the exit. Contemplating this, she lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings. Not far off stood a signpost bearing crucial information. Hongguang New District Yinshui Bridge, 50 kilometers in total. Beneath, it was a wooden vertical sign, inscribed with red letters. Just as she was about to approach the others, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind, freezing her in place. Long time no see. Slowly turning her head, she met the radiant smile of the person before her throat tightening as she struggled to utter a single word. You? Yuejian approached cheerfully, casually inquiring. So, how do you feel seeing me? How are you here? Are you still alive? She almost blurted out in excitement. He scratched his head, saying, well, it's a long story. I encountered significant danger before, and it took a great toll to escape. After regaining some strength, I rushed to find you. Isn't that touching? Yuejian longed to ask more, but it was clear he was reluctant to elaborate. He took her hand and eagerly led her toward the signpost. Let us see what the sign says. As they drew closer, they gradually discerned the words inscribed upon it. Yinshui Bridge is in disrepair and is expected to collapse at 10 o'clock tonight. Please cross the bridge to the shelter before then. After 10 o'clock, water levels will rise, submerging the bridge. Please plan your time wisely to avoid being stranded on the bridge after the deadline. Clearly, this was their mission for this round, to cross the bridge before 10 o'clock and seek the exit on the other side. However, there were no visible means of transportation around, suggesting they would need to proceed on foot. Yuejian remarked, 50 kilometers. Assuming it takes 10 minutes to walk 1 kilometer. That would amount to over 8 hours just walking, and that without any breaks. That's nearly impossible. Yuejian nodded, and before she could respond, someone nearby chimed in, exactly. It would take at least 10 hours at best. A person glanced at their watch. It was 8 in the morning, with a generous 14 hours remaining until 10 in the evening. Another voice rebutted, surely it cannot be this simple. We haven't seen any food or water. Traversing the day while hungry, and these few hours for rest are hardly sufficient. Someone turned and said, let us set off first. We can address any issues as they arise. The other two, upon hearing this, followed suit, leaving only Yuejian and a young man with disheveled hair obscuring his brow. He appeared to be in his 20s, having remained silent throughout, now intently fixated on the words on the sign, lost in thought. Yuejian cast a sidelong glance at him and asked Yuejian, shall we depart as well? Yuejian nodded. They had scarcely taken a few steps when they heard footsteps behind them. Turning around, they noticed the young man leisurely trailing behind. They exchanged a knowing glance and lowered their voices. This challenge, named a shengzhuang, must refer to this bridge, Yuejian remarked, his gaze instinctively dropping. Yuejian nodded. surmising that the peculiar method had likely been employed during the bridge's construction. Will we encounter many terrifying things while crossing the bridge? Perhaps ghosts? Yuejian spoke, a hint of fear in his tone as he subtly inched closer to her. She turned and shot him a glance, stepping aside with purpose. Do not count on me. I am equally frightened. Yuejian huffed, expressing his vexation. You show no regard for our bond, considering how hard I worked to find you. His voice was low, and Yuejian did not catch it clearly. Just as she was about to inquire, a figure darted past them. Looking up, she saw it was the young man who had been following them. She paused, glancing back to find everything around them as usual, devoid of any danger or anomaly. So why did he suddenly run? Yuejian speculated. Perhaps he is in a hurry. Should we quicken our pace as well? Yuejian nodded, and they hastened their steps. In the subsequent journey, both felt quite anxious, yet to their surprise, the morning passed peacefully without any unusual occurrences. By noon, they encountered two other challengers resting by the roadside, evidently opting to take a break. Every 5 kilometers along the bridge, there's a signpost, and they had just passed the third one, meaning they had only traversed 15 kilometers that morning, significantly slower than anticipated. At 12:30, the 5 of them, 2 challengers, the young man, and the 2 of them, were scattered about, their expressions somewhat perplexed. Yuejian looked at her watch, feeling rather puzzled. Fortunately, although their pace was not swift, their stamina remained relatively intact. If they continued in this manner, reaching the destination was not impossible. Or could it be that the dangers of this challenge are concentrated in the latter half of the route? When shall we set off? Yuejian inquired. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, in half an hour. Yuejian nodded and settled back against the roadside. 10 minutes later, the 2 challengers moved ahead. 20 minutes later, the young man stood up, ready to leave, but suddenly seemed to remember something and sat back down. 25 minutes later, he finally departed, leaving them behind. As half an hour approached, Yuejian rose. The path stretched long and straight. They could still see the young man as silhouette ahead. They followed behind, engaged in casual conversation, speculating about the true nature of this peculiar world. An hour later, they reached the 4th 5-kilometer sign. An additional hour and a half later, they arrived at the 5th 5-kilometer sign, only to find something different by the roadside. A long table was set with 2 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water, beside which stood the familiar young man, devouring a morsel of bread, followed by a sip of water. Surprised that the man had not taken more, they approached him. Upon hearing their discussion, he surprisingly spoke up, directing their attention to the sign over there. Chapter 55, An Unexpected Situation. Following his gaze, they noticed a sign lying on the ground not far away, which read, 1 portion per person, no taking more. Otherwise, consequences will follow. Realizing this, they seized the opportunity to engage the man in conversation. He introduced himself as Yuejian, a university student, which surprised them both. Yuejian was of a reserved disposition and did not engage in much conversation, taking a brief rest before continuing on his way. 10 minutes later, they were following him again, and not long after, they began to see abandoned vehicles by the roadside, which brought them a sense of excitement. However, they quickly recognized a reality. They were currently at the back of the line, which meant that even if there were any usable vehicles, they would be taken by those ahead. While hastening their pace might allow them to catch up, it would undoubtedly lead to significant exhaustion. Never mind. There is still ample time. Let us proceed cautiously for now, Yuejian concluded. After a stretch, they encountered an obstacle ahead. Several cars lay scattered at odd angles, parts strewn about. These vehicles appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, with dried blood on the ground, and for some unknown reason, the scene had not been cleared. Yuejian stood by, having halted his advance. As they approached, he suddenly posed a question. Do you notice anything unusual about these cars? The 2 examined the vehicles closely, responding in turn. They are severely damaged. The positions are quite strange. Yuejian turned to Yuejian, asking, what seems strange? Yuejian replied, if it were a multi-car pileup, these vehicles should be closely clustered together, yet they are scattered about, which does not reflect a scenario where so many cars could be simultaneously rendered inoperable. What if there was an issue with the road? Yuejian suggested. Yuejian explained, if that were the case, remnants should still be visible, but everything here appears rather normal. Yuejian pondered whether it could have been extreme weather that caused the road to be slippery, but judging by the extent of the vehicle damage, a typical accident would not yield such severity. The scene appeared to suggest external forces at play. Yushio glanced at his watch, suggesting they should continue on their way, as they did not have the luxury of time to linger. They nodded in agreement and, without further regard for the vehicles, carefully circumvented the obstruction and pressed on. After a while, Yuejian's brow began to furrow as she remarked to her companions, "Do you feel that it seems to be getting colder?" Both nodded in unison. Xianyang tightened his jacket, replying, "I was just thinking that. I thought it was just my imagination." Yushio looked up at the sky, which remained overcast, seemingly unchanged from their earlier observation, yet it appeared dimmer than before. Xianyang expressed admiration. "How do you remember that?" "To me, it looks about the same." He explained that there was a process perhaps they had not noticed, as he was studying art and was more sensitive to color. "Does this mean it might rain?" Yuejian said, frowning. "If so, our pace will surely slow considerably." Xianyang leaned closer and asked, "Are you cold?" She remained silent for a moment. "I'm fine. If you were about to offer me your jacket, please refrain from saying so." Xianyang, taken aback, exclaimed, "How did you know what I was going to say?" "We truly are in sync." Yuejian had yet to react when Yushio let out a soft laugh. Xianyang, displeased, turned to question him, but suddenly felt a chill on his face. He paused, reaching up to wipe it away. It was a droplet of water. Soon, the three of them looked up toward the sky. The rain began to fall swiftly, quickly transforming into large beads that splattered against them. The bridge was exceedingly open, bordered by vast expanses of water, leaving them with no place to take cover. They could only forge ahead through the downpour. Yet, they had barely taken 2 steps when a loud crack echoed. A small, finger-sized object suddenly struck Xianyang with considerable force, startling him into nearly jumping off the ground. Yuejian and Yushio, who witnessed the event, exchanged worried glances. Hail! Rain was tolerable, but hail could be lethal. "Retreat!" Yuejian shouted decisively, turning back. The two quickly reacted, hastening to follow her lead. Scanning their surroundings, the only shelter from the hail appeared to be the abandoned vehicles they had just passed. They had not ventured far, so they swiftly returned to the site of the vehicles, quickly finding a refuge and allowing themselves a moment of relief. "We can't stay here indefinitely. We have no idea when the hail will cease, and we cannot afford to waste time," Xianyang urged anxiously after 5 minutes. The others shared his concerns, so they disassembled the car door and held it overhead as makeshift protection, continuing their arduous journey forward. Half an hour later, the rain subsided, and the hail finally ceased, though they had only managed to cover approximately 1 kilometer. They lowered the car door, their expression somber. "Surely, there won't be similar occurrences ahead?" After a long silence, Xianyang spoke. Yushio kicked at the battered door. "Hard to say." Yuejian exhaled deeply. "We should move quickly while the weather remains favorable." After walking a short distance, they spotted a figure by the roadside. As they approached, they recognized one of the 2 challengers they had previously encountered. He lay slumped by the road, his eyes wide open, a gruesome wound on his head, with a large piece of hail resting silently in the pool of blood before him. Clearly, that was the cause of his demise. What of his companion? Xianyang scanned the road, finding it deserted. Yushio scoffed. Perhaps he abandoned him and fled. Yuejian averted her gaze, remaining silent. And soon the 3 resumed their journey. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they came upon the 6th 5 kilometers marker, with 5 hours remaining until 10. And still 20 kilometers to traverse. It seemed manageable at first glance. Yet, the 3 of them wore grim expressions, for in an instant, the sky had grown increasingly bright. "It's sweltering." Xianyang tugged at his collar, feeling irritable. Could it possibly be a heat wave? Yuejian maintained her gaze upwards. "You might be correct." Although it was already past 5, the sun blazed hotter and more dazzling than ever. Their water supply dwindled to about 2/3, a result of their careful rationing. But if the heat continued, they would likely need to consume large amounts of water to sustain their energy. Chapter 56. Marker Hail. Yushio glanced at the ground, noticing remnants of hail that had fallen heavily earlier, with a few ice chunks still unmelted. Lacking containers, they hastily removed their jackets to collect the melting ice. Within merely half an hour, the temperature surged dramatically, likely surpassing 30 degrees. The three of them were drenched in sweat, each step becoming increasingly arduous. The few bags of hail melted entirely within 10 minutes, yet the sun showed no signs of relenting, and as time ticked by, their conditions worsened. Nearly an hour later, their 3 bottles of water were nearly empty, and they had covered less than 2 kilometers. Fortunately, not long after, the temperature began to gradually drop, and the sun ceased to be blinding, allowing twilight hues to grace the horizon in radiant reds. The group sighed in relief, collapsing by the roadside, gasping for breath as if they were fish returned to water. This respite lasted a full hour. Yuejian checked the time and spoke. The previous rain and hail lasted half an hour, and now we've been under high temperatures for an hour. What's next? The previous weather changes occurred roughly every half hour. Yuejian replied solemnly. I fear that in another half hour, further extreme conditions may arise. No, there isn't half an hour left. Yuejian, propping herself against the railing, stood up, having realized that over 10 minutes had already passed. Hearing her words, the others quickly rose. Let us move while the conditions are still stable. 20 minutes later, apprehension set in, but after a long wait, nothing unusual occurred. Just as they began to ponder the silence, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. Yuejian was the first to notice, quickly steadying herself against the railing. With an involuntary glance upwards, her face paled, her voice trembling. Look, what is that? The others followed her gaze towards the distant water surface, where an indistinct white line gradually widened and became more pronounced. Yuejian, who had remained calm thus far, could no longer contain himself, exclaiming a curse. That's a tidal wave. Good grief. How the hell are we supposed to escape? They found themselves in an open area, with water beneath the bridge on both sides, and the approaching wave left them with almost no chance of survival. Look ahead, Yuejian suddenly pointed. Aren't there some columns over there? The others quickly turned to see, indeed, a few vague white protrusions just beyond the bend a few hundred meters away. Yuejian remained silent, but took off running. Yuejian paused momentarily before grabbing Yuejian's arm to follow. You traitor, leaving us behind. Despite their desperate sprint, they were still fatigued from their earlier exertions, making their pace feel labored. Along the way, they spotted another challenger lying quietly by the roadside, resembling a corpse. Uncertain whether he was alive or dead, the trio had no time to linger and hurried on, reaching the columns after nearly 2 minutes. With the waves now only 200 to 300 meters away. Climb, Yuejian called, pulling Yuejian forward, while he quickly ascended one of the columns. Faced with the imminent threat of death, the three were propelled by a fierce survival instinct, managing to reach the top just moments before the wave crashed over, drenching them and sweeping away the last remnants of heat. Yuejian, regaining her senses, gazed down at the water that had engulfed the bridge and submerged the columns halfway. Had they remained on the bridge, they surely would have been submerged. It can't take an hour and a half to reseed, can it? Yuejian shouted from the adjacent pillar. Yuejian echoed, I don't know. If that's the case, we're doomed. It was already past 7. If they had to wait an hour and a half, they would need an hour to cover the remaining kilometers, and the outcome was all too predictable. Though anxious, they could only cling to the columns and wait. Thankfully, after half an hour, the water level began to recede, revealing the bridge once more, and they breathed a collective sigh of relief, hastening to slide down the columns. As Yuejian turned to look, she noticed that the earlier challenger had vanished, and she sighed inwardly, quickly gathering her composure to resume their journey. This time, having learned from their earlier experience, they maintained a strict interval, walking steadily for half an hour until they reached the 7th marker. It was now 8 o'clock, with only 2 hours remaining until 10. Yet they still had 15 kilometers to traverse, accompanied by the looming threat of the unknown. Yuejian felt increasingly disheartened, but refrained from voicing her concerns, forcing herself to muster some energy against the bridge railing to rest. 15 kilometers. If we are to arrive by the deadline, we may have to run, Yuejian remarked, then added, but given our current stamina, that seems unrealistic. They had chosen to walk briskly to conserve energy, Yet the recent extreme conditions had depleted most of their strength. They could only wonder about the fate of the other two challengers, whether they still survived ahead of them or had succumbed to the various calamities. Time was ticking once again. What would be the next challenge? Yuejian lowered his head to check the time, muttering a question to himself. They remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Yet the atmosphere was tranquil, devoid of any unusual occurrences. The sky had darkened, and visibility on the bridge was minimal, but they could still faintly discern the path ahead. The trio pressed on, half an hour passing into another half hour, and at precisely 9 o'clock, they beheld the 9th signpost, leaving them exchanging glances filled with suspicion. Are we truly progressing that swiftly? Yuejian inquired. Yuejian shook his head in silence, his expression grave. Yuejian hesitated before remarking. Though we jogged intermittently over the past hour, surely it cannot be exaggerated to suggest we've covered 10 kilometers? Given their fatigue, their running hardly differed from their initial walking pace. 5 kilometers seemed a stretch, so how could they have traversed 10? Do you think this signpost is genuinely accurate? Yuejian suddenly asked. Both paused, quickly realizing the implications. Yuejian connected it to their earlier journey, recalling how they had only advanced 15 kilometers by noon despite their combined efforts of walking and jogging. Yuejian concurred. I also sensed something was amiss. But seeing no reaction from you both, I thought I might be overthinking it. Thus, did it follow that their current location might not actually be 45 kilometers? Yuejian gazed at the signpost, his countenance darkening. If the signpost were false, how could they ascertain their position? Chapter 57. The end, as the group remained in silence. The bridge beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. Yuejian felt a jolt of alarm and quickly looked around. Within the limited visibility, she could discern nothing suspicious. However, the tremors grew increasingly pronounced, and moments later, they found themselves struggling to maintain their balance, grasping the bridge railing for support. Is the bridge about to collapse? Yuejian questioned apprehensively. Should we continue onward? Yuejian asked. Despite the potential inaccuracy of the sign, it seemed they had no alternative. Standing still meant awaiting their demise. Let us proceed, Yuejian finally decided. To their surprise, the tremors subsided in less than a minute. What is happening? In response to Yuejian's inquiry, Yuejian shrugged. I do not know. Let us disregard it. After a few more minutes, the tremors returned, this time lasting 3 minutes. Surely this stretch of road cannot be perpetually shaking? Yuejian expressed concern. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, obscuring their destination and instilling a sense of entrapment upon the bridge. Sometimes, the more one fears something, the more likely one is to encounter it. As they had anticipated, the tremors resumed every few minutes, following another wave of vibrations. Yuejian inadvertently looked back and perceived something moving ominously in the distance. She instinctively halted, and upon recognizing the source, her expression changed dramatically. Run! That was no mere shadow. It was the collapsing bridge itself. At their current pace, it would not be long before it reached their position. In a life-or-death situation, the trio's survival instincts surged, and they managed to outrun the bridge's collapse. Rounding a bend, Yuejian spotted something unusual by the roadside, several old bicycles. Their faces lit up with joy as they rushed forward, each grabbing one, hastily checking it before pedaling frantically onward. The good news was that the bicycles were rideable. The bad news was that they fell apart within 10 minutes. With no other choice, they abandoned the bicycles and continued their frantic escape. After another stretch of desperate running, they began to sense something was amiss. This road seemed eerily familiar. Yet, without clear landmarks, they suppressed their doubts and pressed on until Yuejian remarked, "These bicycles must be the ones we discarded earlier." He gazed at the broken bikes by the roadside, his expression grim, and the other two shared his dismay. Had we encountered a wall of ghosts? Yuejian asked, glancing back at the continually collapsing bridge. They dare not stop. Acknowledging the unsettling truth, no matter how long they ran, they would never reach the end. Yuejian glanced at her watch, noting they had only 25 minutes until 10 o'clock. As she sought to catch her breath and organize her thoughts, she heard Yuejian propose. Would you like to hear my suggestion? Let's take a risk and try something different. Try what? Yuejian inquired. Yushio pointed ahead and closed his eyes, declaring, "Do not look at the path. Rely on your instincts to run." This was undeniably perilous, although the road ahead was straight for a considerable distance. Losing sight would blur their sense of direction and spatial awareness, risking a fall into the sea. Furthermore, this would prevent them from assessing the collapsing conditions behind them. Yuejian was resolute, closing her eyes after noting the time, and Yuejian followed suit without hesitation. Amidst the overwhelming fatigue, Yuejian forced herself to stay alert. Silently counting 1, 2, 3, as she reached the fifth 60, her feet suddenly felt lighter, and she stumbled forward a few steps. Opening her eyes, she realized they had left the bridge and were now on an open patch of land. In the distance, a cluster of tents lined the seaside, illuminated by lights and wafting the aroma of food. The trio exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of joy and skepticism. A familiar-looking man emerged from one of the tents, waving his arms excitedly upon spotting them. "You finally arrived. Come over, eat something, and rest well." They approached slowly, confirming he was one of the first two challengers, though his companion was nowhere to be found. Sensing their confusion, the man chuckled. "Yes, inside. I'll take you to meet him." "Where's this place?" Yushio asked. The man laughed, appearing relaxed. "It's a refuge, as the sign stated before you came. The conditions here are quite good. There's food and drink, and beds for us to rest. I'd say it's more of a reward for passing through." Yuejian interjected swiftly. "Have you found the exit?" The man paused before responding. "Not yet, but the administrator told us to rest for the night, and we'll be escorted out tomorrow." "What administrator?" Yushio pressed. The man gestured into the distance. "That's the staff member here. He welcomed us when we arrived. He lives over there." The trio engaged in casual conversation for a while before realizing they could glean no more useful information and proceeded in the direction he indicated. The tent he referred to appeared to be the most luxurious, and as they approached, a figure emerged, revealing no surprise upon seeing them and greeting them with a friendly smile. It was a young girl dressed in a red floral dress, her hair braided, exuding an air of innocence and grace. "Congratulations on successfully crossing the bridge and arriving here," she said, extending her hand. Unfortunately, no one responded. Undeterred, she casually withdrew her hand, saying, "You've all worked hard. Each tent is stocked with food. You may choose anywhere to rest tonight, and at dawn, I will escort you out." Yuejian pondered something and suddenly asked, "What is the purpose of this place?" The girl looked at her, somewhat bewildered. "What do you mean? Why have you established this refuge?" She pressed. The girl smiled sweetly. "Because I am the administrator here." "Is it just you?" Yushio inquired, glancing at the flickering lights inside the tent. The girl nodded. "Yes, there aren't too many of you." After a few more questions, the trio fell silent, and the girl, sensing their quietude, wished them to rest before turning back to her tent. Yuejian glanced at the screen. It was 9:50, and only 10 minutes remained until 10 o'clock. Chapter 58, The Choice. She turned to the two companions, expressing her desire to see the condition of the bridge. Without further ado, they readily accompanied her back. 3 minutes later, they arrived at the bridge's edge. The bridge appeared stable, devoid of any signs of imminent collapse. Yuejian crossed his arms, observing the calm surface of the bridge, where everything seemed perfectly normal, contrasting sharply with the terrifying escape they had just experienced. "There is something amiss," Yushio suddenly remarked. Yuejian looked at him. "Do you also sense it?" He nodded. In that tent, there were not just her shadows. I faintly saw several figures. "Thus, she was deceiving us," Yuejian responded. "I suspect that the so-called 10 o'clock is not the time for the bridge's collapse, but rather the final deadline for us to pass through." Upon hearing this, Yuejian glanced at the screen, where only a little over 6 minutes remained. They needed to ponder carefully about the location of the exit. The name of this challenge was the birth pile, yet their journey had felt apocalyptic, one moment hail the next. Extreme heat, accompanied by illusions. While these occurrences were terrifying, they seemed entirely unrelated to the concept of the birth pile. Unless, of course, these were merely illusions conjured by them. Yuejian pondered thoughtfully, so we might still be within an illusion. Unconsciously, the trio's gazes shifted towards the tents. After such a harrowing escape, the sudden appearance of a safe haven, replete with sumptuous food and soft beds, was indeed beguiling, easily lulling one into complacency. Time is running short. What should we do? Yuejian pressed on. Yuejian couldn't help but shoot him an exasperated look. Do you have no constructive suggestions? All you do is ask questions. Are you a professional client? Yuejian grinned. Isn't this to leave room for your creativity? Suddenly, his expression turned serious. Enough of this. Let us return to the matter at hand. We must act swiftly to ascertain if this is indeed an illusion. What method? Yuejian inquired. He tilted his head. Striding back, it's quite simple. Let's set this place ablaze. Yuejian, walking beside him, fell silent for a few seconds. Why is your solution always to start fire? He chuckled, because fire is a wonderful thing. It dispels illusions. As they conversed, they had reached the vicinity of the tents. Yuejian swiftly retrieved several lamps from within, distributing them among his companions while advancing towards the luxurious tent. I'll ignite the dangerous spots. You two light up a few empty tents. If we guess wrong, we can still have an escape route. The trio collaborated efficiently, and soon the flames illuminated the darkness, casting light around them. The two challengers, sensing something amiss, rushed out. Aghast at the sight. What are you doing? The three did not hear them. They were fixated on the main tent. Strangely, despite the fire raging, no one had emerged from within. Just as they pondered this, the entire space began to distort around the tent. They recoiled in terror as the very fabric of reality appeared to crack, resembling parchment splitting, engulfed by fierce flames and transforming into black ash that floated away. Before long, they found themselves in a wholly unfamiliar place, a desolate clearing, a damaged bridge ahead, and an extraordinarily bizarre weather phenomenon. The sun shone brightly in the sky, while ominous clouds blanketed the water's surface, with flashes of lightning visible in the distance. It was as if they had been transported to an inverted world, one side bright and the other dark, rendering the dilapidated bridge all the more eerie. The trio stood in shock. Yuejian instinctively reached for his pocket to retrieve his phone to capture the moment, only to discover it was empty. He then searched his watch, ultimately resigning himself to defeat. If only I could document this. Others online would surely suspect it's a hoax. Yuejian turned around, not spotting the other two challengers. Confused, she heard Yuejian remark, they probably perished along the way. What we saw earlier was likely a part of the illusion. Yuejian nodded, about to speak when the clouds over the water began to churn. Lightning struck from the dark clouds, seemingly attempting to strike down the sun, but always falling just short. As they pondered this, 3 buttons materialized before them, accompanied by a line of text in the air. Press the button to assist the sun in vanquishing the clouds. Otherwise, the clouds will prevail. The choice is limited to 3 minutes. The timer starts now. 10 seconds later, the timer displayed 3 o'clock, then changed to 2:59, followed by 2:58, 2:57. The 3 grasped the buttons, engulfed in silence. What do we do? Yuejian broke the silence after a while. Yuejian shrugged. The sun symbolizes light. It may represent the exit. The clouds appear ominous. Typically, we should press the button immediately. Yuejian countered, but according to the usual narrative, the seemingly perilous option might be the safer choice. If we think this way, we should refrain from pressing it. They both turned to Yuejian simultaneously. She paused, then suggested, how about we decide with a game of rock, paper, scissors? Are you serious? Yuejian's expression was incredulous. She answered straightforwardly, of course not. Perhaps we should derive our decision from the name of the challenge. Yuejian speculated. The clouds below likely represent those who have fallen victim to the birth pile, while the sun above signifies superficial tranquility. Now, it presents us with a choice, to aid the unfortunate or maintain the status quo. Yuejian nodded in agreement. That makes sense. So how do you both plan to decide? They exchanged glances, remaining silent. From a human perspective, it was natural to feel sympathy for the victims. Yet in a world of legends, victims could also be perpetrators. They found it challenging to stake their lives on a mere flicker of sympathy and compassion. At that moment, Yuejian finally understood the gravity of the choice presented to them. When their survival was bound with that of the perpetrator, would they still adhere to their principles and assist the victims? It was a profoundly difficult question to answer. 3 minutes passed swiftly, and when they looked up again, Only 30 seconds remained on the countdown. Have you made your decision? Yushio asked first. Yuejian turned to Yuejian, his expression relaxed. Of course, what about you? Yuejian smiled. I do not consider myself a good person. So? She refrained from responding directly, instead asking, are you inquiring about my choice to align your decision with mine? Yuejian gazed at her silently, everything conveyed without words. Consequently, she shook her head. You should choose for yourself. Copying in an examination is considered cheating. Chapter 59, The Boat. Yuejian pouted, turning his head aside, muttering under his breath. If you want to say, then don't. It's not as if I can't guess your answer. Unfortunately, his voice was too low for Yuejian to hear. After contemplating, Yuejian quickly turned to Yushio, stating, these are merely our speculations. They cannot be taken as truth. I hope it won't affect your judgment. Yushio looked at her in surprise, but remained silent. After the 30-second countdown concluded, a prompt appeared in the air. Time's up. The choices are as follows. Among the three of them, Yuejian and Yuejian had pressed their buttons, while Yushio had not. Upon noticing the simultaneous gazes of the other two, he appeared surprised, as logic would suggest that they should select the seemingly dangerous option for a higher chance of survival. Sighing, Yuejian patted his shoulder. I think you make a valid point. His earlier speculation was merely one possibility. Perhaps there was another, sunlight representing justice, while the clouds symbolized darkness. Certainly, it could also be that the situation was not as complex as they believed, and this choice was simply as it appeared. Regardless, the outcome was now settled, and they could only await the final judgment in silence. As the hint faded away, the sun dispelled the ominous clouds, revealing the shimmering water surface. The once foreboding broken bridge now appeared less menacing. Yuejian glanced around, noting the unchanged surroundings, and felt a moment of confusion. Turning to speak, she was startled to discover that Yushio had vanished without her noticing. Soon after, Yuejian also realized this development. Though surprised, he speculated, could this choice merely signify a division of scenes? Yuejian grasped his implication. Perhaps the choice between the two sides did not determine their fates, but rather the scenes they were about to enter. In other words, the trials of this world were far from over. They chose not to dwell on the matter further, their attention drawn back to the broken bridge, both lost in contemplation. Yuejian tentatively suggested, should we seek the bodies of those who were staked? Where we look? Yuejian shielded his eyes from the sun, gazing into the distance. The bridge? Are we to cross the river again? No way, Yuejian lamented. Yuejian shot him a sidelong glance, noting that the path ahead had been clear when they arrived, while only the way back was fraught with calamity. Yuejian paused, contemplating seriously. So, you mean the staked individuals are along the latter part of the path? Yuejian nodded, suggesting they search first, as they were currently devoid of direction. The riverbank lay desolate, devoid of the previous tents, and all that could be seen was barren wasteland. Their only course of action, apart from seeking clues based on the names provided, was to proceed forward. As they stepped onto the broken bridge once more, they tread carefully due to its incomplete surface. With numerous fissures on the bridge, they chose to inspect along the gaps, seeking any abnormalities. After meandering for over 3 hours, Yuejian suddenly exclaimed, "Come quickly." Yuejian approached to find a section of white bone protruding from a fractured bridge pillar. They both felt a surge of excitement, but soon faced the dilemma of what to do next. Should we bury him? Yuejian inquired. Yuejian pointed at the pillar, now embedded within. How could they extract it? Yuejian looked toward the water, suggesting a water burial. After all, it is a form of interment. What lies over there? Yuejian surveyed her surroundings and suddenly pointed in curiosity. Yuejian followed her gaze and discerned what appeared to be a ship. They waited for quite some time until the vessel gradually approached, revealing itself to be quite large, yet perplexingly empty. Cautiously, they climbed aboard and split up to explore. In one of the ship's cabins, Yuejian discovered scattered drawings and diaries. We're going back to find our mom and dad. How delightful. Tonight's dinner features sweet bread. It's delicious. I hope I can have it every day. Uncle always secretly cries when he thinks we're not looking. It's so strange. Why does he cry? Today the ship docked, but they let us disembark. I have no idea when I'll see Mom and Dad again. They visited me today, saying they would take me to see Mom and Dad tonight. I'll miss everyone. I truly hope we can meet again. Most of the drawings appeared quite normal, save for a few oddities. A bird with long legs, a pig enclosed in a cylinder, and little people sitting hand in hand on a vast expanse of red. She exited with these items and reunited with Yuejian. He discovered a navigational logbook, clearly entwined with the core of this world. From these fragments, they pieced together a coherent narrative. When the bridge was constructed, for reasons unknown, many piles could not be driven. Subsequently, they retrieved a dozen or so orphans, claiming to take them to see their parents, only to stake them instead. One girl in their party discovered their heinous actions and attempted to expose them. But before she could flee, she was captured, with a grim fate awaiting her. Eventually, the bridge was completed and opened for traffic. However, 2 years later, it abruptly collapsed, claiming countless vehicles, including those of the individuals from that time, sending them to the river below. Afterward, the bridge fell into total abandonment. Yuejian closed the logbook, pondering the connection between these events and the exit. Yuejian looked up, bewildered. "You're asking me?" He replied as if it were obvious. "Yes, you're the astute Yuejian. Surely you must know where the exit lies." Yuejian, unable to argue, led him towards one of the ship's cabins. The escape route they once had should now be our way out. Within the confines of their captivity, there was a locked door. The two found tools to break it open, revealing a familiar blinding light within. Yuejian gazed out the window. Should we wait a while longer? That male student might still be out there. Yuejian contemplated, ultimately agreeing, and they resumed their search in the cabin. The children's bonds appeared strong, leaving behind numerous drawings and diaries about friendship, along with many promises of reunions after finding their parents. After spending the better part of the day in the cabin, they finally heard faint footsteps from outside. Upon exiting, they encountered Yuejian, disheveled and covered in dirt, running for his life while frequently glancing back, as though something perilous pursued him. The two were puzzled and greeted him. Upon seeing them, his expression changed, and he called out from a distance, "What are you doing here? Don't just stand there, run." Chapter 60. My world. The two exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. "Run from what?" Yuejian shouted from the ship's deck, perplexed. "Lightning. The lightning behind me. Can't you see it?" Yuejian dashed past the ship, leaving behind those words. The two fell silent. He mentioned lightning chasing him. Yes. Yuejian raked a hand through his hair. Could he still be trapped in an illusion? Yuejian casually replied, "Perhaps." Then, Yuejian sighed, pointing ahead. It was too late to call out to him now. In a short span of time, he had already sprinted 100 meters away. They remained in place for over an hour before Yuejian returned, panting heavily. Upon seeing them, he immediately asked, "Can't you see the lightning? And the clouds all around? Can't you see any of it?" Both shook their heads. His expression fell, nearly to tears. Had he known, he would have pressed it. Who knew it was such a trap? Seeing his dismal state, the two suppressed their laughter. Clearly, he had been transported to a different environment. "How did you stop?" Yuejian inquired curiously. He bent over, pointing behind him. "I saw a skull in a pillar, so I reached out to touch it, and the lightning vanished." As he spoke, he glanced around nervously, but those accursed clouds remained. They both raised their heads to the sun hanging high above, words unspoken. He soon realized, with a mournful expression, "How could I be so unfortunate? I will never think outside the box again." Yuejian, feeling sympathetic, kindly suggested, "Why not see if a ship is approaching?" He paused, scanning the horizon, and soon exclaimed in delight, "There really is a ship. What of it? Is there a clue to the exit on that vessel?" Yuejian nodded and shook her head. "It's hard to say. You should assess the situation." She too was uncertain whether the ship Yuejian saw was the very one before them. Before long, the ship they could not see docked at the bridge. Indeed, as described by Yuejian, the vessel appeared dilapidated and worn, evidently having drifted on the ocean for quite some time, casting a shadow reminiscent of the fabled ghost ship. After considerable mental preparation, he walked toward the ship under the sympathetic gazes of the two. Upon boarding the vessel, he vanished without a trace. The two waited for an extended period before finally seeing him emerge, joyfully exclaiming, "I have found the exit." A sigh of relief escaped their lips. Yuejian regarded him with a peculiar, affectionate gaze, responding, "That's wonderful. Hurry along, and I hope we may cross paths again in the future." Yushio paused momentarily, fervently rubbing his arm as he looked at him, feeling uneasy. "Why do you look at me with such eyes?" Xinyang hesitated, feeling inexplicably that he exuded the aura of a rebellious child. "I'm leaving," Yushio said, somewhat irritated, yet after a few steps. He turned back and solemnly bid them farewell. Once he departed, the two finally entered the cabin. Just before parting, Yuejian once again inquired about the initial question. "How did you survive?" Xinyang remained silent for a moment before casually smiling. "It's nothing much. I possess a golden finger." No interruptions, he added earnestly. "I am indeed serious. I truly have a golden finger, but the occurrences are limited. I expended one last time, so it may become perilous moving forward." Yuejian gazed at him thoughtfully, and after a moment, suddenly turned to walk inside. "You must take good care of your life. Don't let me forget who you are before you meet your end." Xinyang smiled confidently, "Of course, until we meet in the next world." Upon returning to the abandoned city, Yuejian opened her eyes to a bright room. As she traversed more worlds, this place gradually began to transform. Water, electricity, food, and greenery seemed to be restored by an invisible force. She was unaware of the reason behind this change, as long and had never informed her. And throughout her numerous world adventures, she had yet to encounter him again. Reflecting on this, she silently reminded herself to inquire if she were to journey with Xinyang in the next world. The sound of water outside interrupted her thoughts. Upon stepping out, she noticed the creek had widened further, now resembling a river. Sparse green grass grew along the banks, which she carefully avoided, standing at the water's edge. As she stretched, a sudden ding-dong rang in her ears. Pausing, she leaned in to observe closely, discovering moving dark shadows in the water. Fish! Surprise and delight surged within her. She reached in, watching the shadows dart away in fright, unable to suppress her joyful smile. The feeling of life was truly splendid. The following day, she awoke early and immediately headed to the riverbank, where indeed numerous fish swam, albeit small in size, with some merely being fry. Regardless, she was elated. Previously, she had cleared several patches of land to plant wild vegetables, which were now thriving. She tended to the ground with water and wandered nearby to check for any new changes. By noon, she returned cheerfully, cradling a few cabbages and a bag of wild bayberries. It was unclear how many worlds she had traversed, but her dwelling had been fully restored, though it remained empty. She scoured for materials to craft rudimentary furniture and small items, which now appeared quite respectable. She gathered the bayberries into a small basket and placed the cabbages in a basin, intending to wash them for lunch. Throughout the day, she busied herself in her little world until the sky darkened, returning contentedly to her home and lying on her newly crafted bed. Although laborious, perhaps due to the contrasting treacherous worlds, she found these tranquil days especially blissful. If only it could remain this way forever. After a brief rest that night, Yuejian entered a new world, and as anticipated, she again encountered Xinyang. Upon hearing her question, he momentarily stared blankly but quickly composed himself, responding with a smile. "Of course it's the same. Perhaps this is a game, a real-life version of my world. Our current adventures are akin to gathering materials to build our own home." Yuejian recognized he was not being entirely truthful, but chose not to press further. They engaged in casual conversation as they strolled toward a nearby hospital. Time flowed, worlds shifted, and the fragments she collected continued to multiply. Chapter 61, New Instance. Outside an old apartment building stood a dozen challengers, each dressed in varying styles. Several notice boards adorned the exterior wall, stating that the apartments would open at 8, while the current time was 7:30. Yuejian lingered in a corner, and upon seeing Xinyang approach, she casually asked, "How is your injury?" In the previous world, they had sought a genuine ghost on a bus, ultimately unearthing it. But during their escape, Xinyang had shielded her from an attack, resulting in an injury to his arm. After they found the exit, the ghost had pursued them, forcing a hasty departure from a small world. Now, seeing Xinyang, her gaze instinctively fell upon his arm. Though she understood the injury from the last world would not manifest here, she still felt a tinge of concern. Noticing her gaze, Yuejian rolled up his sleeve and waved it in front of her, grinning, "It's all fine now." She returned his smile and shifted her attention back to the notice boards. The content was minimal, aside from the opening and access times. The rest was standard information. The name of this small world was inscribed in white text, and based on previous experiences, this level would likely be somewhat perilous. Wu Zhu Gu Huan, Yuejian read aloud, inquiring, "What legend is this?" Yuejian pondered for a moment, recalling that it was a legend from early this century in Hong Kong. In the 2000s, a well-known paranormal television program aired, and later a viewer, after reporting a true horror incident, tragically took their own life. It was said that the report involved a tablet for an ownerless ghost, and a photo was taken, deemed a great disrespect, resulting in dire consequences. The tablet was placed in a stairwell of a building by an unknown individual, emanating a heavy aura, often attracting worshippers. Yet even the management of the apartment was unaware of the identity of those paying homage. One theory suggested the tablet belonged to a famous actress who had committed suicide. Subsequently, another individual sought this tablet, but after introducing it and taking a photo, they too experienced anomalies, ultimately ending in suicide. This suggested that there might also be a tablet in this building. Yuejian looked up at the building, its age unmistakably etched into its facade. Under the gloomy sky, it indeed appeared somewhat eerie, and it was likely that as night fell, the atmosphere would grow even more foreboding. Yuejian shrugged, uncertain. Perhaps it is another legend I have not heard of, or merely a name that is the same. As for the specifics within, we can only discern by entering. A massive clock hung prominently in front of the building. Once the challengers had perused the notices, the hour hand struck 8. An elderly man with graying hair, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, opened the door, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It seemed that all the new residents had gathered. He scanned the group and, with a hoarse voice, addressed them. "There are not many vacant rooms available. From the 3rd to the 5th floor, each level has 2 rooms. With 12 of you, it is perfect for pairs. Once assigned, come to me to collect your keys." Yuejian led Yuejian forward, and before them stood a man and a woman, likely acquaintances. They selected one of the rooms on the 4th floor, prompting Yuejian to take the key for the other. Before long, the challengers paired up, completing the key distribution. The man offered a few final instructions. "I am the manager here, residing on the 1st floor. Should you have any issues, feel free to come find me. However, it is best not to leave your rooms after 10 at night. When I am unavailable, someone else will be on duty. There's a photograph of her over there. You should all have seen it. Remember her face, and if any of us are absent, it is prudent not to converse with anyone inside, regardless of who they may be. The curfew is set for 10 o'clock, at which point the main entrance will be locked. Should you venture out, please ensure your timely return, beyond the stipulated hour. No one will be available to let you in. The residents of the building cherish tranquility, so refrain from making excessive noise after dark, as it may disturb others' rest. Additionally, do not casually visit one another's rooms, as it could cause inconvenience. Since your stay is temporary for the next 3 days, I and Akin will take turns delivering meals to you. It is advisable to avoid consuming food from anyone besides us. Akin is the name of another administrator. Lastly, and most importantly, there is incense in the room. You must light 3 sticks before retiring each night. Do you understand?" Upon seeing everyone nodding in agreement, he turned and walked back into the building. "That is all I have to say. Now, you may find your rooms. Meals will be served twice a day, at noon and 5 in the afternoon. Simply open the door at the designated time to collect them." After he returned to his room, everyone gradually entered the apartment. Although the building boasts 7 floors, it is devoid of an elevator, compelling everyone to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the duo located their room according to the number on the key. It was a modest 1-bedroom apartment of approximately 40 square meters. Perhaps it had been unoccupied for too long, compounded by the lack of ventilation, for an unmistakable odor wafted through as they entered. Yuejian promptly opened a window, while Yuejian began to survey their surroundings. The decor was decidedly antiquated, reflecting a style from the previous century, with numerous newspapers and posters plastered across the walls. She brushed her hand against a nearby cabinet, revealing a thick layer of dust, and suggested, Let's tidy up the room first. Xianyang agreed and ventured into the bathroom in search of cleaning supplies. Throughout the morning, the two busied themselves with cleaning, and after considerable effort, the room was finally made habitable. They unearthed bed linens from the wardrobe and made the bed, at which point Yuejian let out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Glancing at the time, she noted it was nearly noon, indicating that lunch had arrived. Xianyang set down the cloth, saying, "I will get it." After a moment's thought, Yuejian stood up to accompany him. They opened the door only to be taken aback to find an individual standing in the hallway. It was an elderly woman, her face a tapestry of wrinkles, appearing to be in her 70s or 80s. Her complexion was mottled with dark brown age spots, her hair a disheveled mix of gray, and her overall demeanor appeared lifeless. She held a black plastic bag and stood nearby, staring intently at their room. As the door swung open, their eyes met hers, which were shrouded in a somber gloom. The two were startled, yet the elderly woman showed no reaction, continuing to gaze at them for a moment longer before slowly moving forward. Their room, numbered 403, was adjacent to 405, separated by a single unit. This building housed 8 units per floor, and earlier that morning, Xianyang had noted that 2 other challengers were residing in 407. Yuejian glanced in that direction. It was silent, devoid of activity. They refrained from further observation, closing the door to rest, but just as they turned away, another knock echoed from outside. Chapter 62. In the building, they exchanged glances. Xianyang hastily opened the door, only to find the corridor empty, save for 2 takeout boxes on the floor. His face was a mask of surprise as he looked towards the stairwell, then back at Yuejian. She shook her head and picked up one of the boxes, saying, "Let's not dwell on it. Let us eat." The meal was quite ordinary, comprising a meat and vegetable dish, stir-fried pork with green peppers and sautéed cabbage. After finishing lunch, fatigue washed over them, and they resolved to take a brief nap before venturing out to seek clues. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yuejian was stirred awake by Xianyang, who spoke with gravity. "Something has happened." She was instantly alert, the remnants of sleep vanishing. They had only been there for half a day. How could anything have occurred? The two quickly exited their room and encountered 2 other challengers in the hallway. After exchanging nods of acknowledgement, they hurried towards the 5th floor, drawn by the source of the commotion. Though Yuejian had not heard the noise, Xianyang recounted that moments earlier, someone upstairs had exclaimed, "Murder! Murder!" Yet mere seconds later, the outcry had ceased. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they found themselves at an impasse regarding the challengers' quarters when they noticed the other 2 heading straight for 504. After knocking, it took some time before a voice responded. It was a woman who did not open the door, but inquired about the identity of those outside. After hearing their response, she expressed her impatience, stating, "There's nothing going on here, and we haven't heard any noise. You should inquire elsewhere." Following her comment, she audibly complained about being disturbed during the afternoon. The 2 challengers, somewhat disheartened, had no choice but to knock on another door, 508, only to receive a similar response. "Nothing is happening, and we haven't heard anything." After gathering the information, they observed no abnormalities in the vicinity, so they swiftly descended the stairs. Yuejian pondered aloud. Did you discern whether the voice was male or female? From which direction did it emanate? Xianyang replied, "It was directly above us, a female voice." Yuejian's gaze fell upon 504. It was indeed the same voice that had spoken, and she had not opened the door. The challengers at 508 had been 2 men. Yet, if they would not open the door, it was not appropriate for them to force their way in. Xianyang sighed. "What now? Should we return?" Yuejian nodded. "Let us go." Just as she was about to leave, an inkling prompted her to glance back at the end of the corridor. "What is it?" Xianyang inquired. Hesitating, she replied, "I believe I saw someone standing there." In a fleeting moment before turning away, she caught a glimpse of a dark figure standing at the corridor's end, silently facing them. Though she could not discern the features of the shadow, the memory of its pale, wide eyes lingered. In the afternoon, they wandered through the building, meticulously inspecting all stairwells, yet found nothing remarkable. They initially intended to inquire with residents about the situation, but along the way, they observed a man and a woman knocking on other residents' doors. However, They only succeeded in gaining entry to 2 units, while the majority of residents ignored them. Xia Xianyang discreetly pulled Yuejian to follow behind them, and, once they departed, they approached the 2 households that had earlier opened their doors. The first was occupied by a young boy who appeared puzzled at their presence, asking, "Who are you?" After hearing their response, he sighed, "Uncle and Aunt, are you here to ask me questions too?" Just as Xie Xianyang was about to speak, the boy lamented, "But my mother will be back soon, and I haven't finished my homework. I really don't have time to play with you. You should ask someone else." Xie Xianyang's eyes sparkled. "Can you do your homework? Would you like me to help you?" The boy's eyes brightened. "Really?" But quickly, he became despondent. "No. My mother will be back soon, and she won't let me open the door for strangers. If she sees you, she will surely be very angry." Xia Xianyang inquired, "When will your mother return?" The boy replied, "At 5. She will come back to make me dinner." Yuejian checked her watch. It was already 4:54. Xia Xianyang pondered for a moment. "How about this? We will come back tomorrow to help you with your homework, and once you finish, you can answer some questions for us, okay?" The boy seemed hesitant, but was soon swayed by the temptation. "All right, my mother leaves at 2 in the afternoon, so you can come after that." Xie Xianyang cheered him on with a high five, and he happily went to knock on the next door. The next household was a middle-aged man, appearing scholarly with gold-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing them, he wearily adjusted his glasses and asked, "Are you new residents as well?" When they nodded, he decisively stated, "I truly know nothing of any legends concerning this building. I come and go at regular hours, and nothing has ever happened. You should inquire with someone else." Xie Xianyang grabbed the doorframe before it could close, smiling, "Brother, we are not inquiring about legends. We wish to ask about a person." The man looked momentarily puzzled. "Who?" He mentioned the name of the building's caretaker, Zhang Yang. The man pondered for a moment, concluding that Uncle Zhang was nothing particularly special. He came to work on time every day and was generally quite kind to them, albeit with a somewhat stern demeanor. However, he was indeed a good person. Why did this building have 2 caretakers? Yuejian felt a tinge of curiosity, reasoning that one doorman should suffice. The man replied, "Uncle Zhang is elderly and in poor health. With Yi around, they can look after each other." Yuejian nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Xie Xianyang then inquired, "What kind of person is that Yi? Is she easy to get along with?" The man's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, "Yi is also a wonderful person. She always greets us with a smile and occasionally brings us some food. You must be new here, as you probably haven't met her yet. She and Uncle Zhang alternate days, so you will see her tomorrow. Don't they live in the building?" Xie Xianyang continued to question. The man glanced inside the room, appearing somewhat impatient, yet he restrained himself and answered, "Yes, they do. He has taken a leave of absence for a couple of days, but she will return tomorrow." Xie Xianyang nodded, refraining from further inquiries. After thanking him, he and Yuejian departed. As they ascended the stairs, Yuejian asked, "Should we try upstairs?" The man and woman living in 306 just knocked on the door and then returned home. The previous 2 were also residents of the 3rd floor. Xie Xianyang checked the time and suggested, "Let us head back for a meal first. We can go afterward." Chapter 63. Food. Upon their return, they found 2 boxes of takeout waiting outside the door, one containing a meat dish and the other a vegetable dish, stir-fried with ear mushrooms with pork and broccoli. After finishing their meal, they decided to split up to save time. The first floor was where the caretaker resided, and, aside from that, they still had floors 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7 to explore. Yuejian took responsibility for the 2nd and 4th floors, while Xie Xianyang headed upstairs. At 6 o'clock, they reconvened in their room to share their findings. On the 4th and 5th floors, only one household responded, while there was no reply from the 2nd, 6th, and 7th floors. On the 4th floor, they encountered the elderly resident of room 405, but she said nothing and quickly shut the door upon seeing them. The 5th floor housed a young girl with long black hair, rumored to be a dance student. She appeared graceful but seemed somewhat unhinged, speaking in disjointed sentences. Thus, Xie Xianyang gleaned no useful information. By 7 o'clock, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. The caretaker had advised against loud noises and uninvited visits after dark. And being their first day, they were reluctant to test the boundaries of these rules. They thus remained quietly in their room. At 9 o'clock, Xie Xianyang lay on the bed, lamenting his hunger. The 2 meals they had that day were insufficient to satiate him. Yuejian recalled the caretaker's warning about not eating food from others and fell into contemplation. "Hey, Yuejian, what are you thinking about?" Xie asked curiously when she remained silent for too long. She snapped back to reality and articulated her thoughts. Among the 12 of them, more than half were men, and, judging by the current portions of food, it was likely everyone would go hungry. Although the caretaker had specifically warned against it, one could not guarantee that someone wouldn't succumb to hunger and seek food elsewhere. As they conversed, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Xie sprang up, exclaiming, "I'll go see." Yuejian followed suit. Upon opening the door, they were taken aback to find the elderly woman from room 405 standing there. Holding a clay pot, she extended the pot towards Xie, who hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Upon opening it, they discovered a pot of braised baby potatoes. Both stared at her in astonishment, and she gestured towards the pot and then them, clearly indicating that it was for them. Xie opened his mouth to say something, but the old woman had already turned to leave. He returned to the room, gazing at the pot of red braised potatoes with salivation. It looked utterly delicious. The enticing aroma filled the room, and Yuejian soon found herself growing hungry as well. Xie, with wide eyes, unconsciously asked, "Do you think the caretaker's words are true?" Yuejian shook her head. "Probably not, but it's hard to determine which are true and which are false at this point." Xie, feeling dejected, remarked, "That's true. Besides, it's our first day here. Why would you give us food? I wonder if the people in 407 received anything? Shall I go ask?" Unable to resist the temptation, Xie hurriedly stood up and rushed towards the door, saying, "I'll go find out." Minutes later, he returned and nodded at Yuejian, confirming they too had received food. "I even checked upstairs and downstairs, but no one else got any. It seems it was only delivered to this floor." Afterward, he leaned over the table, drooling over the pot, exclaiming, "It smells so good. I want to have a taste." Yuejian rested her head on her hand and suggested, "Why don't we eat it?" Xie immediately objected. "No way. What if something happens? If we eat it and die, that would be too tragic. Then, we want to eat it? Just throw it away?" Yuejian countered, "But it truly smells delicious. Let us eat." Finally, Yuejian decisively declared and immediately grabbed a potato with her bare hands, popping it into her mouth. Xie was taken aback, shouting as he tried to snatch some for himself, "Are you out of your mind? Let me have some too. If we're going to die, I'd rather die first." Driven by hunger, the two of them devoured the entire pot of potatoes in a frenzy. Once they realized what they had done, they exchanged glances, feeling a wave of fear wash over them. "Do you think there could be something strange in there?" Xie questioned skeptically. Yuejian, on the other hand, was more relaxed, shrugging it off. "Whatever, we didn't see how it was made. Just consider it a rather unwholesome takeout meal." Xie pondered this for a moment and decided not to dwell on it. Content, he patted his belly and got up to take the pot back to the kitchen. "I'll wash the pot and return it. If we don't die by tomorrow, who knows, the old lady might bring us more food." A few minutes later, he returned the pot just as the clock approached 10. They decided not to venture outside again and turned off the lights, retreating to the bedroom. The room contained only one bed, but fortunately, it was spacious enough for them to lie on opposite sides, with room for one more person in the middle. By the window, there was a table with an incense burner and a stick of incense. The caretaker had mentioned that it was crucial to light 3 sticks of incense each night before sleeping. Xie picked up a stick of incense and examined it closely, sniffing a couple of times, but it seemed unremarkable. Yuejian, who was fiddling with the 2 porcelain dolls on the bedside, casually remarked, "Perhaps the special aspect isn't the incense itself, but rather what it summons once lit." Xie flinched, hurriedly placing the incense back down. "Don't scare me like that. I'm quite timid." Yuejian let out a scoff, dismissing his absurdity. She returned the dolls to their position and glanced at the time. It was already 10:30. Once night fell, the building descended into an eerie silence, so profound that not a single sound could be heard, which was undeniably abnormal. The sound insulation was poor, even if the original tenants were quiet. The challengers would inevitably make some noise while moving about, yet they heard nothing at all. The two lay in their respective beds, too apprehensive to turn off the lights, and sleep eluded them entirely. Yuejian replayed the events of the day in her mind. After an indeterminate amount of time, she heard Xianyang hesitantly inquire, "Did you hear footsteps?" Snapping out of her thoughts, Yuejian perked up her ears and listened intently. Sure enough, a faint sound of footsteps drifted up from downstairs. Muffled and distant, yet unmistakable. They stealthily rose and made their way to the living room, pressing their ears against the door. It seemed someone was ascending the staircase, their heavy footsteps echoing as they drew closer. On the third and fourth floors, he slowly approached from the staircase. Upon passing the two individuals outside their door, he inexplicably came to a halt. The two exchanged glances, instinctively holding their breath. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed in their ears, startling Yuejian, who reflexively turned her head back. In Chapter 64, an incident, Xianyang gestured to her, but unfortunately, Yuejian did not comprehend. Just as they wore puzzled expressions, a familiar voice rang out from outside, questioning why the lights were still on so late at night. Yuejian then realized that it was Uncle Zhang, attracted by the light from their room, presumably patrolling the area. After waiting for a response that never came, he murmured a few complaints before continuing on with heavy footsteps. Xianyang whispered for Yuejian to stand back, cautiously opening the door a crack to peer outside. The corridor was eerily empty, devoid of any presence. He quickly shut the door and shook his head at Yuejian, his expression grim. After securing the door and turning off the lights, they returned to the bedroom. Xianyang spoke first, questioning how someone could vanish in a thin air in such a short span. Yuejian recalled a similar occurrence from the morning when they heard a knock and upon opening the door, found no one there. It was evident that either the administrator was problematic or the figure outside was not the administrator at all. "Should we wait by the door tomorrow?" she suggested. Xianyang nodded, agreeing to reassess the situation then. Yuejian raised her wrist, realizing that it had unknowingly passed midnight, indicating that the administrator's patrol had likely occurred at that hour. After quietly noting this, she suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and prepared for sleep. Before drifting off, they lit 3 incense sticks as instructed. Once the lights were extinguished, darkness enveloped the room, leaving only 3 small red points illuminated by the faint scent of incense. Yuejian's consciousness gradually faded, and she unknowingly slipped into slumber. In the middle of the night, she was jolted awake by the sound of dragging, heavy footsteps. She attempted to open her eyes, but found them inexplicably shut. Her body felt utterly drained, as if all her strength had been sapped away. Even moving a finger felt laborious, as though some heavy, invisible force filled the room, pinning her down on the bed. Cold sweat drenched her body, yet she was powerless, merely listening to the sound echoing in the corridor. After an indeterminate length of time, the noise finally ceased. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a series of banging sounds erupted nearby, indistinguishable in origin, as if coming from all directions. She endured, her mind nearing collapse, until suddenly the surroundings fell silent. She exhaled deeply. However, this relaxation quickly overwhelmed her, and she soon fell back into a deep sleep. When she awakened the next day, it was already 9 in the morning. Xianyang had long risen and was sitting motionless at the bedside, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing movement, he turned around and, after a moment's hesitation, cautiously asked Yuejian if she had heard anything unusual the previous night. Yuejian's heart skipped a beat as she blurted out, "You heard it too?" Through their discussion, they confirmed that they had both experienced the same events. First the dragging sounds, followed by the banging. Yet no matter how hard they tried, they could not move an inch. As the conversation progressed, Xianyang's gaze fell upon the burnt-out incense sticks, questioning whether they might be the source of the problem. Yuejian did not respond, as she too could not ascertain the truth. Suddenly, a distressed voice pierced through from outside, calling out, "Is anyone there? Open the door. There's been a death." The two rushed to unlock the door, revealing a disheveled girl, one of the challengers. Upon seeing them, she rushed forward, grasping Yuejian's arm in panic, exclaiming, "Someone has died. My roommate is dead. I woke up and she was gone." Yuejian offered some words of comfort and intended to accompany her to investigate. Just as they were about to leave, two other challengers from room 407 approached. Guided by the girl, they arrived at room 504. Yuejian glanced at the door number and could not help but inquire. Were you the one speaking when we knocked yesterday, or was it your roommate? The girl appeared momentarily taken aback, her expression becoming somewhat unnatural. It was me. I didn't mean to speak that way. I was just groggy from being abruptly awakened by your knocking. She continued, trying to mask her embarrassment by pushing the door open. She died in there. I didn't dare look closely, so I ran out. I knocked on the door next door, but they ignored me, so I thought to run downstairs for help. As Yuejian listened to her words, she surveyed the room surroundings. The exterior mirrored the layout downstairs, appearing ordinary until they entered the bedroom. The girl lay lifeless on the floor, the scene marred by a pool of blood, a gruesome sight. They refrained from entering, crowding at the doorway to observe. The girl had met a horrific end, her body riddled with wounds, even the relatively intact skin marred by bruises, resembling someone who had been brutally beaten. Her face was unrecognizable, contorted into grotesque angles, and she was unclothed, yet appeared as if she wore a skin-tight garment of mixed colors. There were evident footprints leading away from the body, likely made by the survivor in a panic upon discovering her roommate's demise. Among the group who had ascended were a man and a woman. After examining the scene, the man questioned, "She died so tragically, and you didn't hear anything last night?" The girl hesitated before replying softly, I did hear some noises." The others perked up, eagerly pressing for details. It turned out that, like them, she had heard dragging and banging sounds in the middle of the night. Initially, the noises seemed distant, but gradually grew closer until, inexplicably, they passed through the outer door and entered her bedroom. The girl was paralyzed with fear, unable to move, nearly fainting, yet curiously, the sounds did not inflict any harm upon her. After an indeterminate period, the sounds ceased and she finally relaxed, only to fall asleep again, waking up to the horrific scene that greeted her this morning. Listening to her account, the group exchanged glances, their expressions somber. After further discussion, they realized that everyone had experienced similar phenomena the previous night. Yuejian pondered and then asked her, "Did you hear anything else? Perhaps something particularly notable?" The girl thought for a moment before sorrowfully admitting, "I was too scared to pay attention to anything else. But I felt as if the bed had lightened at one point. Now that I think about it, it might have been her being dragged off the bed." Yuejian nodded, refraining from further questions. However, Xie looked toward the door, asking, "You say you knocked on the door next door, but they ignored you?" Chapter 65. Yesterday's anomalies began with the girl nodding, puzzled. "What is wrong?" Xie replied, "Something is amiss. They may have encountered trouble as well. We should check." Yuejian comprehended his implication. Typically, when a challenger perishes, clues related to the small world are left behind. Therefore, unless in exceptional circumstances, other challengers would certainly rush to the scene upon learning of the incident. While it could be plausible that those on the third floor were unaware, they lived on the fifth floor, and the girl had immediately knocked on the door. How could there be no response? After exiting, Xie inquired about the door number of the adjacent unit. Upon hearing 508, Yuejian felt a jolt of surprise, but before she could dwell on it, they had already arrived at the door. To their astonishment, they found the doorknob smeared with unmistakable blood, as if a bloodied hand had twisted it open. Xie stood at the forefront, raising his hand to knock on the door. After knocking persistently for 5 or 6 minutes, the inside remained as silent as the girl had predicted. Just as they deliberated whether to force their way in, the door suddenly swung open with a loud bang, revealing the irate face of a middle-aged man. "What do you want? Knocking incessantly this early in the morning. Are you all out of your minds?" After his outburst, he noticed the 5 individuals standing outside and fell silent, eventually asking in a curt tone, "What brings you here?" Xie narrowed his eyes. "Something happened next door. Are you aware?" The man appeared taken aback, pondering the presence of the other 2 residents on this floor. "Yes." He irritably raked his fingers through his hair. "If something happened, why are you knocking on our door? It's not our fault." Xie remained silent, merely gesturing towards the door handle. The man's expression darkened instantly. "Who the hell damaged our door? Was it you?" Xie demeanor shifted to one of gravity, but a fellow companion interjected, "Where's your teammate?" The man glanced at him, noting his imposing stature, and his tone softened somewhat. "He's still asleep. Is there a problem? Only you got woken up?" "Yes. I saw he was still sleeping, so I had to answer the door myself. Is it all right if we come in to take a look?" Although he seemed reluctant, the man, feeling the weight of the other's gaze, stepped aside and said, "Come in." Upon entering the bedroom, they found another participant lying with his back to them, completely oblivious to the commotion. This prompted the man who followed behind to sense that something was amiss. He squeezed into the room and gently nudged the slumbering figure. "Hey, wake up, wake up." There was no response. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he hesitated for a moment before cautiously turning the person over. In an instant, they were all taken aback by the sight of a pair of lifeless, pale eyes. There were no black pupils, only the whites of the eyes, which were bloodshot, indicating that the individual had been deceased for some time. The man cursed loudly and quickly retreated, exclaiming in shock, "What on earth is happening? How'd he die?" No one could provide an answer. The room appeared normal, with no suspicious signs. Yuejian turned to the man and posed the same question that a Yuejian had earlier. "Did you hear anything unusual last night?" To their exhilaration, aside from the similarities, the man mentioned another detail. "Last night, in a daze, I heard the sound of a door opening, and someone stood by our bed for a long time before disappearing. I felt immense fear, but I was too paralyzed to move, so I just endured it. What happened afterward was the same as everyone else." Yuejian contemplated this. "You sensed someone enter?" "Yet we only heard noises." Suddenly, the man from room 407 remarked, "Though both of them are dead, their deaths differ. Do you think there could be a connection?" Unconsciously, Yuejian's gaze fell upon the man's hands. She approached to examine them closely and suddenly called out, "Come look. There's blood under his nails." The others hurried over and confirmed her observation. Not only that, but there were also subtle traces on his skin, as if he had smeared blood without cleaning it properly. Yuejian stepped aside, scrutinizing the room meticulously. Soon, her attention was drawn to a nearby cabinet, and she opened one of the drawers, revealing a blood-stained cloth that was the target she sought. Could this be what he used to wipe his hands? The roommate finally processed the situation, asking in horror. Yuejian stepped forward, pinching the cloth between two fingers and examining it closely before affirming, "This blood appears relatively fresh. It must have been recently smeared." At last, the woman from room 407 spoke, her voice reflecting an extraordinary calmness that belied her delicate appearance. "So, it means he went to room 50 for last night, killed that girl, and then returned here to clean the blood off his hands before meeting his demise." She shook her head. "No, it's also possible he was already dead before committing the murder." Upon hearing this, the surviving girl from room 504 trembled and protested. "But if he was the murderer, how could I not have sensed such a living presence? Although I couldn't open my eyes, I'm certain I did not hear any footsteps or her voice." As she spoke, she abruptly fell silent, seemingly coming to a realization herself. The absence of footsteps likely indicated that the person walking was not normal. And as for her roommate, who could say when she had died? She couldn't open her eyes, thus unable to see if there were others in the room. Her earlier assertion that the sounds reverberated for a long time might have indicated the sound of fists striking flesh. With this understanding, her complexion turned ashen, and she looked desperately at the others. "What should I do? I don't dare to go back to sleep tonight. She died so tragically. What if I'm next? What should I do?" Her implication was unmistakable, hoping someone would take her in, but the others feigned ignorance. It was the man from this room who suggested, "Why don't you come sleep here? We can move his body to your room later, out of sight, out of mind. Plus, it'd be nice to have company tonight to ease the fear." The girl seemed reluctant, yet given the circumstances, she had no other options and could only nod in resignation. With events unfolding in this manner, the man lost his desire for sleep. Noticing that no one was inclined to leave, he invited everyone to sit down. "Can you recall what your roommate did yesterday?" Yuejian directed his gaze towards the two, evidently seeking to uncover the cause of death through their accounts. The first to speak was a girl named Li Bing, who hesitated for a long while before replying. "Nothing out of the ordinary. We were just temporary partners. I didn't know her well. Aside from eating and sleeping, we mostly went our separate ways." Yuejian inquired, What happened upstairs before we came to knock on the door yesterday? Li Bing looked perplexed. Nothing happened. Yuejian was taken aback. Did you not hear anyone shout about a murder? She shook her head and added, it might be that I was still asleep, so I didn't hear anything. Glancing at the man beside her, she found he too appeared confused. At that hour, there was no noise. You must have misheard. Yuejian turned to Xie who affirmed, I'm certain I did not mishear. The two from room 407 echoed in agreement. We heard it too. With no fruitful discussion on this matter, they shifted their focus to the silent man, introduced as Zhou Kai. We left together yesterday morning, just wandering around the building, finding nothing unusual. In the afternoon, I separated from him. If I had to mention something odd, he hesitated. When he returned last night, he seemed very downcast, lacking energy. When I asked what was wrong, he wouldn't say. We were only temporary partners, so I didn't pry further. Just before we went to bed around 11, he suddenly asked if I had seen a fierce-looking man with a scar on his forehead in the building. I said no, and he seemed a bit disappointed. But no matter how I inquired, he would share more. Eventually, we both went to sleep. The group exchanged glances, their expressions varying. At that moment, Li Bing suddenly recalled, oh, I remember, after dinner yesterday, she seemed to take some incense outside. I was preparing to shower and saw her heading out, so I casually asked. She had her hands behind her back and walked away hesitantly. After I finished showering and returned to my room, I noticed the incense on the table looked disarrayed, likely from when she took some. Xie Xianyang inquired, what could she have taken the incense for? Li Bing shook her head, I don't know. Aside from that, I can't think of anything else unusual. Yuejian pondered the legend of the unclaimed tablet. If a deceased girl perished after discovering the tablet and sought to pay her respects, it could indeed make sense. However, if that were the case, why did she die after her offering? Was it the mere sight of the tablet that brought about death? Or did something else, perhaps a violation of rules, transpire during this process? The circumstances surrounding the death of the man from 508 were equally perplexing. It was likely that he encountered a man bearing a scar on his forehead. What manner of being was this? These questions swirled in her mind, rendering her oblivious to the conversations around her, until a familiar term caught her ear. She looked up in surprise to find Sun E from 407 recounting the legend of the restless spirits. Thus, did you all grasp the situation? If anyone discovers the tablet, it is best to voice it so we can deliberate on a strategy together. This matter is exceedingly sinister, and mishandling it could cost lives. Perhaps it is how those two met their demise. Li Bing nodded in fear, while Zhou Kai raised a query. But this building is so small. I have already inspected the corridors and found no tablets. Could it be located in the residents' homes? This question, clearly, no one could answer. In the end, Sun E summarized the discussion, stating that if anyone sensed something amiss, they should inform the group so they can collaborate, thereby increasing their chances of survival. Li Bing cautiously inquired, should we involve a few individuals from the third floor? Sun E glanced towards the door. It had been quite some time without any sound from above, suggesting they were likely searching for clues elsewhere. Perhaps they could address this matter later when an opportunity arises. After assisting Zhou Kai in transporting the deceased man's body to 504, everyone dispersed. As lunchtime approached, Yuejian and her companion opened the front door, curious about how the administrator mysteriously delivered meals. At precisely 11:56, Uncle Zhang appeared from the hallway, carrying a large bag. Upon noticing them, he exhibited no surprise, handed them 2 boxes of lunch, and gradually made his way towards 407. Observing his retreating figure, both felt a sense of resignation. They had waited in vain. Let us head back, one suggested. At 2 in the afternoon, after awakening from their nap, they recalled their agreement with the young boy from the previous day. They tidied themselves and descended to the ground floor. Shortly after knocking, the boy peeked out, his face lighting up with joy. You've come. My mother just left a short while ago. Please come in. Upon entering, they found the layout similar to the upper floors, but adorned with numerous child-related decorations. In the living room, a desk was cluttered with exercise books, assignments, and an array of stationery. The boy eagerly ran to the desk and called out, Come here. I have so much homework today. After approaching, the boy excitedly pushed a math workbook towards them. Quick, help me figure this out. How do I solve this problem? As they focus on the question, it involved a reservoir with an initial water height of 10 meters, a specific base area, and 2 inflow pipes and 1 outflow pipe, each with defined flow rates. If the 2 inflow pipes operated alternately for 1 hour each, what would the water level be after 8 hours? Yuejian was struck by a familiar, albeit headache-inducing, sensation. She subtly shifted aside and smiled. This type of question is something this uncle excels at. Allow me to explain. Upon hearing this, the boy eagerly turned his gaze towards Yuejian. Ah yes, I can solve it. Please hand me a piece of scratch paper, and I will begin calculating. Meanwhile, let me teach you some language skills, shall we? The boy nodded happily, passing him the workbook before opening a language question in front of Yuejian. Andy, teach me this. Yuejian glanced down at the question. If 1ku is represented by the character ho, 2ku forms 3ku becomes 5ku is 8ku is and 10ku is. At first glance, she was taken aback, bewildered by the cryptic nature of the question. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and said with a smile, "This is quite simple. 5ku represents o, 8ku is jer, and 10ku is gu." The boy beamed with delight, filled in the answers, and flipped to another page. Then, Annie, what about this one? Chapter 67. Matters concerning the residents. Yuejian glanced at the next question, which asked the reader to interpret whether Xiao Zhao had cried or not. The options included various phrasing around whether he nearly cried, whether anyone claimed he and T cried, and so forth. She got a glimpse of a name on the workbook, Ding Tao Tao. Well, Tao Tao, what do you think the answers are? Ding Tao Tao tilted his head thoughtfully and began pointing to the options. The first and second seemed reasonable, but when he reached the third, he confidently declared, "He definitely didn't cry." Yuejian patiently inquired, "Why is that?" Ding Tao Tao presented his rationale, explaining that since he nearly didn't cry, it meant he didn't cry at all. Yuejian persisted, "But that's not how the phrasing works. If he nearly didn't cry, doesn't that imply he was close to crying? Thus he did cry?" Ding Tao Tao countered, "No, the question states he didn't cry, so it must mean he didn't All right, let us skip that and move to the next one. Did he cry? Why? Because the question says Xiao Zhao did cry. If the question states no one claimed he cried, doesn't that imply he shouldn't have cried?" Ding Tao Tao shook his head vigorously. No, he definitely cried. It's just that no one saw it, which is why no one said he did. Yuejian was uncertain about whether Xiao Zhao had cried, but she felt as though she was on the verge of tears herself. Perhaps we should just disregard these puzzling questions altogether. By the end of the afternoon, both felt exhausted, having finally completed all the assignments around 4 o'clock. They sighed with relief, neglecting to rest further, and promptly inquired about the happenings in the building. Ding Tao Tao, while tidying the desk, reflected on the residents. Grandpa Zhang downstairs is very nice, and Grandma Chun is lovely too. They often give me snacks. And how long have they lived here? Xie Xinyang asked. For a long time. My mother says they were here even before I was born. Is there anyone in this building with a scar on their forehead? Someone who looks rather fierce? Ding Tao Tao nodded and then shook his head. I've seen that uncle. But my mother said she didn't see him, that I must have misjudged. There's no one like that here. Xie Xinyang perked up. Where did you see him? Thinking back, Ding Tao Tao replied, on the first floor I saw him standing in the stairwell one night when I brought dumplings to Grandpa Zhang. I was really scared and hurried home after. He nodded and then asked, who lives in 405 upstairs? Do you know Tao Tao? Ding Tao Tao appeared puzzled. Are you referring to Grandma Wu? She lives alone. My mother says she has no children and is quite unfortunate. So I must be polite and greet her whenever I see her. Grandma Wu is a good person. She often brings us delicious meals. I really like Grandma Wu. Xie Xianyang then inquired about the girl dancing on the 5th floor. Ding Tao Tao looked downcast. Sister Shui is quite unfortunate too. My mother says she used to dance exceptionally well and won many awards. But then some bad people bullied her, and she became very ill. So my mother won't let me go play with her anymore. I believe she isn't sick. She still secretly gives me treats and plays with me when she sees me. My mother is just overthinking it. Upon hearing this, both understood that the bullying he referred to likely held a different meaning. Finally, they asked about the bespectacled man next door. Ding Tao Tao suddenly brightened. Uncle Chun is amazing. He is a great lawyer. My mother often tells me to learn from Uncle Chun. I aspire to become a lawyer in the future, enabling me to assist Sister Schwerer and others who have been bullied. I am determined to bring all the villains to their knees. As he spoke, he brandished his pencil with fervor, embodying a passionate spirit. Yuejian could not help but smile, while internally organizing information about the residents. Currently, room 304 was occupied by Tao Tao and his mother. It was evident that Tao Tao was a naive child who cherished those who treated him kindly. Room 308 was home to a lawyer with the surname Chun, whom Tao Tao's mother likely held in good regard, prompting her to encourage Tao Tao to learn from him. On the 5th floor, in room 405, lived an elderly gentleman named Wu, who resided alone and often shared food with his neighbors. It seemed that his delivery of small potatoes yesterday was a customary gesture. Further up, in room 501, resided a girl named Schwerer, once an exceptional dancer, whose promising future was shattered by a traumatic experience, leaving her mentally disturbed. Ding Tao Tao had previously encountered a man with a scar on his forehead, yet his mother claimed she had not seen him, which struck her as peculiar. While she pondered this, Yuejian continued to inquire, Tao Tao, do you know who else lives in the building? Tao Tao shook his head, appearing somewhat bewildered. I don't know. I don't think I've seen anyone else. The two exchanged glances, both sensing something amiss, but upon noticing his unusual demeanor, they refrained from probing further. Fortunately, the little boy soon regained his composure and cheerfully returned with 2 popsicles to offer them. These were simple popsicles made from colored sugar water. Yuejian hesitated to eat one, but, seeing Tao Tao eagerly munching on his, she resolved to indulge as well. After all, having already tasted one, another didn't seem too consequential. After sitting for a while, as the time approached 5 o'clock, Tao Tao anxiously urged them to leave, expressing that his mother would scold him for allowing strangers into their home. Not wanting to impose, they stood to depart, but instead of going upstairs, they lingered in the hallway. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, a woman in her 30s ascended the stairs carrying a basket of groceries. She appeared to be a worker, dressed in a blue factory uniform devoid of a logo. Her hair was haphazardly pinned back, with stray strands escaping, giving her a somewhat disheveled appearance. Upon seeing the two, she reacted indifferently, casting a cursory glance before proceeding home. Yuejian quickly stepped forward to block her path, smiling, "Excuse me. We are new residents in the building and are unfamiliar with the area. May we ask you a few questions?" The woman replied curtly, "I know nothing. If you have inquiries, ask the building manager downstairs. I need to go home and cook, so please don't block the way." With that, she circumvented Yuejian and continued on her way. Yuejian turned to his companion, shrugging. "It seems this lady is not very approachable. What should we do now?" Yuejian pondered for a moment, recalling that Tao Tao mentioned he had seen someone in the stairwell on the 1st floor. "Let's go take a look," she suggested. Yuejian nodded, and the two proceeded downstairs. Chapter 68. Anomaly on the 1st floor. The stairwell on the 1st floor was cluttered with various debris, including cleaning tools, discarded bicycles, broken glass, and an assortment of chaotic bags and cardboard. The two stood nearby, surveying the scene, but found nothing of interest. They decided to clear the clutter to investigate further. As they moved aside half of it, they suddenly heard a voice scolding, "What are you doing?" They paused and turned to see a frail old lady with white hair approaching, holding a clothes-drying rod. Yuejian stepped forward, smiling. "You must be Anning. We're the new residents who just moved in yesterday. You may not have seen us." Aunt Ing appeared momentarily bewildered, but maintained a stern demeanor, saying, "Since you are new residents, you should stay at home and not rummage around here." Yuejian responded calmly, "Indeed. We have noticed numerous spiderwebs on our ceiling and require a long pole to remove them. We've searched our apartment thoroughly, but found nothing. I recalled seeing a pile of miscellaneous items here when we arrived yesterday, so I thought I'd come and check for a suitable tool." Aunt Ing looked skeptical. "Really?" she asked. He nodded emphatically, "Absolutely. I'm terrified of spiders. Seeing those webs makes it impossible for me to sleep. I was so frightened last night that I had a nightmare, and it took me half the day to recover." He gestured towards Yuejian. She looked serious and added, "Indeed, I have been afraid of insects since childhood. If we don't remove the spider webs, I will surely have another sleepless night filled with nightmares." Upon hearing the words nightmare, Aunt Ying's expression shifted, but she quickly regained her composure, allowing a hint of a smile to surface. Very well. You need not search any further. I have a long pole here. I will fetch it for you now. She then led them to the entrance of a room and asked them to wait outside. Shortly afterward, she emerged with a long bamboo pole, explaining, "This is an extra clothes drying rack. You may use it for now and return it later." Xie Xinyang gratefully accepted it and thanked her with a smile. Upon exiting, she did not leave immediately but stood in place, watching them ascend the stairs. Xie Xinyang stretched the pole up through the staircase gap and whispered to Yuejian. As she left, Yuejian shook her head, still watching. "Let us return for dinner. We can come back later." As she spoke, she glanced again at the stairwell. Xie Xinyang nodded. "All right, let us go back and wait for dinner." At 6 o'clock sharp, 2 boxes of takeout were placed outside, and the two quickly finished their meal before heading downstairs once more. This time, Anning was nowhere to be seen, but all the items they had moved earlier had returned to their original positions. Xie Xinyang sighed. "We have to move everything again." He instructed Yuejian to keep watch at the corner while he cautiously began to shift the clutter once more. Fortunately, Anning did not reappear, and when Yuejian turned back, she found Xie Xinyang staring intently at something. Curiously, she approached, only to see large dark brown stains covering the entire staircase corner, a sight both alarming and disconcerting. It was no wonder so much debris had been piled here. It appeared to conceal these marks. Had a crime occurred here? Considering the boy's earlier remarks and the manager's warnings, Yuejian involuntarily conjured a narrative in her mind. After 10 o'clock at night, or perhaps in the dead of night, the man with the scar on his forehead stealthily entered the building, lying in wait. An unfortunate resident returning home late became his target, only to be murdered in the stairwell. Consequently, new regulations were established for the apartment. A curfew was imposed, and the manager would specifically advise new residents not to venture out after 10 o'clock, fearing a recurrence of such tragedies. Xie Xinyang contemplated this possibility, remarking, "That cannot be ruled out." He sighed again. "Time is too tight. Otherwise, we could search for clues more thoroughly." Yuejian's heart sank at this. Indeed, the manager had mentioned that they were merely temporary residents for 3 days, and tomorrow marked their final day. "Let us head upstairs," Xie Xinyang finally suggested. After restoring all the clutter, they made their way back upstairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Yuejian glanced down the corridor. Faint voices could be heard from room 304. But aside from that, the entire floor was eerily quiet. The 4th floor was their designated residence, and, as they turned the corner, their eyes immediately landed on the elderly woman standing outside their door. It was Grandma Wu from room 405, who was holding a familiar clay pot, evidently bringing them another meal. They hurried over to greet her, but Grandma Wu remained silent, simply shoving the pot into Xie Xinyang's hands before attempting to leave. Yuejian quickly called out to her, "Grandma Wu, we noticed something in the stairwell on the 1st floor." Grandma Wu paused momentarily, but did not turn back. Upon hearing this, she continued to inquire, "I have heard that you have lived here for a long time. You must be aware of what has transpired in this building. Could you share with us?" Granny Wu remained unresponsive. She glanced at Xie Xinyang, who tentatively ventured, "You know the man with the scar on his forehead, right?" Finally, Granny Wu turned around, her expression grim as she stared at them, yet she still remained silent. "Those traces on the 1st floor are related to him, aren't they? Did he commit murder there?" Granny Wu's eyes widened suddenly. As if recalling something, her demeanor gradually shifted to one of sorrow, and eventually, large tears cascaded down her cheeks, landing heavily on the back of her hand. In an instant, she glared at the two, her lips slightly parted, emitting a series of huffing breaths. Sensing the gravity of the situation, they hesitated to ask further. Yuejian quickly stepped forward to open the door, while Xie Xinyang dashed inside as soon as the door swung open, holding a clay pot. The two stood, one on each side of the door, cautiously observing Granny Wu's condition. After several minutes, she finally calmed down, cast a brief glance at the two, and then turned to walk away. They did not dare to stop her, closing the door and returning to the dining table. That night, Granny Wu had delivered a pot of stew to them, featuring cabbage, tofu, vermicelli, and familiar small potatoes, all easily identifiable vegetarian ingredients. Though simple, the aroma was enticing. Yuejian stared at the clay pot, swallowing hard. Shall we begin? Yuejian sighed, but we have no utensils. The small potatoes from yesterday could be eaten with bare hands, followed by a wash. However, today's dish was soup-based and appeared quite hot, making it somewhat disrespectful to grab it with their hands. Such disrespect to the food was even more so to them. Chapter 69. News. Yuejian surveyed the surroundings and suggested, "Shall I borrow 2 pairs of chopsticks? Perhaps I could gather some information while I am at it." As he stood up to leave, a knock resonated from outside the door. Upon opening it, there stood Granny Wu, holding 2 pairs of chopsticks wrapped in old newspaper. She handed them to Yuejian and turned to leave again. Peering outside, Yuejian set the chopsticks down on the table and said, "I will ask the neighbors if they have any." Yuejian unwrapped the paper, inserting the chopsticks into the clay pot. Just as she was about to crumple the newspaper into a ball, one headline caught her eye. Brutal murder occurs in the building. The perpetrator is a fugitive. The man in the accompanying photo appeared fierce, with a distinct scar on his forehead. She quickly unfolded the newspaper to read the article, which stated that the victim was the building's administrator at that time, and the assailant was living in the building. For reasons unknown, he had brutally attacked the administrator. The article did not include a photo of the deceased, but featured a blurry image of the crime scene, revealing a gruesome sight, with blood splattered everywhere and some frightening implements of the crime. She gazed at the article, lost in thought. The report mentioned that the murderer had resided in the building under a false identity, and due to the era's simpler verification processes, the administrator failed to detect anything amiss. After moving in, the murderer remained reclusive, rarely seen by other residents, thus they had not recognized him as a wanted criminal. Later, for reasons unknown, he viciously killed the administrator, leading to his capture by the police. After finishing the article, Yuejian furrowed her brow. Based on the scene's description, it was evidently indoors. Yet there were large patches of blood in the stairwell below. If all that blood belonged to the administrator, it implied that the murderer had dragged him upstairs after severely injuring him. However, why had no residents noticed this? A sudden thought crossed her mind, recalling the dragging sound she had heard the previous night, followed by a dull thud. It was highly likely that those sounds were produced during the murder of the administrator. Such a loud noise should have been audible throughout the entire building. Was the sound distorted and amplified, or was it genuinely that loud? With the residents feigning ignorance out of fear? While she pondered these questions, Yuejian returned, stating, "They have some too. It appears Granny Wu treats everyone equally." As he spoke, he sat down to grab the chopsticks. Yuejian pushed the newspaper towards him, urging, "Look at this." After scrutinizing it, he suddenly exclaimed, "Is this the paper used to wrap the chopsticks?" Yuejian nodded, affirmatively stating that Granny Wu must have done so intentionally. A murder case? Yuejian pondered for a moment. Yet this newspaper lacks any information about the victim. Why is that? Yuejian shook her head, but suddenly seemed to have an epiphany as she glanced at the wall, which was adorned with numerous old newspapers. She turned her gaze, and Yuejian instantly understood her implication. They walked over to the wall, examining it closely. After some time, Yuejian called out, "Come look here." Yuejian leaned in, and what she saw was yet another article, reporting a fire in the building, where over 100 residents perished, with the cause of the fire still under investigation. "This is the same building," Yuejian noted, her gaze sharpening. The timing was after the murder, yet not long after, within the same month. The report did not specify an exact date, which struck both of them as peculiar, but they quickly redirected their focus back to the case. First a murder, then an arson. Do you think there might be a connection between the two? Upon hearing this, Yuejian speculated. Could it be possible that the arson was a consequence of the murder? Are you suggesting that someone, dissatisfied with the murder, retaliated by setting the building on fire? Yuejian nodded, reiterating her earlier thoughts. If the murderer killed the administrator and the residents, fearing trouble, all remained behind closed doors, not helping at all. Would the administrator's family or friends harbor resentment towards the residents? Yuejian agreed. That could be a possibility. As they continued to inspect the newspapers on the wall, a poster, perhaps due to age, had completely lost its adhesive and fell when Yuejian brushed her hand across it. She picked it up and, in a fleeting moment, saw some lines of text on the back. She quickly flipped it over to read, which contained nonsensical phrases. The big bad wolf ate the sheep. The sheep ate the big bad wolf. The flock flew away. The butterflies flew away. The sun fell down and hit the head. The moon does not cry. The moon breathes. We are moving to a new home. Just as she found it perplexing, Yuejian shouted, "Come quick!" Yuejian stood up and saw that the area previously concealed by the poster revealed several newspapers, and prominently displayed were similar articles, but with more detailed content. The administrator who was murdered was named Zhang Yong, a 64-year-old male. Zhang Yong? Uncle Zhang downstairs? Yuejian questioned, astonished. So Uncle Zhang is actually dead? Yuejian pointed to another article. Not just that, take a look at this piece. The cause of the fire was confirmed to be arson, and the arsonist was identified as Zhang Yong's wife, Chuning, who, out of resentment for her husband's murder, harbored animosity towards the residents. You're quite close in your assumptions. Yuejian sighed. Since they are already deceased, does that imply that the current building is actually haunted? Yuejian shook her head. I'm not so certain. The news only states that they have died, but does not assert that all residents perished. Moreover, she paused, have you noticed? The residents who opened their doors for us are a minority, while those who did not are the majority. Are you suggesting that the residents we encountered are likely survivors, while all others have perished? Yuejian's expression turned grave. Yuejian looked back at the strange phrases on the back of the poster. If the big bad wolf represents the murderer, then the sheep are the residents. No, the sheep represent the murdered administrator, and the flock symbolizes the residents. The sun signifies the great fire, while the butterflies and the moon remain unclear. Moving to a new home. This must be the new home. Yuejian leaned in to observe and remarked, perhaps the butterfly is the ash that rises when something burns, and the moon could represent a person. At least 2 individuals must have resided here. The tone of these words resembled that of a child, yet it was peculiar. Typically, children's handwriting lacks such neatness. Moreover, who would inscribe such thoughts on the brink of death? Unless both their expressions changed simultaneously. Unless this was written post-mortem. Chapter 70. The location of the tablet could have been pinned after we moved in. The handwriting appears rather fresh, Yuejian said, fear creeping into her voice as she inched closer to her companion. Yuejian took a significant step back, remarking, I cannot discern whether the handwriting is new or not. Your eyesight is truly remarkable. Yuejian chuckled lightly, attempting to change the subject. Shall we eat first? The food is getting cold. We can continue our discussion afterward. Yuejian, with a subtle smile, agreed, that sounds reasonable. During their meal, they began discussing other challengers, when Yuejian suddenly recalled something. I feel there is something off about Li Bing. Li Bing was the girl whose roommate had died. Yuejian was not surprised. What seems to be the issue? She spoke quite coherently at that time. So, Yuejian countered, yet she exhibited considerable fear. Logically, if she were truly that frightened, her speech wouldn't have been so clear. Yuejian nodded in agreement. Her display of fear was excessive, appearing somewhat disingenuous. Yes, that's precisely the feeling, Yuejian concurred. Yuejian laughed. Regardless, everyone here, to some extent, conceals their true selves. Some are adept at it, leaving no trace of a flaw, while others, like her, are rather transparent. What about you? Yuejian suddenly inquired. He was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Are you also hiding your true self? Yuejian asked casually, as if discussing something trivial. He fell silent for a moment before responding with a smile. And you? Yuejian met his gaze, but chose not to answer. He laughed. What I do is not disguise. It is merely the multifaceted nature of my personality. Each facet is indeed me, and you're no different, are you? Yuejian returned his smile and shifted the topic. There is something strange about Tao Tao as well. His memories seem rather odd. Yuejian agreed. He only remembers the people we have encountered. If they are truly survivors, he must have forgotten all the deceased residents. Yuejian felt a headache coming on and refrained from saying more. After finishing their meal, Yuejian routinely cleaned the pot and chopsticks before returning them to Grandma Wu. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, the two were deliberating whether to take the risk of venturing outside after 10 o'clock, but before they could reach a conclusion, a knock resounded from outside. Yuejian opened the door to find 2 challengers from the adjacent room, 407. Sunny asked, may we come and talk? Xianyang stepped aside, welcoming them into the room. Once seated, Sun Yi got straight to the point. Let us skip the pleasantries and collaborate. Xianyang appeared somewhat astonished. Why seek us out? Sun Yi candidly replied. First, we reside on the same floor, making information exchange convenient, and that elderly lady has provided us with food. Second, it is apparent that you two are familiar with one another, so we can look out for each other during our endeavors. Third, I believe you both are intelligent and daring individuals, making you suitable partners. At this moment, the woman accompanying him, Tianjiang, added with a smile, among all the challengers. We feel a certain affinity towards you both. Let us seek the exit together. Ultimately, they agreed, and after reaching a pleasant consensus, Sun Yi and Tianjiang shared several pieces of information with them. This afternoon, we noticed two men from room 302 going upstairs to pry open locks. I checked just now, and all the doors are closed. I wonder if they managed to break in. Li Bing and Zhou Kai were acting suspiciously in the corridor, moving back and forth from the third floor to the fifth and back again. We suspect something is amiss, Sun Yi continued. Upon hearing this, Xianyang casually speculated. Perhaps they are searching for the tablet? Sun Yi nodded. That is our assumption as well. But we checked afterward and found nothing unusual. Xianyang glanced at Yuejian, and after a silent agreement, he began to recount the news they had received. Sun Yi and Tianjiang listened with astonishment, exchanging glances. Tianjiang remarked, We and T noticed that. We will take a closer look when we return and inform you of any findings. After exchanging information, seeing that time was running short, they rose to take their leave. Once the duo departed, Yuejian turned to Xianyang. Are we going out soon? Xianyang replied, After 10. We might not find anything, but after midnight, we are certain to encounter something. Shall we take a significant gamble? Yuejian shot him a fearful glance. Your courage is rather extraordinary. Xianyang chuckled. It's fine. I can manage on my own. Have you forgotten? I possess a golden finger. I should be able to afford to die a time, or two more. Should be. Yuejian echoed those two words, giving him a glare. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed. Let us assess the situation first. By the way, she suddenly said, seizing the poster, I discovered something. As she traced her nail across the blank space, she continued, Look at our dwelling. Below us are rooms 302, 306, and above us are 504, 508. Don't you find it curious that the room numbers align so perfectly? It seems to follow some sort of pattern, like a staircase. Xianyang quickly responded, Indeed. Yuejian nodded, Exactly. We didn't find that tablet in the corridor. Could it be hidden in an invisible staircase? Xianyang fell into deep thought. But where would that staircase lead? Yuejian focused on several vertical lines. Recalling Sun Yi's earlier remark about Li Bing and Zhou Kai wandering back and forth in the corridor, Li Bing mentioned her roommate took incense outside. If she indeed went to pay respects to the tablet, it suggests that Li Bing might know its whereabouts, but has kept silent. Xianyang reached out to touch the indentation. She and Zhou Kai intended to find the tablet alone. If Sun Yi's information is accurate, the entrance to another staircase might be concealed within the existing corridor. She stated her roommate left after dinner, but she never mentioned when she returned. Yuejian pondered. Should we inquire now? Xianyang glanced at the clock. It was already 10 o'clock. If we ask now, they may not open the door. True, Yuejian replied. Feeling disheartened, let us first check the corridor. Xianyang stood up, since it's still not too late. We could decide later whether to take the risk of going out at midnight. Yuejian considered it and agreed. As the two stepped outside, they were met with an eerie silence. They cautiously approached the corridor, the dim yellow light casting an unsettling shadow around them. Just as they were about to descend the stairs, footsteps echoed from above, accompanied by a familiar male voice. Are you certain your roommate truly found the tablet this way? Chapter 71. The Truth, Part 1. Upon hearing this, the two hurriedly retreated, mindful of the noise that opening the door would create. They swiftly turned around, pretending to have just returned from the other end, waving to the two individuals they spotted at the stairwell. Their expressions were visibly uncomfortable. Li Bing concealed the incense behind her back and added an explanation. We thought the administrator's words might not be accurate, so we came out to see if we could uncover any clues. Xianyang feigned ignorance of her subtle gesture and smiled understandingly. We lost track of time. That's why we returned late. She's quite timid, so we opted not to take risks. Best of luck to you." With that, he pulled out his key to open the door, and Yuejian quietly stood beside him. Once the door creaked open, they quickly entered the room, leaving no further sound. Li Bing and Zhou Kai exchanged glances, with Zhou Kai questioning skeptically, "Do you think they discovered something?" Li Bing shook her head, "Surely not. I have never divulged any information, and moreover, after wandering the corridor for so long today, without uncovering any clues, how could they possibly know?" Zhou Kai pondered this and proceeded downstairs. "Let's hasten our search. Think again, what else did she do at that time? Aside from lighting incense and reciting those few lines, there was truly nothing more. Could it be that you were too far away and missed some details? Then I shall reflect more carefully." After descending the stairs, Yuejian and Xie Xianyang stealthily exited the door once more. They stood at the corridor's edge, observing as the two individuals began to ascend again while engaged in conversation, compelling them to hurriedly return indoors. "It appears we cannot conduct our experiment," Xie Xianyang remarked, feeling somewhat disheartened. The building featured a singular staircase, and should they attempt to go up, Zhou Kai and Li Bing would undoubtedly notice. "Let them try. What if it truly proves beneficial?" Yuejian suggested, recalling the indistinct words she had overheard earlier. Li Bing mentioned her roommate had recited a few additional lines. Xie Xuanyang's gaze fell upon the back of the poster. "Could it be those lines? Let us test it out," Yuejian stated. "The administrator will come to patrol at midnight. They should depart before that." Upon hearing this, Xie Xianyang glanced at her again. "Do you intend to leave after midnight?" Yuejian nodded. "Yes, we cannot continue to delay. Tomorrow marks the final day, and we must discover a breakthrough." Resolute in their decision, the two intended to remain patient until midnight arrived. However, during their third check, they found that Li Bing and Zhou Kai had vanished from the corridor. Standing at the staircase's edge, both felt a profound confusion. "Have they gone upstairs?" Xie Xianyang inquired, looking upward. "Let us knock and inquire," Yuejian whispered. They approached room 508, knocking for some time with no response, and ultimately returned to the fourth floor. "They must have entered," Xie Xianyang concluded solemnly. Yuejian nodded. "Shall we also give a try?" After some contemplation, Xie Xianyang asked, "Should we inform the two in 407? Yuejian smiled lightly. "Of course, we must communicate. Since we are collaborating, it is only proper to endure hardships together, is it not?" Xie Xianyang chuckled. "That suits me perfectly. You return to light the incense, and I shall summon them." A few minutes later, the four gathered at the staircase, each holding 3 sticks of incense. We also checked, and indeed, there were those lines behind a poster, identical in every way. Upon hearing Sun Yi's words, Xie Xianyang smiled. "See? Therefore, those lines must indeed be the incantation." Sun Yi and Tianjiang appeared hesitant, seemingly skeptical. Could this method truly be effective? Xie Xianyang nodded earnestly. "Indeed, we witnessed them disappear." Yuejian shot him a glance, remaining silent. The two, however, were resolute. They soon concluded, "Let us begin." They descended to the 3rd floor, reciting the incantation while pacing back and forth in the corridor. On their 3rd pass, Yuejian suddenly noticed the surroundings growing somewhat hazy, and evidently, the others recognized the anomaly as well. They instinctively grasped each other's hands and continued forward. At some point, the scenery before them seemed to alter yet remain unchanged. They were still in the corridor, yet appeared newly adorned. Cautiously advancing upward, they were suddenly startled by a series of thudding footsteps. The group instinctively attempted to hide, but it was too late. The figure soon came into view. It was a man with a scar on his forehead, possessing a fierce appearance and a robust physique. He seemed entirely oblivious to their presence, striding down the stairs with purpose. The group hastily followed behind. Within the illusion, their watches ceased to function. But as the man descended, the surrounding light gradually brightened. By the time he reached the 1st floor, daylight streamed through the windows. He exited the building, the purpose of his departure unknown, but when the group attempted to follow, an invisible force barred their exit, leaving them to wait on the 1st floor. Uncle Zhang appeared no different from how they had seen him. Seated by the window, he watched television, greeting returning residents with a smile. indicating a cordial rapport with the building's inhabitants. Thus, they observed him throughout the morning, and in the afternoon, the man returned, bearing a large woven bag. Upon seeing this, Uncle Zhang promptly rose to inquire about its contents. The man shot him a glare, asserting it contained a whole sheep. Sensing something amiss, Uncle Zhang insisted on seeing inside, but the man rebuffed him, and during their altercation, he forcefully shoved Uncle Zhang against the wall, causing him to cry out in pain. Ignoring him, the man lugged the bag upstairs. Once he regained his composure, Uncle Zhang felt unease creep in. After considering the situation, he resolved to investigate further. He ascended to the top floor, arriving at room 708. Under the pretext of seeking an explanation from the man, he knocked on the door. The man unleashed a torrent of curses upon him, but in that moment, Uncle Zhang glimpsed a sheep's head displayed in the man's living room. Releasing a sigh of relief, he chose not to pursue the matter further and quickly pretended to concede defeat and departed. This incident was merely a minor interlude, yet the following afternoon, the man unexpectedly delivered a pot of lamb soup to Uncle Zhang, claiming he had been rude the previous day and offering it as an apology. Without much thought, adhering to his principle of kindness, Uncle Zhang accepted the man's gesture of goodwill. The man seemed to exhale in relief, placing the soup down before departing. However, harboring lingering doubts, Uncle Zhang refrained from consuming the soup, instead preparing to have his usual lunch. Just as he opened his lunchbox, he received a call from a resident, summoning him upstairs, compelling him to lock the door and leave in haste. Shortly after Uncle Zhang's departure, the man descended again, glancing at the untouched soup with a mocking grin. Noticing the absence of onlookers, he used a thin wire to unlock the door, pouring some substance into the lunchbox before hastily exiting. Chapter 72, The Truth, Part 2. Upon returning, Uncle Zhang appeared somewhat perplexed. He had received complaints from residents about excessive noise from the adjacent apartment, yet upon inspection, he found it utterly silent. Dismissing it, he resumed his meal. For reasons unknown, after dinner that day, he felt extraordinarily fatigued, ultimately succumbing to slumber at the table, only to be roused by residents returning home that evening. Finally reaching the end of his shift, he breathed a sigh of relief, promptly locking the main door and preparing to retire for the night. However, upon turning, he spotted the man standing at the staircase, staring intently at him. A chill ran down his spine, yet he reasoned that with so many residents in the building, he was likely safe, thus mustering a forced smile as he approached, intending to inquire if the man needed anything. However, as he drew near, the man suddenly lunged, seizing his throat and forcefully smashing him against the wall. With a resounding thud, Uncle Zhang's vision blurred, blood trickling down his forehead and cheek as he instinctively sought to scream. But before he could utter a sound, his body was violently slammed against the wall once more. Once, twice, after several blows, the wall bore witness to a spatter of blood, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. The man finally ceased his assault. Exhilaration etched across his features as he licked his lips and dragged Uncle Zhang upstairs. A trail of blood marked their path, and soon enough, Uncle Zhang regained consciousness. Realizing they were ascending, hope ignited within him, and he opened his mouth to emit a faint cry for help, hoping a resident might intervene or call the police. Yet, he observed numerous doors discreetly opening and closing, as everyone feared becoming entangled in the situation, refraining from intervention or alerting authorities for fear of retribution from the man. Dragged down several flights, he gradually lost the strength to call out, despair settling within him. The man brought him back to his home, the door's closure extinguishing the last glimmer of light. Within the man's dwelling, Uncle Zhang endured unspeakable torment, while simultaneously, police responding to calls from several residents were en route. However, by the time they arrived, it was too late. The man had already claimed a life. They not only discovered the body of the administrator, but also uncovered several victims, both male and female, who had been brutally murdered in a man's residence. Their fates tragically gruesome. During subsequent police interrogations, the perpetrator exhibited a disturbing lack of remorse, laughing as he remarked, "Is it too tiring to take a break? After all, there is no death penalty. What can you do to me?" His brazen demeanor incited public outrage, yet his words rang true, At that time, the death penalty was non-existent, and ultimately, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Upon learning of this, the wife of the deceased, Zhang Yong, named Ning, was consumed by resentment. She harbored hatred for all the bystanders and, more acutely, for the unpunished murderer. Thus, she devised a sinister plan. She locked the main door, set the entire building ablaze, and transmuted the souls of the majority of the residents into a formidable force, ultimately slaying the murderer who was imprisoned. Later, the building was demolished and rebuilt, welcoming new residents who remained oblivious to the fact that beneath the new structure lay the remnants of the old building, where the souls of the survivors resided, alongside an unclaimed memorial tablet. Strange and inexplicable supernatural occurrences began to transpire within the new building. Some would glimpse the memorial tablet during the twilight hours, while others faced dire consequences. Nevertheless, a few remained undeterred, and over the years, the events of that tragic day gradually faded from collective memory. When a group of individuals finally regained their senses, they found themselves standing before an ethereal and eerie staircase, at the end of which stood the unclaimed memorial tablet. Two lifeless bodies lay before it, those of Li Bing and Zhou Kai, who had entered before them, clutching the burnt incense tightly. Their eyes wide in terror, as if they had witnessed something horrific. They exchanged glances, hesitant to move. It was evident that the memorial tablet belonged to the late administrator, Zhang Yong, and had been offered by his wife, Ning. They had initially resided in the old building, though this staircase had been concealed. The surviving residents of the building were closely tied to them. On the third floor, Tao Tao and her mother held them in high regard, with her mother often assisting them with small tasks. The lawyer Chun Donghao was absent on the day of the incident, but later took on the case pro bono, though he ultimately failed to achieve a satisfactory outcome. On the fourth floor, Granny Wu lived alone, older than them, yet frequently delivering food to Zhang Yong. She had gone to bed early that fateful day and, being hard of hearing, had not perceived the commotion. Even if she had, she would have been powerless to prevent the tragedy. The fifth-floor resident, Shui Er, displayed signs of mental distress and was clearly a victim, thus excluded from suspicion. Despite this, it was likely that there were still residents within the building who had assisted in calling the police, as well as many innocent elderly, weak, and women. Yuejian was at a loss as to how to assess Chen Ying's actions, and evidently, the other three were equally speechless, resulting in a collective silence. Shall we ascend? After an indeterminate period, Tianjiang was the first to inquire. Sun Yi shook his head, sensing that ascending would lead to death, referring to the bodies of Li Bing and Zhou Kai on the ground. Yet if we remain here, we may also perish. The incense is nearly burnt out. Xia Xianyang indicated, gesturing toward the incense in their hands. Yuejian solemnly remarked, "What if the incense is our lifeline here? Waiting for it to extinguish is not a wise course of action. What shall we do now?" Tianjiang gazed at the staircase in distress, pondering that ascending meant death, while remaining below was equally perilous. Where's the exit? Yuejian's mind raced, suddenly recalling the neatly written words on the back of the poster, which mentioned the moon, still an enigma to them. With this thought, she hurriedly recounted all the illusions she had witnessed, noting that the second floor bore no significance. The third floor was relatively normal, but on the fourth floor, two pairs of innocent eyes flashed through her mind. She remembered that when Zhang Yong was dragged to the third floor, one of the doors had swung open, revealing two small heads peeking out. Since only half of their faces were visible, she could not discern their features, though she believed one child bore a birthmark on their forehead, shaped like a crescent moon. Could it be that this was the moon? With this realization, she promptly relayed her thoughts to the others. We may need to visit 404. Those two children reside there, next to Granny Wu. Perhaps they can provide us with information. But how shall we reach there? Sun Yi surveyed their surroundings, noting that aside from the staircase before them, the rest was engulfed in darkness, as if they were confined within walls, with no choice but to ascend. Chapter 73. Illusion, let us pay our respects, Yuejian suggested, fixating on the memorial tablet for a moment. Tianjiang was the first to agree, asserting that regardless of the circumstances, Uncle Zhang was an unequivocal victim, and they should honor him. Xia Xianyang concurred, stating, "After all, we have no other options. We cannot simply stand here waiting for the incense to burn out. Resolute, the group cautiously ascended the staircase, approaching the memorial tablet. They circumvented the bodies and performed their rites of homage. As Yuejian stood up, she suddenly realized that the surrounding scenery had transformed. She found herself back in the familiar corridor, but this time, flames engulfed the area, unmistakably a fire disaster scene. Momentarily stunned, she rushed toward 404, only to find the door tightly shut, with thick smoke seeping through the cracks. She could not discern the interior, yet the sounds of two children crying and conversing reached her ears. "Brother, why can't we open the door?" "Do not fear, Yuejian. Mom and Dad will surely return to rescue us." "But brother, it's too hot here. I don't want to stay." "Hold on. We will escape." "Brother, I feel so sleepy. I want to rest." "Do not sleep. Do not sleep." The sound of frantic knocking on the door echoed, the boys' desperate cries drowned out by the suffocating smoke. Unheard by anyone. "Is anyone there? Is there anyone? Help! Help!" Yuejian instinctively reached out her hand, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not touch the door. She felt like a wandering spirit, floating within the illusion, powerless to witness or hear the unfolding disaster. Gradually, the cacophony grew louder, pleas for help, cries, wails, collisions, and the crackling of flames. "Brother, am I going to die?" "No, Yuejian, you'll be all right." "Brother, why is there such a large fire?" "I do not know. I do not know." "Brother, I want ice cream. I will buy it for you. I will use my pocket money for tomorrow. Just do not sleep." "Brother, good night." With a deafening crash, the building collapsed, plunging her into darkness. Yuejian cautiously stepped forward, only to kick against a hard object. She gasped, and in the next moment, the surroundings brightened, returning her to the corridor, though this time, the flames were absent. She approached 404, where the door had been opened, and a charming girl with pigtails darted through her body, running next door to 405 and knocking on the door. "Granny Wu." Upon seeing the elder open the door, the girl joyfully thrust a small bag into her hands, exclaiming, "This is candy from kindergarten today. Yuejian brought it back for you." The elder appeared delighted, reaching out to pat the girl's head. "Granny Wu, I'm heading back now." The girl skipped away, and before closing the door, she waved her arms, calling out, "Goodbye, Granny." In a daze, Yuejian witnessed numerous past events. Granny Wu delivering food to neighbors on the same floor, some receiving it happily, while others ignored it. The little girl and her brother often visited the elder, bringing her innocent gifts, yet their parents disapproved of the elderly woman, frequently admonishing the children not to visit next door. Upon returning from school, they would sometimes slip 2 pieces of candy through the windows below, and whenever their parents caught sight of this, they would reprimand them, warning, "Do not give food to others. What if something happens to Grandpa because of his age?" "Uncle Zhang, we did not intend to curse you. It is just that some elderly individuals grow increasingly malevolent with age. We are merely exercising caution." The elder brother grasped his sister's hand, and upon hearing these words, he pressed his lips together, refraining from interjecting. "Ever since our parents were deceived by an elderly man they helped, they have harbored a bias against all seniors." The elder brother, being more perceptive, understood the futility of trying to change their minds, and thus covered his sister's ears and led her away. Behind them, their parents continued to speak in a sarcastic tone, while Uncle Zhang forced a smile, though his expression was undeniably sorrowful. The 2 children would still surreptitiously offer food to the elderly, and life continued in this quiet manner until Uncle Zhang was murdered, prompting his wife, Yi, to come to the building. Her temperament was not as mild and affable as Uncle Zhang's, leading to a fierce confrontation with their parents, which in turn caused her to develop an aversion towards the 2 children. Subsequently, a catastrophic fire engulfed the building, but their parents were fortuitously absent, escaping the disaster, while the unfortunate couple was trapped and perished in the flames. In that fleeting moment, Yuejian grasped the reason for their presence here. It was guilt, Zhang Yong's guilt over the innocent residents who perished in the building. Yet, how did Li Bing and Zhou Kai meet their demise? Furthermore, where exactly lies the exit from this world? As she pondered, she noticed the surroundings rapidly shifting again, and soon, she found herself once more before the memorial tablet. Clearly, the other 3 shared a similar experience. They exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. "We are not dead," sighed Yuejian after a moment. This sentiment resonated with everyone, who had assumed that being drawn into this illusion would lead to their own fiery demise. Yuejian glanced at the tablet again, noticing Zhang Yang's name had mysteriously appeared. Just as she intended to scrutinize it further, a grotesque, aged face suddenly emerged from the tablet. It was Chuning. She struggled, clawing her way out, and soon, her head truly began to detach from the tablet, lunging towards them with a roar. Startled, they ran down the steps, hurling the incense sticks they held at her. At the bottom of the stairs loomed a dark wall, offering no escape. In their frantic state, they turned to see that the incense they had thrown had ignited her hair, the flames swiftly spreading to the tablet. She screamed, desperately trying to blow out the fire. But the flames only intensified, quickly engulfing her head and the tablet entirely. When the fire was extinguished, a pitch-black opening appeared before them. They exchanged hesitant glances. "Is this the exit?" Tianjiang inquired. "Surely not," Sun Yi replied uncertainly. "Exits should be illuminated by white light." Xie, emboldened, decided to venture into the opening, reasoning that they would find out. As he approached, he hesitated, cautiously extending his hand, which had dragged over a corpse, into the darkness. Satisfied there was no immediate danger, he proceeded carefully inside. Sun Yi, observing this, felt a mixture of confusion. This fellow seemed both cautious and reckless about his own life. Yuejian remarked, "Living is living, and dying is dying. Is that not also a positive approach to life?" The two regarded her with indescribable expressions. She smiled faintly, noticing Xie Xuanyang's figure disappearing into the opening, and followed suit. With a single step, she found herself back in the familiar corridor, momentarily unable to discern if what lay before her was reality or illusion. "No, everything here is an illusion. Only the ultimate exit is real. Are you all right?" Seeing her lost in thought, Tianjiang gently patted her shoulder, concern etched on his face. She snapped back to reality, shaking her head. Xie sighed nearby, returning, indicating that the exit was still within the building. They each listed their suspicions, ultimately narrowing it down to 3 locations: 404, the corner on the first floor, and Zhang Yang's residence. However, once again, they faced disappointment. These locations were utterly mundane, revealing no anomalies. Where else could it be? Sun Yi leaned against the wall, gazing at the open door of 404 in frustration. Judging by previous experiences, it must be in a particularly unusual place. Tianjiang reflected calmly. Besides the stairs, the memorial tablet for 104, the dormitory, and the corner on the first floor, where else could there be? Chapter 74. Tomorrow Yuejian stared blankly at their own door, rapidly sifting through all the clues in her mind. Do not converse with strangers when the administrator is absent. Do not leave your room after 10 o'clock. These 2 rules seem designed to guard against murderers. Return by curfew, refrain from loud noises after dark, and do not casually visit others. These likely stem from the homicide. It is best not to consume anything given by others. This rule is ambiguous. Does it relate to the 2 children or that pot of soup? Most importantly, every night before sleeping, 3 incense sticks must be lit. This seems to stem from Chuning, yet it paralyzes them, preventing them from investigating the source of strange noises. Was the Zhang Yong they encountered real, or merely an illusion conjured by Chuning? Additionally, the name of this world is Wu Zhugu Han, and the Wu Zhugu Han here is Zhang Yong, suggesting that this miniature world revolves around him. If we disregard Chun Ying's interference, there exists another location related to him that we have yet to explore. 708. She and Tianjiang spoke simultaneously, their astonishment evident as they exchanged glances. Noting her silence, Tianjiang continued. If we adopt Uncle Zhang's perspective, he must have been dragged to 708 the night he was murdered, desperately hoping for a door to escape. Following the patterns of previous worlds, the likelihood of an exit being there is considerable. Sun Yi decisively stated, "Then let us proceed." Wait, Yuejian suddenly recalled something, racing back to her room. When she returned, her pockets were bulging, as if she were concealing something. "Let us go." Noticing her reticence to elaborate, The others refrained from questioning her further. They ascended to the 7th floor and finally halted before 708. Sun E skillfully pried the door open with the tools he had brought, but as the door swung open, their gazes froze in shock. A towering figure stood a few steps away, grinning menacingly at them. He bore a scar on his forehead, his facial muscles contorted, presenting a fearsome visage that perfectly matched the description of the murderer they had heard. He wielded a black axe, and within mere seconds of the door opening, he lunged at them as if resurrected. They reacted swiftly, turning to flee down the stairs, the man hot on their heels, his axe scraping against the ground with a jarring screech. Yuejian cursed as he ran. What a lunatic! Why is he inside? Yuejian, seemingly unfazed, quipped indeed. He is quite mad. After all, can a murderer maintain a normal psyche? Yuejian nearly choked on his breath. Are we to run like this indefinitely? The building had a single staircase, and they dared not return to their rooms for fear of being trapped inside. They could only continue their descent. Hearing this, Tianjiang replied anxiously, I have a feeling the front door on the 1st floor is already locked tight. The others' hearts sank, yet they recognized the validity of her concern. We must find an opportunity to return, Yuejian stated. I believe I have discerned the location of the door. The three felt a mixture of hope and dread. Being pursued, how could they consider retreating? Let's find a place to hide, Sun E decisively suggested. Yuejian glanced up, noting that aiming for a collective escape was too conspicuous. We should separate and hide, regroup upstairs. Clearly, the other two shared this sentiment, as they had already descended to the 1st floor where hiding spots were limited, and the sound of the axe indicated that the man was now on the 3rd or 4th floor. They split into 2 groups, each searching for a place to conceal themselves. Yuejian and Yuejian squeezed into a corner, surrounded by clutter. Through the narrow gaps, they could see the silhouette slowly passing before them, making its way towards the dormitory. The two of them endured the disarray, waiting for him to move further away. Just as he reached the corner and was about to turn, he suddenly turned back, as if sensing something. Yuejian felt her heart stop in terror, instinctively holding her breath and daring not to make a sound. Fortunately, he merely glanced their way before heading into the dormitory, allowing them to exhale in relief as they cautiously pushed aside the clutter. While shifting items, Yuejian remained vigilant, frequently glancing towards the end of the passage. On her umpteenth glance back, she was startled to see a face twisted in a grotesque smile. In that instant, she could no longer consider anything else and swiftly shoved the last of the debris aside, dragging Yuejian as they fled upward. How could he have returned? Yuejian cursed under his breath, asserting that they had already been careful. Yuejian ran swiftly, responding only with a hasty acknowledgement before heading to room 708. After a frantic sprint that felt like life or death, they managed to distance themselves from the man by 2 flights of stairs, successfully escaping into room 708. Yuejian surveyed their surroundings and retrieved 2 porcelain dolls and 3 somewhat incomplete incense sticks from her pocket. Yuejian focused and realized that they were indeed the little ornaments that had been on their bedside. Could this be it? In response to Yuejian's speculation, Yuejian nodded and quickly provided the items. Yuejian said no more, taking the incense to make minor adjustments before lighting it and offering it before the dolls. At that moment, a loud crash resonated from outside the door. It was the man attempting to break in. Yuejian anxiously glanced over, quickly reciting a few incantations. The pounding continued relentlessly, and soon, a small breach was smashed into the door. It was evident that Yuejian was extremely tense, his eyes fixated on the door. While the last words from Yuejian echoed in his ears, the moon does not cry, the moon whispers, we are going to our new home. 2 beams of white light suddenly erupted from the dolls, swiftly forming an opening. Yuejian breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yong's greatest concern, apart from survival, was the innocent residents who had perished within the building, represented most poignantly by the 2 children. With both elements gathered, the exit materialized naturally. She glanced towards the doorway, where the man was on the verge of breaking through. Should they leave now? If they departed, Sun E and Tianjiang might remain oblivious to the exit's location, likely meeting their demise here. They were uncertain of the situation of the other challengers on the third floor, but there was some camaraderie with Sun, Yi, and the others, prompting Yuejian to hesitate. However, as the door became increasingly damaged, she quickly made up her mind. After scratching a few marks on the ground, she and Xianyang hurriedly leaped into the white light just before the door gave way. As her vision darkened and then cleared, she found herself back in the city. After a moment of stupor, she sighed, hoping that Sun, Yi, and the others would return safely, discovering the clues she had left behind. The city had changed once more, with new vegetables and food appearing, infused with hope in her world. Exhausted, she did not immediately investigate, but instead sighed deeply, enveloped by her heavy thoughts, and fell into a deep slumber. Time flew by, and in the struggle across each small world, she finally pieced together more than half of the puzzle. It depicted a vast, postnatal Bagua chart, and she was only 2 crucial pieces away from completing the entire image. During this time, Xianyang had died once more. When he returned, a faint sadness lingered in his eyes, which he concealed well, but Yuejian perceptively caught glimpses of it in countless fleeting moments. Gradually, she began to realize that Xianyang, like Long, In, and another version of herself in her dreams, seemed to be there to assist her in uncovering the ultimate truth. Now, she was merely 2 steps away from that truth. She tightened her soft blanket, succumbing to sleep in this vibrant city. Tomorrow, just tomorrow, a new world awaited, the final world. Chapter 75, New Instance. Before her lay a desolate expanse, shrouded in a gray haze. Yet this did not hinder Yuejian from perceiving the shocking scenery ahead. Countless floating islands and pavilions adorned the sky, which should have been a scene of celestial grandeur. But instead, these structures appeared dilapidated and bizarre, their colors dark with hints of red, exuding an unmistakable, sinister aura. The ground was littered with broken walls and remnants, vast stretches of colossal white bones lying scattered like cold mountains. Before her stood a long staircase leading up to the sky's floating islands, the staircase barely a meter wide, with a steep incline nearing 70 degrees, looking exceedingly daunting. At the base of the staircase was a wooden sign, inscribed in dark red characters, Land of the Fallen Gods. With no further information provided, Yuejian lowered her gaze to her watch and was taken aback to find the font was neither red nor white, but rather a large black character, Life. What did this mean? She felt perplexed when suddenly she heard Xianyang calling her from behind, Yuejian. She turned to see the familiar figure, instinctively smiling. Are we the only 2 this time? She looked around, strangely noting that not a single challenger was in sight. Xianyang gazed at her quietly, his expression one of indescribable complexity. After a moment, he softly laughed. No, it's not us. It's you. Yuejian was taken aback. What? He looked toward the staircase ahead, his tone increasingly peculiar. This is your world alone, Yuejian. Do you see this path? It is yours alone to walk. Yuejian fell silent, unable to respond for a long while. When you reach the end, perhaps you will uncover the truth you have been searching for all along. Xianyang diverted his gaze, offering her a gentle smile. Yuejian, go forth. I will wait here for you. No matter how far you venture, as long as you turn back, I will always stand here. Yuejian instinctively returned his smile, wanting to say something, her lips moving soundlessly for a while, before finally managing. All right, thank you. I will go. She was filled with questions, wanting to ask why there were still 2 eyes missing on the puzzle. Yet Xianyang said she would see the truth at the end. Could it be that this stage would yield 2 pieces of the puzzle at once? She wanted to ask how Xianyang knew all this, why he claimed it was her world alone. She wanted to inquire about the truth at the end of this path, what it truly was. Was her pursuit along this journey right or wrong? In the end, she could only manage a bitter smile. Regardless, this path was one that Long, Un, and Xianyang, as well as another version of herself, hoped she would reach the end of. Now, with merely the final step remaining, she could not falter at such a moment. With that thought, she ceased to hesitate, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the long staircase. 1 step, 2 steps. She ascended 10 steps without anything occurring, which left her puzzled. Instinctively, she glanced back, only to find the path she had come from was already obscured by gray fog. In just a short distance of 10 steps, she could no longer discern the scene below. Moreover, the staircase she had traversed had silently vanished without a trace. Looking down, she realized she was now standing on the first step. Remembering Xie Xuanyang's earlier words, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She was truly at a point of no return. After taking another step, the surroundings began to shift. Clouds and mist surged forth, engulfing her from all directions. She became ensnared within, her mind swirling, rendering her unable to distinguish night from day. After taking a few more steps, a massive shadow emerged from the fog. Cautiously, she approached and discovered it was a giant angel. It was evident that she once possessed a flawless face, with slightly curled golden hair and gentle eyes akin to clear blue lakes. Yet now, her face was marred with festering sores, her hair dry and straw-like, making her seemingly normal blue eyes appear jarringly odd. She wore a white gown stained with dark red blood, and mighty wings stretched out from her sides, feathers shed, edges ragged and covered in scars, with terrifying black insects crawling in and out, enough to make one's skin crawl. Yuejian forced herself to focus solely on the delicate features of the angel before her, resisting the urge to gaze upon the other striking scenes surrounding them. "You have arrived," she suddenly spoke, her voice soft as a whisper. "At long last, I see you, Yuejian." Yuejian felt a pang of confusion as she watched the angel slowly rise, instinctively growing wary. It was only upon her full ascent that Yuejian noticed the long red and white chain that trailed behind her. The chain seemed to pulsate with life, swiftly spreading throughout the vicinity, forming an immense web behind her, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping the air. Yuejian unconsciously clenched her fists, intently observing the angel's every movement. "I shall take you to witness the destruction of paradise." As her gentle words fell, the surroundings abruptly transformed, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves atop a pristine expanse of clouds. The air around them was immaculate, with the vastness of the second heaven stretching above, the sunlight radiating brilliantly, bathing the entire realm in a golden glow that was warm yet not oppressive. The angel beside her had regained her ethereal form, exuding an aura of unparalleled grace and beauty, her gown gently fluttering as she gracefully led Yuejian onward. As they departed from the clouds, a verdant meadow gradually appeared beneath their feet, lush grasses adorned with a riot of colorful blooms. Beyond the meadow lay a dense forest, towering trees reaching towards the sky, reminiscent of the mythical world of fairy tales. A crystal-clear river wound its way through the grasslands and woodlands, merging into a tranquil emerald lake, its surface mirroring the sky and clouds, resembling a breathtaking masterpiece. Various creatures, elk, squirrels, raccoons, koalas, scampered through the grass and by the riverside, with elk gathering at the lake's edge to drink, their reflections serene and elegant. As Yuejian walked, she found herself unwinding, a sense of joy and tranquility washing over her, soothing all her previous unease. Following the angel across the meadow, they soon came upon a magnificent palace, a grand edifice soaring into the clouds, its purity indescribable. Intricate and elaborate carvings adorned the pillars and walls, radiating a gentle white light under the sun's embrace. The angel ascended the steps, and two heavy doors slowly swung open before her. What greeted them was a multitude of deities and angels clad in white robes, some meandering through the palace, while others floated gracefully in midair, their garments billowing like soft clouds in their wake. Their features were gentle and perfect, akin to exquisite sculptures, each adorned with warm smiles and eyes that radiated wisdom and compassion. Chapter 76, The Fall of the Gods. As Yuejian ascended the steps, they seemed to sense her presence, halting their actions to gaze curiously at her with evident kindness. Upon recognizing the guiding angel, they collectively broke into friendly smiles before resuming their previous activities. "Come in," the angel beckoned, gliding gracefully through the throng of white figures. Yuejian walked among them. Every angel and deity she brushed past, offering her a smile, causing her own lips to curve upwards involuntarily. Upon passing through a doorway, She entered an enormous cathedral filled with humans clad in white, their voices harmonizing in sacred song, their faces radiating contentment and joy. After joining in their song for a while, the angel led her on a tour of the palace, showcasing a realm of unparalleled beauty and peace, devoid of war and suffering, suffused with tranquility and harmony, embodying humanity's ideal of paradise. Eventually, the angel guided her out of the palace, an unseen force lifting her into the air, where soft clouds floated beneath her feet. Standing atop the clouds, she cast a bewildered glance at the angel. The angel smiled gently at her, gesturing for her to look below where disaster approached. Unbeknownst to her, dark clouds had obscured the sun, casting the entire realm into shadow. The ground began to tremble slightly, the tremors escalating into violent quakes, startling the animals into a frenzied escape. The earth cracked along the rivers and lakes, revealing an endless abyss beneath. Those creatures, unable to flee, plummeted into the darkness, swallowed whole. In an instant, they found themselves within the palace, where walls were infested with writhing black worms, attacking the deities, angels, and humans alike with their sharp fangs. The air was filled with anguished cries and desperate pleas. As the palace began to tremble and collapse, debris raining down, morphing into terrifying beasts that pursued the surviving beings. From the horizon came the ominous roars of dragons, dark legions of demons clawing their way from the depths of hell to assault this land, the atmosphere thick with the acrid scent of smoke and warfare. In a prolonged and brutal conflict, paradise was nearly obliterated, the deities reduced to slaves of demons, and the fragmented angels plummeted into the abyss. At some point, the angel drew near, her tattered wings gently enveloping Yuejian as she spoke in a tender tone. "Do you see? The fall of paradise." Yuejian forced herself to remain calm and inquired, "Why must you show me this?" The angel suddenly chuckled softly, resting her head on Yuejian's shoulder, her hair brushing against her neck, sending a shiver down her spine. "It is all because of you," she murmured, her words resembling a lover's whisper, yet chillingly sharp. "You abandoned us. You destroyed all of this, Yuejian." A chill washed over Yuejian's heart, yet she maintained her composure and pressed on. "What do you mean I destroyed everything? I do not understand." The angel's frigid arms coiled around her neck, tightening gradually. "You created us, then you obliterated us. Do you hear their wails? Do you see the palace crumbling, the earth splitting? You wish for our demise. You forsook everyone. Tell me, how can I ever let you go?" Breath grew increasingly difficult for Yuejian as she remained silent for a long while, until the moment her breath faltered. She summoned every ounce of strength to utter her final question. "What must I do?" The angel's grip suddenly released, and she bent over, coughing violently, gasping for air. The figure behind her approached, lifting her chin forcefully, compelling her to meet the gaze of her decaying visage. "It is quite simple. Rebuild this place," she stated. And in an instant, they stood before the decaying palace. The angel released her, standing upright calmly. "If you can restore this palace, I will let you pass." Yuejian gazed at the dilapidated structure, realizing the enormity of the task ahead. Attempting it alone would take years, especially with no materials at hand and her lack of architectural knowledge. Sensing her thoughts, the angel smiled. "As for how to rebuild, that is your concern. I shall offer no assistance, but I can impart to you a single phrase. Rebuilding lies not in form, but in heart." With those words, she took flight, leaving Yuejian standing in a daze outside the ruined palace. Not in form, but in heart, seemed straightforward enough, suggesting she needed to invest her heart into it. But how could she do so? With a sigh, she trudged inside, her steps heavy. What lay before her was vastly different from what she had seen not long ago. The intricate patterns were now marred and incomplete, gnawed by poisonous insects, and the white-robed deities and angels had vanished. The ceiling and walls bore large cracks, resembling serpents lurking in wait, while the ground was strewn with chaotic obstacles that required careful navigation to avoid stumbling. Yuejian circled the interior and exterior, ultimately pausing in the vastness of the cathedral. She recalled the joyful faces of those who had sung here, their happiness now reduced to mere ashes. Where should she begin? With another sigh, she resolved to clear the debris within the hall first. Time has stretched into an endless expanse, and she remains unaware of how long she has lingered here. All she knows is that the interior of the palace has gradually begun to regain its order. Piece by piece, she painstakingly reassembles the remaining patterns, salvaging every area that can be rescued. During this process, the angel frequently visits her. Initially, she merely observes with a cold detachment, but as her visits increase, she begins to engage in conversation with Yuejian, often employing a tone of sarcasm to pose her disheartening questions. Is your cleaning truly effective? Do you genuinely believe this wall can be restored? Look at those cracks. Can this even be deemed as repair? With so much debris, are you planning to carry it into your next life? Don't you have anything to express? Yuejian remains impervious to her words, as if the angel does not exist, completely absorbed in her labor. Eventually, the angel becomes frustrated, circling around Yuejian repeatedly, observing her daily with a complex expression that suggests she has much to say yet refrains. One day, she ceases her flight, hovering in midair, and calmly inquires, "Do you intend to squander eternity here?" Yuejian pauses, then raises her head to offer a faint smile. "No, I do not plan to linger here forever. I am merely reflecting on your words. It's not about the form, but the heart." Meeting her puzzled gaze, Yuejian continues, "You once said that I created you in this place. Although I am uncertain of when that occurred or how, I believe this is what you wish to convey to me." Chapter 77. Scorched earth, I once devoted my heart to creating this place, but one day, I abandoned you all, forsaking everything. Thus, this realm fell into calamity, ravaged by an unseen force. The foundation of this place has always been my conviction and the effort I invested. In truth, from the very first day you told me that reconstruction lies in the heart, I understood how to mend this place. Faced with her unusually tranquil demeanor, the angel found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy silence, she softly asked, "Since you know how to restore it, why have you remained here?" Yuejian's lips curved slightly, her tone tinged with bitterness. "Because I wish to witness the disaster I have caused. Each day, gazing upon the scenes around me, I cannot articulate my emotions. If suffering arose from my actions, should I not confront it and experience it as part of my responsibility?" She glanced back at the damaged and decaying angel, her expression calm and unruffled. "I know how to rebuild, yet I lack the strength to do so. Thus, I remain here, engaged in endeavors that appear devoid of meaning. However, through this process, I have gained something, a resolute belief in my ability to restore this place." As she spoke, she lifted her gaze towards the perpetually misty air outside the palace, where, unbeknownst to her, a few rays of sunlight had begun to pierce through. The angel was taken aback, swiftly darting outside, tilting her head to the sky, where she beheld a radiant sun suspended high above. The long-awaited brilliance dispelled the fog, bathing the land in golden light. The flora awakened, rivers resumed their flow, and both humans and animals reappeared. The angel was reborn. The light enveloped the angel, healing all her scars, and her pristine wings unfurled once more, soft and warm as clouds. She gazed at Yuejian with her azure and clear eyes, a smile gracing her face, yet her expression was complex and difficult to decipher. They remained in silence for an indeterminate time before the angel gently spoke. "You may go now. The road ahead is long. I hope you can persevere until the end." As the scene before her gradually faded, when she refocused, the palace, the angel, the grassy fields, and the lakes had all vanished. She found herself back on the long staircase, with a segment of red and white iron chain, about a meter long, lying before her. She picked up the chain, feeling an inexplicable pang in her heart. What lay ahead? After ascending 10 more steps, the surroundings transformed once again. This time, she was enveloped by a pitch-black wasteland. The sky above was gloomy, as if caught in the twilight between day and night. She looked around, finding no one in sight. Where is this? Why has she appeared here? What is it that she must do this time? Standing still for what felt like an eternity, she eventually resolved to explore, despite the surrounding landscape appearing monotonous. The moment she took her first step, she sensed something was amiss. The ground beneath her feet felt fragile. With every step, she left deep impressions, as if treading upon snow. What is this? She halted, crouching down to examine some fragments closely, soon realizing that the ground was not soil, but remnants of something charred. Upon this discovery, she lifted her gaze. The dark expanse beneath her was boundless, indicating that a horrific fire had once raged here. She could scarcely fathom the flames that must have soared, consuming everything in their path, burying it all in devastation. It was akin to countless erupting volcanoes, creating a sea of flames. After the onslaught, only desolation and despair remained. Immersed in this scene, she felt as though the entire world had dimmed to nothingness. Why must it be this way? Why endure such suffering? Why live a life more unbearable than death? She should not exist alone. With the heavens collapsing and the earth fracturing, she ought to be buried alongside them. Reduced to ashes, merging into the very dust beneath her feet, forever remaining here. Forever remain here, Yuejian. A sudden, thunderous voice jolted her from her stupor. She looked around in confusion, unable to find Yuejian, but this interruption pulled her from her daze, causing her to discard the remnants she held with trepidation. The scorched earth seemed to affect her mind, sending a chill down her spine. There was too much. The endless land was littered with innumerable charred remains. How could she escape? How could she ensure she would not be influenced before her departure? As she anxiously pondered, a sudden chill grazed her cheek. She froze for a moment, quickly realizing what had occurred. The wind had picked up. A shiver ran down her spine as she surveyed her surroundings once more. There were no obstructions, only her solitary figure against the horizon. As the wind intensified, she wrapped her coat tightly around herself, striving to shield her skin from exposure. But a mere athletic jacket was insufficient to protect her completely. As ash filled the air, it resembled a dark snow falling. Countless flecks of dust slipped through the seams of her clothing, settling upon her skin. She continually encouraged herself, attempting to recall positive memories to shield herself from the emotional weight carried by the flying ash. As the wind howled louder, her mind began to drift, overwhelmed by a tide of sorrowful, disheartening memories that threatened to engulf her. She felt cold sweat bead on her skin, nearly succumbing to the wave of negativity. Uncertain how long she endured this struggle, a stirring melody suddenly surged forth in her mind, a tune ingrained in her essence. One she had heard countless times throughout her life. Unconsciously, she began to hum the lyrics. Listen to the horn of the new journey sound. The call of a strong military lies ahead. As she sang, an extraordinary strength welled within her. With this newfound power, what could mere negative emotions do to her? The more she sang, the more invigorated she felt, ultimately yearning to fling open her coat and belt out a song against the howling wind. Yet, glancing at the swirling dust, she relinquished that impulse. Indeed, the power of red is eternally the strongest force. Time passed, and gradually the wind subsided, the air returning to its previous state. She exhaled deeply, shedding her coat and vigorously shaking off the dust that clung to her. As she did so, she suddenly felt something shift beneath her feet. Pausing, she looked down, locking eyes with a pair of glowing red eyes, belonging to a gaunt and monstrous figure. It was faintly discernible as a human figure, yet it was so emaciated that only a layer of blackened skin enveloped bone. Its neck was slender, its body diminutive, yet its head was disproportionately large. Yuejian was so terrified that her breath momentarily ceased. However, before she could recover, she beheld the scorched earth around her, from which creatures began to emerge, identical in their gaunt form and possessing red eyes. In this instant, Chapter 78, Pure Land, she was reminded of the hungry ghosts from hell. Thus, could this place be hell? With no time for further contemplation, she swiftly kicked away the monster clinging to her ankle and ran toward the direction from which no creatures had yet emerged. As she ran, peculiar, flickering red eyes appeared at her feet, all fixated on her. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the creatures crawled out at a pace that was perpetually one step behind her. She paid no heed to this detail and lost track of time, her body feeling as though it had become numb, functioning like a cold machine, tireless. After what felt like an interminable flight, she gradually spotted a massive shadow ahead. In that moment, She wished to change direction, but monsters were pursuing her from all sides, as if deliberately herding her toward the shadow. Gritting her teeth, she could only continue forward. After an undetermined duration, aided by dim light, she began to discern the form of that thing. The good news was that its size was less than she had anticipated. The bad news was that its numbers exceeded her expectations. They were rows of Buddhas floating in the sky, with a colossal lotus shrouded in black mist at the apex, upon which sat the Buddha. However, in stark contrast to the radiant Buddhas she had envisioned, the figures before her bore sinister smiles, their skin charred, wielding various grotesque items, exuding an aura of malevolence. As she drew closer, the pursuing monsters ceased their chase. She finally found a moment's respite, though she felt no fatigue at this moment. All her attention was directed skyward. The Buddhas were gazing at her, their eyes eerily resembling those of the monsters. The Buddha at the highest point did not open his eyes, yet his face was grotesque, appearing as though viewed through a haze of rising heat, invoking a sense of dread. Yuejian involuntarily held her breath, afraid to make a sound. Thus, they stood in confrontation for an indeterminate length of time until a long, mournful wail reverberated, akin to a bell tolling or the sound of an orchestral instrument. At the sound, the Buddhas withdrew their gazes, all turning toward the leading Buddha. The black lotus suddenly blossomed, releasing numerous pitch-black toads that plummeted to the ground, only to bounce back to life as if nothing had happened, encircling Yuejian. "Do you see this scorched earth?" A voice boomed. Yuejian involuntarily looked up to see the Buddha gradually opening his eyes, which contained neither pupils nor whites, only an endless abyss of darkness. The two pitch-black openings faced her in silence, as though they would swallow her whole at any moment, evoking a chilling sensation. "This is the karma you have created." Upon hearing this, Yuejian's heart sank. For the second time, the angel had said she had created them and then destroyed them. Now, this strange Buddha above claimed that this scorched earth was the result of her sins. But what did all this have to do with her? Why could she not recall anything? As she grappled with confusion and uncertainty, the Buddha spoke once more. "This is the Western paradise." At this proclamation, Yuejian's astonishment was palpable. The Western paradise? Wasn't it supposed to be a serene and harmonious realm adorned with golden splendor and surrounded by the sound of sacred chants? "You are mistaken. How could this place have become what it is?" The Buddha voiced gravely. "I shall take you to see." In an instant, Yuejian found herself amidst towering palatial structures, each grand and resplendent, shimmering like a multitude of brilliant pearls. Along the path, exquisite murals adorned the walls, and countless lotus ponds sparkled like stars. Within these ponds bloomed a myriad of radiant lotus flowers, so diverse that she could not name them, while ethereal clouds added an air of mysterious solemnity to the scene. Clearly, this was the once-coveted Western paradise. Suddenly, one day, flames erupted from the sky, gradually intensifying until they coalesced into fireballs, which then merged into a roaring inferno that engulfed everything. The Buddhas had no escape, forced to struggle and wail within the flames, ultimately becoming charred and reduced to a state worse than death. Witnessing this devastation, the Buddha sighed deeply, gouging out his own eyes, transforming them into two streams of clear water to shield the rows of Buddhas from the flames. Those who could not be saved vanished amidst the growing inferno. The conflagration persisted for what seemed like an eternity, turning the once pristine paradise into a wasteland. The Buddhas who survived were unrecognizable. They remained upon this scorched earth, watching as grotesque creatures emerged from the soil, observing the remnants of their former home now shrouded in ash and darkness. They awaited the arrival of the architect of this calamity, and now she had finally come. "Within the ashes beneath your feet lie many lost lives," the Buddha intoned solemnly. "What I seek is simple. I hope you'll cleanse this land. The day you have swept away all the scorched earth will be the day you depart." Yuejian glanced around but offered no reply. Given the magnitude of this task, it seemed she might never leave. They were born from this land, yet they should not have come into existence in such a manner. "I hope you can find a way to restore their peace." Yuejian sighed deeply, regaining her composure as she lifted her gaze. "Understood. I shall clean this place thoroughly and grant them liberation." The Buddha ceased to speak, closing his eyes once more, still as a statue. The Buddhas, however, did not remain idle. They murmured scriptures, but their current forms were so terrifying that their recitations sounded like a chilling dirge. Yuejian looked down and, after a moment's thought, wrapped her hands in her coat and began to push the ash beneath her feet outward. This cleansing process endured for an indeterminate time. The years stretched on, and she inevitably felt dazed, often succumbing to the weight of the ash, plunging into despair. During these moments, she could only sing uplifting songs, melodies that bestowed her with strength. After countless cycles of life and death, she finally cleared a vast expanse of clean land, yet in the distant reaches, it remained unchanged. Gradually, she forgot many transient figures from her life, at times even losing sight of her own identity. Yet she always remembered one thing: to cleanse this land and to restore the creatures that followed her to their normal forms. As for how to achieve that, she did not know. As if the world had transformed, one day she looked up to the sky and suddenly noticed a small patch of white cloud drifting above. A white cloud. This was the first time she had seen one in a long while. Chapter 79. The Path. Seemingly sensing her gaze, the little white cloud floated down from the sky, approaching her direction. She stared in astonishment as it circled around her, instinctively extending her hand. The cloud settled in her palm, and, after a brief pause, suddenly asked, "Do you remember who you are?" She was taken aback, gazing at the cloud in surprise, nearly casting it away. "Do you remember who you are?" The white cloud repeated. She dazedly responded, "I am he Yuejian. Why are you here? I need to cleanse this land." No. The white cloud suddenly grew agitated. "You must leave here. Leave here. How do I leave?" she asked, bewildered and perplexed. Baiyun inquired of her, "Do you still remember the words spoken to you by the angel?" "What words?" She replied, her memory clouded. "Destruction and rebirth." Baiyun reminded her, "Since this place has been destroyed, you should focus on rebuilding it rather than engaging in futile tasks like sweeping the ground. Do you understand?" Yuejian felt her mind entangled in confusion and instinctively asked, "Who are you?" Baiyun, anxious as a restless ant on a hot pan, leapt in her palm. "I am you. I am your heart. Look down at yourself. Don't you notice something missing?" Dazed, she glanced at her chest and discovered a gaping hole, large enough to see through to the world behind her. In that moment, the entire world seemed a blur. When had her heart disappeared? It was no wonder she felt so numb, trapped here for so long, resembling a mere shell of a being, yet unaware of her own state. "Why have you come to find me again?" she asked, staring blankly at the Baiyun in her palm. Baiyun twisted slightly. "Well, you have lingered here too long. If I didn't come for you, you would be trapped forever. I believe it is time for you to leave." After a moment, Baiyun asked earnestly, "Are you ready?" "I must return." Yuejian nodded absent-mindedly, and Baiyun transformed into a swirl of mist, rushing into her chest. In an instant, the world appeared much clearer, as if the thick paste in her mind had finally been excavated, and she felt a sense of lightness and ease throughout her being. Shaking her head, she turned her gaze back to the Buddha and the bodhisattvas in the sky. They were all charred black, the devastating fire leaving them with wounds that could never heal, altering their originally dignified appearances into terrifying, grotesque forms. Since all of this arose from her, could she not use the same method to witness miracles once more? With this thought, she sat down, adjusting her breath to calm herself, and began to concentrate on sketching the original visage of this world. What should the Western paradise, a realm yearned for by all, look like? Surely it must be adorned with resplendent palaces and countless lotus ponds scattered throughout, the palaces inlaid with jewels, and the lotus pools filled with rare treasures. The bodhisattvas should appear dignified, embodying tranquility and harmony that fills the entire world. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose over the scorched earth, whipping up ashes that swirled and ascended, gradually forming various shapes. It was both a reconstruction and a new birth. When she opened her eyes again, she met a pair of compassionate eyes, those belonging to the Buddha. The lotus beneath him was no longer shrouded in black mist, and the bodhisattvas no longer bore the scars of the fire. They stood amidst the clouds, smiling at her with compassion. "Go forth to the front. The road ahead may be long, but your path lies beneath your feet." After a moment of disorientation, the pure land dissipated, and she found herself back on the long steps, a small red lotus flower, slightly smaller than her palm, having fallen before her. She picked up the red lotus and tucked it into her pocket, continuing her ascent. After 10 steps, a new scene unfolded, and this time, she saw 3 Taoists, remarkably ordinary ones. She felt somewhat surprised and, out of caution, refrained from speaking. The 3 Taoists opened their eyes one after the other, sequentially posing 3 questions to her. Who are you? Where do you come from? Where are you going? After a moment of thought, she simply replied, Yuejian, coming from below, going upwards. To her surprise, the moment they heard her response, they erupted into hearty laughter. This is the highest point. There is no need to go higher. Now that you have reached here, why not stay and cultivate the Tao with us? Yuejian was about to say something when she felt the ground beneath her tremble. Looking down, she saw the patch of earth she stood on suddenly detach and rapidly ascend. As she swayed precariously, nearly losing her balance, she had no choice but to sit cross-legged, lowering her center of gravity to maintain stability. The platform rose swiftly, soon breaking through the clouds and reaching the same height as the heavens. All around her was a vast expanse of white clouds, resembling a soft blanket, evoking an impulse to leap into it and roll about. The 3 Taoists sat on 3 separate platforms, encircling her in the center. Their voices came from all directions, rushing into her ears. Stay here and meditate with us. The path ahead is long, but this is the end of the journey. Is it not delightful to sit and discuss the Tao? Yuejian sighed deeply, suddenly recalling the scene in Journey to the West where Tang Sung competed in meditation with the great tiger strength immortal, never imagining she would experience such a moment herself. But was this height somewhat excessive? Observing the drifting white clouds around her, she thought to herself, while others meditate, she was seated in the Tao, while others attain mastery. She feared becoming a mere corpse. Yet in her current predicament, she could not move as the ground beneath her allowed only enough space to sit or curl up, leaving no room for extraneous motions. The sight of the surrounding clouds, the more she looked, evoked an overwhelming sensation, compelling her to jump in and roll. She shook her head, biting her tongue to remain alert, and ultimately closed her eyes, choosing not to look any further. Sitting there, she emptied her mind and inadvertently drifted into a daze. The previous trials had at least provided hints, allowing her to deduce her next steps. But this challenge was peculiarly enigmatic, devoid of any clues, thrusting her into meditation high above, surrounded only by clouds and the 3 Taoists. Where could she possibly find a clue? In her reverie, her thoughts began to blur, and she unconsciously replayed all her experiences from the beginning. When she regained her senses, her limbs had gone numb. Resigning herself, she remained still, continuing to recall the myriad of fragmented memories, from compulsory education to moral and intellectual pursuits, from 1,000-character classic to Tao Te Ching, almost revisiting everything she had learned and seen throughout her life. When she finally came to her senses, the surroundings remained unchanged, devoid of any alteration. Above her, a hazy white expanse lingered, the flowing clouds persistent, and the Taoists still present. Chapter 80. Discussing the Tao, it felt as if time had stood still, the environment unchanged, or perhaps it was merely her perception that time had elapsed, while in reality, only a moment had passed. She glanced at her watch. As expected, the screen was dark, revealing neither the time nor any other information, as if it had malfunctioned. She sighed involuntarily, closed her eyes, and continued to drift in thought. She wondered if Xie Xianyang was still below. Could he see where she had reached? Or was he, like her, blinded by the clouds? Why was this trial hers alone? Why had her journey been shrouded in darkness? Why was she deemed both creator and destroyer? What was the nature of this world? When she first arrived, Longan had urged her to live well and reach the end, but this final path left her increasingly bewildered. How much longer must she sit here? What were these Taoists truly after? How could she escape from this place and continue her ascent? Before coming here, she remembered a half-box of cream puffs left on her bedside table, which she had intended to have for breakfast the next day. Yet one slumber later, she found herself here. Did she die in reality? If the doctors and nurses discovered her, they would surely be horrified. It was her fault for having that takeout mushroom hot pot the day before. Who knew the restaurant had sent it uncooked? Thank goodness her willpower was strong. After the cactus spoke to her, she promptly called for help. Or else, she might have remained oblivious to her poisoning. What if something worse happened afterward? Lon would surely be devastated upon learning of it. What about the rented apartment she left behind? What the plants she had nurtured? Would the landlord curse her in secret upon finding out? Surely not. She had died in the hospital, not at a rental. And what about her private browsing history and folders? If discovered, her reputation would be tarnished. If she were truly dead, it would perhaps be a relief, as she would remain unaware. Yet, she is still conscious, making it difficult to avoid such thoughts. The question arises, has she really died? Is this place truly the afterlife? Or perhaps a parallel dimension? Or some bizarre realm akin to a horror game? Her limbs seem entirely devoid of sensation. Should she attempt to move them? Yet, what if she accidentally collapses while trying? It would be catastrophic. However, remaining seated in silence is not a viable option either. Should she attempt to cultivate her spirit? She is unfamiliar with the I Ching and has forgotten the verses of the Deodejing. It is dark, and with her eyes closed, she feels vulnerable. So she decides to open them. As she does, the vast expanse of white nearly blinds her. The three Taoists continue to sit around her in meditation, their eyes closed and still, save for their hair, beards, and garments which occasionally flutter in the breeze. She turns her head to observe each Taoist for a long while, then cautiously tries to move her arms. Thankfully, they're not too numb, and soon regain normal sensation. Out of sheer boredom, she pulls out a red lotus from her pocket to play with, then switches to a chain. Ultimately, she ties the chain to the lotus and hangs it around her neck. If only her watch were functional, she could pass the time by piecing together a puzzle. After another futile attempt to illuminate the screen, she lets out a long sigh. She feels exhausted, her rear aching from sitting still, and dares not move too much. How long must she endure this? She has lost track of how long she has been seated. Hey, what are you all trying to accomplish? As time drags on, she begins to speak to the Taoists. Although they do not respond, she finds that voicing her thoughts helps to pass the time, and every utterance leaves her with a strange sense of relief. Initially, she is intrigued, but after prolonged neglect, her interest wanes, and her existence reverts to the monotonous routine. The endless tedium threatens to drive her mad, and she begins to sing out toward the boundless sea of clouds. But after venting her frustrations, she finds herself back at square one. Eventually, she can no longer bear it. Shaking her hands, she attempts to rise and leap down. But as she shifts her legs and her gaze falls upon the statues, she suddenly remembers something and sits back down. What had they initially said to her? Right. There is no need to ascend further. This is the end point, where they remain to discuss the Tao. Discuss the Tao. A question flashes through her mind. Though she is uncertain how much time has passed, they have merely sat in silence. When have they ever discussed the Tao? With this thought, she suddenly feels invigorated. After much contemplation, she calls out to them, "I wish to discuss the Tao with you." As her words resonate, the three Taoists slowly open their eyes. They regard her in unison and inquire, "Do you wish to discuss the Tao with us? What aspect do you intend to explore? You are our guest. Please proceed." Looking at the clouds surrounding them, she responds, "Let us discuss these clouds." The three are taken aback. What is there to discuss about clouds? She continues, "It is well known that clouds form when the sun heats the Earth's surface, evaporating water into vapor. When the vapor becomes too saturated, it coalesces around particles in the air, forming droplets or ice crystals, which scatter sunlight in various directions, creating the appearance of clouds." The Taoists watch her, their expressions hesitant, before they eventually ask, "What is Earth? What does saturation mean? What are ice crystals? What is scattering? What are you even talking about?" Ignoring their confusion, she presses on. Clouds require certain conditions to form. First, the surface temperature must reach a level that allows for the evaporation of water vapor. Second, the vapor must rise to a sufficient altitude where the temperature drops enough for condensation into either vapor or small ice crystals. Additionally, vapor molecules require condensation nuclei, or particulate matter in the air, to gather around. Without these nuclei, vapor molecules cannot adhere to one another, and thus clouds cannot form. Therefore, Condensation nuclei are crucial. They are one of the essential elements for cloud formation. Then she poses a question. So, if vapor strives so diligently to become clouds, and clouds endeavor to gather more vapor to become rain, which then returns to the ground, only to be evaporated back into vapor and condensed into clouds again. What does this signify? The Taoists fall into a prolonged silence before each speaks in turn. It signifies that all things in heaven and earth are one. It indicates that the Tao follows nature, perpetually renewing itself. It reflects the harmonious balance of yin and yang, utilizing the cyclical nature of existence. She shakes her head, insisting. No, this demonstrates that even the tiniest water vapor understands the importance of striving and is in constant motion and transformation, while you sit here doing nothing. Is that not a waste of life? Do you not find it shameful? The Taoist's expressions darken at her words, and they hesitate to retort. The Tao is a personal pursuit, while movement is essential for life. You do not move, yet you confine me and prevent my progress. Does this align with the Tao of nature? Have you truly embraced non-action? Yet, these matters pale in comparison to the crux of her frustration. Can you not respect my thoughts? By the end, she feels on the verge of breaking down. It is a well-known truth that idleness breeds mental torment. She would rather labor to construct palaces or tirelessly sweep the barren earth than endure this torment any longer. Clearly, the Taoists have no intention of releasing her. Your words are misguided. Cultivating the Tao should not be disturbed by external matters. One must follow their true nature and the natural order. You are currently besieged by inner demons, which prevents you from cultivating your spirit in tranquility. Your inner turmoil is excessive. You must calm your mind, focus your spirit, and not be swayed by distracting thoughts. She scoffs. Then tell me, where's my error? The three glance at one another, rendered speechless for a long moment. I am a person, a being born of heaven and earth. Does that not make me a part of nature? You disregard my will and compel me to sit here. Does that not contravene the natural order? I should follow my true nature, which urges me to leave this place and ascend further, yet you obstruct me. Your concept of true nature is yours alone, not mine. Thus, you are the ones who err. The three remain silent, gazing at her until they suddenly burst into laughter. They respond in turn, their tone tinged with mockery. In truth, we never intended for you to cultivate the Tao. We simply wish to see how long you could endure. According to the passage of time here, you have been seated for an entire month. While you may not feel hunger or fatigue, these are merely forms of torment for you. Yet, despite such duration, you have not succumbed to despair and still strive to move forward. Your determination to reach the endpoint surpasses our expectations. Therefore, we believe it is time to allow you to proceed. Upon hearing this, Yuejian is momentarily stunned. Once she regains her composure, joy floods her heart. So, you mean I can leave? The three nod with smiles. Eagerly, she asks, then how do I exit? The three remain silent, but a sudden gust of wind not only blinds her, but also sweeps her off the platform. With her legs still numb, she is unable to move, maintaining her seated posture as she plummets downward, crying out, "You are being unreasonable. Can't you provide a more dignified way to exit?" Countless white clouds float past her, and the sensation of weightlessness seems to persist indefinitely, to the point where her mind begins to feel disoriented. At long last, in a moment of revelation, that peculiar sensation faded away. She felt a jolt in her heart and abruptly opened her eyes, only to discover that she had returned to the long staircase. This time, before her lay a palm-sized copy of the Tao Te Ching. She picked up the sacred text and, in a state of bewilderment, leafed through a few pages before lifting her gaze towards the staircase. She had ascended dozens of steps, yet this path appeared endless, with no sign of the so-called destination in sight. Sighing softly, she tucked the book away and continued her ascent. As time passed like the drifting stars, she found herself traversing through a tunnel of space and time, and before she knew it, Yuejian arrived in a completely unfamiliar land. It was a picturesque valley, flanked by towering peaks that reached for the heavens, resembling two serpentine giants extending into the distance. The initial sight evoked an indescribable sense of awe. A crystal-clear stream meandered through the valley, where fish could be seen darting beneath the surface. Lush greenery flourished by the stream's edge, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, blending with the distant chirping of insects and the calls of birds to create a melodious symphony. The valley was suffused with a fresh, fragrant aroma of flowers and grass, as wisps of white mist rose gently, like ethereal spirits swirling in the air. When she reached out to grasp it, she only felt a slight dampness, refreshing and intoxicating. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the water and foliage, creating a dreamlike ambience that swayed with the wind, embodying an ineffable beauty and tranquility. Standing by the stream, Yuejian felt somewhat disoriented. Where exactly was she? If her memory served her well, the inscription at the bottom of the staircase read the land of fallen gods. What deities resided in this place? Noticing no suspicious entities, she arbitrarily chose a direction and followed the stream onward. Occasionally, small creatures would approach to drink from the water, prompting her to halt and remain silent, lest she startle them. One young deer, after quenching its thirst, turned its head to gaze at her, emitting a soft call. She couldn't help but smile. But in the next instant, a fierce leopard sprang from the underbrush, sinking its teeth into the deer's neck. The young deer let out a sorrowful cry, struggling in vain until its movements gradually ceased. Blood stained the stream, sending many other creatures fleeing from the water's edge. Yuejian swallowed hard, attempting to suppress her racing heart, seeing that the leopard was still preoccupied with its prey and seemingly unaware of her presence. She cautiously retreated step by step until she concealed herself behind a thicket, finally allowing herself a sigh of relief. The area was thick with underbrush, making movement cumbersome, but she had to distance herself from the leopard before it discovered her. Who could guarantee that a satiated leopard would first devour her before dragging her back as a reserve meal? After successfully slipping away behind the foliage for a considerable distance, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. She reached out to lean against a nearby tree trunk, intending to rest, but as soon as her hand made contact, she sensed something was amiss and swiftly withdrew her hand as if shocked. The surface was smooth and icy cold. Her body stiffened instantly, and as she slowly raised her gaze, she beheld a massive python, as thick as a water barrel, coiling itself around the trunk. Its fierce head rested on a branch, eyes shut tight, seemingly in deep slumber. Its coloration closely matched that of an ordinary tree trunk, which explained why Yuejian had failed to identify it in her hurried glance. Confronted by such a colossal creature, her heart nearly stopped, and for a moment, she was too frightened to breathe. Fortunately, her timely withdrawal did not awaken the giant serpent. Cautiously, she scrutinized the path beneath her feet, retreating step by step until she reached the nearest large tree. She quickly veered in the opposite direction, first walking slowly, then breaking into a light jog, and finally sprinting desperately for a considerable distance before stopping to catch her breath. This time, she carefully examined the surrounding trees, confirming that there were no peculiarities before she felt reassured enough to lean against one. When she finally regained her composure and surveyed her surroundings, she was taken aback. Everywhere she looked, verdant trees loomed, so similar that she struggled to discern her bearings. Where had she ended up? Suddenly, a flurry of flapping wings startled her, and upon closer inspection, she saw a flock of large black birds soaring from the forest towards the distant sky. In that moment, she felt a surge of envy for these birds. How delightful it would be to possess wings and fly away. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she felt an itch on her back, and something emerged from behind her shoulder blades. This new appendage was remarkably agile, as if it had always belonged to her. When she extended it before her, she was astonished to find a pair of small black wings. Upon looking up, she was further surprised to discover that not only were her wings diminutive, but her entire perspective had shrunk as well. She attempted to touch herself, but could only move her wings. It dawned upon her that what had emerged was a transformation. She had become a bird, with her hands now serving as wings. A mix of shock and wonder filled her, but soon the thrill overshadowed her fear. She lifted her wings and flapped them experimentally, and before long, she had mastered the art of flight and soared into the sky. Experiencing the world from a bird's-eye view was exhilarating beyond description. Tirelessly, she glided over mountains and rivers, losing track of time in her newfound freedom. It was then that she realized this world seemed to consist solely of endless mountains and forests. After a prolonged flight, fatigue set in, prompting her to rest in a tree. Perched atop the branches, she relished the gentle sway of the leaves beneath her feet, savoring the joy of the moment. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the air, and instinctively, she took flight to evade the looming danger. Turning her head, she saw a majestic eagle, its sharp gaze fixated on her. Alarmed, she flapped her wings to escape, but the eagle pursued relentlessly, making it impossible to evade capture. In a state of exhaustion and desperation, she spotted a small ladybug on a leaf and thought to herself how wonderful it would be to transform into a ladybug, so that even if she fell from the sky, she would remain unharmed. As soon as this thought emerged, she felt a lightness in her body, and the scenery around her began to ascend rapidly. She landed on the ground unscathed and, upon attempting to move, discovered she had indeed transformed into a tiny ladybug. At that moment, she was certain that in this world, she could change into various creatures at will. To test her theory, she morphed into a rabbit and swiftly darted to the riverbank, then transformed into a fish swimming joyfully in the stream. She had never found the world so enchanting, and unable to contain her excitement, she continuously shifted between forms, frolicking happily through the forest. Eventually, as dusk approached and nightfall loomed, she pondered for a long while. Realizing that the nocturnal forest would be perilous, she decided to transform into a minuscule creature for safety. Thus, she became a small ant, burrowing into the earth to rest. Surrounded by soil, she felt no discomfort. Instead, a comforting sensation enveloped her, causing her consciousness to gradually blur until she succumbed to a deep slumber. When she awoke once more, dawn had just begun to break. She emerged from the earth and transformed into a monkey, scampering through the woods in search of fresh fruits. The forest was filled with sturdy vines, and she swung effortlessly from one to another, playfully swatting at other wild monkeys vying for the fruits she coveted. In that moment, she truly experienced an indescribable joy. It turned out that being a monkey was an exquisite delight, and she felt utterly liberated, blissfully lost in the exhilaration of her newfound existence. But soon, she found herself unable to smile. After another swing onto the tree, she caught sight of a leopard lurking below, its gaze fixed intently upon her. In that fleeting instant of eye contact, the leopard sprang up the tree like a flash of lightning, its jaws poised to sever her neck. Paralyzed by fear, she hastily transformed into an inconspicuous little bug and plummeted to the ground. The leopard snapped at the air, perplexed, glancing around as if it could not comprehend the sudden disappearance of its prey. A black cricket fell to the ground, trembling as it shielded itself with dry leaves. The speed of the leopard was astonishing. Had she hesitated a moment longer, she would have met her demise, becoming the leopard's dinner. This realization filled her with dread, yet it gradually rekindled the vigilance that had long since fled her mind. It became clear that mere transformation could not shield her from all calamities, much like how she had quietly hidden for an indeterminate time before cautiously peering out. The leopard had departed, and tranquility returned to her surroundings. This time, she decided to transform into a leopard and sprint into the forest, believing it would offer her greater safety. As the day wore on, she indeed felt secure. The animals she encountered all shunned her, fearing that a moment's delay might render them targets, which allowed her taut nerves to relax somewhat. At noon, she discovered a small stream to quench her thirst, but as she took a couple of sips, her fur bristled, and a quick glance revealed a flash of yellow and black emerging from the thicket nearby. A tiger. The name flashed into her mind, prompting her to instinctively transform into a fish and leap into the water, just as the massive creature appeared where she had been moments before. Through the rippling water, she glimpsed the tiger's chilling fangs and its eyes brimming with lethal intent. She sank to the bottom, remaining motionless, daring not to surface until the tiger had departed. This was truly terrifying. By the end of the day, her initial excitement had waned considerably, replaced by a profound sense of crisis and wariness. The forest was fraught with peril, and the food chain interconnected in layers. Regardless of her form, she had to remain vigilant against stronger foes, fearing that a single misstep could cost her life. Such a life was hardly one worth living. Yet what she was unaware of was that this was merely the beginning. From the following day, she discovered that her transformations were no longer at her whim. The intervals between changes began to cool down, and during her first 2 attempts, she failed to notice the danger until it almost cost her life. That night, she once again spent the evening in the guise of an inconspicuous ant. On the 3rd day, she became increasingly cautious with her abilities. Whenever she sensed safety, she refrained from rashly transforming. Even so, as the day progressed, events unfolded in a manner she least desired. By nightfall, she found herself utterly unable to change forms, ultimately settling into the shape of a monkey. This night remained perilous. She was startled awake multiple times by insects and snakes, but fortunately, she emerged unscathed. However, after such a night, her spirits were inevitably dulled the following day. Under the clear daylight, she sat in a tree, gnawing on wild fruits, staring vacantly at the shadows of the trees and the sky after each bite. Was she destined to remain a monkey here forever? Chapter 83. Years in the mountains. The years in the mountains stretched on endlessly. She lost track of how long she had lived here and how many near-death encounters she had survived. All she knew was that each day passed in a numbing cycle of activity, rest, foraging for wild fruits when hungry, and seeking refuge in trees or caves when weary. The days of her humanity seemed to blur into the background, and often she began to question whether they had ever truly existed or if it was merely a dream. Perhaps she was simply a monkey born in the forest who one day dreamt of becoming human, and from that moment onward, her life spiraled uncontrollably. Yet if she had always belonged to the forest, having never seen the outside world, how could she know of humanity's existence? No, that could not be. What if there had never been humans in this world? Perhaps they were merely strange creatures conjured by her dreams, imagined to resemble her kind, yet more formidable beings. Did humanity exist in this world? Had she truly once been human? Could she transform back into a human? A multitude of questions plagued her mind, which often felt hazy and confused. She could not ascertain how long she had been bewildered or how many years had passed. She only knew that one day, when she looked down into the water, she was suddenly seized by panic. The reflection on the surface revealed a sagging monkey face. She realized she had aged, her strength gradually waning, and her movements no longer agile. In such a state, encountering danger would surely spell her doom. She began to feel despondent, seeking refuge in a hidden cave, pondering the life of a monkey in solitude. Her memories of the past had long since faded. She could not recall when she began living as a monkey, as if she had always been this way, yet also not. A dreamlike memory lingered, tormenting her. She recalled possessing a wondrous ability, allowing her to transform into various fish, insects, birds, and beasts. Yet in a moment of daze, she felt as though she had never had such powers, that these were merely dreams, absurd dreams that colored her long, dull existence in the mountains. She contemplated for an interminable time, losing track of countless days and nights, until a wild monkey found her, moved aside the stones blocking her path, and appeared before her. It was the same wild monkey she had once slapped. Upon entering the cave, it replaced the stone and approached her, walking unsteadily before sitting beside her. She turned to look. The wild monkey uttered no sound, only quietly sat, its similarly aged face etched with weariness. As if sensing her gaze, it turned to her with a toothy grin, though its eyes inevitably dimmed. She picked up a somewhat wilted fruit and, as before, offered it to the wild monkey. It took it in its hands but did not eat, merely gazing down, its head gradually drooping. Within half a day, the wild monkey had died quietly beside her. Still clutching the fruit, its frail body curled up, resembling a small infant. How strange! An infant! Was that not human? Upon this thought, she couldn't help but chuckle at herself, her gaze falling back on the wild monkey. After a moment, she reached out to touch its forehead. It was cold, devoid of warmth. She then touched her own face, suddenly recalling how many times the wild monkey had come near her, only to shy away in fear of being struck trailing her from a distance. Sometimes, when she found an abundance of fruits and felt good, she would share some with the wild monkey, which would usually be delighted, devouring them ravenously, tearing the peels with its mouth while stuffing them in. Remembering this, she picked up a fruit and took a bite. The sour taste instantly jolted her. It was dreadful. She tossed it aside, wiping her icy face and curling up, wishing to drift off to sleep. In a hazy slumber, she dreamt of a long staircase. She stood upon it, and, looking back, saw a slender shadow below. She instinctively felt it was a person, but who? She did not know. She was a monkey, not a human. How could she know? With that thought, she chose not to linger, turned to climb upward. Yet the staircase was interminably long. She climbed for what felt like ages without reaching the end, until finally, exhausted, she slipped and tumbled down the side. The sudden sensation of weightlessness jolted her awake, and as she sat up, she inadvertently bumped into the wild monkey beside her, a chill radiating from where their skin touched, dispelling her last remnants of sleep. After a moment of confusion, she recalled that the wild monkey had come to find her, enduring until the end, only to die by her side. Light seeped through the crevice of the cave, indicating that daytime had arrived. With a heavy sigh, she rose to move the stone aside and returned to embrace the lifeless body of the wild monkey. Carrying the corpse, she traversed a considerable distance. Fortunate that today she encountered no attacks along the way. Eventually, she arrived at the edge of a picturesque lake, a sight she cherished. With the wild monkey now deceased, she resolved to dig a grave to bury it in this beautiful spot. As for herself, it seemed unlikely anyone would dig a grave for her. Contemplating this, she decided to excavate an additional grave today. She would bury the monkey first and, when her own time came, lay herself in the other grave. Whether kind-hearted creatures would cover her with earth or consume her remains to stave off hunger was beyond her consideration. Due to her advanced age and frail body, coupled with the absence of suitable tools, it took her a day and a half to dig just one grave. During this time, various animals that came for water glanced at her, albeit with mild curiosity. Fortunately, no fierce beasts appeared. Had they done so, both she and the monkey's remains would have met their end there. Once the grave was completed, she placed the wild monkey within it to prevent any potential attacks from predators during the digging of the second grave. After finally leveling the grave, she exhaled in relief and turned to see many lotus flowers blooming in the lake. She picked the nearest white flower and placed it atop the mound of earth. After resting for half a day to regain some strength, she resumed digging the second grave. However, halfway through, a casual glance back revealed a brilliantly vibrant red lotus blooming in the lake center. She paused, holding a stone and a stick, lost in bewilderment. Had that flower always been there? Why had she not noticed it before? Its vivid hue was so striking, it should not have been overlooked. The lotus was as red as fire. She stared at it for a long while, suddenly feeling her mind clear considerably. How peculiar! Was this a divine flower? Did it possess such extraordinary effects? With newfound curiosity, she abandoned her digging tools and plunged into the water, swimming toward the flower. Despite its proximity, after what felt like an eternity of swimming, she seemed to be going in circles, unable to draw closer. Growing anxious, she quickened her strokes. This time, the flower appeared to draw nearer, but only slightly. Unsure how long she had been submerged, fatigue began to set in, and her movements slowed involuntarily. How exhausting! She merely wished to pluck a flower, yet it seemed she might perish in the lake instead. Chapter 84. The path ahead, imagining her corpse swelling and rotting in the water, ultimately to be consumed by fish, a surge of strength welled up within her, propelling her toward the red lotus with fervor. Closer, ever closer. At last, her hand brushed against the red lotus. In that instant, countless once fuzzy memories sharpened into focus. She recalled her name, Yuejian, originally a human. Entering the fourth illusionary realm, she found herself in this very place. Initially, she had possessed a wondrous ability to transform into various forms, but eventually, her powers waned, leaving her forever in the guise of a monkey. Unable to revert to human form, Thus, she had lived in the body of a monkey for an extended period, gradually forgetting her origins, even the fact that she had once been human. She had been climbing a long staircase. She needed to find a way out of here. But how could she escape? After crawling ashore, clutching the red lotus, she collapsed, gasping for breath. So weary, this frail monkey body could no longer endure extensive exertion. Each day she lived was one day less, and she needed to find a way to leave before her demise. As her gaze fell upon the vibrant red flower, she recalled that it was the red lotus she had brought from the scorched earth. And what of the iron chain? What of her doubted Jing? Realizing this, she quickly scanned her surroundings, ultimately allowing a self-deprecating smile to escape. She had transformed into a monkey. How could those items possibly remain with her? Yet, how had this flower come to be here? Bringing the flower to her nose, she inhaled deeply, its delicate fragrance soothing her restless heart, instilling a sense of calm. She gazed at the azure sky and the distant silhouettes of mountains and trees, suddenly overwhelmed with nostalgia for her former life. Though fraught with challenges and disappointments, she had encountered moments of beauty, such as those shared with Longin and the kindness of many passers-by, including the recently acquainted Yuejian. Though she had yet to recall any connection between them, her eyes grew vacant, and her thoughts began to wander. At some point, the world around her fell silent, as if the entire realm had succumbed to slumber, leaving only the sound of her own breathing. An increasing tide of memories flooded her mind, becoming vividly clear. She reflected on her life as a monkey, fraught with danger, yet filled with joy, a liberation she had never known. She believed this must be a gift from the heavens. Yet if given the choice, she still longed to be human. Despite the constraints, the hardships, the burdensome shackles she bore, and the anguish stemming from her overly sensitive emotions, she yearned to return. As long as Longin remained in that world, she had ample reason to seek her escape from this place. Unconsciously, she stared into the void, whispering, "I must leave, I must escape." Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder reverberated through the sky, followed closely by a torrential downpour. Clutching the lotus, she struggled to rise and gaze toward the heart of the storm. There a fissure appeared, visibly tearing open with alarming speed. Within the gap lay a blinding whiteness. The dark clouds and lightning, accompanied by the rainfall, cascading away like a scroll unfurling. Ultimately, she found herself enveloped in a vast expanse of pure white. As the mist beneath her feet dissipated, revealing the familiar long staircase, she looked down at her body, her hands and feet restored to their human form. The red lotus in her grasp transformed into wisps of smoke, swiftly vanishing from sight. She paused, realizing it had saved her once again, her heart a tumult of emotions. Instinctively, she reached into her pocket, relieved to find the iron chain and the scripture still intact. Taking a deep breath, she turned her gaze toward the long staircase, hesitating for a moment before resuming her ascent. What awaited her this time? After 10 steps, darkness enveloped her once more. After a prolonged pause, vague outlines began to materialize before her. The sky was overcast and the surroundings dim, revealing only a few meters ahead. She stood at the edge of an unfathomable cliff, facing a bridge formed by 3 iron chains arranged in a precarious manner. She could not discern the bridge's length. The darkness ahead loomed like a ferocious beast, lying in wait for her to step into its trap. Was she meant to cross this bridge? Turning her head, she discovered another cliff behind her, leaving her with only a small patch of land beneath her feet. What an odd terrain. As she silently lamented her predicament, a sudden noise erupted. The ground beneath her began to crack, the fissure creeping toward her at an alarming rate. Cursing inwardly, she grasped the iron chains and stepped onto the bridge. At that moment, the very spot where she had stood collapsed entirely. The earth revealed another concealed iron chain, unmistakably identical to the one beneath her feet. How intriguing! She berated herself further, but with no other options, she pressed on, retreat or advance, both paths equally shrouded in darkness, with no visible end in sight. Resolving herself, she tightened her grip on the iron chain and cautiously moved forward. With each step, the chains emitted a chilling sound, echoing in her ears like a death knell. She had to cling desperately to two life-saving chains, terrified that a momentary lapse would send her plummeting into the abyss. Time slipped away as she traversed an unknown distance, her vision blurring, her mind swirling, and her limbs growing increasingly weak. Suddenly, her feet slipped, causing her heart to race in alarm. She fought to grasp the iron chains, but the cold sweat in her palms made them slip away like fish from her grasp. Accompanied by a fierce sensation of weightlessness, she fell into the darkness, her expression a mixture of terror and despair. When she finally gasped for breath and opened her eyes, she found herself back at the place where she had stood moments before, facing the familiar iron suspension bridge, with the ground beneath her crumbling away. She clutched the chains again and returned to the bridge, her expression one of utter confusion. What was happening? Had she not just fallen? How could she be back? Was it merely an illusion? Yet, the experience felt too vivid to dismiss. Bewildered, she resolved to move forward, taking each step as it came. After a grueling stretch, drenched in cold sweat, she tucked her hands into her sleeves, using the fabric to grip the chains for added friction. Indeed, this strategy proved effective, allowing her to traverse a considerable distance. Chapter 85. The monster as she focused intently. An unexpected guttural roar erupted ahead, akin to a ferocious beast lurking in the unseen darkness. Startled, her feet slipped once more. Fortunately, this time she managed to seize one chain, though the other slipped away, scraping painfully against her calf and tearing away a layer of skin. Struggling to grasp the second chain, she ultimately failed, her efforts draining her strength, and once again, she tumbled into the abyss. In her third return to the precarious ground, she had become adept at gripping the chains and stepping onto the suspension bridge. This time, in addition to concentrating on her path, she deliberately allocated some of her attention to the surroundings, hoping to avoid another startling slip due to a sudden noise. Consequently, she managed to cover more ground than before. Gradually, however, she became aware of a chilling breeze brushing against her cheeks. Looking up, she was dismayed to find raindrops beginning to fall from the sky. Cursing under her breath, she paid even closer attention to her footing. The rain intensified, quickly drenching the three chains, with water cascading down her forehead, obstructing her vision. She was compelled to cautiously lift her arm to wipe it away, all while striving to maintain her balance. This arduous journey became a torment. Even if she wiped her clothes, they remained soaked, and no matter how she tried, the water in front of her would not dry. The chains beneath her feet grew increasingly slippery, and with every step, she had to exert every ounce of her focus. After a short distance, she felt utterly exhausted. As she took another step, she lost her footing, the chains jerked violently, and the clattering noise merged with the sound of rain, evoking an inexpressible sense of despair. One step, two steps, three steps at last. She could endure no longer and fell into the abyss once more. On her fourth and fifth attempts, it took her 3 tries to acclimate to walking in the torrential rain, but this was evidently not the end. She subsequently faced lightning, frost, fierce winds, and assaults from monsters, falling from the bridge time and again, only to return to the starting point. She had long lost count of how many times she had come back, her body drained of strength and her spirit in disarray, resembling a mere shell of a being. Yet, deep within her, a flicker of persistence and determination remained. No matter how many obstacles lay ahead, she would press on. If once was insufficient, then 10 times. If 10 failed, then 100. She refused to believe that this path would never reach an end. Before setting off once more, she instinctively touched the red and white chain. After several failures, she recalled this object and suspected it possessed some magical quality, akin to that red lotus, capable of aiding her escape from this place. Yet, regardless of her attempts, the chain remained unresponsive. Eventually, she resigned herself to viewing it as merely a psychological comfort. Lost in thought, her body swayed slightly on the suspension bridge, a familiar sensation. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved the chain and hung it around her neck, inhaling deeply before pressing forward once again. Familiar calamities assailed her in succession, and she instinctively evaded or confronted each one, feeling as if she were a meticulously honed machine. retaining only a semblance of thought and reason, while everything else felt remote. How long was this suspension bridge? She did not know. She had tried moving forward and backward. Yet both directions seemed interminably long, with no conclusion in sight. She had never glimpsed even a glimmer of hope. The repeated falls into the abyss had even driven her to the brink of despair, considering surrender. Yet, falling only meant returning to the ground, where would collapse to reveal the iron bridge, with only 3 chains to stand upon. If she did nothing, she would simply continue to fall, and fall again, like into a bottomless pit, perpetually in a state of weightlessness. This sensation instilled a deeper despair than moving forward. At least when she advanced, her feet had something to support them. At least when faced with unexpected circumstances, she could still feel the sudden jolts of her long-numbed heart, reminding her that she was alive, truly alive. After skillfully maneuvering through a series of obstacles, she finally arrived at the place where she had last fallen, the cause being an unexpected assault by a flock of monstrous birds. She had failed to evade one, sustaining a wound to her leg, causing her to falter and fall. Though the creatures attacking her were numerous and ferocious, after enduring several encounters, she discovered they were not invulnerable. The monsters behaved like enemies in a combat game, charging directly and leaving spaces between them. As long as she could identify the gaps to evade, she could emerge unscathed. Having mentally rehearsed her previous evasive maneuvers, she spotted a group of dark figures ahead. It was the monstrous birds. Fixing her gaze on the foremost few, she tensed her body, ready to spring into action. Her mind racing with the appropriate escape directions. Left, right, duck, crouch. Barely having time to react, she executed the series of movements, already breathless and fatigued. Fortunately, she successfully avoided the one bird that had slipped through, and the flock gradually ceased their assault, retreating into the darkness. She understood that this wave had come to an end. What awaited her on the next stretch? Hanging on to the chain. She had grown accustomed to resting while standing after countless struggles. Once her breath steadied, she continued onward. The surroundings were dark and silent, an endless void above and below, as if only this bridge existed in the universe, along with the numbness that enveloped her. Suddenly, a faint, rustling sound pierced the silence, causing her to tense up, straining her ears for clarity. It seemed to emanate from everywhere, forward, no, backward. She glanced around but saw nothing. Yet the sound grew clearer, as if some invisible entity was encircling her, surrounding her completely. What could it be? A chill ran down her spine, and she chose to remain still, quietly awaiting the source. Minutes passed, 1, 5, 10, and apart from the sound, she discerned nothing. Was it merely an attempt to frighten her? Though her heart raced with uncertainty, she understood she could not linger indefinitely. After waiting a bit longer with no sign of movement, she cautiously took a step forward. Her palm suddenly brushed against a grainy, soft texture, followed by a sharp, stinging pain, causing her to shiver involuntarily, goosebumps erupting all over her body. When she focused her gaze, she realized that the chains ahead had become covered with a thin layer of tiny, black, fearsome ants. Cold sweat instantly trickled down her forehead as she remarked that she could only hear the sounds without seeing anything. It turned out that the crawling noise originated from tiny ants. These ants were even smaller than ordinary ones and were nearly identical in color to iron chains. In the dim light, they were nearly imperceptible unless one focused intently. They possessed fine, white fangs, and the sting on her palm must have been from their bites. Yuejian felt dizzy, her gaze fixated on the iron chains before and behind her, which had no visible gaps. How was she supposed to proceed? Was she expected to grasp these chains teeming with ants? That was simply too much to bear. Just as she pondered, a sudden surge of black clouds appeared, and the ants, as if receiving some command, swarmed towards her. Terrified, her limbs went weak, and she stumbled back into the darkness once again. Damn it! After landing back on solid ground, she couldn't help but curse aloud, questioning the revolting nature of it all. The sound traveled far, but without tangible objects, it quickly dissipated, leaving not even an echo. As the ground beneath her began to crack again, she could only internally curse while stepping back onto the iron chain bridge. After countless falls from the bridge, When she opened her eyes again, she surprisingly saw something different. The original iron bridge had vanished, replaced by a cable car, entirely black in color. She could hardly believe it and rubbed her eyes several times to confirm its reality, then cautiously approached. Inside the cable car, there was only one seat. She searched around but found nothing else, so she shrugged and sat down. What was the worst that could happen? She could always start over. She had long lost count of how many times she had returned to the starting point. Just as she was lost in thought, the cable car started normally, gliding forward. Initially, there was eternal darkness, but gradually, the surroundings began to brighten, revealing the long-lost light, abruptly pulling Yuejian back into her life. In that moment, as she gazed outside, an inexplicable excitement and tension surged within her. Was this real? Would she no longer have to traverse the narrow bridge endlessly, nor plunge into the abyss repeatedly? Overwhelmed with joy, her heart raced as if it were a drum. Unconsciously, she pressed her hand against her chest, only to suddenly recall something, and she looked down. Her chest was empty. The iron chain had vanished. Was this the reason she could break free from the cycle? Yet, there had been instances where monsters had touched the chain, so why had there been no reaction then? Or had she unconsciously triggered other conditions to pass through? While deep in thought, the cable car had already arrived in daylight, revealing a tall, slender shadow of a mountain ahead. After the cable car stopped, she stepped outside onto a small platform. As soon as her feet touched the ground, the cable car disappeared without a trace. Standing alone at the mountain summit, she felt utterly lost. The surroundings were a blank expanse of white. Aside from its color resembling the iron bridge, it bore no difference to her previous predicament. What was this? One ending only to face another? She looked up at the sky, a wave of uncontrollable cursing rising within her. Enough with the curses. A sudden voice startled her, prompting her to turn and glance around. Amidst the whiteness, a colossal shadow had emerged without her notice. It resembled a cloud-like mass, devoid of limbs and facial features, leaving Yuejian unable to discern if it was the one speaking. Yet, it seemed the only peculiar entity present. Yes, it is I. Indeed, I am the one speaking. As if it could hear her inner thoughts, the entity pulsated and spoke again. Yuejian regarded it warily, inquiring, "What are you?" It chuckled softly, "I belong to you. I'm a part of you." Yuejian was taken aback by this revelation. What did it mean? "I am your courage." What? Your courage that allows you to step onto the iron bridge time and again, to fail repeatedly, yet still persist. The intense sense of crisis and the experience of near death can wear down one's will, numb them. You have wanted to give up countless times and indeed have given up. But ultimately, you have mustered the courage to face all the challenges once more. You have crossed the bridge 132 times, given up fewer than 10. Traversed over 1,000 meters more than 100 times, and you have now regained sufficient courage. Therefore, you can pass. After silently absorbing this, Yuejian could not help but ask, "What significance does this trial hold?" It smiled again. "Of course, it holds significance. This is something you must accumulate. Ahead lies the final challenge, and upon passing, you will receive the ultimate answer." Yuejian was somewhat taken aback. The final challenge? Yes. The last illusion on this long staircase. Yuejian inquired, "What about the iron chain?" It pulsed slightly. "That is your support. This path is undoubtedly arduous and lengthy. Yet you possess some powerful aids. They will rescue you at the most crucial moments. However, their influence is limited, so they will vanish after use." Yuejian nodded thoughtfully, realizing the truth. "All right, I've said what needed to be said. Take me with you, and you can leave." Yuejian instinctively asked, "How do I take you?" Yet, the next moment, it transformed into a beam of white light and entered her body. The air resonated with its laughter and last words. "I am your courage. A part of you. So, of course, this is how you carry me." A warm and powerful energy spread throughout her body with the white light's entrance, while simultaneously, the light before her grew increasingly bright, forcing her to close her eyes. When she opened them again, she found herself back on the long staircase. She looked ahead. The path still seemed endless, but the so-called courage had claimed that the next step was the final challenge. She wondered if that was true or merely a deception. Perhaps the white light had granted her strength, as her previous fatigue had vanished. She stretched her arms and yawned, feeling a wave of intense comfort wash over her, leading to an involuntary, joyful smile. Well, having seen hope, she suddenly felt invigorated. After another 10 steps, she found herself amidst a crowd. What was happening? She stared in disbelief several times. Indeed, before her was a bustling intersection, filled with the sounds of modernity and the ceaseless clamor of vehicles. For a moment, she even thought she had returned to reality, if not for the increasingly large sphere looming above her. In Chapter 87, Disaster, with the crowd erupting in deafening cries, Yuejian gazed at the sky, where the sphere grew larger and closer. It resembled an unknown planet, entirely black, with a pitted surface and numerous holes, somewhat resembling the moon if one overlooked its eerie color. At that moment, as if by some special effect, the sphere approached at a visibly rapid pace, the overwhelming pressure enough to drive anyone with a fear of giants insane. The crowd scattered in panic, car horns blaring incessantly, yet Yuejian remained rooted in place, her gaze fixed on the celestial body, feeling an inexplicable thrill and excitement. It was the ultimate contrast between enormity and insignificance, the exhilaration of standing on the brink of destruction. She had long known that a wild spirit resided within her, emerging fiercely in the face of negativity, despair, and death. Now, the scene that had haunted her dreams innumerable times had materialized. Suppressing her surging emotions, she cast one last glance at the colossal sphere nearly descending upon the road, then turned and fled in the opposite direction. Despite the excitement of the scene before her, it was time to escape. She had no intention of waiting idly for death. Even in the present situation, it seems that fleeing is of little use. As the dark celestial body collides with the Earth's surface, a violent tremor causes the people on the streets to stagger and sway unsteadily. Yuejian, quick-witted, grasps a pillar, and in the next moment, countless hands reach toward it. Seizing the brief lull in the tremors, she decisively distances herself from the crowd and dashes towards an open area. Behind her, buildings collapse one after another, and a fierce wind howls, threatening to lift her off the ground. She stumbles along, seeking support, and catches a glimpse behind her, only to be startled as her pupils constrict. A chasm, 3 to 4 meters wide, is snaking ominously toward her, beneath which lies an unfathomable abyss, resembling a gigantic serpent devouring everything in its wake. As the chasm continues to extend forward, she swiftly changes direction and runs sideways. The people nearby, realizing the danger, hurriedly follow her in panic. Perhaps owing to the psychological resilience honed in previous realms, particularly the last illusion, she finds that the abyss beneath the chasm does not invoke a strong sense of fear. Her sole focus is to avoid falling into it. After colliding with the earth, the dark celestial body appears to halt its advance, remaining still as if a colossal eye, observing the struggling humanity and the devastation around them. An eye? Yuejian's heart skips a beat, and she cannot help but glance back 2 more times. It still resembles a planet. Perhaps she is overthinking it. Once she moves away from the vertical direction of the chasm, she exhales deeply and continues to run aimlessly with the crowd, occasionally casting glances back. The tremors beneath her feet have diminished significantly, prompting her to wonder, could this celestial body have come crashing down merely to create a tremor, a chasm, and a brief gust of wind? That seems implausible. Just as this thought surfaces, the crowd nearby erupts in screams again. Following their gaze, she notices that many pits on the dark celestial body have suddenly transformed into openings from which long, tentacle-like appendages extend, lunging toward the nearby crowd. Cursing under her breath, she continues to run. Indeed, her intuition proved correct. This is no celestial body, but an unknown monstrosity. The creature's tentacles are lengthy, yet their reach is ultimately limited. And soon they come to a halt, quietly contemplating something. A sense of foreboding creeps over Yuejian as she scans her surroundings and spots an alley not far away, prompting her to change course and dash toward it. Just as she steps into the alley, a gurgling sound erupts from behind her, and she turns to see her face blanch. The dark sphere has retracted its tentacles and is now launching unknown small black spheres into the sky from those openings. As the first small black sphere descends, she realizes their purpose. Upon hitting the ground, the small black spheres emit a deafening crash, accompanied by a cloud of dust, creating deep craters wherever they land. Memories of the attacking monsters from the previous illusion flood her mind as she swiftly predicts the landing points of the black spheres while fleeing for her life. The thunderous sounds behind her are relentless, mingled with the cries of agony and despair, making her own calls for help seem pitifully weak by comparison. As she runs, she looks up. Initially, the black spheres are small and sparse, but as time passes, their size and quantity increase markedly. Yuejian dodges and hides, surviving by the skin of her teeth, but the exhaustion soon slows her down. Ultimately, when yet another black sphere crashes down, she finds herself with no time to escape, retreating into a nearby newsstand. With a thunderous boom, she feels a violent shockwave, followed by a dizzying spin that renders her mind foggy, and finally, darkness envelopes her as she loses consciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, she finds herself enveloped in darkness, surrounded by an eerie silence. A headache pounds as if struck by a heavy hammer, and her limbs feel weak and heavy. With great effort, she manages to lift a hand to massage her temples. Once she gathers herself, she begins to explore her surroundings. Nearby, she feels a protruding object resembling a doorknob, and upon grasping and twisting it, the door creaks open, allowing a faint light to filter in. She cautiously peers through the crack, finding nothing amiss, before carefully squeezing through the opening. Once again, the world is shrouded in a gray haze. Ever since her arrival here, she has mostly encountered such environments, making normal light seem a rarity. As she gazes around, she sees ruins, collapsed skyscrapers, shattered ground, and countless lifeless bodies. Dragging her heavy feet for a distance, she finally turns back to assess her surroundings. Fortunately, the newsstand is situated on the edge of the area impacted by the falling black spheres, and thus, it remains outside the depressed zone, having been lifted by the force of the air, allowing Yuejian to miraculously survive. Not far from the newsstand lies a massive pit, but aside from corpses and debris, is devoid of any sign of the black spheres. Moreover, in her vicinity, there is a similar pit at every interval. The battered ground littered with a chaotic assortment of debris and countless bodies, with bloodstains everywhere. It seems she is the only living soul left in this desolate place. The realization of this sinks her into confusion. Why has she been brought here, arriving amidst a cataclysmic disaster, yet she alone remains alive? Perhaps she should take action? Chapter 88, Return. With this thought, she immediately sets about moving, first searching the vicinity for any signs of life. This process feels interminable, the gray weather obscuring her sense of time, and her watch is, of course, useless. After an exhaustive search, she ultimately concedes defeat, sitting down in despair to rest. Everyone is dead. Not a single soul remains, and she feels utterly abandoned in the vastness of the world. As for what to do next, she resolves to take it one step at a time. For an entire month, Yuejian lived alone in the ruined city, devoid of any life or monsters. There were countless moments when she wished even a few monsters would appear, at least to inject some vitality into this lifeless realm. But alas, there was nothing. She felt as if she had returned to the moment she first arrived in this world, when she had been separated from and had wandered alone into that abandoned city. Perhaps the only silver lining was that here, she could still scavenge for food and water to sustain her. Perhaps the previous illusions had conditioned her to endure such desolation. After intermittent bouts of despair, she could numbly continue to live. She found a relatively intact house, cleaned it up, and moved in. Her daily routine involved rummaging through trash to find edible food and water, while also searching hopelessly for other signs of life. Days passed, and she began cultivating vegetables in the cleared ground, making an hour-long trek to the river daily for water. The seedlings thrived, and after another month, the first batch was ready to harvest. Using cookware salvaged from the ruins, she cooked the vegetables, seasoning them with soy sauce, chili, and vinegar, making for a surprisingly delightful meal. While she could still find canned condiments, she had yet to discover a single complete bag of salt. So reluctantly, she had to rely on the sauces as a substitute for salt. Even so, after 2 months, the ruins were nearly stripped bare. The destructive power of those spheres had devastated much of the city, and if this continued, she would have to attempt to leave in search of survival elsewhere. However, gazing at the fog-shrouded edges of the city, she couldn't shake the feeling that those places resembled mere illusory textures. Aside from here, are there truly other cities? If not, then when the resources here are exhausted, how will she survive? Time slowly flows by, and gradually, Yuejian finds herself unable to recall how long it has been since that fateful day when her mind began to drift into a haze. At times, while engaged in tasks, she would suddenly realize that she had been staring blankly for an extended period. On other occasions, although she was outside, she would come to her senses only to find herself back in her room, asleep. This was not a reassuring sign. Recognizing this, she often endeavored to stimulate her mind with various activities, such as playing Go alone, reciting texts, or challenging herself with Sudoku puzzles. However, despite her efforts to think, her mind continued to descend into a state of chaos. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually began to perceive the world as it is, devoid of the past, existing only in the present and the future. A vast pit, ruins, a dilapidated surface, and her own muddled existence. All of this seemed harmonious and normal, for she had lived here since her birth, occasionally visited by friends, those spherical creatures who had left behind an amusingly large pit during their last visit. She could imagine herself nestled within those holes, envisioning herself as a sphere, which provided her with a profound sense of security. No, it was not merely imagination. She was, in essence, a sphere. With her jet-black exterior, long tentacles, and the ability to produce tiny black orbs, this was her true self, unchanged from the beginning. On yet another ordinary day, she suddenly noticed a change in the long, silent sky. Another version of herself was slowly approaching and growing larger. Overjoyed, she rolled eagerly toward it, yearning to embrace her kin. Though it appeared significantly larger than herself, it mattered not. They were of the same kind, creatures alike. Allowing her to approach and embrace the warmth of kinship, she rolled swiftly, and it advanced with equal speed until the ground beneath her trembled violently. Accompanied by a howling wind, gazing at the dark fissure racing toward her, she was struck by a sense of bewilderment. This scene felt eerily familiar. Why was it so familiar? What was that fissure? And was the tremor and fierce wind a greeting from this other self? Yet, such a vast chasm seemed perilous for a small sphere like her. Would she not fall in? The fierce wind tossed her about, and if it too longed to draw near, why then did it greet her in such an unfriendly manner? Confusion surged within her, and instinctively, she ceased her approach toward the dark sphere, instead retreating to a place beyond the reach of that fissure. Peering cautiously from her hiding spot, she observed her counterpart. It was enormous, appearing fierce, and seemingly difficult to engage with. Should she approach? Just as her uncertainty lingered, the dark sphere withdrew its tentacles. It slowly shifted its form, seemingly intrigued by the patches of greenery nearby, which sparked a sudden excitement within it. Aware of some amusing occurrence, it drew closer, causing the ground to shudder violently, and Yuejian lost her balance, tumbling out from her concealed position. Upon seeing her, the creature erupted with enthusiasm, its multitude of tentacles racing toward her. Startled, she fled instinctively, unable to comprehend the situation, yet driven by a primal fear. This did not feel like a friendly greeting. Why did she sense that it intended to hunt her? But were they not of the same kind? Confusion did not slow her pace. However, as the pursuing dark sphere closed in, she could only barely evade its grasp amid the surrounding ruins. After what felt like an eternity of running, fatigue began to seep in, and simultaneously, a strange yet familiar sensation washed over her. She realized that, even among kindred spirits, the instinct to hunt could exist. It was hunting her, and she too must turn the tables and pursue it. This thought ignited an exhilarating thrill within her. Yes, if she could vanquish it, she would grow stronger, and perhaps in doing so, she might escape this place and meet more of her kin. Kill it! Kill it! When the urge became overwhelming, she searched frantically among the debris for a weapon while continuing her flight. It was far too large to defeat it. She had to uncover its weakness. But what could that weakness possibly be? Just as she was lost in thought, a tentacle struck her fiercely, sending her flying through the air, and she crashed to the ground, awakening her muddled mind. Oh, she realized she was no mere creature. She could not kill such a colossal beast. Yuejian gazed at the surrounding ominous black mist she had previously ignored, lying on the ground, expressionless, coughing up blood. How intriguing! No wonder she had fancied herself a sphere, for she had inhaled too much toxic gas. Chapter 89. The creation of heaven and earth. As another tentacle lunged toward her, she desperately wished to evade it, but her body ached as if it were falling apart. With a sigh of resignation, she closed her eyes and feigned death. So be it. She hoped it would see her lifeless form and refrain from the cruel act of dismemberment, although the hope was dim. Just as she buried her head in the ruins, she caught a glimpse of green out of the corner of her eye. She focused intently and discovered a tender sprout, likely a seed she had accidentally dropped while sowing in her garden. In that moment, an unexpected surge of energy propelled her forward, and she shielded the delicate green shoot in her hands. A tentacle struck her back with tremendous force, inducing a wave of dizziness and searing pain. Her vision darkened, and soon the world plunged into complete darkness. In her dazed state, she heard a distant sigh, followed by the sensation of her body being gently lifted by an unseen force and placed upon a soft surface. The enveloping comfort felt cloud-like, filling her heart with a sense of safety and tranquility. In this warm environment, her pain gradually faded and her exhaustion slowly dissipated. Time passed, and in her stupor, she noticed a faint light illuminating her surroundings, a weak white glow that gradually intensified until she could fully comprehend the scene before her. Amidst the chaos floated an enormous sphere, its form indescribable, exuding a perfect balance. Too much would be cumbersome, too little would be lacking. It was harmonious and natural, as if born from the union of heaven and earth, radiating a strong, reassuring aura. As she became enraptured by its presence, the sphere suddenly cracked. A fissure emerged from a certain point, traversing the entire surface of the sphere. She witnessed countless drifting shadows intertwining, gradually differentiating into layers, some floating upward, others sinking downward. Then, the familiar sky appeared above her and solid ground beneath her feet. A towering giant stood wielding an axe. Seemingly aware of her gaze, he slowly turned, lowering his head until his eyes met hers, resonating with a voice that reverberated within her soul, a wondrous sound beyond description. Their eyes locked for an indeterminate time before the giant suddenly sat down upon the ground and spoke softly. "You have finally returned." Yuejian was somewhat bewildered. "Are you Pengu?" Although phrased as a question, her tone carried certainty. The giant seemed to smile, though his immense size rendered his expression difficult to discern. "Yes, and yet, no. What do you mean?" The giant beckoned her closer, and she floated toward his hand like a puff of air. "I am the deity residing within your heart." "The deity within my heart?" "I have not opened the heavens and the earth for the first time." As he spoke, he released a deep sigh. "The first time I opened the heavens and the earth was on the day you first encountered the world." Every individual possesses their own spiritual realm throughout their lifetime. Some worlds are vibrant and resplendent, while others lie barren and desolate. Yuejian's world has belonged to the former since her earliest memories. Despite the relentless adversities of life bearing down upon her, she discovered a splendid world uniquely her own within the pages of books. She delved into myths and legends, exploring the vastness of the cosmos, and within those words, some tumultuous, others as tranquil as still water, she unearthed another facet of herself, one that was more complete and authentic. In her realm, humans, demons, spirits, and gods coexist, transcending time and space. Here, one could encounter deities capable of moving mountains and filling seas, as well as terrifying, indescribable monsters. Everything she had envisioned in her mind everything she had read about, materialized within this realm, thereby forging a new world. However, one fateful day, she relinquished this world, and thus began the descent into calamity. Darkness engulfed the heavens and the earth. Divine beings fell, the sky caved in, mountains fractured. Lakes and seas dried up, and everything, humans, monsters, and spirits, met with utter destruction and transformation. Beneath this darkness, the grotesque thrived, with tales once subjugated by the forces of light, mutating into forms that constructed myriad small worlds, completely occupying this domain. This was indeed the array of worlds she traversed. Have you ever truly examined the fragments you have gathered? Yuejian, still caught in a daze, heard these words and hastily glanced at her watch, only to be astonished to find it functional. She activated the puzzle, expecting to see a complete bagua diagram, but to her surprise, the bagua was absent. Instead, she beheld a strange, yet familiar shape. It was herself, assembled from numerous puzzle pieces, a complete version of herself. On the day she forsook this world, she shattered into fragments scattered across the universe. The myriad small worlds she traversed were, in truth, her journey to reclaim these pieces. Thus, every step she took was an endeavor to gather her fragmented self, with her ultimate goal being to reconstruct the once whole version of herself. For reasons unknown, a tumultuous wave of indescribable emotions surged within Yuejian, a mixture of joy and sorrow, an ineffable blend of melancholy and relief. Today, however, you have succeeded. Faith, true self, perseverance, clarity, courage, hope, you have regained sufficient strength to rebuild this world. Therefore, I hereby open up the heavens and the earth anew, returning this world to you. This time, I hope you cherish it deeply and never abandon us, nor forsake all that lies here. As the giant's final words echoed, she witnessed a sudden transformation of the world. Life blossomed anew, and those familiar yet strange people and things, the abandoned city, and the myriad legendary realms gradually blurred before her eyes. Her consciousness grew hazy, and in her final memories, she beheld the entire expanse of the universe radiating with vibrant vitality. That was her spiritual world, a complete realm painstakingly rebuilt from the fragments of herself she had gathered. Chapter 90. The reality of the ending. No desire to segment. Hence this chapter is lengthy. Awake. Dr. Xie, she has truly awakened. It felt as if she had emerged from an interminable dream. Yuejian opened her heavy eyelids to be greeted by a blinding expanse of white. Staring blankly at the ceiling, she felt dazed, uncertain of the time or place. Where was she? A hospital? Was it due to food poisoning? No, that was incorrect. Scenes from the land of divine downfall surged into her mind, and she was suddenly beset by a splitting headache. Are you all right? Oh no, she has fainted again. Doctor. Xie, come quickly. Dr. Xie? Oh dear, you have fainted too? Director, hurry and summon the director. Upon waking once more, she found herself still beneath that same white expanse. Yuejian blinked, and a large face suddenly appeared before her, beaming with delight. You're awake. How do you feel? Can you understand what I'm saying? Can you speak? Yuejian nodded in confusion, attempting to articulate something, but her throat felt as if it were non-existent. After much effort, she could only emit a hoarse whisper. The face stepped back, gently reassuring her, it's all right. You've been in a deep sleep for too long. Awakening suddenly means your body hasn't fully recovered yet. With proper rest, you will be fine. She finally discerned the owner of the face, a young woman in her 20s, fair of features, clad in loose white attire, her hair styled in a bun, exuding youthful vitality. Noticing Yuejian's continued gaze upon her, she smiled and said, I'm Muyu, the very Muyu from Muyu Xiao Xiao. I'm here specifically to take care of you. I know you have many questions, but currently, Dr. Xie is dealing with an issue and is in the midst of an emergency. Once he wakes, he will explain everything to you. By the way, do you remember Dr. Xie? His name is Xie Xinyang. He mentioned that you two were acquainted. Xie Xinyang. The moment that familiar name graced her ears, a sharp pain pierced through her mind. As if countless memories surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing upon her and leaving her gasping for breath. Observing her sudden distress, Mu Yu grew anxious and called out, "Dr. Xie, no, someone come quickly." She is about to faint again. Yuejian, suppressing the throbbing in her head, inwardly sighed. Despite everything, she had yet to faint. The doctor arrived swiftly, and after assessing her condition, he breathed a sigh of relief, stating, "It's nothing serious. Just waking up means your state is unstable," which is normal. "Mu Yu, keep an eye on her. I must check on Xinyang." With that, he hurriedly departed the ward. Hearing this, Yuejian recalled Mu Yu mentioning earlier that Dr. Xie was dealing with an emergency. What had happened to him? How could it reach such a critical state? Unconsciously, she reflected on everything she had experienced in another world. After his death there, he had not appeared for a long time. Could it be that he was gravely injured in reality and required rescue, which explained his prolonged absence? Yuejian stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought for an indeterminate time. When she finally returned to her senses, she found Mu Yu assisting her by massaging her legs and helping her move. She had numerous questions. Where was she? What was the current situation? How long had she been in a coma? What was Dr. Xie's condition? However, she could not vocalize her inquiries, and even moving was a struggle. Resigned, she remained in bed, lost in thought. After an unknown duration, a wave of intense drowsiness washed over her. Her eyelids grew heavier, and she gradually slipped back into an unknowing slumber. Upon awakening for the third time, her condition had improved significantly. After a period of rehabilitation, she was able to walk a short distance with Mu Yu's assistance and had begun to eat normally. Yet, for reasons unknown, she had been unable to speak. The doctor suggested that her prolonged silence had caused a regression in her speech abilities and arranged for her to attend early childhood education courses. After participating for a while, the results were promising. From Mu Yu, she learned that 5 years had elapsed since her coma. When she inquired about Dr. Xie, Mu Yu's smile faded, and she sighed, "Dr. Xie is doing well. He just needs time to recover. But don't worry, by next month at the latest, you will be able to see him." When Yuejian finally encountered Xie Xinyang, it was mid-May. The summer sun streamed through the hospital window, casting a warm glow upon Yuejian, making her appear radiant. Though she had seen a vibrant version of him in another world, she found herself momentarily entranced upon seeing him now. As if sensing her gaze, the patient turned her head, and upon meeting his eyes, she broke into a casual, natural smile, as if they had merely met yesterday, rather than being separated for so long. "You're here? How is your health? Feeling better?" Xie Xinyang smiled faintly, his emotions a complex tangle. "I'm fine now." He stepped forward, only to hear Mu Yu teasingly remark beside him, "Dr. Xie, you have finally arrived. Sister, he has been asking about you from time to time, as if she fears something unfortunate may befall you." Upon noticing Xie Xuanyang's gaze upon her, Yuejian smiled nonchalantly. "I am indeed quite worried. If something were to happen to you, I might carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime." Xie Xuanyang's eyes brightened. "Really? Beyond guilt, is there anything else?" Yuejian pondered for a moment and mischievously replied, "Perhaps a sense of relief, as with your absence. I would no longer owe you any money." Mu Yu walked by, patting Xie Xuanyang's shoulder with a sympathetic expression. "Dr. Xie, I feel for you." She shook her head and sighed as she left the ward, leaving Xie Xinyang with a disgruntled look. "Yuejian, do you have any conscience?" "A little, but not much." Xie Xinyang sighed in resignation. "Fine, if that is the case, you should repay the money." She had been in a coma for 5 long years, during which all her medical expenses had been covered by Xie Xinyang. Now that she had awakened, it was indeed time to settle her debts. The thought of such a staggering sum made her head spin. Observing her distress, Xie Xinyang couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, I was just teasing. My determination to save you is my own affair, and the medical costs are my responsibility as well. You needn't feel any psychological burden." Seeing Yuejian silently regard him, he reiterated, "I am serious. My selfish desire to keep you here led me to proceed without consulting you. Therefore, you need not concern yourself with any consequences. I do not wish for you to feel any weight on your shoulders. Yuejian, I wish for you to live so that you may witness the myriad beauties this world has to offer. I seek no recompense. I only desire your happiness." In that moment, for reasons unknown, the previously warm sunlight seemed to blaze with intensity. Yuejian averted her gaze and, after a pause, softly requested, "Could you help me push the bed back? It's too hot." Xianyang rose and moved the hospital bed away from the window. Noticing his casual attire, Yuejian inquired, "When did you wake up?" Xianyang casually replied, "This morning." Realizing his slip, he quickly corrected, "Actually, it was the morning of the day before yesterday. I recovered for 2 days before coming here." Yuejian's gaze lingered on the needle marks on the back of his hand, remaining silent. "That was from the 4 I received this morning. Unfortunately, even after rebooting, some maintenance is still necessary." "Was it at the site of the godfall?" Hearing her question, Xianyang did not hide the truth. He settled beside the bed and said, "Indeed, I was sitting there peacefully when suddenly the sky fell and the earth cracked. And then I was thrust out. Speaking of which, what have you encountered since you ascended? Please, share your experiences with me." Yuejian took a moment to gather her thoughts and began to recount the events following her ascent. A breeze flowed in through the window, gently lifting the curtains, while her calm narration unfolded tales of despair. Xianyang listened, and before he knew it, his eyes grew misty. After Yuejian finished her account and noticed his reaction, she was taken aback. "Are you about to cry?" Xianyang rubbed his eyes. "Oh, not at all. I was simply so engrossed in your story that I forgot to blink. It was quite thrilling. You truly are remarkable. Even I found the conditions you described unbearable. Yet you managed to endure." Yuejian lowered her gaze, a hint of sadness in her smile, "Because in you and another Yuejian all wished for my survival. Did you not?" The mere mention of Long and seemed to halt the air around them. Clearly, Xianyang had not anticipated that Long In's name would emerge so abruptly from her lips, nor in such a calm tone devoid of any tremors. Yet he understood that this calmness merely masked the tumultuous emotions she harbored deep within, unwilling to express them freely. "By the way, I heard from Mu Yu that this machine was developed by you. You truly are impressive." After a prolonged silence in the room, Yuejian casually shifted the topic, her gaze settling on the peculiar large machine beside the bedside, her tone brimming with unabashed admiration. For reasons unknown, Xianyang suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. "It is not solely my achievement. The professors, along with my seniors, have assisted me greatly." Mu Yu had mentioned that this machine was capable of connecting to and monitoring a patient's mental landscape, which explains why Xianyang could enter her inner world and accompany her through challenges. However, the machine's groundbreaking nature also rendered it exceptionally risky. Each time Xianyang faced death within that realm, his psyche would suffer profound damage, requiring extensive recovery time. Should treatment be delayed, it could even threaten his life. Thus, when he insisted on entering, his mentors and seniors attempted to dissuade him, yet his determination was unwavering, compelling enough to move everyone present. "I have made up my mind. If I fail, you shall use my case for analysis and continue to refine the machine. If I succeed, it would be splendid. I would become the brightest new star, and everyone would be heralded as legends in the medical field." Just imagine that scene. Wouldn't it be joyous? Silence enveloped the group as they gazed at him, none expressing any interest in the future he painted. Consequently, his smile faded, replaced by a deep sigh as he regarded them earnestly. "I initially embarked on this research, on this machine, solely to save her. If I did not enter myself, all my perseverance over the years would be rendered meaningless. I understand that, to the public, results and technology are paramount. But for me, the original intention is what holds the greatest significance. Therefore, I must proceed." Eventually, he successfully entered Yuejian's mental world once more, witnessing her vibrant self, unlike the desolate days she had endured. That was her true essence. The tribulations of life had endowed her with resilience and unyielding spirit, revealing a more complete and awakened soul. She should not exist perpetually in despair and sorrow, nor should she depart this world in such a tragic manner. Thus, he sought to keep her tethered to life, to pull her back from that realm, ensuring she understood that there were still those who wished for her well-being and countless beautiful experiences awaiting her to embrace. And now, he had succeeded. She had returned. Yet perhaps his gaze was too laden with concern for her to overlook, compelling her to inevitably reflect on the past. "Rest assured, I have long since remembered. Having traversed so many worlds, I've come to terms with my past. From now on, I shall live well." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the bedside cabinet, where a black phone watch lay quietly, a birthday gift from Long and upon her coming of age. After all, it was also an Anne's wish. From the moment she awakened, all her past memories surged back in her mind. She had long recollected that Long and had passed away 5 years ago, due to cancer. In this very hospital, it was she who had accompanied Long and on her final journey, and it was during that time that she had met Yuejian, who was interning at the hospital. That year, Yuejian was in his second year of graduate studies, having excelled throughout his undergraduate years. During his second year of graduate studies, he interned at this hospital, coinciding with Long Anne's cancer diagnosis. Yuejian had abandoned her job, hastily packing her belongings to provide care at the hospital. Due to the late diagnosis, Long Anne had only received 2 months of treatment before passing away. Following Long Anne's death, Yuejian was profoundly affected, almost losing her will to live. One fateful night, after packing all her belongings, overwhelmed by despair, she left her home intending to leap into the river, only to be struck by a speeding car, which brought her to the hospital, where she fell into a coma for 5 full years. Perhaps her emotions were too intense and evident, for in that moment, Yuejian found himself at a loss for words on how to comfort her. As he carefully pondered his words, Yuejian had already lifted her head and smiled, saying, "It's all right. Thank you for lending me a hand. It allowed me to see in it right away. Although she was from another world, I believe that if she were still here, she would wish for my well-being, just as I hope she remains safe and joyful forever." At this moment, she understood why the version of herself known to Long and was more perfect. It was because she had always been plagued by self-doubt, constantly wishing to be better. Thus, in another world, someone had fulfilled that wish for her. Perhaps one day, she too could become that ideal self. She held faith that, in that world, Long Anne and Yuejian would remain lifelong friends, living happily together, while she would strive to live well in this world. In the sweltering summer of July, Yuejian had nearly recovered and was ready for discharge. Having been estranged from society for 5 years, she found herself without a place to stay. Upon learning this, Muyu enthusiastically suggested, "Sister why don't you stay with me for a few days? I have plenty of space, and it would be no trouble until you find a place of your own." After contemplating, she accepted this kindness, as she truly needed a space to access information and understand the current societal situation. To her surprise, when she followed Muyu back that evening, she discovered that they were living in a shared apartment, and her roommate was none other than Yuejian. Standing at the door with a blank expression, she watched the two of them. Muyu smiled sheepishly and said, "Well, sister, it's just me and Dr. Xie living here. There happens to be an empty room. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Yuejian surveyed the apartment, which bore a minimalistic decor, but the presence of various feminine items placed haphazardly revealed a discordant ambience. Muyu had only recently moved in, and her belongings were still in disarray due to her constant work commitments. Noticing Yuejian's prolonged silence as she scanned the surroundings, Yuejian awkwardly offered an explanation. Yuejian nodded, "It looks good. Which room will I be in?" Muyu breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly led her inside, saying, This way. I've tidied up the room for you. You can just drop your things and settle in." "Thank you." As the two figures vanished into the apartment, Yuejian let out a resigned sigh, realizing that one could not lie so casually without being seen through. Inside, after Muyu left, Yuejian stood in silence, gazing at the scattered boxes. According to Muyu, these items had been collected by Yuejian after her incident 5 years ago and had remained untouched since. As she carefully unwrapped them, she encountered many unfamiliar yet familiar objects until a photograph caught her eye. It was a picture of her and Long and from their graduation year. They had promised to move in together in the latter half of the year, to strive together in the city, to save money for a home of their own. But just 2 months later, Long was diagnosed with terminal cancer, shattering all their beautiful dreams. In those final days, she prayed countless times before the hospital walls for a miracle, yet was met with disappointment and despair. Though time had passed, she vividly remembered the day Long and left, as if the entire world had crumbled around her. She watched the people passing by, unable to discern their faces. The incessant honking of cars filled her ears, but all she could hear was the piercing sound of Long An's heartbeat ceasing. After Long An's death, she lost the desire to live, locking herself in her room for an unknown duration. One day, she suddenly awakened, calmly cleaning the space, neatly packing her belongings, and quietly closing the door behind her. Thus began her 5-year slumber. Had she never awakened again, perhaps it would have been a blessing. But now that she had to face the rapidly evolving world, her current predicaments, and the debt of time, energy, and finances owed to Yuejian. Reflecting on this, she sighed inwardly and began searching for information on her computer. 5 years prior, to treat Long An, they had exhausted all their savings, leaving her with only a few hundred yuan upon her departure. Now, she needed to find a way to support herself, at the very least to sustain her existence. That night, she did not sleep until dawn. When she arose the next afternoon, the other two were already gone, leaving behind breakfast on the table and a handwritten note. We've gone to work. Rest well and don't overthink it. We'll bring you something delicious when we return. It was signed by Muyu. She set the note aside and quickly finished her breakfast before retreating to her room to continue her online search. In the evening, Muyu indeed returned with Yuejian, carrying several large bags of food. She had also bought ingredients, declaring her intent to cook a feast for Yuejian. She offered to help, but was declined, leaving her to watch Yuejian busy himself in the kitchen. Noticing Yuejian lost in thought, Muyu nudged her with her elbow and asked, "Sister, what do you think of Dr. Xie?" Yuejian turned to her, confused. "What do you mean?" "Oh, come on, you know what I mean. Have you considered him?" Meeting her teasing gaze, Yuejian fell silent for a long moment before softly responding. "I think I should first contemplate how to support myself and repay my debts before considering anything else." Muyu, holding a bag of chips, looked somewhat taken aback. "You're still thinking about repaying him?" "Of course. I can't simply disregard my obligations just because he says I don't have to repay him." Muyu sighed. "Sister, you're overthinking it. You really don't need to repay him. Over the years, the Institute has conducted many tests on you, and the data you provided has significantly accelerated their research progress. They should owe you compensation. Moreover, Dr. Xie often ventures into the challenges and records the processes to sell to gaming companies, along with various copyrights for films and animations. You have no idea how lucrative these things can be. After deducting your hospital expenses, he has saved quite a bit. You not only don't owe him anything, he should actually share some of it with you." After listening, Yuejian fell into silence. Observing this, Muyu continued, "If you're looking for a job, I've heard that many gaming companies are recruiting testers. With your rich experience, you might adapt quite well. The entertainment industry has evolved immensely since the past. The rapid advancement of holographic technology has ushered various fields into a new era, and the research outcomes from Yuejian's team have propelled the study of human consciousness into tangible forms. The fastest developing gaming companies have created machines that connect human consciousness with gaming clients. In simpler terms, they have made holographic gaming a reality. Furthermore, as research into the manifestation of human consciousness deepens, many once impossible things are gradually becoming reality, including machine consciousness control, model loading, and scene construction. In other words, through specific instruments and programs, people can now utilize their consciousness to construct virtual worlds, albeit only partially. Yet at this pace, the world will one day evolve into unimaginable forms. Having reviewed some information beforehand, Yuejian was not overly surprised by Muyu's words. Although she sounded impressive, the reality was that those who could afford such equipment were not ordinary individuals. However, the idea of becoming a game tester, as Muyu mentioned, was indeed worth considering. "What do you say? The atmosphere is so heavy. Dinner is ready. Come help serve the dishes." Yuejian's call interrupted their conversation, prompting them to spring into action. It must be said that Yuejian was quite skilled in the kitchen. According to Muyu, living alone for so long made a notable difference. Dr. Xie truly excels in every culinary skill. But as soon as she uttered this, she realized something and quickly turned to look at Yuejian, only to find her still lost in her thoughts, seemingly not having heard her. Muyu quietly sighed in relief. After dinner, Yuejian seized the opportunity to slip a card to Yuejian. Meeting her bewildered gaze, Xianyang explained, Mu, you mentioned earlier that this is all rightfully yours. After all, you participated in the project and should receive some benefits. Yuejian stared at the card and suddenly asked, did you sell or join efforts? Xianyang instinctively retorted, how could that be? I'm not so thoughtless. I only sold my own share. Faced with Yuejian's penetrating gaze, he fell silent. Thus, the two of them, in their banter, merely sought to relieve themselves of burdens and forget about repaying debts. Ultimately, their research achievements bore little relevance to their personal lives. Yuejian sighed inwardly, but, after some contemplation, accepted the card, thanking him and considering it as a loan. Xianyang breathed a sigh of relief and muttered softly, even now you don't mention that. Do you dislike me so much? Yuejian, unable to catch his words, asked, what did you say? Nothing, he quickly replied, adopting a serious tone. Yuejian smiled faintly and turned to walk inside, only to suddenly remember something midway and turn back, saying, by the way, I will be leaving early tomorrow to wander around, so you don't need to prepare breakfast for me. Xianyang hurriedly asked, would you like me to accompany you? She waved her hand dismissively. No, I prefer to walk alone. The next day, Yuejian indeed left before dawn. The city had transformed into a stranger to her. As she wandered, many things left her feeling disoriented, but by the end of the day, she had begun to adapt. In the following days, she made it a routine to explore, sometimes joined by Mu Yu or Xianyang during their days off. A month passed, and she no longer felt alienated from the world, finally embarking on her journey of repayment. However, due to the passage of time and scattered expenses, compounded by Xianyang's deliberate interference, she could only approximate the total amount owed. One day, Xianyang could no longer contain himself and nervously questioned her at every opportunity. Are you planning to repay your debt and then jump into the river? Have you forgotten everything you said before? You're such a deceitful person with no sense of credit. Faced with his grievances and dissatisfaction, Yuejian felt utterly perplexed. What did I say? How am I not trustworthy? The more Xianyang thought about it, the angrier he became, exclaiming, you said you would live well for me and an end. Yuejian silently added, and for you, which only fueled his anger further. I am your creditor. Does it kill you to accommodate me a little? Yuejian remained silent. All right, for you, I will live well. Xianyang was satisfied. Then you needn't repay me. No, Yuejian firmly rejected. This is a matter of principle. Xianyang, exasperated, turned and stormed out without another word. That afternoon, Mu Yu, who had already moved out, learned of the incident and laughed with a sense of schadenfreude. I told you, Dr. Xie is the most pitiable person in the world. She leaned closer to Yuejian, playfully asking, Sister He, how long do you plan to torment him? Yuejian, bewildered, replied, when have I tormented him? Repaying debts is only right, isn't it? Mu Yu responded with a teasing, 6. The next moment, Yuejian astonishingly remarked, do you know about my marriage certificate? Mu Yu, stunned, exclaimed, ah, you're getting a marriage certificate? Yuejian shook her head, not us but me. My property deed is about to be issued. Mu Yu laughed. Oh, how exciting. Seeing this, Yuejian smiled and patted her shoulder. When I have time, come over play often. Just as Mu Yu was about to respond, Xianyang suddenly appeared from nowhere, dropping several bags beside Yuejian and cheerfully asking, what are you two chatting about? Mu Yu, with mischief in her tone, said, we were discussing why certain people have yet to confess their feelings. Xianyang naturally took Yuejian's hand, saying, Who hasn't he confessed? Observing their comfortable demeanor, Mu Yu was taken aback. When did you two become an item? We've been together for a while, came the reply. Then why does sister he still talk about repaying debts? At that moment, Xianyang suddenly became angry. Exactly. I said not to repay, yet she insists on doing so. Why won't she listen? Mu Yu, with a blank expression, internally laughed coldly, realizing it was merely a playful dynamic between the couple. You two enjoy yourselves. I'm going home. As she walked away, she turned back to add, remember to pay the bill. Watching her retreating figure, the two exchanged glances. What's wrong with her? I don't know. Maybe she's just feeling unwell. Xianyang shrugged indifferently, gathering his things to leave and prepare dinner. Oh, by the way, I just transferred this month's repayment amount to you. Please check. Yuejian replied, what? You're amazing. truly a person who repays debts. Hee hee, thank you. Time flows endlessly, and the future holds promise. The pains of the past will one day transform into the strength to move forward, supporting every broken individual through the rest of their lives. In the end, they will possess their own world, encountering those who uplift and accompany them, be it in love or friendship. Chapter 91. Extra. Long and Yuejian first met Long and at the orphanage. Two abandoned little girls, upon seeing each other for the first time, instantly recognized one another as lifelong friends. Fate can be a wondrous thing. The first words exchanged between Yuejian and Long were simply, "What are you doing here?" Thus, the seed of their friendship was planted. In the orphanage, many children were abandoned, competing for attention and striving to be the best. However, neither of them was particularly adept at showcasing themselves, so they would simply hold hands and sit in a corner, watching as well-dressed adults took other children away. Long asked her, "Don't you want a mom and dad?" Yuejian shook her head. "I don't know my parents. I only know you." Therefore, all she wanted was to stay there with Long. Their names were given by the director. The orphanage gate was adorned with many moonflowers, hence Yuejian. That year was the year of the dragon, thus Long, and both names were lovely, yet chosen casually. The director was often too busy to tend to so many children. While he never intentionally made things difficult for them, he also did not provide them with extra care. Their growth was relatively smooth. Since they were not adopted, they attended school alongside other children. With government assistance, their educational journey, though bumpy, ultimately led to graduation. However, having grown up without parents or relatives, they exhibited some flaws in their personalities. Their companionship made them consider each other as their most important person. They promised that after graduation, they would live together and work hard to create a home of their own. Compared to Long, Yuejian's temperament was more sensitive. When faced with unfriendly teachers or classmates, she would inevitably be hurt and would secretly hide away to cry. Long always helped her retaliate and comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you. When we grow up, no one will dare bully us." Although they later realized that the adult world was even harsher, the two girls supported each other as they stepped out of school and into society. Upon graduation, they could not enter the same company. Last month, Long comforted her, saying to wait a little longer, for there might be opportunities in the future. The following month, she received news that Long was unwell, which led her to accompany her to the hospital, where she was diagnosed with late-stage cancer. On the day she received the diagnosis, she sat outside for a long time, staring at the few lines of text in silence. Her vision swiftly blurred, tears cascading onto her hands, bringing with them an unrelenting chill. She could not fathom why, at the very onset of their lives, they were confronted with such calamity. Why, after enduring the struggles of growing up, must they face the specter of life's conclusion so soon? They had yet to accumulate the wealth necessary for their plans, had not purchased a home, had not traveled, and had not witnessed each other realize their dreams. Why must the narrative conclude so prematurely? She recalled the countless times she had posed the question, and "What do you wish to become when you grow up?" In those moments, Long had smiled and replied, "I aspire to be a freelancer. So no matter where you work, I can be by your side, caring for you, ensuring that I am never absent when you need me." Fueled by this dream, she joined a media company post-graduation, intending to gather enough experience before embarking on her own path. Yet, this fragile piece of paper shattered her future and all the hopes they had nurtured. When Long received the news, she remained remarkably composed, stating, "It's all right. Life is inherently unpredictable." She observed the bustling crowd in the hall and calmly remarked, "Yuejian, look at them. Those who appear here are either sick themselves or have sick family members. There are many ailing souls in this world. There is no rule that dictates I cannot be among them. I simply drew the short straw and fell victim to a more severe illness." Yuejian felt a tightening in her throat, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. Long gently wiped her tears away, smiling as she comforted, "It's all right. At least I'm still alive, aren't I? So, please do not cry. We still have time." Yet, in the stillness of night, she heard Long unlock herself in the bathroom, quietly weeping. She understood that the seemingly strong facade concealed the same fragility the same inability to accept such an outcome. But they were powerless, both of them, and so they could only force smiles, maintaining an appearance of calmness whenever they were together, while silently venting their anguish in solitude. During chemotherapy, Long unshaved her head, and Yuejian purchased several attractive wigs to place on her bedside table. The next day, she complained, "Please move those away. They look terrifying at night, like a bunch of heads." Yuejian tucked the wigs away, smiling as she replied, "You still look rather adorable, like a marinated egg." "Yuejian, who are you calling a marinated egg? How rude. I won't talk to you anymore." As time passed, the severe pain extinguished any inclination for jesting. Their encounters dwindled to silent exchanges. It was during this period that Yuejian met the intern, Yuejian. She recalled him as a particularly enthusiastic intern, who mentioned that he was not studying in this field, but was merely rotating through. Observing their daily despondency, he often brought amusing little toys, jumping cats, flying bees, and squeaking piglets. When not on duty, he would accompany Yuejian, stating, "I see you struggling alone. I have nothing to do, so I might as well help you. After all, I am just a kind-hearted person." His assistance indeed made navigating hospital procedures considerably easier. He frequently shared his own experiences with them, discussing his combined Bachelor S and Master S program, and how his direct supervisor was his professor. In moments of heightened emotion, he would vent frustrations about professors and seniors, his exaggerated complaints often eliciting laughter from Long. As Long and S' condition deteriorated, the only vibrancy in the ward stemmed from Yuejian, a person brimming with energy, seemingly invigorated each day. Yet, no amount of vitality could counteract the grim reality of Long and's worsening state. As the silence between the two grew, Yuejian ceased his antics, fully aware that at such a juncture, all encouragement and consolation felt futile. Thus, he remained quietly by their side, until that fateful day when Long could no longer endure and forever closed her eyes. In her final moments, she grasped Yuejian's hand, her lips trembling as she uttered, "Yuejian, I'm sorry. I may not be able to accompany you to dig up that jar." On their 18th birthdays, they had exchanged coming-of-age gifts and buried a jar near the welfare home, filled with letters they had written to each other. They had vowed to unearth it together when they had their own homes. Yet now, that promised day had transformed into an elusive dream. Yuejian sat at the bedside, neither crying nor making a scene, merely obstinately refusing to let anyone disturb Long until Yuejian forcibly pulled her away. The moment they exited the ward, she stumbled, nearly falling, only to be caught by Yuejian's timely intervention. Numbly, she expressed her gratitude, leaning against the wall as she retreated to a corner, finally succumbing to her emotions and weeping uncontrollably. Long was gone. The one who had walked by her side for 17 years had vanished from this world. From now on, she would no longer see that familiar face, nor hear that voice, nor have anyone who would solemnly and resolutely assure her, "I will protect you. I will be with you, caring for you, and I will never be absent when you need me." But now, that promise had been broken. Yuejian could not recall how she managed to arrange Long's funeral or how she exited the hospital. She seemed to maintain an eerie calm, as if nothing had transpired. During the ordeal, Yuejian spoke to her profusely, yet she comprehended not a single word. All she perceived was Long's face flickering before her eyes, her voice echoing incessantly in her ears. Memories from their childhood, school days, and beyond flashed vividly in her mind, so clear that she momentarily believed everything that had occurred recently was merely a dream. Yes, just a dream. If she returned home now, perhaps Long would be waiting there. If she made one more call, maybe Long would answer, angrily scolding her for being so irrational late at night. She could not remember what she thought or did upon returning home, only that when she finally regained her senses, everything in the house had been meticulously organized. She was oblivious to how much time had elapsed, only aware of the sporadic knocking on the door and the incessant ringing of the phone. Eventually, firefighters even pried open the door, and amidst them, Yuejian rushed in, his face etched with concern, yet he struggled to utter a single word. She forgot how she dismissed everyone or how she calmly tended to her affairs. She only remembered that in those final disoriented days, she was lucid for a brief moment. In that moment, what was she contemplating? Right, she thought. And it must be so lonely on the road alone. Since childhood, they had done everything together. She could not let her be by herself this time. That road was so cold, so long. She would undoubtedly feel lost and afraid. Upon this realization, she locked the door and walked towards the lake in the darkness. She could not perish here. She had to go out, to find a quiet place, to seek long and suddenly. A car's blaring horn pierced the air. She had yet to react when the world spun around her, and then darkness enveloped her, consciousness fading swiftly. In her final moments, she seemed to catch a glimpse of Long, and the 5-year-old Long, and standing in a beam of light, extending her hand and smiling. "Let us play together. We'll be best friends for life." Yuejian. Chapter 92. Epilogue. Xianyang never anticipated that his first stirrings of affection would emerge within the confines of a hospital, directed towards a girl tending to her terminally ill friend. Later, his junior, Muyu, inquired Dr. Xie, "What is it about Sister He that you find so appealing?" Since he began to take on the responsibility of caring for He Yuejian, she had ceased to call him Senior Xie. According to her, "Since I took your money, we are in an employer-employee relationship, and under normal circumstances, I should address you as my boss." Xianyang, however, finds the term boss disagreeable, and thus opted to refer to him as Dr. Xie. When confronted with her inquiry, Xianyang responded without a flicker of hesitation. It must be lust at first sight. He recalled the day he first met He Yuejian. She was dressed quite ordinarily, in a simple white sweater layered with a matching knitted coat and black wide-leg trousers. Her hair was casually pinned up with a sharp clip, and she wore no makeup, her complexion pale and lacking vitality. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon seeing her for the first time, he felt his heart racing uncontrollably. If pressed to find an explanation, he could only attribute his initial infatuation to mere physical attraction. However, Muyu was unconvinced, asserting that although Sister He was indeed beautiful, there were countless other attractive young women in the world, such as the recently arrived intern and many younger classmates at school. Xianyang interjected, clarifying that he experienced lust, not the insatiable desires of a lecher. He did not fall for just anyone he encountered. Undeterred, Muyu persisted with her questioning. "Is there truly no other reason? I refuse to believe you are so foolish as to remain devoted for years solely, because Sister He is good-looking." Upon first hearing this, I was nearly moved to tears. Xianyang shot her a glance, remarking that she could still cry if she wished. Indeed, he acknowledged his own foolishness. Who could say what he was thinking? Yet, upon deeper reflection, perhaps that initial spark was merely the beginning, with the ensuing interactions being paramount. He cherished every aspect of her character, relishing every facet of her being. Perhaps love is inherently blind. As long as it is her, simply standing there in silence is enough to ensnare his heart. If he had to articulate his feelings, while there are many who possess beauty, the essence he adores is unique to her alone. Thus, he answered with utmost sincerity. "Oh, Muyu realized. So this is your version of lust at first sight. Dr. Xie, you truly are a romantic at heart. Have you never considered what might happen if one day Sister He awakens and does not reciprocate your feelings? What then?" Xianyang pouted, a look of sorrow crossing his face. "What else can I do? The path I chose, I must bear the consequences. At worst, I shall grant her freedom." Yet, he silently added, that is unlikely. He would simply become the shameless one, whether it be a year, a decade, or a lifetime. As far as he was concerned, he had already lost face. Unless faced with outright rejection, he would remain blissfully ignorant, for feigning ignorance was indeed one of his specialties. In the many years ahead, Xianyang had all the time in the world. In closing, I hope that all who read this find a complete sense of self. When you feel low, despondent, or even hopeless, take a moment to observe those around you. If reality offers little solace, at least believe in a spiritual realm where beings, spirits, and the universe exist for your sake. The moment you give up, the divine falls, the world crumbles, and that realm becomes a desolate wasteland where people struggle in darkness to piece together the shattered remnants of you. The divine resides within the human heart, returning to nurture it through the power of faith, whether in a deity, a religion, or a person or thing. Ultimately, we are all engaged in the gradual sculpting of our own souls. The body may be confined, emotions may be restrained, yet the soul remains eternally free and unbound, capable of manifesting vast and splendid realms, much like our heroine. Therefore, during moments of despair, it may be wise to wait a while longer. Perhaps one day, the world will piece together a complete and improved version of you once more.